History's Strongest Husband Chapter 1 to Chapter 61. This was a world where looks mattered. If an ugly person didn't have money, they wouldn't even have the right to reproduce. And if an especially ugly person was rich, he wouldn't have any girls. And Xianxia was a man so ugly that he didn't even have the right to reproduce. Of course, Xianxia wasn't born ugly, he used to be super handsome. Girls had a crush on him since elementary school, and they chased after him fervently. And the serious him only wanted to study hard. He proudly handed the girls love letters to his teacher again and again, gave the girls chocolates to the boys in his dorm to eat, and threw the 999 paper cranes that the girls folded for him into the trash can. Perhaps it was because there had been too many girls who liked Xianxia since he was young, causing his parents to become reserved and unreasonable. They had repeatedly taught him to stay away from those girls and that his current task was to study hard. This situation lasted until he was 18 years old. That year, he was a freshman in the best medical university in the country. Not only was he still a virgin, he still had his first kiss, and he hadn't even held hands with a girl. It was as if one day, maybe he accidentally saw a pure love action movie on his roommate's laptop, or maybe he accidentally saw a female teacher in a miniskirt squatting down. He developed and awakened. He was full of desire for the opposite sex and decided to fall in love. Falling in love should be a very easy thing for him. He was so handsome and so outstanding. He only needed to pick the prettiest girl and ask her to be his girlfriend. That's right, pick the prettiest one. He was only 18 years old. It was difficult for him to identify interesting souls. So, of course, he could only pick the prettiest and the hottest. As for the possibility of being rejected? Impossible. Xianxia was so handsome. When a boy was handsome to a certain extent, it was impossible for a girl to reject him. Little S had a husband, and when she saw Takashi Kaneshiro, she almost peed her pants. However, at this moment, a terrible accident happened. When he was doing an experiment, the bottle exploded. A high concentration of sulfuric acid sprayed his face and half of his chest. His handsome face was ruined. He had turned from an angel to a devil. He was so ugly that no one dared to look at him a second time. He was even uglier than Quasimodo in Notre Dame de Paris. It was a face that gave people nightmares. Xianxia went from being loved by everyone to being feared. Almost no girl dared to look at his face for more than 2 seconds. Thus, he lost the right to mate. The most common sentence in Teacher Zhao's animal world was, "Spring is here, and it's the mating season." Watching this program gave people the feeling that all animals fought their whole lives just to mate. The young Xianxia scoffed at this. But when he grew up, he realized that this was the truth of nature. Not only animals, but also humans, Xianxia had already lost his handsome appearance. In order to regain the favor of women, he chose to become a noble soul. After graduation, he did not continue to study for a doctorate, nor did he choose to stay in the affiliated hospital of the university. Instead, he went to the most difficult frontier. He had supported the border for 10 years, saved countless people, and received countless honors. However, no woman liked him. He felt that he was not good enough to shine. Thus, he decided to make himself more noble. It would be best if he was noble enough to make people forget his ugly and scary face. He chose to go to Africa, which was more dangerous and more difficult. In a war-torn country, he stayed every day in a tent hospital that did not even have an operating room. In a war-torn country in Africa, he stayed for a full 10 years. He received even more honors, and they were all from the United Nations. Every day, he was treating people, and every day, he was performing surgeries. He was famous both at home and abroad. He became a banner figure, a synonym for struggle, sacrifice, and dedication. His ugly face appeared in many newspapers and magazines. Many women looked up to him, but still, no woman liked him. In his 40s, he was still alone. When his parents passed away, he became even more lonely. He still worked more than 10 hours a day. Saving people and helping the wounded became a habit. The leader was very concerned about him. In order to solve his marriage, he found a beautiful female nurse from a poor area to be his girlfriend. This nurse was very simple, and she also admired Xianxia. In this era, the price of houses had risen to sky-high prices. It was almost impossible to get a house, but the organization still allocated a house to the female nurse's family and found easy and stable jobs for her poor family. There was only one goal, to let Xianxia obtain a love. So, at the age of 45, Xianxia was finally going to get married. A week before the wedding, this beautiful female nurse came to Xianxia, knelt in front of him, and cried bitterly. I'm sorry. I really can't do it. I really can't do it. I have nightmares every day. Xianxia looked at her beautiful face that was covered in tears. His eyes twitched slightly, and he nodded and said, I understand. The female nurse cried even more sadly and sobbed, but, Xianxia said, I will tell the leader that it is my own reason. I don't want to get married. It has nothing to do with you. Then, the female nurse thanked him profusely and left. Then, the numb Xianxia performed surgeries for 27 hours in a row, like a robot. It had been more than 20 years. Every day, he treated the wounded and helped the dying. Every day, he was desperately dedicated. He almost never rested, like an Iron Man. In these 20 years, the surgeries he performed and the people he saved probably exceeded that of other doctors in more than 100 years. It turned out that a person who was noble could not win the favor of women. What happened in Notre Dame was unlikely to happen in reality. He didn't blame the female nurse. Even a lioness knew to choose a heroic lion to reproduce, let alone a human. His face was so ugly and scary because of the sulfuric acid, so he didn't want to scare people. As for making women fall in love with his noble soul and ignore his scary face, it was too difficult. Xianxia meticulously stitched up the broken leg of a refugee. He didn't slack off at all, even though he was extremely tired. Whoosh, a whistling sound came from afar, and it was accompanied by the trembling of the air. Xianxia knew clearly that it was the sound of a bomb, and it was flying toward his head. But he didn't dodge or feel afraid at all. Instead, he felt relaxed and relieved. I'm so tired, but it's a pity that I died without sleeping with a woman. If I could live again, I promise to live the most comfortable and leisurely life. I'll have everything I need, and I won't have to work so hard anymore. If God can give me a beautiful face, I promise to use it to hook up with the most beautiful woman. Xianxia swore in his heart. Boom. The bomb landed in the temporary hospital and exploded next to Xianxia. In an instant, his body was directly smashed into pieces, and the X-ray machine and laptop next to him were also blown to pieces. Then, a vortex of light and shadow seemed to appear in the air, sucking everything in. Where is this? Wasn't I already blown to pieces? When Xianxia opened his eyes again, he was already in a completely unfamiliar environment. He was lying on a large, soft, carved bed, surrounded by all the splendor of the world. There was an exquisitely carved mahogany table, an exquisite silver candlestick, and a soft woolen carpet. These details all showed that this was a rich family. Most importantly, everything in this room was antique, without a trace of modern Earth's home style. He looked down at the clothes he was wearing. They were made of fine silk, but the style did not belong to modern Earth. It was more like the ancient costumes in television dramas. There was a large mirror beside the bed. It was not very clear, but it should be a bronze mirror. Xianxia tried to get up and mustered all his courage to look at the mirror. This was not his fault. Ever since his face was disfigured, every time he looked into the mirror, it was like he was having a nightmare, and he would be scared. Seeing the face in the mirror, Xianxia was shocked at first, and then tears streamed down his face. Although this face was haggard and pale, it was incomparably handsome. It was even 80% to 90% similar to Xianxia before his face was disfigured. Xianxia was sure of one thing. He had transmigrated. His soul had transmigrated to this strange world, and he had transmigrated to this strange yet familiar man. It had been a long time, a handsome face. Xianxia almost greedily looked at the face in the mirror. The heavens had actually given him a new life. They had actually restored his handsome face, even in a completely unfamiliar world. This was great. Anyway, after his parents passed away, he no longer had any attachment to modern Earth. It felt great to be able to obtain a new life. Moreover, as soon as he transmigrated, half of Xianxia's wish had been fulfilled. He had restored his handsome face, even if this body was a little weak and sickly. The remaining half of his wish was to be able to stretch his hands out of his clothes, open his mouth to eat, and lie down with women. At this moment, a complicated mass of information flowed into his mind. This was the memory of the original owner of this body. This was a familiar yet strange world. It was familiar because this place was very similar to ancient China. There was also a similar culture, the same language, and similar people. It was unfamiliar because this was not Earth. The map was different. This world had the 4 books and 5 classics, the works of ancient Chinese sages, and the foundations of Chinese civilization. However, China did not have a single dynasty. There was no Qin dynasty, no Han dynasty, no Jin dynasty, and so on. This was very strange. The territory was different, and the dynasties were different, but they had the same cultural origins. Xianxia searched through his memories. In the history of this world, there had been a great nirvana annihilation. After the rebirth of civilization, these books were excavated neatly and became the great key to the revival of this world's civilization. Therefore, books like the 4 books and 5 classics had an even higher status in this world. Not only that, but this world also had martial arts, and individual martial arts were far more developed than in ancient China. Currently, the dynasty that Xianxia resided in was known as the Great Yan Empire. This was a huge empire, with a territory of more than 14 million square kilometers. It was more than any dynasty in ancient China, including the Yuan dynasty. This dynasty was also different from ancient China. Other than the central empire, it was surrounded by many vassal states. They were vassal states, not vassal states. It was similar to the relationship between the Zhou emperor and the vassal states. However, this central empire was much more powerful than the Zhou emperor. These vassal states all worshipped the Yan emperor as the true dragon son of heaven. In terms of civilization, the Great Yan Empire far surpassed China's spring and autumn warring states, and was roughly similar to the Tang and Song dynasties. The country that Xianxia resided in was a large vassal state in the south, the state of Yu. The state of Yu had 3 provinces, 45 counties, and an area of more than 390,000 square kilometers. It had a population of more than 10 million people. It had developed commerce, sharp customs, and flourishing martial arts. The Ning clan had ruled the state of Yu for more than 400 years. The place that Xianxia resided in was the state of Yu's Tiannam province, Nujiang County, Xuanwu City. The name of the original owner of this body was also Xianxia. More importantly, the two of them looked 70 to 80% similar. This did not seem like a coincidence. As for what kind of complicated reason it was completely unknown at the moment. However, after reading the memories of this body, he felt that this alternate world Xianxia was a complete tragedy from beginning to end. Xianxia was born in Maple Leaf Village, Coldwater Town, Xuanwu City. His family was an outsider, and they only came to Maple Leaf Village when Xianxia was 2 years old. His parents were the most ordinary farmers. The entire Nujiang County was full of mountains and rivers, and there was little farmland. Xianxia's family of 4 only had 2 acres of farmland and 2 acres of mountainous terrain. His parents were very diligent, but their annual income was barely enough to feed him. Even though he was born in a farmer's family, and he was not the only son in the family, his parents doted on him since he was young. They could not bear to scold him, and could not bear to let him work. Even though his family was extremely poor, his parents still sent him to school, so in a sense, he could still be considered a scholar. However, his studies were quite poor. After studying for 10 years, he could not recognize more than 1,000 words. It was not because he was lazy, but because he was very diligent. His poor grades were because his IQ was too low. He was probably like Forrest Gump in Forrest Gump. His speech was slow, his expression was dull, and his reaction was slow. Apart from his handsome face, he was almost useless. Within a radius of a few hundred miles, he was synonymous with trash. His younger brother, Xinjian, was a poor man. After practicing martial arts for a few years, he had become a complete ruffian. Of course, being a ruffian could also make a fortune, but his younger brother could not be a bad person. He just fooled around outside every day. Even among the ruffians, he was at the level of cannon fodder. His parents gradually grew older, and the family's situation worsened. They were so poor that they could not even feed themselves. This year, he was 18 years old. He had been studying in the town school for 9 years, but his knowledge was still very poor. Some of his classmates who went to school with him had even passed the examination, but he was still in the primary class. Every day, he went to class with a group of 10-year-old children. This was equivalent to others going to college, but he had not even graduated from primary school. This was completely the shame of the school in Coldwater Town. Even if his parents and younger brother worked hard to earn money outside to pay for his tuition, the teachers in the town school were not willing to teach him. Because he was too stupid, and rotten wood could not be carved. So, he was driven out. Now he was an adult, and he could be regarded as a laborer. If he went back home to do farming, he could still survive. But since he was a child, his parents spoiled him too much. He could not carry a load on his shoulders, and he was almost powerless. He did not even know how to chop firewood, let alone do farm work. So, after returning home, he took a wooden stick to write and draw on the muddy ground outside the door every day. Every day, he ate free food at home. His parents did not dislike him. They still cared about him. Although his younger brother was a ruffian, he also treated him very well. Every day, he came back with a bloody nose and a swollen face to earn a few copper coins. He did not complain about raising his useless brother. When these memories surfaced, Xianxia felt a wave of warmth wash over him. The owner of this body did not have a good IQ, so he did not understand many things. Because white rice was expensive and corn was cheap, the family sold the rice in exchange for corn after harvesting, leaving only white rice for him to eat. When he was a child, Xianxia ate white rice every day. His parents and younger brother could only eat corn porridge. His father occasionally hunted a hare in the mountain and sold it in the market. But every time, he would leave a rabbit leg for Xianxia to eat alone. His younger brother, Xianxia, was drooling while eating the corn rice in his bowl. His parents were really biased. They loved Xianxia, the imbecile, as a treasure. His younger brother, Xianxia, was like a weed. Since he was a child, Xianxia was often bullied because of his low IQ. His younger brother, Xianxia, had fought with others several times to protect him. It was really happy and warm. So, his memory was very good until now. Even if his family was extremely poor, he was really happy. However, since Xianxia was so poor, why did he live in such a luxurious room at this time? Because he married a super rich wife. To be exact, he married into a rich family. In Xuanwu City, the Su family was in the silk and cloth business. They owned tens of thousands of acres of mulberry fields and cotton fields. They were extremely wealthy. The Su family's daughter, Su Xianxia, was a top beauty in Xuanwu City. She was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Not only in Xuanwu City, but even in the entire Nujiang prefecture, she was outstanding. From the age of 15, she helped her father manage the family business. She was smart and capable. Moreover, she also made friends with many daughters of high officials and nobles. This allowed the Su family to smoothly integrate into the upper class of Nuzhu prefecture from a merchant family. Such a beautiful, talented, and wealthy young lady was the dream lover of countless young men. Even if she wanted to marry into their family, the stupid Xianxia would never have a chance. Although he was very handsome, he and Su Xianxia were worlds apart. It was impossible for them to be together. Under normal circumstances, Su Xianxia would not even look at him. But no one would have thought that a year ago, Su Xianxia suddenly became seriously ill. Rich Lord Su looked for all the doctors in the vicinity, but they were all unable to cure her. She was about to die. At this time, a necromancer came to Su and said that Su Xianxia was not sick at all. Instead, she was bewitched. There was only one way to save his daughter. That was to get married and transfer the bad luck and evil energy to this son-in-law. Of course, Su did not believe this. But Su Xianxia was about to die. He could only try it as a last resort. He publicly looked for a son-in-law for Su Xianxia in the entire Nujiang prefecture. If it was before, countless young men would have broken their heads to fight for this marriage. Even if Su Xianxia was about to die, even if the Su family was rich, there would still be countless people fighting to be the son-in-law. Paper could not cover fire. The Su family looked for a son-in-law for Su Xianxia to get married and transfer the evil energy. This matter was spread out. Everyone loved beauties and gold coins, but their lives were more important. Of course, transferring evil energy was something that people were afraid of. Those young heroes who had been yearning for Su Xianxia were all afraid of it, and no one was willing to come to their door. 2 years ago, Xianxia, the imbecile from the alien world, had accidentally seen Su Xianxia once and had been thinking about her ever since. Other young elites might only admire Su Xianxia, but Xianxia completely regarded her as a god. Just like Forrest Gump in the movie, Forrest Gump was obsessed with Jenny. Ever since he was chased away by the school, he had been drawing and writing on the ground every day. Most of the time, he was drawing Su Xianxia's face. When he heard that Su Xianxia was seriously ill and needed a man to get married and transfer the evil energy, he didn't hesitate to rush to the Su family and said that he was willing to marry Su Xianxia to get married, and he didn't discuss it with his parents. Of course, his parents and younger brother didn't agree. They directly rushed to the Su family to stop it, but it was too late. Xianxia had already married the unconscious Su Xianxia. Even so, his parents and younger brother insisted on bringing Xianxia home, but they were kicked out by the Su family. At that time, the housekeeper of the Su family gave his father Xianxia 50 gold coins, but his father directly threw it back. He said that he would never take the money from selling his son. In this way, Xianxia became the son-in-law of the Su family. A handsome and poor country boy with low IQ married into a rich family. Of course, Xianxia became the son-in-law of the Su family not for glory and wealth, but to save his dream lover, Su Xianxia. Even if getting married to get married and transfer the evil energy sounded completely nonsense. However, a strange thing happened. After getting married, Su Xianxia actually recovered and became even more beautiful and charming. This made the Su family incredulous and overjoyed. Xianxia didn't mean to take the credit. He still stayed in his small courtyard every day, reading, writing and drawing. The Su family's attitude towards him became somewhat complicated. They were happy that Su Xianxia could recover, but Xianxia was, after all, a stupid and poor country boy. He wasn't even worthy of Su Xianxia's fingers. As a result, the servants and maids of the Su family started gossiping more and more. Words like a toad lusting after swan meat, or a poor boy's wishful thinking often rang in their ears. The disdainful looks the servants gave Xianxia also became more and more explicit. The food that was sent became worse and worse. At first, it was cold, and then it simply became rotten. Although Xianxia was born poor, he was spoiled by his parents since he was a child. In this rich Su family, the food he ate was not as good as it was in the countryside. Not only that, he was also driven to live in a woodshed. There wasn't even a bed, and a mat was directly laid on the ground. Xianxia's intelligence was low, and he was stupid and pure. He would not complain, nor would he complain. When he was bullied, he could only bear it silently. Later, Su Xianxia found out and flew into a rage. She ordered the servants who treated Xianxia cruelly to be punished. Each of them was whipped a dozen times. She also publicly announced that if anyone dared to bully Xianxia again, they would be directly expelled from the Su family. So Xianxia returned to live in the gorgeous courtyard. The food was excellent every day. Even every day or two, Su Xianxia would come to talk to him. These days, to Xianxia, he was like a god. Even though they had been married for several months, not to mention sharing a bed, he didn't even touch a finger of his wife, Su Xianxia. But as long as he could see her often and hear her voice, Xianxia was already incomparably satisfied and happy. But just half a month ago, Xianxia suddenly became seriously ill. Su Xianxia found several famous doctors for him, but they couldn't cure him. She didn't even know what illness he had. Every day, he became weaker and weaker, and he became on the verge of death. Until today, he directly breathed his last. This allowed Xianxia's soul to cross over and occupy this body. So, his short life was a tragedy from beginning to end, and a stupid one at that, Xianxia sighed in his heart. Then, he discovered that there were other things in his mind besides the memories of the two of them. It was full of magical and mysterious things. He couldn't help but concentrate, wanting to find out what it was in his mind. And at this moment, footsteps came from outside. This trash should be dead. He's really strong. He actually held on for so many days before dying. It's good that he's dead, lest he delays our family's young miss. That's right. Such a useless trash, and a poor boy from the countryside, still wanted to marry our family's young miss. With his cheap life, how could he bear this blessing? Sure enough, he's dead. But even if he dies, it's worth it. Our young miss is like a heavenly figure. Every day, she asks about his well-being and cares for him in every possible way. Our young miss is really kind. A person with a mental illness like this can actually chat with him for half an hour every day. Xianxia had once ordered that no one was allowed to bully Xianxia, or else they would be expelled from the Su family. So before, these servants and maids didn't dare to ridicule Xianxia like this. But these days, seeing that Xianxia was about to die and couldn't hear them, their courage gradually grew. These servants and maids sneered as they opened the door. Every half an hour, they would come in to check on Xianxia's body. Go see if he's dead or not. After entering the door, a maid covered her nose and said. In the next second, the maid let out a cry of surprise and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. More than half an hour ago, she came to see Xianxia. He was clearly on the verge of death. But now, not only was he not dead, but he was sitting straight on the bed. Although his body was weak, he was actually full of energy. You're not dead? The maid blurted out. Yes, I'm not dead. Xianxia said. The servant stared at his face in surprise. After a long time, the maid in the lead said, quickly go tell master and young miss that Xianxia is not dead. Then, the servants and maids hurried out. About a quarter of an hour later, a doctor came in. He was brought in by butler Su. He rolled Xianxia's eyes and checked Xianxia's pulse. After a long while, he said in surprise, it's really strange. He was so seriously ill and was about to die, but he actually recovered in such a mysterious way. The butler said, Dr. Li, are you sure Xianxia has recovered? He's fine. His life is no longer in danger, Dr. Li said. Butler Su also smiled. Dr. Li's medical skills are really brilliant. Dr. Li hesitated for a moment and said, it was just a coincidence. Butler Su said, Xianxia, rest well. Then, he left the room with Dr. Li. Xianxia got out of bed and stood in front of the mirror to carefully look at his new self. He was really handsome. Even though he was very weak, he was full of youthfulness. Not only that, although Xianxia was handsome, his eyes were dull and his expression stupid. He did not look very charming, like a wooden statue. But now, Xianxia's eyes were full of spirit. His expression was vivid and deep. It was a world of difference from before. It was great to be reborn. After looking at himself in front of the mirror for half an hour, Xianxia sat in front of the table and picked up a book to read. Of course, he could not read at that moment. He was just putting on a show. That was because he was thinking about a question. What was in his mind? Besides the two memories of Xianxia, there were other things. He could not help but search in his mind. Then, he was surprised to find that a Windows 10 computer desktop appeared in his mind. This was too amazing. This image was very familiar. It was exactly his Dell's alien laptop. It was filled with all kinds of information, books, games, movies, and so on. In modern Earth, Xianxia was performing surgery every day. His life was very boring. Moreover, the internet in many parts of Africa was very poor. Xianxia had to download a large number of books and information to the hard disk. It could be said that this computer accompanied Xianxia for most of his leisure time. In his mind, Xianxia casually opened a book, a movie, or a game on the computer. He was completely unimpeded. This was too amazing. The entire alien laptop had drilled into his brain. Not only that, Xianxia also had a very strange feeling, not in his head, but in his eyes. Thus, he tried his best to concentrate his spirit in his eyes, and something even more amazing happened. Everything in front of Xianxia's eyes changed. It was no longer the world that normal people could see. He could see the scissors in the drawer, the water in the vase, and the roots under the soil of the bonsai. That's right, he could see through things. Of course, this wasn't the X-ray vision that allowed one to see through women's clothes like in many urban novels, but it was X-ray vision. It was like the X-ray machine in the hospital, which could see through the human body's veins and internal organs. It was also like the X-ray machine in the train station, which could see through a layer of boxes. Then Xianxia remembered that when the bomb exploded next to him, it did not only destroy his body, but also an X-ray machine and a laptop. Now, they had actually transmigrated together with Xianxia. This was too magical. However, there shouldn't be any other strange things that had transmigrated with him, right? At this moment, the door of the room was opened. A fragrant wind blew in, and then a gentle and charming voice sounded. "Xianxia, you've really recovered. I'm so happy." Xianxia couldn't help but turn his head to look. First, he saw a slender skeleton, veins, and internal organs because he was in the field of X-ray vision. He blinked, and the X-ray vision receded, returning to normal vision. Then, Xianxia saw graceful beauty. Sure enough, it was one in a million. This delicate oval face was really like a beauty in a painting. This graceful figure was fat with a little bit more, and thin with a little bit less. Her skin was like sheep fat, delicate and delicate. No wonder countless young elites in the entire Nujiang prefecture were infatuated with her. This woman's beauty, figure, and temperament were all wonderful. No wonder Xianxia was infatuated with her at a glance, and was even willing to sacrifice himself to save her life. Not only was she a one in a million beauty, she also had an elegant temperament, and her whole body was filled with tranquility and a scholarly aura. She was not like the daughter of a merchant family at all, but more like the daughter of a noble with a rich history. This woman was, of course, Xianxia's wife, Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia for the first time, Xianxia was slightly startled. She was a little surprised because she noticed that Xianxia had changed. His face was still the same, but his spirit and temperament seemed to be somewhat different. She came to sit in front of Xianxia, and the curve of her waist and buttocks was enchanting. "Xianxia, you've recovered. Heaven is truly helping a good man," Xianxia said gently. "N," Xianxia said. Xianxia was silent for a moment, and then said, "These days, your parents have come to our house several times. They miss you very much. Your mother even knelt in front of me several times, begging me to return you to her. Truly pitiful parents." N. Xianxia instantly heard the hidden meaning, but he was still pretending to be very dull, which made Xianxia feel that the first time she saw Xianxia was just an illusion. Seeing that Xianxia's reaction was so slow, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little awkward. If she said these words to a smart person, the other party would have understood long ago, but this Xianxia in front of her was completely stupid and had no reaction to her words. This made her momentarily speechless. Bang! At this moment, the door to the room was forcefully opened, and an extremely handsome man in embroidered clothes walked in directly. He came to the back of Xianxia and kissed her hair, and then sneered, "This is a retard. You spoke to him so tactfully, how could he understand?" Then, he looked at Xianxia arrogantly and disdainfully, and said, "My name is Zhang Jin. You actually didn't die, this is very good. Then, you can get lost and go back to your country doghouse." Xianxia couldn't help but look at this handsome and extraordinary Zhang Jin. There was not much expression on his face, and even his eyes didn't have much emotion. Zhang Jin said, "You can't even understand these words, then I will say it more clearly. You, a poor person, married into the Su family to get married. Now that Xianxia's body has recovered, you are not even worthy of a finger of hers, so you are expelled from the Su family. From now on, Xianxia has nothing to do with you, because she is going to marry me, understand?" Xianxia couldn't help but look at Xianxia, this gentle and perfect woman in his memory. Xianxia's eyes were a little vexed, the situation in front of her went against her perfect image. She originally wanted to use a quieter method to cut off her relationship with Xianxia as husband and wife, but who knew that Zhang Jin directly broke the window paper. Xianxia's eyes were fixed on Xianxia's beautiful face, as if he wanted to get a definite answer from her. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia gently said, "Xianxia, you are very kind, but I am very sorry, we are not suitable for each other." Xianxia didn't respond to this good guy card. "I am so handsome, I don't need a good guy card." Xianxia said, "Your parents miss you very much, and they have been begging us to return their son to them, so it is good for you to go home and reunite with them." Xianxia still stared at her, and didn't say a word. Su Qianqian was a little angry in her heart. This Shenlang in front of her was actually so pedantic, she had already said it so clearly. Humph. The luxurious young master Zhang Jin next to her was a little impatient, and coldly snorted. Su Qianqian looked at him with a slightly flattering look, and then said with a slightly cold voice, Shenlang, I am very grateful for your feelings towards me, but we are really not suitable for each other. So you should go home. From now on, we are no longer husband and wife. Shenlang looked at Su Qianqian, and then looked at Zhang Jin, smiled and said, okay, I will go home. Zhang Jin sneered, your stupid brain is really hopeless. Then, he put his arm around Su Qianqian's small waist and walked out of the room. In half an hour, get out of the Su family, or else bear the consequences. Zhang Jin said coldly, and then walked away. Zhang Jin's voice could still be heard from the outside. Zhang Jin said, we have to hurry. The Zhu family is going to the Xianwu mansion to ask for a marriage. Once Zhu Hongxue and Jean Milan get married first, our wedding won't be so illustrious because of their high status. Xianwu mansion's Jean Milan? Su Qianqian's tone was a bit complicated. Yes. Zhang Jin said, she can be called the princess of Xuanwu City. His tone was even more complicated. Then Zhang Jin asked, do you see her often? Is she really as beautiful as the legends say? Is her martial arts so high? Is she so good at war? Su Qianqian said, the princess of Xuanwu City is very arrogant. She won't attend our gatherings. Even when the governor's daughter invited her, she didn't respond. She is a rich and powerful aristocrat that has lived for hundreds of years. Of course she is arrogant. Zhang Jin said, right, this matter is confidential. Don't tell anyone. Su Qianqian softly said, I know the depth of this matter. After Zhang Jin and Su Qianqian left, Shenlang returned to the mirror with a sarcastic smile. Shenlang was not the least bit surprised that such a situation had occurred. When reading the memory of this body, Shenlang had already discovered that 2 months ago, Su Qianqian had given him all kinds of hints. For example, they were destined to be together but not fated to be together, or that his parents were very concerned about Shenlang and so on. But the previous Shenlang had low intelligence. How could he understand these hints? So he was completely indifferent and happily stayed in the Su family. Su Qianqian's hints were all ineffective. So 1 month ago, Shenlang suddenly became seriously ill. The reason was ready-made. The evil energy had been transferred to Shenlang. Of course, Shenlang couldn't die immediately, so the Su family found one doctor after another for him. Of course, he couldn't be saved, so more than 2 hours ago, the Shenlang of this world died. But who would have thought that Earth's Shenlang would actually transmigrate over and perform a resurrection? Perhaps it was out of reverence for Shenlang's miracle of resurrection, or for other reasons, the Su family didn't directly kill anyone. Zhang Jin, the son of a rich and powerful family, directly broke the window paper and let Su Qianqian reveal her disguise. He directly drove Shenlang out of the Su family and broke off the relationship between husband and wife. What a rush. After transmigrating to this world, his life as a son-in-law only lasted for a little more than 2 hours. The Su family couldn't live off her anymore. It seemed that she would have to find another bowl of rice to eat. Of course, as a doctor with X-ray vision, it was very easy for him to support himself and his family. He just needed to open a medical center. But in his previous life, he had been treating patients and saving people every day, so he was physically and mentally exhausted. In this life, he just wanted to enjoy wealth and live a leisurely life. It wasn't easy for him to transmigrate, but he still wanted to be a doctor. Isn't he a little too useless? It wasn't easy for him to have such a handsome face, so he couldn't waste it. He must find a more powerful family. But before that, he needed to properly manage his reputation. Carrying the label of a moron would not be able to seduce those rich, powerful, and beautiful noble ladies. Who was the richest and most powerful girl in the surrounding hundreds of miles, and who hadn't married yet? The daughter of Xianwu Mansion, Jean Milan. Yes, it was her. Just now, Su Qianqian also said that she was the daughter of a century-old rich family, the princess of Xuanwu City. Shenlang didn't have anything to pack, because there was no property of his in the Su family, so he was about to leave directly. Time waited for no man. He had to hurry up and start his business of living off a woman. Bang! The door was opened again, but this time it was violently smashed open. Housekeeper Su brought along 4 servants who practiced martial arts and rushed in. He pointed at Xianxia and said sternly, "How dare you, Xianxia? After you, a poor kid from the countryside, married into my Su clan, not only did you steal our clan's money, you even molested the maidservants in our clan. Such a crime should be punishable by death. However, my Su clan is a kind clan, so we will temporarily spare your dog life. Master has ordered that the marriage between Xianxia and Miss be dissolved, and he will be expelled from the Su family immediately." Xianxia smiled again in his heart. That's right, Xianxia also needed a reason to drive him away, so he must be the one to blame. In the past few months since he married into the Su family, he didn't even touch a silver coin, let alone steal money. As for molesting the maids, it was even more ridiculous. For your little life, for the lives of your parents and brother, you should know what to say when you go out. Housekeeper Su said coldly, "I almost forgot that you are an idiot. Remember this clearly. After you go out, you will say that you stole the Su family's money and molested the Su family's maids, so you were kicked out. If you say anything wrong, your whole family will suffer. Do you understand?" "Understood," Xianxia said. "Scram," Housekeeper Su said. I'm leaving now." Xianxia walked out. "Wait." Housekeeper Su shouted coldly, "Search his body, this kind of lowly trash has dirty hands and feet, don't let him steal half a silver coin from the family." Several servants came up to search his body, but there was not a single thing on Xianxia's body. "Even the clothes you are wearing are silk, they are worth a few silver coins. A poor person like you will never have the chance to wear them in your lifetime, you got lucky." Housekeeper Su waved his hand and said, "Come, drive Xianxia out." Just like that, Xianxia was driven out of the Su family's mansion by several servants. When he was driven out of the Su family, the maids pointed at him along the way. "This trash has finally been driven out. He is a poor guy, eating and drinking for free in the Su family for a few months, he already got lucky. What kind of person is young miss, she actually became his wife in name for a few months, what a stain. But, he is really handsome. What's the use of being handsome, he is stupider than a pig, a complete good-for-nothing." The Su family's mansion was very big, it was tens of acres of land, it took a few minutes to walk out. Scram back to your doghouse in the countryside." A servant forcefully pushed Xianxia forward. Xianxia staggered out of the Su family's gate. Bang! The gate behind him was slammed shut. Looking up at the sky, a bright moon hung in the sky, it was already night. Thinking about it in his mind, Xianxia found the direction of his home in his memory, he walked towards the northwest direction. This place was more than 40 miles away from his home, it was a long way to go, and it was night time. After walking for a few hundred meters, Xianxia couldn't help but look back at the Su family's courtyard. He will take revenge, and soon, in less than 3 days, moreover, his revenge will be endless, a gentleman's revenge, from morning to night. Su Xianxia stood at the highest point of the pavilion, looking at Xianxia's back as he left. "This kid is lucky." A middle-aged man's voice came from behind, he was the founder of the Su family, Su Guanyun. "Father, what we did today was too explicit." Su Xianxia frowned and said, "This is against my reputation. There is no other way." Su said, "Gongzi Zhangjin must see this scene, our Su family has developed to this point, we need a big backer. Gongzi Zhangjin is the best son-in-law our family can hope for, making him happy is the most important, as for our family's reputation, it doesn't matter." Su Qianqian replied. "Besides, this imbecile Xianxia can't be more honest, he won't say anything when he goes back." Su said, "Of course, if he dares to say anything, maybe his parents and family will suffer." Su Qianqian frowned again, she felt that her father shouldn't say such words. The night was quiet, the moonlight was bright and hazy, Xianxia hurried home, insects chirping all the way. After walking for about a dozen miles, suddenly a few figures blocked his way. 5 armed warriors surrounded him, 3 at the front and 2 at the back. This was the wilderness, there was no sign of human habitation. "Young Master Shen, please come with us." A piece of cloth directly tied his mouth, so that he couldn't make a sound, and another piece of cloth tied his eyes. Then, the 5 people led Xianlang through the dense forest, walking for about a quarter of an hour. After a while, Xianlang was brought to a place and stopped. Someone untied the cloth covering Xianlang's eyes. This was a graveyard. There were a total of 8 people, all holding knives. 4 people were digging a very long and deep pit. "Leader, the pit is dug. Do it." A hoarse voice sounded, "Invite Shin to the pit, then fill it with soil and bury it. Remember to light candles and incense afterwards, lest Shin die too miserably." They were going to bury Xianlang alive. A pit kill. "Wait." Xianlang said, "Leader Tian, you don't have long to live." But because Xianlang's mouth was tied with a strip of cloth, he couldn't make any sound. He could only whimper. The other party couldn't hear what he was shouting and didn't care at all. Thus, Xianlang stared fixedly at the leader of the group. The man was in his 30s, with 2 scars on his face. His face was cold, his eyes cruel, and he wore a soft armor. Xianlang had an impression of this cruel man because he had seen him several times. This person's name was Tianheng. He was a famous leader of the underworld within 100 miles. He had hundreds of outlaws under his command. He ran gambling stalls, brothels, and broker houses. He was cruel and ruthless, and no one knew how many people he had killed. He also had another official identity, the leader of the militia in Xuanwu City. Those people pushed Xianlang into the pit and began to bury him. Ordinary people would have already cried and peed their pants, but Xianlang was still very quiet. At first, he stared at Tianheng's face, then he stared at Tianheng's body from head to toe. His gaze was very strange. He used an X-ray to look at it, and this kind of gaze made people shudder. Tianheng finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and raised his hand. Immediately, his 4 men stopped shoveling the soil. Tianheng came in front of Xianlang, tore off the strip of cloth in his mouth, and asked, "What are you looking at?" Xianlang said, "There is a needle in your body. If you don't take it out, your life will be in danger." He didn't lie. There was indeed a needle in Tianheng's body, a very thin silver needle, which was in his lungs at this time. If it weren't for his X-ray vision, he wouldn't have seen it at all. After hearing Xianlang's words, Tianheng couldn't help but be shocked. Xianlang continued, "That needle is in the main vein of your lungs and will flow with your blood. If you don't take it out, once it enters your brain, you will die." Tianheng was even more shocked and couldn't believe it. "How do you know?" This was a secret that even Tianheng's wife didn't know. It was really strange that this stupid pretty boy in front of him knew. "This was too uncanny," Xianlang said, "I can take it out for you." Tianheng looked at Xianlang for a long time and said, "Everyone says you're a fool, but you don't look like one." Xianlang said, "This needle must be taken out, otherwise you will definitely die. Only I can help you take it out. But the condition is that I spare your life, right?" Tianheng said, "Don't you want to know who ordered me to kill you?" Xianlang shook his head. "I don't need to ask to know who it is." Tianheng narrowed his eyes and said, "You're definitely not stupid." Then, he shook his head and said, "But I'm very sorry, I can't promise you." Xianlang's eyes narrowed. He had thought that this deal was very safe. Even if someone paid Tianheng to kill him, how could money be more important than his life? If Xianlang could save Tianheng's life, he had no reason not to agree. He had no reason not to release Xianlang. In this case, there was only one reason. Tianheng couldn't take out the silver needle in his body because the person who planted the silver needle in his body was someone he couldn't resist. There was a story behind this. But this was troublesome. The other party couldn't take out the needle. Xianlang's amazing medical skills couldn't be used, so this deal couldn't be made. Tianheng said, "Your brother owes us a sum of money." "Brother owes money?" 3 months ago, your father was injured. In order to save him, your brother borrowed 10 gold coins from my shop to see a doctor. Now, with the interest, it's already 100 gold coins. This was much more ruthless than a loan shark. In just 3 months, the interest added up to 10 times. But Xianlang didn't care about the interest, but his father's injury, 3 months ago, which was when he married into the Su family. His father went to the Su family to make trouble, wanting to bring Xianlang home. In the end, he was driven out by the servants of the Su family. He must have been seriously injured. At that time, Xianxia was a stupid fool. Of course, he didn't know about this. It turned out that Xianxia was really hopeless. He fell in love with a woman like Su Xianxia, and he didn't even care about his parents. Such a stupid waste didn't deserve his parents' love. Because your family can't pay the money, so I buried you alive. It has nothing to do with others. Do you understand? Tianheng said, of course, to make it look real, we will demolish your house, and kill your brother and your parents. Xianxia understood what Tianheng was trying to say. Someone had already paid Tianheng to do these things, but they needed to find a legitimate reason to do so. Hence, the excuse of exterminating Tianheng's entire family was a good one. You and I have no grudge, and you're not as stupid as the rumors say. Tianheng said, but I still have to kill you. I'm sorry. Then, he stood up and said, give him a quick death. Kill him first and then bury him. Yes. A samurai stepped forward, pulled out a knife, and slashed at Xianxia's neck. He was about to end his life. Wait. Xianxia shouted, how much did someone pay you to kill me? I'll give you 10 times, I'll give you 1,000 gold coins. As soon as he said this, the samurai's knife was 3 inches above Xianxia's neck. Tianheng couldn't help but be surprised. This Xianxia wasn't stupid, he was extremely smart. From this simple conversation just now, he actually heard that the price was 100 gold coins. I'm very tempted. Tianheng said, really, very tempted. But, your family is so poor that you can't even feed yourself. Your father is still lying in bed, and your brother's legs were broken. You can't even take out 1 gold coin, let alone 1,000 gold coins. All of this was caused by the former Xianxia. Because of his stupidity and the viciousness of the Su family, his father and brother were seriously injured and even in danger. In this world, how much was 1,000 gold coins equivalent to? An ordinary family couldn't even save 2 gold coins in a year of hard work. Using the crudest calculation method, 1,000 gold coins was equivalent to about 5 million yuan on modern Earth. This is a huge sum of money, you can't take it out. Tianheng continued. Xianxia said, but you can take a gamble. If you succeed, you can make a huge sum of money. Even if the gamble fails, you will only delay killing me for a few days. It won't delay you from getting the 100 gold coins from the Su family. Tianheng was slightly hesitant. Xianxia wanted to take out 1,000 gold coins within 10 days. This seemed to be completely impossible. But just now, the other party was able to see that there was a silver needle in his body, and it was in his lungs. This was a bit amazing. Xianxia said, 10 days, 1,000 gold coins. Tianheng stared at Xianxia's handsome face and hesitated for a while. Finally, he said, 3 days, I can only give you 3 days. Xianxia understood. Tianheng and the other party also agreed on 3 days. Within 3 days, if he killed Xianxia, he would get 100 gold coins. Okay, it's a deal. Xianxia said. Tianheng said, dig him out. The 4 warriors dug Xianxia out of the pit, but these people didn't have pen and paper on them. Xianxia directly tore a piece of white silk underwear, bit his finger, and wrote an IOU with blood. He owed Tianheng 1,000 gold coins, and then signed his name. As he wrote, he cursed in his heart. What kind of bullshit cheat is this? It's not as useful as money. In the end, it's still gold coins that save my life. Tianheng took the IOU written in blood and looked at Xianxia for a while. This is the legendary Xianxia with low intelligence? This is too ridiculous. Hand over 1,000 gold coins within 3 days, or else I will kill your whole family. Tianheng said, 13, 14, the 2 of you escort Xianxia home. Stay with him for these 3 days. Yes, the 2 warriors said. Then, Tianheng left with the other 3 warriors. Xianxia, remember, within 3 days, hand over 1,000 gold coins, or else I will kill your whole family. His figure was already out of sight, but his cold voice still drilled into Xianxia's ears with the wind. No problem. Xianxia's brain worked quickly. Soon, he thought of a way. Not only could he earn a lot of money, but he could also protect his family. Most importantly, he could take revenge on the Su family, 3 birds with 1 stone. Earning money and taking revenge on the Su family was important, but he had to return home first. His father was gravely injured, and his younger brother had a broken leg. He had to return home immediately for treatment. His family had not seen him for 3 months. He wondered how much they missed him. "Let's go, Shen." Tianheng's godson, 13th and 14th, said, "Do you want us to carry you back?" The 2 of them would keep an eye on Shenlang at all times, not giving him a chance to escape. Shenlang stretched his body before he continued walking home. The state of Yu was located in the southeast of Great Yin. It was a hilly area. The mountains were not tall, but they were numerous. Despite the complicated terrain, the roads were well maintained. Even the roads in the villages were about 4 meters wide. Moreover, they were smooth enough for 3 horses to pass side by side. This should be better than ancient China. When the sun rose, Shenlang saw many farmers coming out to work. They were dressed like ancient China, but their physiques were slightly better. They were taller and more muscular. Along the way, almost every village had a sturdy stone fort. There were also militiamen patrolling the fort with sabers at their waists. Some of them even carried bows and arrows. This was surprising. In most of the dynasties in ancient China, bows, arrows, and sabers were contraband. Now, they were openly displayed in the villages. The martial spirit of this world far surpassed that of ancient China. Shenlang finally arrived at Maple Leaf Village, where he lived, at noon the next day. Maple Leaf Village was located in a valley. It had a population of about 600. The village also had a stone fort and more than 20 militiamen. Most of the villagers lived together. There were more than 100 houses on both sides of the river. Shenlang's house was the only one far away from the village. It stood alone at the mountainside. Shenlang's family was from another place. They had only moved to this place about a dozen years ago. Villages like this were very conservative and xenophobic. On top of that, Shenlang's parents did not interact with the villagers. Hence, he had not been able to blend in until now. When he was halfway up the mountain, Shenlang looked at the mud house before him. This was his home. It was simply too broken, even more broken than the memories from 3 months ago. The yard was originally very flat by his father, but now it was full of weeds. Due to the wind and rain, there were a few holes in the mud walls. The roof didn't even have tiles, it was all thatch. This kind of poverty was really shocking. They couldn't even shelter themselves from the wind and rain. Before he reached the door, Shenlang heard his mother's sobs, his father's violent coughs, and his brother's pained cries. "Quickly go to the Su family and bring Dalong home." "Bring Dalong home," father said in a hoarse voice, coughing as he spoke. This was a lung injury that hadn't healed for a long time. Furthermore, it sounded like he was having difficulty breathing, so it must be a rather serious inflammation or even a hematoma in his lungs. "Father, I'll bring big brother home tomorrow," said the younger brother. His mother cried, "Old man, you've been coughing up blood and can't get out of bed." One of Erlang's leg bones was broken. How could he go? "I'll go to the Su family tomorrow. If they don't bring Dalong, I'll bang my head against the Su family's door and die. My Dalong, he's so honest and kind. I don't know how badly he's been bullied in the Su family. My son." His mother cried as she spoke. "I don't know if he'll be able to eat his fill, or if he'll be warm. My son, you've never suffered since you were young. You've never left our side since you were young. I don't know how much suffering you're going through now." When his brother heard his mother cry, he couldn't take it anymore. "Mother, I'll get a pair of crutches in a while. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Su family and bring big brother home. At most, I'll risk my life." Upon hearing this, Shenlang's body heated up as his heart ached. He rushed in and knelt in front of his father and mother. He said with a trembling voice, "Father, mother, I've been unfilial. I'm back." His parents and brother were stunned at first. Then, they were overjoyed. Mother rushed up and hugged Shenlang. She cried loudly, "Dalong, it's really my Dalong. You're back. I thought I'd never see you again. I'm not dreaming, am I?" His father was so excited that he struggled to get off the bed. He coughed violently, and blood foamed at the corner of his mouth. His brother sat up abruptly and let out a cry of pain. Xianxia said, "It's me. I'm back." Mother said, "My son, it's good that you're back. We'll never leave again. The Su family is vicious. Don't go there anymore, okay?" Xianxia nodded vigorously. "Yes, I won't go to the Su family anymore." "Good, good. That's right. That's right." Mother was so happy that she wiped away her tears. His father also said happily, "My son is so sensible." This pair of parents spoiled Xianxia too much. He just said that he wouldn't go to the Su family, and they thought that he was sensible. Xianxia hurriedly went to help his father up. He focused his spiritual power in his eyes and checked his father's injuries. Sure enough, it was internal injuries. His lungs and stomach were damaged. There was a lot of congestion in his lungs. There were also cracks in his ribs. After 3 months of growth, the broken ribs had already healed. However, it was very uneven and there were many osteophytes. It could be seen how ruthless the Su family's servants were 3 months ago. His father's internal injuries were so serious. Fortunately, his brother borrowed 10 gold coins to find a doctor to treat his father's internal injuries. Otherwise, Xianxia would never see his father again. 10 gold coins to treat an injury was an astronomical figure for an ordinary farmer. But even so, his father's internal injuries were not completely healed. If he couldn't be treated, his father's life would still be in danger. In almost an instant, Xianxia had already formulated a treatment plan. He would make a very small incision in his father's lungs and drain the hematoma out. Then, he would use herbs to reduce the inflammation and nourishing medicine to restore his vitality. He would be fully recovered in a few months. "Father, your son is unfilial. I won't let you two worry anymore," Xianxia said as he placed his palm on his father's forehead. He had a fever. It was obvious that there was inflammation. It must be treated immediately. Otherwise, his life would be in danger within a few days. His father's eyes were fixed on Xianxia's face. He desperately held back his cough. His eyes were filled with incomparable love. "Dalong, you've become smarter." His father, who loved his son as much as his life, was very sharp. He immediately noticed the change in Xianxia. His parents doted on Xianxia very much. However, they were also very clear about their son. He was a person with low intelligence. Although they were unwilling to admit it, they knew deep in their hearts that the eldest son they doted on was trash. Moreover, his eyes were dull and his expression was dull. He didn't expect that he would become smarter after coming back this time. That was enough. His father was very happy. Even if he was still a waste, he looked smart. He might even be able to marry a wife. Even if she was a widow, it didn't matter. His mother went forward and held Xianxia's face for a while. Then, she said happily, "That's right, that's right. My family's Dalong has become quick-witted. His eyes are too attractive, too lively. God bless you, God bless you." Xianxia was still thinking about how to explain his change, but there was no need for him to explain at all. His parents loved him so much. After seeing that he had become smarter, they were infinitely happy. There was no need for Xianxia to explain at all. "Brother, did the Su family chase you out?" his younger brother asked. Xianxia nodded. "It's good that you were chased out, it's good that you were chased out." His mother said, "Mother can't bear for my son to stay in such a cruel family. Although our family is poor, we will be able to provide for you if we work hard. We won't let my Dalong suffer." This bias was really boundless. From what his mother meant, Xianxia still didn't need to do any work at home. He only needed to eat plain rice every day. "You married into the Su family because you wanted a wife, right? When your father and brother are well, go earn money and marry a wife for my Dalong." His mother said, "What about widow Lu from the village? Although she's older than you by 3 years, she's beautiful and dotes on you." It wasn't that his parents were looking down on Xianxia, but their family's conditions were poor. Xianxia had a bad reputation and low intelligence. Other than being beautiful, he didn't even have the skills to make a living. It was already good enough that he could marry a widow. Xianxia smiled and came to his brother's bed. He lifted his trousers and saw that his calf was bruised and swollen. The right calf bone was broken. "Brother, I'm fine. I'll be fine after lying down for 10 days to half a month. At most, I'll just be crippled. Anyway, I have Big Brother to carry on the family line." Xianxia said, "And it's good that you're crippled. I'll go to Xuanwu City to make money every day. When I see a carriage, I'll rush under it to extort money." This was his brother. He treated Xianxia very well, but he was definitely not reliable. With his broken leg, if it wasn't treated, he would die even faster. "When did it happen?" Xianxia asked. "The day before yesterday." His brother said, "Because I didn't hear any news about you for almost a month, I went to the Su family to inquire. In the end, I didn't even get in. When I returned home, I was ambushed and my right leg was broken." The news of Xianxia's serious illness had been blocked by the Su family, so his family didn't know. However, mother and son were connected. His parents didn't hear any news about Xianxia for a long time, so they were naturally worried. So, they sent their youngest son to inquire. After leaving the Su family, his leg was broken. This matter definitely had something to do with the Su family. What a vicious family. Xianxia's handsome face seemed to be covered in frost. The corner of his eyes twitched. Xianxia said, "I'll help you treat your broken leg. It'll be very painful. You have to bear with it." His brother said, "Brother, when did you learn to treat injuries?" Before, Xianxia even needed his mother's help to put on clothes. How could he treat a broken leg? In modern Earth, Xianxia was treating people every day. Although he couldn't be considered a top doctor, he had a lot of clinical experience. The illness of his father and brother was nothing in his eyes. Moreover, he had X-ray vision. Even in this alternate world with undeveloped medical conditions, treating the two was a piece of cake. Xianxia said, "Dad, Mom, I'm going to the mountains to pick some herbs. Daolong, Mom will go with you. There are beasts in the mountains, and don't get lost." Mom rushed out. She completely treated Xianxia like a child and didn't even want him to go up the mountain alone. "Mother, boil a pot of water at home. Find a small knife and sharpen it a little. Prepare a thicker and longer needle. Prepare some cotton cloth and place it in the water." Xianxia spoke quickly, but his words were clear and calm. Mom was stunned, but she didn't question him. She nodded and said, "Okay." To her, her son had become very intelligent. Every word he said was like an imperial edict. Xianxia carried a bamboo basket and a small shovel. He left home and went up the mountain. Tianheng's men, Shisan and Shisan, followed closely behind. If they didn't get the money, they would keep an eye on Xianxia. When the time was up, they would kill him. Xianxia was a little worried that the plants in this world would be completely different from those on Earth, but he was worried too much. Although there were many plants that he didn't know, there were still quite a few plants that were exactly the same. There were many anti-inflammatory Chinese herbs. The back mountain of Xianxia's house was a lush forest. In just an hour, he picked a lot of basil, honeysuckle, dandelion, and so on. These could all be used to reduce inflammation. Unfortunately, this wasn't the edge of a dry desert, nor was it a grassland, so there was no licorice. But to his surprise, he found Isatis root. In modern Earth, Isatis root was known as a panacea. Then, Xianxia continued to dig up more than 10 kinds of Chinese herbs. Some were used to stop bleeding, some to remove heat, and so on. He filled the entire bamboo basket. Unfortunately, he didn't find mandala, so he couldn't make it into an anesthetic. In the evening, Xianxia returned with a full load. Mom had already prepared everything. Xianxia used his X-ray vision to carefully examine his brother's broken leg. Fortunately, the broken bone was smooth and not sharp, so it didn't poke any important blood vessels. Mother had already sharpened the knife and boiled it in boiling water. Xianxia gently made a small incision on his brother's broken bone. On one hand, it allowed the extravasated blood to flow out, and on the other hand, it allowed him to set the bone more accurately. Unfortunately, the conditions here were too simple and crude. It was impossible to make steel nails. After the broken bone was completely aligned, Xianxia used a boiled needle and thread to stitch up the wound. He then applied the crushed Chinese herbal medicine on the wound. After that, he used 3 wooden sticks that had been sharpened and boiled in water to tie them around the wound, completely fixing the place where the broken bone was connected. As there was no plaster cast, he could only use the wooden sticks. From now on, this leg can't come off the ground. It's best if you don't move it. It will grow back in 2 months, Xianxia said. This could be considered a minor surgery, and it took less than an hour from start to finish. Although the younger brother was sweating profusely from the pain, he firmly bit a wooden stick and did not cry out. Throughout the entire process, his parents held their breath as they stared at the scene in disbelief. They didn't even dare to breathe, let alone speak. This was too surprising. After Xianxia returned home, not only was he not stupid, he actually became so amazing. Just now, his father clearly saw that Xianxia's actions were quick and decisive. His gaze was firm and determined. It was as if he was a completely different person from before. The younger brother threw away the wooden stick in his mouth and looked at Xianxia in surprise. "Brother, you're really amazing. Not only did the swelling on my broken leg decrease, but it also doesn't hurt that much anymore. I've seen many doctors treat broken legs, but none of them are as fast and as amazing as you." Although the younger brother, Xianxia, was a cannon fodder among the hoodlums, he could be considered to have seen and experienced many things when it came to breaking limbs. The skill that Xianxia displayed was truly astonishing. Regardless of whether it was his skills or his technique, it far surpassed those doctors who treated the gangs. The most important thing was that Xianxia was a complete trash before. How did he change so much? Where did he learn such amazing skills? His family was really surprised and happy. Next, Xianxia treated his father. The first thing he did was to drain the accumulated blood in his lungs. Otherwise, the injury would become more and more serious. The most difficult thing about draining the accumulated blood was to know where the hematoma was. It was inside the lungs and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. For the doctors in this world, it was almost impossible to understand. But for Xianxia, it was completely effortless. His X-ray vision could easily determine the exact location of the accumulated blood and fluid. His mother had already ground a thick needle. The thickest part was about 3 millimeters in diameter. It was specially used to sew animal skins. After it was boiled in boiling water to sterilize it, Xianxia decisively and accurately pierced the lung and pulled it out. Then, he used a plant rod to pierce the wound. This plant rod was about 2 to 3 millimeters in diameter. After the core was pulled out, it was hollow. Moreover, it was hard enough to drain the accumulated blood out. Just like that, Xianxia made a few small holes in his father's lungs. Then, he slowly sucked out the hematoma inside. After more than an hour, most of the hematoma and fluid in his father's lungs were extracted. It didn't matter if the remaining part couldn't be extracted. It could be gradually absorbed with the body's functions. After Xianxia's treatment, the effect was completely immediate. His father was still coughing, but his breathing was much more comfortable. Previously, even if he tried hard to breathe, he felt that there wasn't enough air. Every time he breathed, his lungs felt like they were about to burst. That feeling was really worse than death. But now, it wasn't too difficult to breathe. His chest didn't feel blocked anymore. That feeling was really comfortable. He didn't expect that his son could have such a miraculous effect with just a little bit of skill. His medical skills were too brilliant. It was said that if you don't see your son for 3 days, you will look at him in a different light. His precious son had only not seen him for 3 months, and he actually had such skills? I feel much lighter and more comfortable now. My son is really amazing. His father's words were filled with incomparable pride. His mother stared at Xianxia. She really couldn't believe that her son had become so smart and amazing. Don't ask. Your Dalong wasn't stupid in the past. He just had great intelligence that could appear slow-witted. His father directly stopped his mother from asking. We can't be happier that Dalong has become like this. Why do we need to get to the bottom of it? His mother nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Anyway, it's a blessing from the heavens that my son is back. If Daolong has such skills, we won't marry Widow Lu. In the future, when we open a medical clinic and save enough money, we can even marry the village chief's daughter. Following that, his parents and brother did not mention a word about Shenlang's changes. They were only happy. My son must be hungry. Mom will prepare your meal. His mother walked into the kitchen excitedly. His mother was virtuous and efficient. In less than half an hour, the meal was served. There were 3 bowls of porridge, a big bowl of rice, a plate of wild vegetables, a plate of green vegetables, and a plate of preserved meat and cucumbers. As it wasn't convenient for his father and brother to recuperate in bed, the dining table was placed between the 2 beds. It was still Shenlang eating plain rice while his father, mother, and brother drank corn porridge. Shenlang wanted to share the rice with his father and brother, but was decisively rejected by the 3. My son is still growing. You won't be able to swallow corn porridge if you eat plain rice, his father said firmly. If you don't eat rice, I won't eat it. Your brother won't eat it either. Yes, I definitely won't eat it, Xianxia said as he lay on the bed. My son eats meat. His mother put the few pieces of preserved meat into Shenlang's bowl. Shenlang naturally wanted his father and brother to eat it, but he knew that they would definitely not eat it. Furthermore, they felt even happier when they saw Shenlang eat meat. Sigh. They were really biased to no end. Even if his father and brother were recuperating, even if Shenlang was in good health, the family would still give him the best food to eat. After eating, Shenlang brewed the medicine and gave it to his father and brother. His brother's bones were broken and he needed to drink bone soup. He would be fine after lying in bed for another 2 months. Although the hematoma and fluid in his father's lungs had been drained out and his life was temporarily out of danger, it could only be considered to be half cured. He still needed to continue to reduce inflammation, moisten his lungs, and nourish his body. These medicines could not be found in the mountains and needed to be bought with money. Daolong, wash your feet. His mother came forward with warm water and squatted down to wash Shenlang's feet. The entire process was natural and practiced. It was obvious that Shenlang had been washed by his mother for the past 10 years. I'll do it myself, I'll do it myself. Shenlang did not dare to let his mother wash his feet. That would be too unfilial. However, his mother was a little sad and said, Daolong, you used to like me washing your feet the most. What's wrong? Mother's hands are very clean. She was worried that Shenlang would dislike her after living in the Su family for a few months. Shenlang understood that washing his feet every time was also a very happy thing for his mother because he was her most beloved child. Thus, Shenlang's entire body and mind rippled in happiness as he watched his mother wash his feet with her rough hands. Throughout the process, her gaze and expression were infinite happiness and satisfaction. Shenlang inherited this body and memory, but not completely inherited the emotions. But in just a few hours, his heart fell, and he fell into the love of his parents and brother. From now on, you are my biological parents, my biological younger brother. He had the responsibility to let his parents and brother live a good life. At this time, Tian Xianji's faint voice sounded in his ears, Shenlang, your family really loves each other. But you only have 2 days. If you can't take out 1,000 gold coins, your whole family will suffer. After hearing Tian Xianji's words, Shenlang smiled, 13th brother, do you want to sleep in the same bed with me? Tian Xianji said, there are 2 more days. If you don't have 1,000 gold coins, I will kill your entire family. Then, he walked out. Shenlang laid comfortably on his bed. His house was very run down, and some parts of the roof had already leaked. So, his parents and younger brother shared a room, and Shenlang had his own room. Not only that, his bed was very big and soft, and even the thin quilt was new. His family was very poor, but they gave him the best of everything. People in the countryside were poor, and many children didn't even have new clothes for the new year. Shenlang's family was even poorer, but he had 3 sets of new clothes a year. No matter how poor his family was, his parents would buy them for him. 1 set in summer, 1 set in autumn, and 1 set during the new year. As for his younger brother, Xinjian, he had never had new clothes. He always wore Shenlang's old clothes. He really didn't know why it was like this. Why did his parents favor him so much? It didn't even make sense. His younger brother, Xianxia, was a good-for-nothing, fooling around outside every day. However, compared to the previous Xianlang, he was much better. Other than being handsome, Xianlang had no good points. If it wasn't for Xianlang transmigrating from Earth, this imbecile wouldn't even be able to manage his own life, let alone provide for his parents. He would need to be taken care of by his parents until they were old, and then his younger brother would take care of him. Useless Xianlang, I will repay what you owe my parents and brother. I will use the rest of my life to repay them. Xianlang swore in his heart that he would definitely let his parents live a good life. He would definitely let his younger brother get married and have a family. And the most important thing now was to get through this crisis. Tianheng gave him 3 days to gather 1,000 gold coins, and now there were only 2 days left. When the time was up, if Xianlang couldn't come up with 1,000 gold coins, what would happen? Tianheng would kill his entire family. He had always done it, and he would do it. Was it possible to earn 1,000 gold coins in 2 days? The next morning, after Xianlang woke up, he brewed medicine for his father and brother, washed up, and ate breakfast. Bang, 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 there was a knock on the door. His mother looked uneasy and was about to open the door. I'll drive it, Xianlang said. After opening the door, as expected, it was Tianheng's 13th and 14th godson. Time is of the essence. Let's go earn some money, Xianxia said directly. His tone was still as calm as before. Dalong, what's wrong? Mother asked. Mom, it's okay. It's just 2 of my friends, said Xianlang. His mother said enthusiastically, so it's Dalong's friend. Come and have some porridge with us. Tianxia smiled and said, no need. We've already eaten. Thank you, Auntie. His smile was also very warm. One could not tell that he was an assassin at all. He looked completely like a good guy. Xianlang calmly finished the porridge in his bowl, but his mother stuffed an egg into his mouth and said, hurry up and eat it. He instinctively wanted to give the egg to his father. Yes, immediately. Mother said resolutely. Then, she peeled an egg and gave half to her father and brother. Okay, I'll eat it, said Xianlang. Seeing him finish eating, his mother beamed with joy. Mom, I'm going to the city with my friends. Today, a very powerful teacher came to the school, said Xianlang. Mother suddenly became nervous and said, Dalong, are you going home for lunch? Xianlang said, I definitely won't be able to make it back in time for lunch. I'll try to go home for dinner. Tianxia said enthusiastically, Auntie, my house is in town. I won't let Xianlang go hungry. Mother said, then I'll have to trouble you. In the future, when you come home, I'll cook eggs for you. Okay. The smile on Tianxia's face became more honest. Then, Xianlang left home to earn money. Tianxia and Tianxia followed closely behind. 1,000 gold coins was an astronomical figure for his family. 4 hours later, Xianlang walked for more than 30 miles. He was almost at Xuanwu City. At this time, there were 2 men on the road in front of him. They were angrily walking while cursing. They should be a father and son. The father was in his 40s and the son was in his 20s. Tianxia stepped forward and said enthusiastically, Uncle Li, Brother Dalu, long time no see. The father and son stopped. When they saw Xianxia, they looked a little embarrassed. But they quickly put on a smile and said, oh, it's San. I haven't seen you for a while. Tianxia said enthusiastically, Uncle, why don't you come home? My father misses you. Yesterday, he was talking about you not coming home to drink tea. Although you owe our family some money, please don't be distant. You and my father are not brothers, but more like brothers. The middle-aged man said, I'll go tomorrow. I'll go tomorrow. Tianxia stepped forward and hugged the father and son. They walked into the depths of the paddy field and then into the forest. Uncle, you haven't come to my house for a meal for a while. My father specially made the wine go bad. He told me to send a piece of meat to your house. I didn't expect to meet you today. After Tianxia hugged the father and son into the forest, his tone became even more intimate, as if he was a real uncle and nephew. By the way, Uncle, Tianxia said to the middle-aged man, my father said that you don't have to return the money you owe us. The middle-aged man said, that's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Xianxia said, you and my father have been friends for more than 10 years. We are like brothers. What's this bit of money? When I was young, I would go to your house to eat every other day. The middle-aged man said, then I'll chop off a pig's head tomorrow and go see your father. We'll drink together. Okay. Xianxia said. Then, he quickly pulled out the sharp knife. Slash, like lightning, the knife pierced the father and son's hearts. It was so fast that Xianxia could barely see it. There were no screams or wails. The father and son died immediately. It took a while before blood spurted out from their wounds. Sure, see, go and get the brothers to come and deal with these two bodies, Xianxia said. Xianxia said, yes, brother. Xianxia wiped the sharp knife with a silk handkerchief and carefully put it in his arms. He carefully looked at his body and sleeves to make sure there were no bloodstains. Then, he said to Xianxia, I'm sorry. I saw two acquaintances and delayed some time. Let's continue our journey. Okay, Xianxia said. From the beginning to the end, the expression on Xianxia's face did not change. He always had a smile on his face, including when he was killing people. The two of them continued their journey and walked in the direction of Xuanwu City. Xianxia suddenly asked, Xianxia, that middle-aged man just now is your uncle? Xianxia nodded and said, yes, he fled here with my father. We have been friends for more than 10 years. He often hugged me when I was a child. Xianxia asked, how much money does he owe? 3 gold coins. Because they are acquaintances, the interest is lower. After interest, it's 25 gold coins. Xianxia said, he can't pay it back. Yesterday, the father and son went to the gambling house and still owed a gambling debt of a few gold coins. Because of 25 gold coins, Xianxia did not hesitate to kill the father and son. Moreover, they were father and son who had been friends for more than 10 years. And Xianxia owed a total of 1,000 gold coins. Xianxia said, Xianxia, I know you are just stalling for time. If you want to earn 1,000 gold coins in the next 2 days, it is completely a pipe dream. So tell me now that you can't do it, I will give you a quick death. Don't waste my 2 days, how about it? Then, he took out a sharp knife and wiped it over and over again. As long as Xianxia nodded, he would immediately kill him as fast as possible. 1,000 gold coins could be the savings of hundreds of families for decades. It was a huge sum of money. It was really impossible for a poor boy like Xianxia to earn 1,000 gold coins in 2 days. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said seriously, I don't need 2 days, I can do it today. Xianxia was surprised, really? Xianxia said, in 6 hours, I will earn this 1,000 gold coins. Xianxia's eyes widened. And he said in surprise, 6 hours? This was completely unbelievable. Xianxia said, yes, within 6 hours. Xianxia and Xianxia entered Xuanwu City. Xuanwu City was one of the 8 cities in Nujiang Prefecture. It had 25 towns under its jurisdiction and a total population of more than 250,000. Just within the city itself, there were more than 30,000 people. Xianxia noticed that the city walls of Xuanwu were more than 12 meters high and nearly 10 miles in circumference. In ancient China, many of the main cities of the provinces didn't have 12 meters high walls. This could only prove one thing. This world's military level was far higher than ancient China's, so it needed higher defense walls. Most of the soldiers on the wall were wearing leather armor, and the officers were wearing armor. There were more than hundreds of people. After entering the city, the streets were bustling and the shops were like clouds. It was more prosperous than imagined. Xianxia stopped in front of a 3-story building. The sign above said Splendid Court. Not only did he want to earn a lot of money here, but he also wanted to take revenge on the Su family. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia walked into the magnificent Splendid Court. Please start my performance. The Splendid Court was a shop that sold silk and cloth. It was in the same industry as the Su family that Xianxia married into. However, the scale of the shop was slightly smaller than the Su family. Although its owner, the Lin family, was not as wealthy as the Su family, they were still a famous wealthy family in Xuanwu City. They had branches in the surrounding cities. Most importantly, the Lin family was the Su family's competitor. Seeing Xianlang and Xianxia come in, a shop assistant immediately went up to greet them. "Hello customer, are you here to look at the cloth? Our new cotton cloth that just came on the market. Please feel it and see that it is fine and soft." The shop assistant had sharp eyes and could tell that Xianlang did not have money. Therefore, he was promoting cotton cloth and not silk. Xianlang directly said, "Tell your master that I want to do a big business with the Lin family. I want to let him earn at least 5,000 gold coins a year." Hearing this, the shop assistant was stunned. Although he had a smile on his face, he was incomparably disdainful in his heart. "With your poor appearance, if you could earn 5,000 gold coins a year, would you be so depressed?" "Customer, please don't tease me." The shop assistant laughed. Xianxia said, "I am Xianxia from the Black Cloth Gang. I have invited the Lin family to discuss a business deal." Hearing this, the shop assistant did not dare to ignore it. Tianhang's Black Cloth Gang was famous in the whole of Xuanwu City. They did gambling, brothels, and loan business. Although they usually minded their own business with the Lin family, they would try their best not to offend such a gang. This shop assistant thought that Xianxia was here to blackmail him on behalf of the Black Cloth Gang. 13th Master, welcome. Sorry for not going out to meet you." A chubby shopkeeper walked out quickly and said loudly, "Serve tea, serve good tea." The waiter hurriedly steeped a pot of fragrant tea and poured a cup for Xianxia and Xianlang. The innkeeper said, "13th Lord, you can tell me anything you want. My master has long wanted to befriend gang leader Tianhang. This is just a small token of my appreciation." Then, he pushed a box over. There were 20 gold coins inside, which was actually quite a lot. Xianxia smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Lin, do you really think that I'm here to ask for money? I really have business to discuss with your master, not blackmail." The shopkeeper was startled. "Is there really business?" Xianxia said, "There really is business." The shopkeeper said, "I can't decide?" Xianxia said, "You can't make the decision." The shopkeeper said, "Then please wait a moment, I'll go invite the master over." "Waiter, serve the two masters some snacks." Xianlang and Xianxia ate snacks and drank tea, waiting for the owner of the splendid court, Lin Mo, to arrive. About half an hour later, a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes came in. He was the tycoon of Xuanwu City, the owner of the splendid court. "Lin Mo, do you have a big business to discuss with me?" Lin Mo asked. He had no fear of Xianxia. For him to be able to do business like this, he must have a backer. Moreover, his son had entered the Tiannan Martial Arts Academy and had good results. After the military examination, he would become a military officer. Therefore, he had no fear of Tianhang. They would mind their own business. Xianlang said, "Yes, a big business. Every year, shopkeeper Lin can earn at least 5,000 gold coins." Lin Mo frowned. He hated this kind of pompous young man the most. Moreover, he looked like a pretty boy and was not reliable. "Speak," Lin Mo said. Xianlang said, "I have a recipe to sell to shopkeeper Lin. 2,000 gold coins." As soon as this was said, Lin Mo's expression changed. His face turned cold and he said, "My time is precious. I don't have time to waste on you. Send him out." After saying that, he picked up the teacup and was about to send him away. Even Xianxia was stunned. 1,000 gold coins was already ridiculous, but Xianlang actually asked for 2,000 gold coins. This was completely insane. He really regretted bringing Xianlang to the splendid court. Lin Mo got up and left, not giving Xianlang any chance. Xianxia glared at Xianlang and said coldly, "You're courting death." Seeing that the customer was about to leave, Xianlang took out a piece of silk and put it in front of Lin Mo. "Shopkeeper Lin, look at the color of this silk. Is it worth 2,000 gold coins?" Lin Mo turned and his eyes fell on the silk in Xianlang's hand. It was only the size of a handkerchief. Xianxia glanced at it and thought that Xianlang had lost his mind. Such a small piece of silk was actually worth 2,000 gold coins? However, the owner of the splendid court suddenly opened his eyes and showed an expression of disbelief. He quickly walked over, picked up the silk and put it in front of his eyes. He said with a trembling voice, how is this possible? It's actually golden. How is this possible? Xianxia was stunned. Only then did he notice that the silk that Xianlang gave him was bright golden. Xianlang said, how did the Su family get rich? It's because their silk is exclusively for the monarch. It's because their silk is completely yellow. In ancient China, yellow was exclusive to the royal family. Only the emperor, empress, and imperial concubines wore yellow clothes. It was almost the same in this world. In the entire state of Yu, only the monarch family could use yellow silk. However, the yellow color of silk in this world was dyed with gardenia. It was yellow enough, but the color was thin and not bright enough. The silk that Xianlang took out was dyed with a brand new formula. The yellow color of locust rice juice and alum was very bright, giving people a golden feeling. The imperial robes of the Manchurian Qing dynasty were dyed with this dye. These imperial robes could still be seen in the palace museum. How noble and gorgeous were they. When Xianlang went to pick herbs yesterday, he picked a lot of locust rice. As for alum, it was a kind of traditional Chinese medicine. There was still some left at home. When he was boiling the traditional Chinese medicine yesterday, he also made half a bowl of this golden fuel. Then he tore off a piece of his colorless silk underwear and put it into dye. After dyeing, he left it to dry overnight. After a little fire, the golden silk was almost done. Then, Lin Mo quickly took out another piece of yellow silk, which was dyed by his family with gardenia. There was no harm if there was no comparison. The yellow silk on the left was too tacky and too straightforward. The one on the right was made by Xianlang. It was obvious which one was better. Xianlang said, I dyed this silk overnight yesterday, but I'm not satisfied with the result. If there is enough time and materials, it can be made into a brighter golden color. Moreover, the silk thread can be dyed and then woven into silk. The effect will be better. Lin Mo was stunned. It's only been dyed overnight, but it has such an effect. Xianlang said, yes, so if you get the formula, the dyed silk will only be more golden and luxurious. If you send this golden silk to the monarch weaving house, what will happen? It was easy to imagine that the monarch weaving house would immediately abandon the Su family's silk and use the Lin family's. At that time, the monarch silk business would fall into the hands of the Lin family. How much money this business made was a trivial matter. The key was reputation and political resources. Xianlang said, Lin, can my business make your Lin family earn 5,000 gold coins a year? Lin Mo shook his head and said, more than that. Xianlang said, then, I will sell this golden dye formula to you for 2,000 gold coins. Is it expensive? Lin Mo said, it's not expensive at all. Xianxia next to him looked at Xianlang in amazement. Obviously, when Xianlang agreed to give Tianheng 1,000 gold coins in exchange for his life the night before yesterday, he had already thought of a way to make money. He was completely confident. But he didn't expect that he would actually make 2,000 gold coins. What's more, he didn't expect that he would make money to retaliate against the Su family. That's right, Xianlang was a vengeful person. Not only did he want to make money, he also wanted to hurt the Su family. Once the Su family lost the monarch silk business, what kind of loss would they suffer? It was completely conceivable. Why did the Su family's silk business run amok in several provinces, yet no one obstructed it? Wasn't it because their silk was specialized in the monarch weaving house? Lin Mo looked at the golden silk obsessively, as if he couldn't get enough of it. After a while, he said, how can I believe that you made this dye? It's entirely possible that you picked up this piece of silk. Xianlang said, I brought the materials. Give me an hour and I will make this golden dye for you. I guarantee it will be better than last night. Lin Mo said, really? Xianlang said, really. Lin Mo said, okay, I will give you the entire backyard. If you need anything, just tell me. As long as you can make this golden dye on the spot, it will prove that this formula is indeed yours, and this business is done. Xianlang said, 2,000 gold coins. Lin Mo said, no bargaining. Hearing the conversation between Xianlang and Boss Lin, Xianxia was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Although his foster father, Tianheng, had promised Xianlang, he didn't have much hope in his heart. It was just a gamble. Anyway, he had promised the Su family to kill Xianlang within 3 days. However, he didn't expect that Xianlang would actually succeed. His foster father actually got 1,000 gold coins. Of course, Xianxia, who was in charge of this matter, also had great credit. Amazing. I'm impressed. Xianxia gave Xianlang a thumbs up. Xianlang went to the kitchen in the backyard, closed the door, and began to make the dye. Boss Lin, wait for me for 2 hours, Xianlang said. Okay, I'll go prepare the gold coins now, Lin Mo said. The process of making the golden dye was very simple. It was described in detail in Silk, which was published in 2001. The Silk Museum in Hangzhou also had a special experience course. The locust rice was boiled in water, and the yellow juice was boiled out. After the dregs were removed, the yellow dye came out. Then, the alum was added and the yellow color became a gorgeous and noble bright yellow. It was bright and shiny. Therefore, in less than 2 hours, Xianlang made half a bowl of golden dye. Finally, Xianlang put the alum and the extra locust rice in the fire and burned them completely, leaving no trace. Xianlang pushed the door open. The owner of the splendid court, Lin Mo, and Xianxia immediately rushed up, their faces full of expectation. Xianlang directly handed the half bowl of golden dye to them. Lin Mo's hands trembled slightly as he carefully looked at the new dye under the sunlight. He couldn't help but tremble. This was not only the dye, but also the lifeblood of the Lin family's rise. This golden dye is not only outstanding in color, but it also has excellent moisture fastness on silk. The color will hardly fade after dyeing. Xianlang said, Boss Lin, have you prepared the 2,000 gold coins? Lin Mo pointed at a chest on the table. The lid was open, and it was filled with gold coins. Each gold coin weighed more than half a tael, so 1,000 gold coins weighed several dozen kilograms. 2,000 gold coins was a huge sum of money. After deducting the 1,000 gold coins given to Tianheng, there was still 1,000 left. It was enough for a family to live a good life. In his entire life on Earth, Xianlang had never earned so much money. Where's the formula? Lin Mo asked. Xianlang handed over the secret prescription that he had written in his pocket. Lin Mo opened it and saw that there were only a few dozen words on it. He couldn't help but be stunned and said, so simple? Xianlang, yes, it's that simple. Lin Mo said, the cost isn't high. Xianlang, yes, it's very low. There are many things in this world that are very simple after being pointed out. Boss Lin, do you think that 2,000 gold coins for a few dozen words is not worth it? No, it's very, very worth it. Lin Mo smiled. Xianlang, Boss Lin, you can go and verify the formula in person now. You can make the golden dye in half an hour. After you're done, I'll leave with the gold coins. Lin Mo didn't ask the servants to do it. He prepared the materials himself and went to the kitchen in the backyard to verify the formula that Xianlang gave him. Only an hour later, Lin Mo made the golden dye, which was even better than Xianlang's. It's done. The Lin family is going to prosper. Lin Mo laughed. Xianlang, then, congratulations on defeating the Su family as soon as possible, Boss Lin. Goodbye. He held the 2,000 gold coins and was about to leave. Wait. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside. Then, 2 figures walked in. One was his ex-father-in-law, Su, and the other was his ex-wife, Su Qianqian. Immediately, Xianlang's hair stood on end. Su looked at Xianlang and said coldly, Xianlang, I expelled you from the family. I don't blame you for holding a grudge, but you shouldn't have stolen the new formula that we developed. This is the lifeblood of the Su family. Not only did you commit the crime of theft, but you also offended the king. How should you punish yourself? The boss of the splendid court, Lin Mo, was surprised. Su, this formula was actually stolen by Xianlang? Su said, Brother Lin, it's not like you haven't heard of this Xianlang's previous reputation. He's as stupid as a pig, lazy, and a complete piece of trash. With his ability, how could he develop the golden dye? This formula was clearly developed by my Su family with countless financial and material resources, but in the end, this thief stole it. Why did I expel him from my Su family? It's because he stole and molested my maids. I've never seen such a despicable person before. Now, he actually deceived your brother Lin. Su Xianxia said softly, if I'm not mistaken, he should have looked through my drawer and seen this formula, so he secretly memorized it. Xianlang, I know you hate my Su family, but you shouldn't have committed such a crime. The boss of the splendid court, Lin Mo, bowed and said, I'm sorry, Su, I almost fell for this thief's trick. At that time I was still bewildered in my heart. How could this Xianlang be so stupid? So it turns out that he stole it. That's right, I'll report this to the authorities right now and ask them to come and capture this thief. Su's eyes were cold. He looked at Xianlang and said, tell me the truth here. Did you steal this golden dye formula from the Su family? You only have one chance to speak. Su Xianxia said softly, Xianlang, if you admit this crime, we won't care about this theft for the sake of our previous relationship. But if you insist on denying it, my father will be angry. Xianlang's hair all stood up, and it took a few seconds for his pores to relax. Facing the situation in front of him, it wasn't that he didn't expect it, but when it really happened, it was still a little surprising. The Lin family had always been the Su family's competitor, and the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Not to mention that the new formula that Xianlang brought to the Lin family was enough to cause a heavy blow to the Su family. But now it had become like this. Xianlang calmed down as fast as he could and said to Lin Mo, Boss Lin, can we talk in private? Lin Mo nodded and said, no problem. Then, Lin Mo and Xianlang went to the backyard. Xianlang went straight to the point and asked, did you call the Su clan head and Su Xianxia over? Yes. Lin Mo said. Xianlang asked, why? Lin Mo said, I know that this formula will bring a huge blow to the Su family's business, but I still went to inform Su to come over and put the blame on you. Xianlang didn't ask why and waited for his answer. Lin Mo said lightly, Xianlang, for ordinary people like you, money is enough. But for us, money isn't the most important thing. Power and strength are the most important. Without power and strength, no matter how much money you have, you won't be able to keep it. You are just a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Xianlang said, if your Lin family becomes the monarch's silk supplier, you will naturally have power. No, this power is too fleeting. Lin Mo said, my son is studying in the Tiannan Martial Arts Institute, and his results are very good. He will be participating in the military selection soon. His results in the military selection and what official position he will hold in the future are much more important than how much money my Lin family earns. Do you know about Su Qianqian's new fiancé, Zhongjin? New fiancé? So fast, the Su family had just driven Xianlang out, and now Su Qianqian and Zhongjin were engaged. Lin Mo said, the Zhang family's backer is the Zhu family. You should know the Zhu family's weight in the country. The Zhu family was the state of Yu's top-notch aristocratic family. It was the monarch's maiden family, and Zhu Yong was the Tiannan province's governor. His power was overwhelming. However, Zhang Jin married Su Qianqian, the daughter of a wealthy businessman. Besides her beauty, he probably fancied the Su family's wealth even more. Lin Mo said again, Zhang Jin's father has just been appointed as Nujiang's prefectural governor. Zhang Jin's martial arts are excellent, and he has just been appointed as Xuanwu City Guard's general. If I take away the Su family's business with my new formula, then I will offend the Zhang family. What about my son? Xianlang said, then you can just not buy my formula and pretend that nothing happened. Why did you sell me out? The boss of Splendid Court, Lin Mo said with a smile, you are just an insignificant nobody with no value at all. The only value is Lin Mo and the Su family's hatred towards you. I sold you out in exchange for a favor from the Su family, so why not? And now that this new formula is in my hands, I can share it with the Su family, and we can do business together. Xianlang said, the Su family didn't put me in their eyes at all. They regarded me as an ant, and their hatred was not enough. But I sold you the new formula and took the opportunity to ruin the Su family's business, so their hatred suddenly came. That's right. Lin Mo said, so, the Su family owes me a bigger favor, and my son's future is more secure. Boss Lin, you are ruthless, I understand. Xianlang said and then walked out directly. Back in the hall. Several warriors of the Lin family and the Su family completely surrounded Xianxia in the middle. And Xianxia stood on the side as if he was asleep, with his eyes closed. Moreover, several officials of Xuanwu City also came. One of the young officials was the registrar of Xuanwu City Management Bureau. Xianxia couldn't help but stare at him. Su Qianqian said softly, "Xianxia, tell these officials, did you steal the formula of this new dye? You did this because you were unwilling to be abandoned by me. If you admit your guilt now, we will not pursue it. We will just consider it as a moment of confusion. If you are stubborn, don't blame the Su family for being ruthless." She thought that it was impossible for an ignorant and incompetent person like Xianxia to come up with this golden dye formula in any case, so he must have stolen it from somewhere. As for where he stole it from, it didn't matter. Anyway, it must be from the Su family. It was also because they were sure that it was impossible for people like Xianxia to develop such a powerful new formula that the Su family felt assured to ask these officials to come. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia suddenly burst into laughter. He originally planned to secretly plot against the Su family first, but he didn't expect that he would fall out with them now. Xianxia couldn't help but look at Xianxia again, because he represented the will of Tianheng of the Black Man Gang. Just now, when Xianxia was making the dye, Lin Mo of the Splendid Court betrayed him and sent someone to inform the Su family to come. Tianxia obviously saw it, but he didn't mean to stop it, nor did he remind Xianxia. Therefore, at this time, Xianxia was facing three behemoths: the Su family, the Lin family, and Tianheng of the Black Man Gang. So now, the smartest thing for him was to admit that the formula was stolen, and then immediately carry out the great plan of upgrading by living off a woman. After he had power, he would retaliate crazily. Because Su Qianqian promised in front of the officials of Xuanwu City that if Xianxia pleaded guilty, everything would be forgiven. She was a person who cherished her reputation. If Xianxia pleaded guilty, she would definitely not make things difficult for him today. She would only spend money to let Tianheng deal with him secretly. That way, at least Xianxia would be safe today. But, did he want to pour this basin of dirty water on Xianxia's head and make him spit on his face? It was absolutely impossible. Xianxia would never be so cowardly. Xianxia looked at Su Qianqian and asked, "You said that my new golden dye formula was stolen. What evidence do you have?" Su sneered and said, "You, Xianxia, are just an ignorant and incompetent waste. My Su family has been in the silk and cloth business for decades. We are the best at dyeing. Qianqian and I had put our blood, sweat, and tears into researching this golden dye. We had spent a lot of manpower, resources, and money on it. We had spent a few years on it. We had hidden this secret so that we could give the Emperor's weaving residents a surprise. However, I didn't expect you to be such a traitor. Not only did you steal my family's belongings, but you also molested my maid. You even stole the dye formula that was related to my family's lifeline." Then, Su said coldly, "Qianqian, this new formula is so important. Why did you put it in the drawer?" Su Qianqian said, "I'm sorry, father. I had complete trust in Xianxia before. I had no idea that he would do such a thing." Then, she looked at Xianxia. "When you were in the Su family, when some servants bullied you, I whipped them and ordered that anyone who dared to say anything bad about you would be kicked out of the house. No one in the Su family cares about you. I don't despise you for your low intelligence and stupidity. I come to talk to you every day. Why did you do such a thing? Even if you want to take revenge on me for abandoning you, you can take revenge on me personally. Why do you have to destroy the lifeline of my family? Besides, if you didn't do those shameful things, why would my Su family kick you out?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the officials present became slightly strange. However, they believed half of what Su and Su Qianqian said. The Su family was indeed proficient in silk dyes. Otherwise, their silk wouldn't be specially supplied to the monarch weaving house. And they also heard of Xianxia's reputation of being ignorant and incompetent. So, they firmly believed that this new formula was researched by the Su family and Xianxia stole it. Xianxia slowly said, "You have no evidence, and I also have no evidence. But everyone will believe that this new formula was researched by your Su family. It's hard for me to defend myself." Su laughed in his heart. "It's good that you know. This matter was really satisfying. Not only had he obtained a wonderful golden dye formula for free, he had also conveniently and justifiably sent Xianxia to prison. Immediately, the Su clan leader said coldly, "The truth has been revealed. Arrest them. I don't believe that this trash won't confess under torture." "Why are you so anxious, Su?" Xianxia said with a smile, "Although it's hard for me to defend myself, it's easy to prove this point." Then, Xianxia looked at Su Xianxian and said, "Miss Xianxian, you are proficient in dyes. Then let me ask you, which color is the most difficult to dye?" Su Xianxian said, "The most difficult color is, of course, purple." "That's right. In ancient times, the most difficult color to dye was purple, not yellow. Of course, it wasn't impossible to dye purple. In ancient China, purple was first used as a purple dye, but the color was inferior. After that, purple was used to dye sea snails. Only then did purple look better. Qi Hengong liked to wear purple clothes. At that time, one purple cloth was worth 5 white cloth. It could be seen that it was expensive and rare. In the West, purple dyes were made by dyeing seashells. In ancient times, the last queen of the Ptolemaic dynasty also liked this kind of purple. Not only her clothes, but even the sails of her ships were dyed purple. But whether it was dyeing seashells or seashells, the cost of extracting purple dyes was extremely shocking. Just 1 gram of dye required 300 seashells. Therefore, purple dyes were extremely rare and expensive in ancient times on Earth. At this time, in the world where Xianxia was in, there was no way to extract purple from seashells and seashells. So where did purple dyes come from in this world? It was directly made by mixing blue and red dyes. But the dyeing effect was really not flattering because the two colors of dyes were not brilliant. Although there was purple when mixed, the effect was even more mixed. First of all, the dyeing was uneven. The color was stiff and clumsy. Most importantly, the fastness of the two dyes was not the same. Therefore, purple silk often faded easily. Xianxia said, "Purple dyes are more difficult than yellow dyes, right?" Su Qianqian said, "Of course." Purple dyes were regarded as an insurmountable problem in the cloth and silk industry of this world. Xianxia said, "It is very simple to prove that I did not steal this golden dye. Let's solve the purple dye together. Your Su family will use all their resources to make purple dyes. I am only one person and I have no money. I will use the simplest and lowest cost to make purple dyes. Then, in front of the people present, we will see who can make the most beautiful purple. How about it?" As soon as this was said, several officials present nodded in agreement with this method. Su Qianqian and Su looked at each other and nodded. This method was beneficial to the Su family. They didn't believe that Xianxia knew how to dye. The Su family was the most professional. Xianxia said, "If the purple dye I made at a low cost is better, what does that prove?" Su Qianqian said, "That proves that you did not steal the golden dye formula and we wronged you." Xianxia said, "Then when the time comes, Su will apologize to me." Su said coldly, "Let's talk about it after you win." Xianxia said, "Okay, then let's set the time limit to 6 hours. After 6 hours, we will compete and the truth will be revealed." "Yes," one of the officials present said. Su said, "Go to the family immediately and select the best workers. Qianqian will personally oversee and make the best purple dyes." "Yes," Su Qianqian said. This time, the Su family was going to use all their resources. But Xianxia was still alone. He said to Lin Mo, "Boss Lin, I need to borrow your kitchen again." "Of course," Lin Mo said. After Xianxia entered the kitchen, he took out his secret weapon. The best source of purple dyes was the stone stamen lichen. This was a kind of moss that could be found everywhere. It was not valuable at all, but the purple dyes made from this material were the most vivid, lively, and beautiful. In the 18th century in England, Cuthbert accidentally discovered a moss plant that could make purple dyes, and the effect was extremely good. Since then, the purple dyes extracted from the stone stamen lichen had dominated the dyeing industry for more than 100 years. It was not until the chemical industry advanced by leaps and bounds that the cheaper synthetic purple dyes appeared. So why did Xianxia prepare the stone stamen lichen in advance? Because this was his B-class dyes. It was better to be prepared. Although the possibility of Lin Mo betraying him was very small, it was not that he had not prepared for this before, so he secretly prepared a trump card, and now it was put to use. Shenlang crushed the dried stone stamen lichen and boiled it with coal ash and urine. Soon, a pure purple was produced. Next, he used alum to brighten it. Soon, the cheap but beautiful purple dye was produced. Compared to the purple dyes in this world, it was much more brilliant. Then, Shenlang picked up a piece of colorless silk and dyed it in the dye. After dyeing, he put it under the sun to dry. Soon, the purple silk appeared. What a wonderful purple, so bright and vivid, noble, and meaningful. It completely defeated the purple silk in this world. However, Shenlang wanted to do more than just purple. Just one purple was enough to defeat the Su family, but it would not feel good to slap their faces. He seized all the time and directly used the materials of Lin Mo's family to make 7 kinds of dyes. He wanted to dye the most gorgeous, most mysterious, and most magical rainbow silk, in other words, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple were dyed on the same piece of silk. If the dyeing method was fast enough and the movements were accurate enough, the rainbow silk produced would be extremely stunning and elegant. Although he was not a professional dyer, when he was in the Silk Museum, he played with it for 2 days. When Shenlang married into the Su family, he saw workers dyeing cloth every day. The most important thing was that there was information in the alien laptop in Shenlang's head, which clearly recorded every step and every material. Therefore, although he could not make the best and most professional, it was enough. 6 hours later, Shenlang's purple silk and rainbow silk were all dyed. The purple silk was enough to defeat Su Xianxia. And this rainbow silk was completely a trump card. It was unprecedented in this world, enough to crush the Su family silk into pieces. Shenlang hadn't come out yet, but the purple silk dyed by the Su family had already been placed on the table. At this moment, the entire hall was lit with dozens of candles, making it as bright as day. Under the illumination of the countless candles, the purple silk was particularly eye-catching. The Su family's most outstanding dyer bowed and said, "Master, Miss, this is our new purple dye. It's no longer a mixture of blue and red, but extracted from a type of purple grass. We've always strived for perfection, so we haven't put it on the market yet. However, the dyeing effect is much better than before." Su, Lin Mo, and the others all looked at the purple silk in front of the candles. It was indeed much more vivid, a qualitative leap from the previous purple dye. Not only was the color much purer, but it was also much brighter. This was truly an excellent new purple dye. The Su family was going to make a fortune again. The young prison official carefully examined the silk in his hands and had to admit that this new purple dye was indeed excellent. Although he wasn't a noble, he was still from a prestigious family. He was especially fond of purple brocade and was very good at appreciating it. Su Qianqian said, "Artisan Su, tell the lords about the new golden dye." The Su family's most outstanding dyer said, reporting to the lords, "This lowly one's family has been doing dye work for generations, and this lowly one has loved to study it since childhood. In particular, yellow is specially made for the monarch, so this lowly one has invested most of his energy into yellow and purple. I've experimented with over 100 types of raw materials, and white rice is one of them. This lowly one's original records are here as proof." With that, he handed over a booklet. This young official in charge of Xuanwu's prison was one of the several registrars of the city lord's mansion. He took the booklet and flipped through it. Sure enough, it was densely packed with all kinds of experimental recipes, including white rice. Moreover, the handwriting had been there for some time, so it wasn't fake. This Shenlang used to be the son-in-law of the Su family. However, because of his low intelligence, he was looked down upon by others. I don't know why, but he actually came to my dye house to take a stroll. When I was experimenting with a new dye, he saw me, the dyer said. He wasn't completely lying. He did use locust rice to experiment with yellow dye, but he didn't know how to add alum to make it brighter. This was the most important step, and it couldn't be done without it. Because of the process, the color he extracted from the locust rice was not outstanding, so his recipe for the locust rice could be considered a failure. In the past, Shenlang often strolled around the dye house, and it was true that he liked to look at these colorful things. Because of these reasons, Su and Xianxia were absolutely confident that Xianlang did not come up with the golden dye formula by himself. The two of them understood Xianlang's abilities too well. He was just an imbecile, a good-for-nothing. Su said, "Sirs, now that the witness and the material evidence are here, can we arrest him?" Although he said sirs, his eyes were directly staring at the young registrar. If it weren't for this hothead, Xianlang would have arrested him long ago. The young official looked at the booklet, then looked at the new purple silk in his hand, and couldn't help but nod. "It seems that it is true," he said lightly. "Men, go and capture Xianlang." The Su family's patriarch shouted. Then, without waiting for the officials to act, the warriors of the Su family overstepped their authority and rushed in. At this time, the door of the backyard was pushed open, and Xianlang walked out. Su said coldly, "Xianlang, now that the witness and the material evidence are here, you can wait to go to jail." Xianlang immediately looked at the young official, who said lightly, "All the evidence points to you stealing." Xianlang looked at the purple silk on the table, and couldn't help but be surprised. "Is this the new purple dye of the Su family? Compared to before, how much better is it? The color is very pure, and very bright, but, compared to the purple dye made by Xianlang using the lichens, there is still a big gap. The purple dye made by the purple grass is too monotonous, and a little pale, without spiritual energy." Xianlang suddenly said with a smile, "Xianxia, this purple silk in front of us is really the highest level of your Su family, right? You definitely didn't hide anything." "No." Xianxia said, "Xianlang, unless the purple dye you make is better than my family's, you are still a shameless thief. Not only did you steal the golden dye formula, but you also stole the new purple dye formula. It is really hard to guard against a thief in the family." Without saying a word, Xianlang took out the purple silk he dyed and placed it in front of everyone. In an instant, Su and Lin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. The two showed an expression of disbelief at first, and then their eyes became extremely greedy. The most terrible thing about anything is comparison. Just looking at the purple silk of the Su family, they thought it was good, but at this time, compared with the purple silk dyed by Xianlang, the gap is completely obvious. Although the silk dyed by the Su family is very pure purple, it is too thin, cheap and gaudy. However, the purple dyed by Xianlang is deep and smart, completely not on the same level. There is no need to judge the winner at all, it is completely obvious who is better at a glance. Xianlang sneered, Xianxia, my new purple dye is not stolen from your family again, is it?" Su and Xianxia can't help but look at each other, extremely surprised. What is going on? Xianlang has been living in her family for a few months, she knows him best. He is mentally retarded, ignorant and incompetent, a complete waste who knows nothing. The reason why he can take out the golden dye formula before is entirely because he saw the countless experiments of the craftsman, plus the extremely accidental discovery of this kind of locust rice mixed with alum, will produce a bright yellow color. This kind of thing is very coincidental, but also very normal. In the past hundreds of years, who knows how many brand new dye formulas were accidentally discovered. Therefore, this competition should be won for sure. Originally, the Su family could directly use their connections and martial artists to directly arrest Xianlang and put him in prison, but this young registrar is actually a hothead. He actually spoke up to stop it, and insisted on giving Xianlang a chance to defend himself. Of course, the Su family is not afraid of a registrar, but the other party is also considered to be from a prestigious family, and is in charge of the prison. Today's matter can be considered as the home court of the registrar. Therefore, the Su family has to give Xianlang a chance to compete, and Xianxia knows Xianlang too well, he absolutely can't win. Xianxia's idea was originally right, but she has no idea that the previous stupid Xianlang is already dead, and the Xianlang in front of her is the soul of an earthling who time-traveled to this world. Xianlang sneered, "Could it be that the color of this piece of silk isn't clear enough? Then what about this one?" Then, he took out his trump card, the rainbow silk. Under the illumination of the countless candlelight, the rainbow silk was magnificent and breathtaking. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How is this possible? It is too gorgeous, too spiritual. It is colorful, but not the slightest bit gaudy, and the key point is that the transition of color is so natural. If it was said that the violet-colored silk Xianlang took out earlier was a great victory, then this brand new rainbow-colored silk completely crushed it, and it caused the violet-colored silk of the Su clan to seem extremely tacky and unsightly. Xianxia asked with a smile, Su Xianxian, did I also steal the new dye formula of my rainbow silk from the Su family? There seems to be a slap in the face in the air. Su and Su Xianxian look at Xianxia in surprise. Did they miss something for this son-in-law? He is so proficient in dyeing, why doesn't Su Xianxian know anything about it? This kind of dyeing technique may not be very useful for other families, but it is very useful for the Su family, which can completely make the Su family's business rise to a higher level. In ancient times, silk is almost the same, the key is dyeing. Once the color technique far surpasses the competitors, the silk and cloth business will be invincible. They originally thought that Xianxia is a complete waste, but they didn't expect him to have such a unique and superb skill. They really didn't expect it, Xianxia said to the young official, Lord Registrar, please uphold justice. The young bookkeeper looked at the Su family's patriarch and said, please confirm if Xianxia stole the purple dye and the rainbow silk dye from the Su family? Instantly, Su's face twitched. This young official registrar was really a hothead. When he left the city lord's mansion, didn't his superior give him an obvious hint? Su Qianqian's fiancé is the prefectural governor's son. Do you want to lose your future by offending the Zhang family? Patriarch Su glanced at the young registrar with resentment in his heart. He really wanted to drive him away and dismiss him. But that also needs to be done behind the scenes, or at least the prefectural governor. Moreover, as a businessman, he can't be rude to a registrar. No. Su said coldly. The young registrar looked at Su Qianqian and said, Miss Su, what do you think? Did Xianxia steal the formula for the purple dye and the rainbow dye from your house? Su Qianqian's beautiful eyes narrowed. She could see that this young registrar is not only a hothead, but he is also hostile to the Su family. Does he have a grudge against the Su family? Or does he have a grudge against Zhang Jin? How dare this young registrar go against the prefectural governors and laws? No. Su Qianqian said indifferently. Since that's not the case, then Xianxia is innocent. The young registrar official said, Patriarch Su, young Miss Su, please apologize to Xianxia. Su was about to explode with anger. He snorted coldly, swung his sleeves and left directly. Su Qianqian's expression changed a few times, and then she bowed slightly to Xianxia and said, I'm sorry, because of some misunderstandings before, so I have wronged you. Goodbye. Then, her graceful figure also left leisurely. She had decided to ask Zhang Jin to take revenge on this young registrar after going back. No officials who are hostile to the Su family are allowed to exist in Xuanwu City. After Su Qianqian left, Xianxia bowed to the young registrar and said, Thank you, registrar. Long time no see. How are you? How are you these years? How is Miss Jean of Xianwu Mansion? This young registrar of Xuanwu City was named Wang Lian. He was 21 years old this year. He became the registrar of Xuanwu City after he passed the imperial examination. Of course, he didn't give up the imperial examination. He was studying while he was an official, preparing for the imperial examination. In ancient China, this was not possible. At most, he could be an advisor and prepare for the imperial examination. But in this world, it was possible. He was not a native of Xuanwu City. His home was in Nanyuan County. But he was famous for his talent, even in Xuanwu City. He also had another identity, and that was a distant relative of the Black Tortoise Earl matter. In that case, did Xianxia know this registrar official? Yes, he did. 3 years ago, he taught Xianxia how to read, and he taught him for about half a month. Furthermore, this story also involved one person. It was the number one beauty within a radius of several hundred miles. She was the dream lover of all the young men, the daughter of the Black Tortoise Countess, Jean Milan. She was known as the Princess of Black Tortoise City. At that time, Jean Milan led a group of people to hunt. When she came to the mountain behind Xianxia's house, she encountered a big black bear. Her horse was frightened and directly rushed out. At that time, Xianxia was a nerd with low intelligence. He squatted in the middle of the road, holding an enlightenment book in his hand and reading it while shaking his head. Why did he squat in the middle of the road? Because there was a group of ants moving here. He was not counting the ants, but he was worried that the ants would be trampled to death. So he stayed here and waited for the ants to finish moving and leave. Once someone passed by, he would remind them to go around. Jean Moulin's frightened horse rushed directly to Xianxia. Behind it, a huge black bear madly chased it, with more than a dozen arrows stuck in its body. It seemed that Xianxia was about to be trampled into meat paste by the horse. This young miss of the Black Tortoise Count's mansion quickly dismounted from her horse and stood on the ground. She used one hand to pull a large, startled horse to the ground, saving Xianxia's little life. Not only that, but the black bear behind her still rushed over, its huge bear claws smashing towards Jean Moulin's head. Jean Moulin grabbed the warhorse with one hand and swung her sword with the other, chopping off the head of the giant bear. Her strength was simply too awesome. At that time, the imbecile, Xianxia, was grazed by the horse's hoof and fainted. He wasn't heavily injured, but he fainted from fright. Therefore, this memory was unforgettable, but it was also a little vague. Moreover, at that time, Miss Jean Moulin was wearing armor from head to toe, and the visor had covered her face. That imbecile Xianxia had no idea that she was the daughter of the Count House. When Xianxia read the memory, he recognized the woman as Jean Moulin based on her silver armor and the emblem on the team's flag and shield. Jean Moulin saved Xianxia's life, but Xianxia was scratched by her warhorse after all, so she would take responsibility until the end. Therefore, she sent a doctor and some tonics from the Count House to treat Xianxia. She even personally visited Xianxia once, but at that time, Xianxia was unconscious, so she didn't see him. Jean Moulin was the princess of Xianwu City. She was superior and much nobler than Su Qianqian. At that time, Xianxia was just like an ant. Not to mention scratching Xianxia, her warhorse deserved to trample him to death. However, this noble daughter not only sent someone to treat him, but also visited him personally. Therefore, it was true that Xianwu Mansion loved its people like their own children. At that time, Wang Lian had just passed the imperial examinations and hadn't become a registrar yet. Because he was a distant relative of the Count House, he came to visit the Count House. Of course, even if he was a distant relative, he rarely had the chance to interact with Miss Jean Moulin. Although he was a newly promoted imperial examinations, his status was still far from Jean Moulin's. And he was very fond of Jean Moulin. After hearing about this, he found out that Jean Moulin had come to visit Xianxia, so he specially went to Xianxia's house to express his condolences. When he found out that Xianxia was still studying in the town school, he personally taught Xianxia how to read. If Jean Moulin came to visit Xianxia and saw this scene, she would definitely have a deep impression of Wang Lian. Of course, at that time, Xianxia was as stupid as a block of wood, so he couldn't teach him at all. Wang Lian was so talented that he passed the imperial examinations at the age of 18. He had never seen a person as stupid as Xianxia. He persisted for half a month, but Jean Moulin never came to Xianxia's house again, because she was on a military mission. Therefore, Wang Lian gave up and didn't go to Xianxia's house to teach him. Teaching an idiot like Xianxia was simply torture. But he and Xianxia were indeed old friends. When they met again this time, Wang Lian had grown a short beard and was wearing an official's uniform. In addition, there were only a few people in Xianxia's memory that were relatively clear, so it took him a while to remember this person. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia dared to request a competition with the Su clan, and he even took out the violet and rainbow-colored dyes. Because he knew that this young registrar had a grudge against Zhang Jin. When he was teaching Xianxia to read, Wang Lian cursed Zhang Jin more than 10 times. Everything was in plan. Hearing Xianxia calling him brother, the registrar frowned slightly. And did not answer Xianxia's question. Instead, he said, "You should have been studying, but you chose to dabble in dye. Aren't you abandoning yourself?" This was not prejudice. In this world, there were two noblest skills. One was reading, and the other was practicing martial arts. They were almost equal. After the Song dynasty in ancient China, the literati basically suppressed the martial artists. The literati were noble and the martial artists were lowly. However, in this world, in the Great Yan dynasty, the literati and the martial artists were equally noble, and they were the absolute ruling class. The martial and the literati were equally noble, and they were the absolute ruling class. But being a dye craftsman was completely a lowly job. Just now, the master dye craftsman of the Su family was already extremely outstanding, but he didn't have a name from beginning to end. He was just called Craftsman Su. Of course, this registrar was just saying. At that time, in order to please Miss Jean Milan, he taught Xianxia to read for half a month. He still remembered that Xianxia was as stupid as a pig. Such a person couldn't be a county scholar even if he studied for 100 years. Reading was a waste of time, life, and money. As for Miss Jean of the Count House, the young registrar, Wang Lian, turned his head and glanced at Xianxia, saying, "She is the daughter of a noble family with 100 years of history. She is very noble, so her name is not something that you, a country bumpkin, can call." After that, Wang Lian turned and left. When he turned back, his face showed disdain. The reason why he was against the Su family just now was that he had a grudge with Zhang Jin. He took the opportunity to suppress the Su family, not because of his friendship with Xianxia. Although he taught Xianxia to read for half a month, in his heart, there was no friendship at all. Ridiculous country bumpkin, you even want to take the opportunity to build a relationship with me. You are really wishful thinking, shallow, and ignorant. The young registrar, Wang Lian, sneered in his heart, and then directly rode back to the mansion. Xianxia saw clearly from behind that the registrar didn't like him at all, and didn't want to build a relationship with him. Of course, he was not surprised. After the registrar, Wang Lian, left, the boss of the splendid court, Lin Mo, said, "Xianxia, you won. You slapped the Su family hard in the face. But it was better to lose. Now you are even more miserable." Tian Xianxia of the Black Clothes Gang said lightly, "Xianxia, you are finished." Lin Mo said, "The registrar is just hostile to the Su family, so he suppressed them, not to protect you. So if you encounter any trouble or danger in the future, he is not willing to help you at all. You are out of his league." Xianxia knew all this. The registrar, Wang Lian, was young and vigorous, and came from a famous family. Of course, he wouldn't put a poor country bumpkin in his eyes. According to the previous memory, Xianxia knew enough about him. But it was enough to use him to suppress the Su family today. Xianxia didn't expect to build a relationship with him at all. And soon, Xianxia would become Wang Lian's rival in love. So, Xianxia's family was not out of danger, and even fell into a more dangerous situation. Now the Su family wanted to kill him even more. He was just buying time. He only needed 1 day to carry out his reversal plan. Once he succeeded, he could completely reverse the situation, and even surpass everyone. At that time, the Su family, the Lin family, and Tianheng would not be able to hurt him, and they would be afraid that Xianxia would come to suppress them. And this day depended on the value of the rainbow dye, which was the reason why he dyed the rainbow silk just now. This rainbow silk must be stunning enough to show great value, and must make the Su family drool. If there was no accident, Su Xianxia would come back to him soon. Today's matter was indeed dangerous, but it was basically all within his calculation. Sure enough, not long after Xianxia left Lin Mo's splendid court, Su Xianxia appeared, and her carriage appeared in front of him. "Xianxia, I underestimated you before." Su Qianqian said softly, "I didn't expect that you would learn to die for me. You are really considerate. Why didn't you tell me before?" It was normal for her to think like this. Before, Xianxia was really obsessed with Su Qianqian and was willing to give everything for her. And the Su family was in the cloth and silk business, so in Su Qianqian's view, it was reasonable for Xianxia to specially learn to dye in order to please her and to be a useful person. And the skill of dye may not be able to be a smart person. It needs a stupid person with a one-track mind, countless experiments, and finally find the perfect formula. If you had said it earlier, I wouldn't have had to drive you out of the house. Su Qianqian's voice became more gentle, and she said, "Our marriage is fake. I want to marry child Zhang Jin. But you can still go back to the Su family to be a guest, what do you think?" Xianxia didn't say anything. Su Qianqian's eyes were soft, and she said softly, "Xianxia, I will give you 10 gold coins every month, enough for you to support your family. As long as you hand over the formula of the purple and rainbow dyes, I can prepare the best dyeing house for you, so that you can devote yourself to the dyeing process and become the best craftsman. Don't you love me very much? Aren't you willing to give everything for me? In this way, you can help me." Xianxia really thought highly of herself. I can abandon you and trample on you, but you still want to be infatuated with me as usual. When you are useless to Xianlang, I will kick you out of the house. When you are useful, you will enter my house and work like a cow or a horse. Xianlang didn't say anything and directly turned to leave. Xianxia said, Xianlang, even if you know how to die, it won't change anything. You are still the same as before. Don't think that you are amazing just because you won against my family's dyers. There are dozens of dyers in my family, but none of them even have a name. What she said was true. The so-called dyers were just lowly servants. Technology was the first productive force, and it wasn't popular in this world. Therefore, even if Xianlang knew how to make dyes, in the eyes of Xianxia, he was just a country bumpkin. Even if he was super handsome, he was just a lowly person. You don't know how to study, you don't know how to practice martial arts, you don't know anything. Other than entering my family's dying house, you won't be able to find a single meal. Xianxia said, and don't forget, you still owe Tianheng 1,000 gold coins. If Lin Mo didn't buy Xianlang's new dyeing formula, the Su family would definitely not be able to get the 1,000 gold coins by force. At this moment, Tian Shanji appeared in front of Xianlang like a ghost and said, I will still say the same thing. If I don't get the 1,000 gold coins by tonight, I will kill your entire family. My black cloth gang means what they say. Xianxia said softly, Xianlang, you are already at a dead end. There is only less than a day. Where are you going to earn 1,000 gold coins? The only way to survive is to rely on my family and unconditionally offer the 2 dyeing formulas. This way, I can let Tianheng forgive your debt. Tian Shanji said, it's almost dawn. We'll go to your house tonight to get the money. You don't have much time left. There's less than 14 hours left. Xianxia said, Xianlang, are you expecting Wang Lian? It's impossible for him to save you again. Besides, he didn't do it to save you today. He just suppressed my Su family because he has a grudge with my fiancée, Zhang. He won't care about your life or death. Xianxia was right. Tian Shanji said, Xianlang, don't worry. Our black cloth gang will arrest your entire family with a fair and just crime. Then, we will find a random reason to make you disappear halfway. Your family is an outsider. It's really like rootless duckweed. Xianxia said, if the Su family doesn't see the purple and rainbow dyes before nightfall, I really can't guarantee what will happen. The black cloth gang has always been ruthless. Xianlang, your brain isn't good, but you have to be smart on this matter. Then, Xianxia boarded the carriage and left directly. Tian Shanji turned back and said, before the sun goes down, we will go to your house to get the money. Then, he put the knife on his waist on his shoulder and walked away slowly. He didn't need to follow Xianlang anymore because Xianlang was extremely filial. As long as he kept an eye on his parents and brother, Xianlang wouldn't be able to go anywhere. During the whole process, Xianlang didn't say a word. He just quietly watched the couple's performance. After walking for dozens of meters, Xianxia opened the curtain on the carriage and looked at the lonely Xianlang in the middle of the street. Suddenly, she burst out laughing. Being weak is really a sin. You really look like a dog. Xianlang, with your identity, it's a great gift to be able to enter my family as a servant. Otherwise, an incompetent person like you can only starve to death. Xianxia would only say these words when there was no one around. Otherwise, it would hurt her temperament and make her seem mean. Xianlang stood in the middle of the street. Earning money was completely meaningless to him now. No matter how much money he made, without the protection of power and power, it would only bring disaster. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The Su family, the Lin family, and Tianheng's black clothes gang. Any one of these 3 forces was a giant for Xianlang. Tianheng and the Su family would definitely take action tonight. They would use the lives of his parents and brother to force Xianlang to hand over the 2 dyes. And even if Xianlang handed them over, unless he worked as a servant in the Su family for the rest of his life and continued to develop new dyes, his family would not be at peace. He had to solve this problem once and for all. Originally, he wanted to wait until his plan to live off a woman was more mature. He needed to do some foreshadowing and publicity. Now it seemed that he had to do it in advance. Shen Lang rehearsed this plan in his mind over and over again. At this time, the sky was about to brighten. It was almost time. Shen Lang had to hurry out of the city and go to the top places of the rich and powerful within hundreds of miles. Xianwu Mansion, however, at this time, there was a sudden fierce sound of horse hoofs behind him, tearing up the silence before dawn. Even the whole ground was slightly shaking. Shen Lang turned around and saw a cavalry team. This was an elite cavalry. There were more than 100 of them. Each of the knights was wearing armor, riding tall horses, holding a big sword and carrying a big shield. Shen Lang could almost see at a glance how much money it took to build this cavalry. This kind of cavalry, whether in the ancient times of China or the Middle Ages of the West, could be regarded as the absolute trump card. What kind of family could have such elite cavalry and such a show of extravagance? Soon, Shen Lang saw the flag of the cavalry and the insignia on the shield. This was the cavalry of Xianwu Mansion. The Kim family of Xianwu Mansion was a real century-old aristocratic family. 300 years ago, the Kim family guarded Xuanwu City. Even the name of Xuanwu City came from the name of the Kim family. To some extent, Count Xuanwu was the owner of Xuanwu City. The leader of this cavalry was wearing silver armor. He was tall and slender. Because of the helmet that covered his face, only 2 eyes were exposed. But these 2 eyes that were only revealed were as cold as the autumn water sword. It was a woman, and a woman with extremely beautiful eyes. Although he didn't see her face, the identity of this woman was clear. She was the legendary goddess within hundreds of miles, the princess of Xuanwu City, the dream lover of countless young men, and the pillar of Xianwu Mansion, Jean Mulan. Shen Lang was a little surprised. He originally wanted to go to Count House, but he didn't expect to meet her here. Move, move. Make way, make way. Clear the street, clear the street. The 2 warriors in front of the cavalry were holding flags and shouting loudly to drive away Shen Lang, who was standing in the middle of the street. If Shen Lang was hit by this cavalry, all his bones and tendons would be broken and he would die miserably. He quickly retreated to the side of the street to make way for the cavalry. However, when Shen Lang was about to leave the street, he suddenly tripped on purpose and slowed down. Because he added a small plan at the last minute. Bang! A cavalry at the edge of this team directly brushed past Shen Lang, and the huge force directly knocked Shen Lang's body away. He was blackmailing. Wife, you hit me once 3 years ago. Why don't you hit me again and then take me home? Shen Lang thought to himself. Then, his body flew a few meters away and fell to the ground. He was not a professional blackmailer, but this time, his strength, angle, and timing were perfect. After falling to the ground, because he was not seriously injured, he bit his gums hard, causing blood to flow out of the corner of his mouth. At this time, he must act pitiful. Jean Mulan's eyes narrowed, and then she raised her hand. Suddenly, more than 100 cavalrymen stopped in a very short distance. The 2 cavalrymen in front immediately dismounted and went forward to check on Shen Lang's injury. Unexpectedly, Jean Mulan was faster than them. Her whole body jumped directly from the horse and bounced more than 10 meters in the air. Shen Lang was shocked. So powerful, Jean Mulan walked in front of Shen Lang and squatted down. She took off her gloves and put her hand on Shen Lang's nostrils to test his breath. This young man is so handsome. And he looks a little familiar. That was her first thought. Shen Lang's injury was not serious. Of course, his breathing was steady and strong. However, he was a doctor. He easily pretended to be on the verge of death. Coupled with the blood at the corner of his mouth, he looked really pitiful. Jean Mulan's beautiful eyes trembled. The entire Xuanwu City was her family's people. Since she was young, her father taught her to love the people as if they were her own children. Although the civilians deserved to be killed for blocking the army's way, Jean Mulan would never allow an innocent civilian to die in front of her. General, I will send him to the nearest medical center for treatment. The servant next to him said. Please don't. Shen Lang thought to himself. Wife, bring me home. Jean Mulan shook her head and said, No, ordinary medical centers are not safe. The doctors in the Count House are better. Bring him back to the mansion for treatment. We can't let an innocent civilian die under our hooves. Wow. Her voice was also very pleasant. It was as clear as ice falling into a lake. Yes. Her attendant replied. Then, he lightly lifted Xianxia up and lightly stepped on the stirrup to mount the horse. Jean Moulin's servant was also a woman. However, she was more muscular than the average man. Xianxia was a little embarrassed to be carried in her arms like a princess. He still had to pretend to be unconscious. Let's go back, Jean Moulin ordered. Then, she led the cavalry back to Xianwu Mansion. The injured and pretty boy, Xianxia, was brought home by the princess of Xuanwu City, Jean Moulin. Shenritian, it's time to decide your fate. Xianxia tried his best to cheer himself up. Whether you can save your whole family this time, whether you can kill the Su family, whether you can kill Tianheng, whether you can live a good life in the future, it all depends on your next performance. Xianwu Mansion was not located in the city. It had its own manor and castle, which was more than 20 miles away from Xuanwu City. Xianxia had only seen the castle from afar, and he was shocked by its magnificence. However, he was not qualified to enter the castle due to his status. The Su family was rich and could be considered as a local tyrant in Xuanwu City. However, Su could only enter the castle 2 or 3 times a year, and at most, it was received by the housekeeper. The Su family's manor was large and rich enough, but it was nothing compared to the count house in front of him. The Kim family's count was a real fief, which was completely different from those nobles who only had titles. In the past hundreds of years, the largest fief of Count Xuanwu was more than 5,000 square kilometers. Later, because of the political turmoil, the Great Yan dynasty and the state of Yu had carried out a series of political reforms, so now the fief of Count Xuanwu was much smaller. Even so, Count Xuanwu was still the supreme ruler of Xuanwu City. Xianwu Mansion's manor was more than thousands of acres, with its own fields, breeding farms, orchards, wineries, and so on. The castle stood on a mountain 200 or 300 meters high, with an area of more than 100,000 square meters. The city wall was taller and thicker than Xuanwu City, and the garrison was also larger than that of Xuanwu City. Therefore, if a war broke out and Xuanwu City was lost, this territory would not fall. Once the castle of the Black Tortoise Earl Manor was lost, this region would truly fall into enemy hands. At this time, Xianxia entered the castle, which had a history of hundreds of miles, for the first time. It was the noblest building in the whole Nujiang prefecture. The young miss of the Black Tortoise Count's mansion, Jean Moulin, had taken off her silver armor, leaving only the tight-fitting snakeskin outfit on her body. It made her devilish figure even more alluring. Her perky breasts and round buttocks looked like they were about to burst out of her clothes. She practiced martial arts all year round, so she was taller than ordinary men. Her long legs were unparalleled, full of absolute strength and beauty. His figure was slender and fit, and his curves were so impressive that no one could look at him directly. Stripping off the snakeskin on her body, Moulin's hot body walked into the huge bath. Every time he led an army back, the most comfortable thing was to soak in a hot bath. After bathing, she put on a man's outfit and went to visit her parents. Dressed in men's clothing, he appeared even more valiant, beautiful, and elegant. "Greetings, father, mother." Jean Moulin bowed. The Count House's study wasn't that magnificent, but every object inside had a history of 100 years, extremely exquisite and restrained. Most of the books here were over 100 years old. Count Xuanwu, Jean Jue, was in his 50s. He was handsome and had a gentle temperament. Occasionally, his gaze was like a sword that could pierce through people's hearts. He was a martial artist, and his martial arts cultivation was very high. However, most of the time, he did not carry a sword. Instead, he held a scroll in his hand all year round. He had a high position and authority, but he rarely wore embroidered clothes. Most of the time, he was either wearing cotton clothes or linen clothes. He also rarely wore gold and silver. The only thing that looked noble was the jade pendant on his waist. "Moulin is back? How was the martial arts practice?" Count Xuanwu asked. Jean Moulin said, "Not bad. I didn't embarrass the Kim clan." Count Xuanwu laughed, "If you say not bad, then it's very good." He looked at his daughter with a very loving gaze, but also very complicated. He sighed softly, "If your brother was 30% as valiant as you, my Xianwu mansion wouldn't have to worry about having no successors. What a pity, Jean Moulin said. Father, is the situation very bad? Very bad. Count Xuanwu said, the whole Great Yan dynasty is implementing new policies, and my state of view is no exception. The will of the monarch is very clear. The replacement of the old and the new forces will accelerate, and the old aristocrats will be stripped of their fiefdoms and military power. In such a turbulent time, the successor of my Black Tortoise Count's estate is so incompetent. I'm afraid it's going to ruin the foundation of my Jean clan that's lasted for a few hundred years. How would I have the face to see my ancestors after I die? Speaking of his son, Lord Count really hated him to the point of gnashing his teeth. He was too useless. Jean Moulin said, as long as my daughter is here, my Xianwu mansion will not collapse. She was not boasting. Today, she was indeed the pillar of the whole Count house. She was the greatest pride of her parents. But a woman would always marry. Jean Moulin was already 22 years old. I will not marry for life. I will stay at home to help my brother and protect the 100 years of foundation of my Kim family. Jean Moulin said in a cold voice, whoever wants me to marry will destroy the livelihood of our Count house. He will be the enemy of our family. The atmosphere between the three was very heavy. Their daughter had sacrificed so much for the family. It made the Count couple sad. They couldn't even say words of comfort. After a while, Count Xuanwu changed the topic. When you came back today, your cavalry injured a person on the street of Xianwu City? Yes. Jean Moulin said. Count Xuanwu said, treat him well. After he is cured, give him a sum of money and send him home. Especially at this time, our family needs a good reputation. At this time, the voice of the Count's servant was heard outside the door. Master, Senior wants to see you. Let him in. Count Xuanwu said. After a while, an old man walked in. He was one of the 3 doctors of the Count house. After Jean Moulin brought Xianlang back to the Count house, he was responsible for the treatment. Master. The old doctor bowed and said, the young man who was hit has woken up. He is fine. Jean Moulin was stunned. Wasn't the young man seriously injured? That's good. Count Xuanwu said, but he was a little surprised. Was there a need to report such a small matter to the Count? It was more than enough to let the housekeeper deal with this matter. After the young man woke up, he wanted to see Master Count. See me? Count Xuanwu was stunned. This young man was too arrogant. Even the officials of Xuanwu City didn't dare to see him, let alone an ordinary young man. Doctor An said, he said he has something very important to tell Master Count. It's related to mismarriage. Count Xuanwu couldn't help but frown. He nodded and said, if he is fine, let him see me. Xianlang's body was indeed fine, but his muscles and bones were injured. It was a little difficult for him to walk. Because he stayed up all night, his face was a little pale. After arriving at Count Xuanwu's study, he bowed and said, Student Xianlang greets Master Count. He was a citizen of Xuanwu City. To some extent, he was also a citizen of Count Xuanwu. Therefore, he should kneel. However, Xianlang came from modern Earth, so he certainly didn't want to kneel to anyone. Count Xuanwu's face didn't look kind, but he didn't pretend to be dignified. His eyes fell on Xianlang's face, and he was quite surprised by his handsomeness. He was really a very beautiful young man. It was rare to see such a face in the countryside. Student? Count Xuanwu said, what official rank do you have? I know all the civil and military officials in Xuanwu City, but I have never heard of the name Xianlang. Xianlang said, I'm a student of the school in Coldwater Town. When saying this, Xianlang felt a little embarrassed. The school in Coldwater Town was completely an elementary education. It was almost equivalent to a primary school in modern Earth. It was a bit shameful to say that he didn't even graduate from the school in Coldwater Town. He was directly kicked out. Count Xuanwu frowned and said, you have soft skin and tender flesh. Your parents must love you very much and let you concentrate on studying. However, at this age, you didn't even enter the school in Xuanwu City. It's really unfilial. At this time, Count did have some disdain for Xianlang. His son was already ignorant and useless, but he was much better than the young man in front of him. As soon as these words came out, Xianlang had a little good impression of Count. He could clearly feel that Count regarded everyone in Xuanwu City as his own people. When he heard that Xianlang's studies were not good, he immediately reprimanded him on behalf of his parents. "You were injured by the cavalry of my mansion. Is your body okay?" asked Count. Xianlang said, "My body is fine, but my muscles and bones are a little painful." Count said, "You said that you have something important to tell me. It's related to my daughter's marriage. Tell me." Xianlang said, "I heard that the Zhu family wants to propose to you. Zhu Hongxue wants to marry Miss Jean Milan of the Count house." This was a secret. Almost no one knew about it. All of a sudden, the Earl's expression changed drastically. "Zhu family?" The top dignitaries of the state of Yu, the in-laws of the monarch, the governor of Tiannan province and the general were all from the Zhu family. Once Jean Milan married, who would guard the Count house? Who would command the private army of the Kim family? Someone wanted to dig the roots of the Xianwu mansion and break the pillars of the family. After a while, Count Xuanwu calmed down and said, "The Zhu family's marriage proposal is very secretive. Even I don't know about it." "How did you know? Who did you hear it from?" "That's right." The gazes of everyone present turned towards Xianlang. Given his lowly status, how could he know about such a secretive matter? Xianlang said, "The new fiancée of the Su family's daughter, Zhang Jin." "Zhang Jin?" Count Xuanwu said, "The new leader of Xuanwu City's garrison?" "Yes, that's him," Xianlang said. "When I married into the Su family, I was driven out by Su Qianqian. Her new fiancé, Zhang Jin, said that he wanted to hold the wedding as soon as possible because the Zhu clan wanted to propose to your family. Zhu Hongxue wanted to marry Miss Jean Milan. At that time, he thought I was an idiot and let my guard down, so he let it slip. Afterwards, he also instructed Su Qianqian not to leak it." At this time, the Count house's confidant whispered something in the Count's ear. Obviously, he told Xianlang's identity and background. In Xuanwu City, Xianlang was a celebrity. At a time when no one dared to marry into the Su family, he, Xianlang, stepped forward bravely, and his name rose to fame in the Black Warrior City. Everyone knew that a fool became the son-in-law of the Su family. All of Xianlang's family's assets were dug out, including the fact that he studied for nearly 10 years, but didn't even finish the basic course, and that his IQ was quite low, etc. Just 2 days ago, the Su family announced that Xianlang, the son-in-law, was expelled from the Su family for stealing family property and molesting a maid, Count's confidant said. His voice was a little louder, presumably to deliberately let Xianlang hear. Hearing this, Count Xuanwu suddenly frowned. Whether or not Xianlang stole the Su family's wealth and molested a maid of the Su family, it was hard to say. Count didn't believe it. However, Xianlang had been studying for close to 10 years, yet he hadn't even completed his elementary education in the town school before he was chased home. It was safe to say that he was ignorant and incompetent. Moreover, in everyone's opinion, the reason why Xianlang was willing to marry into the Su family was because of his vanity. Count hated young people who were lazy and greedy, so he didn't have a good impression of Xianlang. If it was at any other time, he would definitely teach Xianlang a lesson. However, at this moment, he couldn't care about that anymore. Because what Xianlang told him was too important, and it was directly related to the fate of the Count's estate. Moreover, he immediately judged that what Xianlang said was basically true. The Zhang family was a new noble family in the state of Yu, and their backer was the Zhu family. Zhang Jin's father, Zhang Chong, had just been appointed as the governor of Nujiang Prefecture, and it was all because of the recommendation of Zhu Yong, the governor of Tiannan province. Therefore, it was not surprising that Zhang Jin knew the secret of the Zhu family. Regarding Zhang Jin, Black Tortoise Count Jinxue had a good understanding of him. Even the nobles in Black Tortoise City were a little surprised. How short of money was this Zhang family? A dignified prefecture governor's son actually married a rich merchant's daughter. Moreover, this daughter had even taken in a son-in-law. Jinxue and Count could understand. The Zhang family rose too fast, and their foundation was not stable. If they wanted to continue to grow, they needed a lot of money. However, everyone's eyes were on the Zhang family, so they couldn't be greedy. So, it was very necessary to find a super-rich in-law. Therefore, the marriage between the Zhang family and the Su family was a typical combination of power and money. Immediately sent a few teams to investigate the official roads. Once they find the people of the Zhu family, immediately come back and report. Count ordered, now, the most important thing is to know, where are the people of the Zhu family? Yes. A confidant ran out. He would personally take people to investigate the people of the Zhu family. Then, Count said to Shenlang, young man, I don't have a good impression of you. But, the matter you told me is very important, and you have made a great contribution. I will certainly reward you. Tell me what you want, as long as it doesn't violate the laws of the state, as long as it doesn't violate the moral standards, I will agree to it. Shenlang's good impression of this count suddenly increased again. This was called being cool. The matter hadn't been verified yet, but he was already giving a reward. The meaning of Count's words was very clear. No matter how much money or how much land Shenlang wanted, he only needed to open his mouth and say a number. Moreover, no matter what trouble Shenlang had, the Count was willing to solve it. In other words, the crisis that the Su family, the Lin family, and Tianheng had against Shenlang could be solved in an instant. As long as the Count sent someone to pass a message, these three families would not dare to touch even a hair of Shenlang. However, what Shenlang wanted was not just this. Such an important chip was only used to solve this crisis. It was only used to deal with the Su family and Tianheng. It was too cheap. He wanted to take the opportunity to stay in the Count house, and then find a way to get close to Jean Mulan. He wanted to keep showing off his existence, and finally marry the goddess. Shenlang swore that with his talent and handsome face, he would be able to leave a deep impression on the goddess in half a month. I want to stay in the Count house and ask for a job. Shenlang bowed. He didn't mention that the Su family and Tianheng wanted to kill him, because there was no need to mention it. As long as he stayed in the Count house and got a job, these two families naturally wouldn't dare to touch his family. After the Count house heard this, they immediately frowned. They didn't have a good impression of Shenlang before. Shenlang was a lazy young man. Not only did he not study hard, but he also became the son-in-law of the Su family. This was greed and vanity. It was a huge unfilial act. Moreover, the Count house felt that Shenlang wanted to stay in the Count house with bad intentions. In fact, the Count's eyes were very sharp. However, since he said it, he would definitely agree. Moreover, Shenlang was still young. Even if he had any bad habits, he would be able to turn over a new leaf under the strict discipline of the Count house. The Count said, since you want to get a job in the Count house, I can promise you. Also, you have done a great job in reporting the news, so I will never let you be a servant, but, the Count's tone became severe. But, you definitely didn't come to my Count's mansion to enjoy a comfortable life. I won't let you be lazy either. Instead, I'll discipline you very strictly. Can you bear this hardship? Endure hardship? In that case, forget it. The thing that Shenlang hated the most in his life was to endure hardships and fatigue. But for the goddess, he could endure hardship for a few days. Of course, it would only be for a few days. Yes. Of course, Shenlang agreed. Then, the Count stepped forward and pinched Shenlang's shoulder. He shook his head and said, your physical fitness is too poor, and you are too old to practice martial arts. At this age, you should study hard to have a bright future. From now on, you will follow the prince to study. Your parents will spoil you, but the Count house will not. We will make sure to polish you well. Shenlang couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this the senior study companion in Tangbo Hu? Well, your body is still injured. Go and rest first. Tomorrow, you will follow the prince to study. I will send someone to inform your parents and send them a sum of gold coins. The Count said, if you have any trouble, I will also solve it. Look, the big shots are always so generous. Yes, Master Count. Shenlang said. The Count's wife said, Jin Zhong, go to the tailor and measure Shenlang's body. Make some new clothes. Yes. The old servant said. Shenlang felt a burst of warmth in his heart. The Count and his wife were really good people. Master Count, Madam, Miss, I will take my leave first. Shenlang bowed and then left. However, before he could reach the door, a man rushed in. It was the Count's confidant. He had just led a group of people to the official road to find out where the Zhu family had gone. In less than a quarter of an hour, he came back in a hurry. "Master, something bad has happened." The confidant knelt down and said, "Our spies in Nujiang County City have just sent a messenger pigeon. A big shot of the Zhu clan has arrived in Nujiang City last night, and he is heading towards our Black Tortoise Count's mansion." "What?" the Count exclaimed. "What?" Xianxia exclaimed in his heart. "That's going to kill me." He had successfully carried out the first step, which was to stay in the Count house. In the next few days, he would carry out the second step, which was to constantly show off his presence. And then the third step, which was to find a way to marry into the Count house. Yes, marry into the Count house. Because the current situation was very simple. It was absolutely impossible for Jean Milan to marry into the Count house. However, the big shot from the Zhu family had already arrived in Nujiang County. Tonight, he would go to the Xianwu mansion to ask for Jean Milan's hand in marriage. In other words, there was no time. There was not enough time to show off his presence. Damn, he didn't give me half a month, 3 days, or even 1 day. In other words, Jean Milan was going to get married today, which left Xianxia with only 2 or 3 hours. Otherwise, his goddess would belong to someone else, and his wealth would fly away. No, the goddess is mine. Xianxia's brain was working very fast. Countless plans flashed through his mind. At this time, the door in front of him was directly closed, leaving him outside. This was normal, because the Lord Count was going to discuss a secret matter. After all, Xianxia was just an outsider, so it was impossible for him to participate. "Who is the person from the Zhu family?" the Lord Count asked. "Governor Zhu Yong's younger brother, Great General Zhu Lin," the confidant said, and then handed over a secret letter from Nujiang City. The Lord Count read the letter, and his face turned pale. It turned out to be Great General Zhu Lin. This was not good. This meant that the Zhu family was determined to win the marriage. Moreover, the marriage proposal could have been done openly, but General Zhu Lin came secretly. It was obvious that he wanted to catch the Count house unprepared. He didn't want to give the Kim clan any chance to refuse. Zhu Hongshua's marriage proposal to Jean Milan was not an ordinary marriage. He wanted to implement a new policy. If they wanted to seize the land and military power of the Xianwu mansion, what was the most important thing? To make the Count house lose their general, and the Count house's prince was a good-for-nothing idiot, so it was impossible for him to protect the family. Once Jean Milan married Zhu Hongxue, it would be like destroying the Count house's pillar, and indirectly taking away the military power of the Count house. The Lord Count's wife said in a trembling voice, "Husband, can we refuse?" The Lord Count shook his head and said, "No, the Zhu family is a giant. If we refuse openly, it will be the same as turning against them. Moreover, this proposal may have the intention of the monarch behind it." Jean Milan said, "I will not marry out. I must stay at home and help my brother. I must protect the Kim family's 100 years of foundation. Whoever wants to take it away will have to step over my dead body." The Lord Count gasped and frowned. He paced back and forth in the room anxiously. Jean Milan said, "Father, I can destroy my own face." Then, she pulled out a dagger. As soon as Lord Count gave the order, she would cut her beautiful face into pieces. "No." Count Xuanwu resolutely said, "It's true that I want to protect the family's 100 years of foundation, but first I want to protect my daughter from harm. Moreover, even if you disfigure yourself, the Zhu clan will still propose to you, unless..." Jean Milan said, "Unless I get married today and recruit a son-in-law into my family. Moreover, I have to bow to the heaven and earth before General Zhu Lin arrives. That way, he will know that it's impossible for him to propose to me." That's right, this was the only way. Even an engagement wouldn't work, because there was no such thing as an engagement for a son-in-law. General Zhu Lin was less than 200 miles away from Xianwu Mansion, and he would arrive there tonight. Even if he was looking for a son-in-law, Count Xuanwu had intended to choose carefully. They were getting married tonight, which meant that the wedding invitations had to be sent out before noon. Within 2 hours, the son-in-law had to be chosen. Looking at his beautiful and strong daughter, Count Xuanwu's heart softened. He said, Mulan, the Zhu clan is like the sun in the sky. That Zhu Hongxue also has a bright future. He is an excellent son-in-law. As a father, I can't sacrifice your happiness for the sake of the family. Why don't you reconsider? Miss Jean Mulan of the Count House said, Father, being able to contribute to the family is my greatest happiness. After you pass away, my younger brother will certainly not be able to protect the family's foundation. I will never marry. Lord Count suddenly felt very distressed and touched. He picked up a pen and ink, and wrote down 5 names on a piece of white paper. These 5 people were all very outstanding youths. They were also the best candidates for son-in-law in the eyes of Lord Count. Lord Count loved his daughter very much. 3 years ago, he had started looking for a husband for her. But after all, it was difficult to bring up the matter. More importantly, Jean Mulan had always refused. Now that time was pressing, he had to make a decision as soon as possible. The first name among the 5 candidates for son-in-law was Wang Lian. He was a young talent who passed the imperial examination at the age of 18. He was now the registrar of Xuanwu City, and a distant relative of the Count House. The second name was Mo Yi. He was a martial arts genius in Xuanwu City. At the age of 16, he passed the imperial examination. He was diligently practicing martial arts, preparing to take the imperial examination. Both of them were youths with boundless prospects. The remaining 3 were the young elites of the Count's mansion. They were talented in both literature and martial arts. They had been nurtured by the Jean family since they were young, and their loyalty to the Count's mansion was unquestionable. These 5 people admired Jean Mulan very much. They dreamed of marrying her. To be precise, all the young people within a few hundred miles regarded Jean Mulan as their dream lover. Jean Zhong, send someone to find these 5 people as soon as possible. Let Mulan choose. Lord Count gave the list to a loyal servant. Count felt sorry for his daughter, so he only decided on 5 candidates. But the final decision was still given to Mulan. Yes. After Jean Zhong took the list, he put it in his arms, walked out the door, and sent a dozen knights to find the 5 people. Lord Count said, Mulan, although time is running out, I will find the best candidate for you. I will make you happy for the rest of your life. These 5 young people are very good. Choose one. At this time, Xianxia came in and said, Lord Count, Miss Mulan, can I join the competition? I want to marry you too. When these words came out, everyone in the room was stunned. They couldn't react for a while. It was really unexpected. The black tortoise earl couldn't hold it in any longer. He was about to explode. Not only Lord Count, but the other people in the room also looked at Xianxia as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. Just you? You also want to marry the daughter of the Count House, your appearance is definitely enough, but you are so handsome that you are more suitable to be a gigolo. What kind of family do you have? You are just a poor farmer who lives in a thatched hut. Of course, a person can't choose his family background. If you are good enough, Lord Count can also consider you. After all, it is difficult for a son-in-law to be born into a rich family. But Xianxia, look at yourself in the mirror. After studying for 10 years, he couldn't even graduate from the town school and was directly kicked out. In the future on Earth, this is equivalent to a professional student. At the age of 18, you still haven't graduated from primary school. You were born into a poor family, but you can't do anything. You are lazy, a waste. Everyone in the Black Warrior City knew that there was something wrong with Xianxia's head, his intelligence was low. Compared to the 5 candidates listed by Lord Count, you, Xianxia, are really worthless. Those 5 young elites are either brimming with literary talent or have outstanding martial arts skills. You, Xianxia, are completely useless. The most intolerable thing is that you, Xianxia, are greedy for wealth and abandoned your parents to marry into the Su family. Now that you have been kicked out by the Su family and abandoned by Su Xianxia, you still want to marry the daughter of the Count House. What do you think the Count House is? How much more noble is the daughter of the Count Xuanwu than Su Xianxia? Even if you are looking for a son-in-law, you still have to select a lot of people. You are really a toad that wants to eat swan meat. The Count's wife came forward to comfort her husband's back and softly said, Husband, don't be angry. Everyone said that this Xianxia has a problem with his brain. Moreover, he is still a child. Why should we lower ourselves to his level? The black tortoise Earl let out a long sigh. Yes, this is a person with a problem with his brain. Moreover, he is still a child. Why should the Count care about him? Men, send this slut home first. Also, give him 10 gold coins. Remember to give them to his parents. Don't give them to him. The Earl said, tomorrow, send someone to bring him to the mansion to study and discipline him well. Yes. 2 warriors came forward and grabbed Xianlang's arm and dragged him out. Xianlang, Miss Mulan, I believe that I am far more suitable than those 5 people to be your husband. Don't tell me that I don't even have the qualifications to compete. Jean Mulan looked at Xianlang and looked at him for a long time before she said, I remember now. 3 years ago, when I went hunting, I accidentally bumped into you while riding my horse. Your second fool, hey. Goddess, your words are too blunt and hurtful. Yes, no one in the village called Xianlang by his name. Everyone called him second dumb. Because there was a big fool in the village. He was Xianlang's only friend at that time. At that time, Jean Mulan's horse accidentally hit Xianlang. She immediately picked him up and asked the people in the village what his name was and where he lived. The answer was that he was second dumb. Hearing the name second dumb, the Count's face couldn't help but twitch. Xianlang, Miss Mulan, I also want to marry you. I will not let you down. Jean Mulan looked at Xianlang with a gentle gaze. Even a little gentle. 3 years ago, he heard the story of Xianlang and knew that he was a mentally retarded person. He was very sympathetic to him. He visited him several times and sent the best doctor to treat him. In short, Jean Mulan looked at him as if he was a child. At that time, Xianlang's IQ was equivalent to that of a child. Mulan was disappointed with the deception in the adult world, but she was very kind to children. Therefore, Jean Mulan looked at Xianlang, okay, I will add you to the list. You can also compete fairly. Others might discriminate against Xianlang, but she didn't. Count was about to stop her father, but Jean Mulan smiled and said, Father, what are you worried about? Count laughed at himself. Yes, what am I worried about? Mulan was just kind and sympathetic, so she included Xianlang in the list of candidates. It was impossible for her to choose him, so there was no need to worry about it. Someone, take Xianlang to the 6th study room. Count ordered. An hour later, the other 5 young men were taken to the Xianwu mansion. They were taken to 5 different study rooms. Xianlang was in the 6th study room. They didn't see each other, so they didn't know each other. Jean Mulan met them personally to choose them. Time was running out. They had to choose before noon, and they had to get married in the evening. They only had 2 hours to choose one of them to be Jean Mulan's husband. Mulan walked into the study room, and the Count house officially began. Amongst these 6 youths, Xianlang's competitiveness could be said to be the weakest. In fact, he didn't even have any competitiveness at all. The seated candidate was Wang Lian. He was a distant relative of the Xianwu mansion. The young registrar was sitting in the study room. He was nervous, and excited. Of course, he knew what he was here for. He had been waiting for this day for many years. He was obviously not from Nujiang County, and he should have stayed at home to focus on studying and preparing for the Jinshi examination, but he came to Black Tortoise City and became the registrar of the penal prison. He didn't like this job at all, and he only had one purpose, and that was the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. Of course, he knew that Jean Mulan would not marry out of the family. She would only look for a son-in-law. But he did not care. He was not the only son in his family. His other 2 brothers had passed the martial exam and the literary exam. He had been fascinated by Mulan since he was a child. Moreover, it was a century-old noble family. Even if he became a son-in-law, he could enjoy endless wealth and great power. The prince of the Count house was incompetent, so the power of the Count house would be in the hands of Jean Mulan. As her husband, he would undoubtedly share the highest power of the whole Count house. It was a fief of thousands of square kilometers, a private army of 2,000, and an astronomical amount of wealth. Therefore, Wang Lian was determined to get the position of Jean Mulan's husband, except for Mo Yi, who passed the martial exam. No one else could threaten him. Moreover, Jean Moulin was very good at martial arts. Therefore, he needed a husband who was a scholar. Only in this way could they complement each other. Wang Lian firmly believed that he would win this competition. Of course, he was not the only one who thought so. Almost everyone thought so, especially the trusted subordinate of the Count House, Jin Zhong. He brought Wang Lian here personally. In his mind, he even regarded Wang Lian as the future son-in-law of the Count House. Jean Moulin walked into the first study room. There was a screen between her and Wang Lian. Sensing the arrival of the beautiful woman, Wang Lian's breathing quickened instinctively. He was so nervous that he could not control himself. Very soon, he would become Moulin's husband, and very soon, he would share a bed with this beautiful body. His long-cherished wish of more than 10 years was finally going to come true. Wang Lian, what can you bring me in the future? Jean Moulin asked. Wang Lian suppressed his excitement and said, after we get married, I will take the Xianxia examination. From now on, you'll be in charge of martial arts, and I'll be in charge of culture. You and I will complement each other. We'll definitely manage Xianwu Mansion more prosperous, and we'll definitely carry forward the century-old foundation of the Kim family and pass it on from generation to generation. Wang Lian felt that this was what Jean Moulin wanted the most. Yes, the prosperity of Xianwu Mansion and the inheritance of the century-old foundation of her ancestors were indeed Moulin's lifelong pursuit. Thank you, cousin, Jean Moulin said. Then, she walked out. Jean Moulin came to the second room, where Mo Yi, who had passed the martial exam, was. Mo Yi's kung fu was very high, and he looked very calm. When Jean Moulin came in, his breathing did not change, but his heart beat a little faster. His desire for Jean Moulin was no less than Wang Lian's. He was a martial exam candidate, but he was also from an ordinary family. His kung fu was very high, but it seemed that he had reached a bottleneck. Therefore, he needed a lot of resources, including a large number of ancient kung fu books, which couldn't be bought with money. As a century-old rich family, the Kim family was especially rich in this area. Moreover, with Jean Moulin's beauty and figure, no man could refuse her. Mr. Mo, if you marry into the Count House, what can you bring me in the future? Jean Moulin asked the same question. Mo Yi said, I will take the martial exam and become the best in the world. I will lead the army of the Count House to battle all over the world. I will continue to make contributions, and the status and power of the Kim family will rise to the next level. Thank you, Mr. Mo. Jean Moulin stood up and walked out. After that, Jean Moulin went to the third, fourth, and fifth study rooms. She asked the same question. If you marry into the Count House, what can you bring me in the future? The answers of the three were almost the same: loyalty. They were willing to die for Miss Moulin, and they would not hesitate to go through fire and water for her. This was because the three of them had been trained by the Count House since they were young. That was their only answer. Jean Moulin entered the last room. Through a screen, Xianlang could feel Jean Moulin's breath. It was a very pleasant, very strong scent of a woman. Xianlang focused on his eyes and saw the outline of Jean Moulin's body through the screen. His gaze once again fell on the unspeakable place on her chest. 36E. Suddenly, his heartbeat accelerated again. Xianlang, if you marry into the Count House, what can you bring me in the future? Jean Moulin asked. What? Xianlang asked. You're really an idiot. Jean Moulin laughed in her heart. Then, she asked gently, what is the most precious thing you can give me? My virginity. Xianlang said instinctively. Of course, he could only say this in his heart. If he dared to say it out loud, he would be beaten to death. So, how should he answer this question? Of course, Xianlang could give her a lot. For example, I am a very good gynecologist. If you have a few days of pain every month, Moulin, I can help you treat it. Another example, I know the secret method of smelting steel. I can improve the steel of the Count House to a higher level. I can make the armor of the Kim clan's private army stronger and their swords sharper. Another example, my eyes are very good. Moulin, if your tendons and veins are blocked, I know where to unblock them. He could even imagine how the 5 people before him would answer. Wang Lian would definitely say that he and Jean Moulin could complement each other in terms of knowledge and martial arts. They would make the Count house more prosperous and let the century-old foundation of the Kim family be passed down from generation to generation. Mo Yi would definitely say that he wanted to train his martial arts to a high level. Then, he would lead the army of the Count house to a higher level. He would make great contributions and let the Kim family's foundation rise to a higher level. He might even be promoted to a marquis. As for the other three, they were all trained by the Count house. So, they would definitely say that they were willing to devote their loyalty. So, how should Shenlang answer? What was Jean Mulan's deepest desire? Hearing that Shenlang didn't answer, Jean Mulan said, "It doesn't matter. Take your time to think about it and answer slowly. There's no hurry." Jean Mulan's voice was very cold to others, but she was instinctively gentle to Shenlang. However, her tone was really like talking to a child with low intelligence. She was afraid that it would scare him. Shenlang thought for 2 minutes and then found an answer. "The most precious thing I can give you is freedom. As long as you don't steal my man, you can do whatever you want," Shenlang said. As soon as he said that, Jean Mulan was stunned. Then, she glared at Shenlang through the screen. She wanted to rush over and beat him up. "What do you mean by stealing my man? Am I, Jean Mulan, such a shameless woman?" But she didn't feel so upset. What a fool. He doesn't have any thoughts. Then, Jean Mulan walked out. Behind the screen, Shenlang showed a proud smile. If there was no accident, he had already won 60%. Why did Jean Mulan ask this question? She was testing whether these 6 men had ambition or not. The heir of the Count house was not promising. So, after Count Xianxia passed away, the power of the entire Count house would fall into the hands of Jean Mulan. Of course, she would wholeheartedly assist her brother. What was she most afraid of? Would her husband have ambition to covet the power of the Count house and even murder her brother? If that happened, she would be the sinner of the Kim family. Her future husband's talent was secondary. The most important thing was that he must not have ambition to avoid trouble. But Wang Lian and Mo Yi were so arrogant, as if they wanted to govern the Count house together with Jean Mulan. Jean Mulan was very worried. "Since you two are so arrogant, why don't I give you the position of Count house?" Therefore, Shenlang's answer was to show that he had no ambition. This was the most correct answer. This was what Jean Mulan wanted the most. Jean Mulan returned to her father's hall. At this time, the Count and Madame were waiting anxiously. When they saw her, they couldn't help but ask, "So fast?" Yes, in less than a quarter of an hour, Jean Mulan had finished choosing. "Daughter, have you chosen your husband?" Madame Count said, "If you have chosen, I will immediately send more than a dozen people to send invitations. You will get married tonight." Jean Mulan said, "I have chosen." Madame Count got up and asked, "Who is it? Wang Lian or Mo Yi?" Jean Mulan said, "The husband I've chosen is Shenlang." What? After hearing Jean Mulan's words, the Count's hair almost stood up. The Count's wife thought that she had heard it wrong. The Count's confidants and aides were also completely shocked. "Mulan, are you crazy?" The Earl said, "The others are so outstanding, but you didn't choose them. You actually chose Shenlang?" Everyone looked at Jean Mulan in disbelief. Among the 6 people, Shenlang was the worst. Not to mention Wang Lian and Mo Yi, he couldn't even be compared to the 5 outstanding talents of the Count house. He couldn't even be compared to an ordinary person. He was an idiot with low intelligence. After studying for 10 years, he couldn't even graduate from the village school. He couldn't even take care of himself. "Mulan, why?" The Count said, "Wang Lian and Mo Yi are so outstanding. Why didn't you choose one of them?" Jean Mulan said, "Father, these 2 people are very outstanding. I asked them what they can bring me in the future. One of them said that he wants to compliment me in governing the Count house. The other one said that he is outstanding and wants to lead the army of the Count house." The Count didn't say anything when he heard this. The others thought that there was no problem with this answer. Mulan said, "If father is still alive, of course there is no problem. One day when you are gone, my brother will inherit the position of the Count. What should I do if my husband has ambitions for the power of the Count house? What about my brother? When this came out, the count suddenly became more silent. The people around him also suddenly understood. It has to be said that Mulan was very thoughtful and absolutely loyal to the family. Jean Mulan said, "Shenlang's answer is to give me freedom. As long as I don't cheat, I can do anything." "What kind of person do you think the daughter of the count house is?" The count was angry and said, "Mulan, father knows what you are thinking. But, you don't have to do this. Even if you don't choose Wang Lian and Mo Yi, you can choose one of the 3 young men in the count house." "No, I can't hold them back," Jean Mulan said. "Besides, they used to be my subordinates. I'm too familiar with them." The count's wife said, "But this Shenlang is too bad. You don't know his reputation in Xuanwu." The count said, "He used to be the son-in-law of the Su family. After he was expelled, he immediately married into the count house. How can we, the Kim family, raise our heads? This concerns the happiness of your entire life. I would rather you marry a proud son of heaven like Zhu Hongxue than sacrifice you for the sake of the family and push you into a pit of fire." Jean Mulan said, "Shenlang's reputation is very bad. Isn't this a good way for Zhu Lin to vent his anger? If I marry a good person, I'm afraid the Zhu family will not let it go. If I marry a person with a bad reputation, the Zhu family's resentment towards us will be reduced. After all, it is always a happy thing to see the enemy suffer." This was very reasonable. Mulan was very smart and understood people's minds. Jean Mulan said, "I think Shenlang is very good. In fact, I only have one requirement for my future husband, and that is to be good-looking. In this regard, Shenlang is worthy of being number 1. But. The count's wife's heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. Her son was not promising, so she had to sacrifice her daughter's happiness. "What kind of sin did the Xuanwu Kim family commit?" the count said. "Mulan, why don't you think about it again?" "No, it's settled." Jean Mulan said, "Time is pressing. Father, immediately send out the wedding invitations. Prepare for the wedding immediately. Try to make the ceremony as grand as possible. It would be best if Zhu Lin can attend the wedding when he arrives at the count house. Father, mother, I have been leading the army these days. I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest now." Then, she bowed and left the room. The count's heart was very uncomfortable, but he couldn't vent his anger. He couldn't vent his anger on Shenlang, so he could only vent his anger on his own son. "What about that unfilial son?" the count roared. "The prince is reading a book," the advisor said. "What's there to read? He has been studying for more than 10 years, but he's still a waste." The count angrily said, "If he had made progress, why would my Mulan make such a big sacrifice?" "Yes." His trusted aide hurriedly left. "No, I'll go by myself." The count said, "Where's the whip? I must whip him hard today." "Husband," the count's wife said. "Are you going to stop me?" the count's wife asked. "I'll go with you," the count's wife said. At the same time, in another study room, a fat man was immersed in his studies. He was secretly moved. "As a prince of the count house, I'm so hardworking. I woke up at dawn to study. My parents will be very happy to see me." Suddenly, the count's wife and the Xianwu mansion rushed in. The fat man said, "Father, mother, you came to see me. I just woke up early to study. You came to praise me. This is what a son should do. As a prince of the Xianwu mansion, I should be so hardworking." "Praise?" The count's wife suddenly pulled out the whip. After a while, there was a burst of miserable screams coming from the count house. "Father, mother, why are you beating me? I didn't do anything wrong today. I woke up early to study. Do we need a reason to beat you?" the count's wife said and continued to whip. The count's wife took a ruler and whipped her son's butt and thigh. "Yes, do we need a reason to beat you?" Ah. The prince of the count house screamed, "Sister, save me! Save me!" After knowing the result, Shenlang let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded. From one son-in-law to another son-in-law. From then on, he would be able to live a luxurious life. What else in the world could be better than living off a woman? Nothing, he was originally facing a desperate situation. The Su family, the Lin family, and Tianheng had joined forces to kill him. Now, this crisis had been completely wiped out. After he became the son-in-law of the Black Tortoise Earl's mansion, no matter if it was the Su family, the Lin family, or Tianheng, no matter how bold they were, they would not dare to make a move against him and his family. Just you wait, I, Shenlang, will let you know what revenge is. Tianheng, the Lin family, and the Su family, I will not let any of them go. If I don't destroy your family, I will not be Shenlang. The count's henchman, Jin Zhong, stood in front of Shenlang. His face was gloomy as if someone owed him 1,000 gold coins. Jin Zhong had been living in the Xianwu mansion since he was born. He was not only a servant, but also a family member. He was the most loyal person of the Kim family. Moreover, he had watched Miss Jean Mulan grow up. Now, this phoenix was forced to marry this piece of trash. How could he not be angry? After all, he was a loyal servant of the aristocratic family. So, even if he was very angry, even if he despised Shenlang, he would not speak rudely. His attitude was cold but polite. Shen Shusheng, come with me. I will take you to the guest room. Then, Shenlang followed him. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the guest room. He only had one sentence in his mind. This count house is really, King big. Even the richest person on earth didn't have such a big mansion. Oh, please send someone to my house. Tell my parents not to worry, Shenlang said. I've already sent someone to inform them, Jin Zhong said coldly. Shenlang said again, can you bring my parents and brother to the wedding tonight? I will personally bring someone to bring your family here, Jin Zhong said. Then, he closed the door and left. He didn't want to look at Shenlang's face for even half a minute. Shenlang said, I'll have to trouble you to hurry up because someone is plotting against my family. Jin Zhong's eyes turned cold. No matter how useless Shenlang was, he was still the son-in-law of the Count house. Now, there was someone in Xuanwu who wanted to harm Shenlang's family? Did they eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Got it. I will ensure your family's safety. Shen Shusheng, rest well. Prepare for the wedding ceremony tonight. At the same time, in the Black Man gang, Tianheng said calmly, it's almost time. 13. Bring someone to capture Shenlang and his family. If he hands over the dye formula, kill them. If not, kill them painfully. Yes. Tian Xianji said. Then, he rushed out of the Black Man gang with more than 10 warriors and headed in the direction of Shenlang's house. Following the order of the Count Lord, the Count house sent out dozens of people to announce the news of Jean Mulan's marriage. They also sent out wedding invitations, inviting the celebrities of Xuanwu City to attend the wedding that night. Suddenly, the entire Xuanwu City was boiling. Countless young men beat their chests and stamped their feet. She was the daughter of the Count house. She had a noble status, high martial arts skills, a beautiful face, and a devilish body. She was a real goddess. She was the #1 goddess in the entire Nujiang prefecture. Countless people adored her. Su Xianxia, who was born into a rich family, needed to build up her reputation everywhere. She wanted to become a famous lady in Nujiang prefecture. However, Jean Mulan rarely showed up. The title of famous lady was a compliment to Su Xianxia, but it was a humiliation to Jean Mulan. She was the daughter of a wealthy family. What famous lady? She was a famous lady. Her whole family were famous ladies. Su Xianxia had a lot of pursuers. Jean Mulan was more beautiful than her. Her body was even hotter. However, no young man in the entire Xuanwu city dared to pursue her. They were ashamed of themselves. Everyone thought that a beauty like Jean Mulan should at least marry into a marquise family. All the men in Xuanwu city could only dream of her. They could only fantasize about her in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the princess of Xuanwu city was going to marry someone. It was really bad news. They couldn't afford to have such a goddess. However, she couldn't get married either. It would be best if she stayed single for the rest of her life. On this day, countless young men in Xuanwu city were drunk. They pulled out their swords and started to fight. Who is it? Which man wants to marry my princess? I will kill him. I will kill him. Goddess, how can you do this? How can you get married? You have betrayed us. However, those with a little bit of fame and power in Xuanwu City smelled something strange. Who was the daughter of the Count House, Jean Mulan, going to marry? The name of the groom was not mentioned on the wedding invitation, and there had never been any news about it. What was even stranger was that the wedding was going to be held tonight. It was too rushed. This kind of 100-year-old noble wedding was very grand and complicated. First, they would send a team of important people to propose marriage, and after both sides agreed, the engagement would proceed. After the engagement, both families sent gifts to each other, held a few big banquets, and held a few hunts. This let everyone in the noble circle know that these two families were going to have a marriage alliance. Then, both sides waited for the monarch's blessing. Under normal circumstances, the monarch was more than happy to add flowers to the brocade. Not only would they send blessings, but they would also give gifts to both parties. After receiving the blessings of the monarch, they would ask the magician and the astronomer to calculate an auspicious date suitable for both families. Finally, the wedding would be held in the main hall. After so many twists and turns, the wedding would take at least a year and a half. How could they announce it on the same day and get married on the same day? At this time, the entire Earl's mansion was also making preparations for the wedding that night. Countless food, fruits, and wine were prepared. The whole manor and castle were decorated with lanterns and streamers. All the servants were rewarded with money and new clothes. Even all the horses and hounds were given extra meals. Although it was rushed, and it was to find a son-in-law, the whole wedding had to be grand, because it was a show for the Zhu family. Although Shen Lang was the protagonist of this wedding, it seemed that everything had nothing to do with him. In his guest room, he just ate, slept, and ate. Because the name of the groom was not mentioned in the wedding invitation, this wedding had nothing to do with Tianheng. Although he was the leader of the underworld, he could not reach the level of the Xianwu mansion. Basically, it was impossible for him to attend the wedding. Of course, as the leader of the militia in Xuanwu City, he would definitely send a congratulatory gift. But whether the Count House would accept it or not was another matter. Tianheng did not care about this, because the people behind him were not in the same camp as Count Xuanwu. In fact, he was very grateful to Shen Lang. Originally, the Su family was only willing to give him 100 gold coins. But after Shen Lang made the new formula of the golden dye, everything changed. He got more than 1,000 gold coins. Not only did the Su family give him gold coins, but the Lin family of the splendid court also gave him 500 gold coins as a reward. Because the Lin family and the Su family cooperated, Lin Mo's son would get great benefits in the military selection examination and the appointment after the military selection. Therefore, the Lin family also had to thank Tianheng. Shen Lang made the new formula of the golden dye, which was a great benefit. The three forces would work together to kill Shen Lang and then reap the benefits. The dirty work would be left to Tianheng. After sending Tian Xianji to kill Shen Lang's family, Tianheng did not take it seriously anymore. Shen Lang was just like an ant, not worthy of his death. In order to show his attitude, the assassin Tian Xianji of the Black Man Gang brought more than 10 people to Maple Leaf Village and surrounded the front and back of Shen Lang's house. Tian Xianji looked at the broken mud wall and sighed in his heart, "Weakness is the original sin." Then, he waved his hand lightly and said, "Under the order of the governor, Shen Wan and his family hid their land and evaded taxes. Arrest them immediately, and kill anyone who resists. Do it." Following Tian Xianji's order, the warriors of the Black Man Gang, dressed in civilian clothes, drew their knives and rushed towards Shen Lang's house. Although they were a gang, they were still very meticulous in doing things. They would not directly rush into the house and start a massacre, but they would arrest the whole family in the name of the government. At that time, Shen Lang would have no choice but to hand over the formula of the purple and rainbow dye. Of course, even if Shen Lang was willing to hand it over, his whole family would not be able to escape. This gang leader really had an official identity. The warriors under him all had the identity of the civilian army of Xuanwu City, and Tian Xianji really had the arrest warrant in his hands. Everything was legal. Bang, bang, the main door of Shen Lang's house was extremely fragile, and it flew out directly. However, after rushing through the door, what he saw shocked Xianxia. There was no panic, no screams. Shenlang's father was lying on the bed, coughing and holding a hatchet in his hand. Shenlang's mother stood in front of the bed, holding a kitchen knife in her hand. As for Shenlang's brother, he suddenly sat up, holding a walking stick that he had just made. The three of them did not beg for mercy. They just stared coldly at the warriors of the Black Man gang. Shenlang was not at home, so their weakness was not there. Instead, they appeared to be fearless. When Xianxia saw this, he could not help but be slightly startled. He smiled and said, "Old man, what are you doing?" As he spoke, he took out the iron ruler and walked towards Shenlang's father. The smile on his face was still as warm as ever. Shenlang was not at home, but Xianxia did not care. As long as he captured this family, Shenlang would definitely appear. It would be difficult for him to escape even if he had wings. Shenlang's father said, "We are all useless people." "It doesn't matter." Xianxia said, "Are you going to resist arrest with a knife? This is tantamount to rebellion." "In that case, I'm sorry, your nephew can only make a move." After saying that, his iron ruler casually chopped towards Shenlang's father's arm. If this hit, Shenlang's father's arm would definitely be smashed into pieces. At the same time, the warriors under him also pounced towards Shenlang's mother and brother. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly felt the hairs on his back stand up. He immediately turned around and saw a figure standing outside Shenlang's house. It was an ordinary middle-aged man. He did not even hold a knife in his hand. However, the aura from his body made Xianxia feel a prickle in his back. This was an expert. "By the order of the city lord, we are here to arrest those who are hiding in the fields to evade taxes. Unrelated people, please leave immediately," Xianxia shouted. Outside Shenlang's house was the servant of the Count House, Jin Zhong. In fact, he had been here for a long time. He just deliberately waited for Xianxia to break the door before he appeared. This was the way he did things. After hearing Xianxia's words, Jin Zhong said, "Oh, we should not disturb the city lord's official business. However, my master has invited Mr. Shen's family to attend the wedding. If I don't invite them back, I will not be able to answer to my master. Could you please pass the message?" When these words came out, Xianxia secretly felt that something was wrong. This was because the other party was very polite and very calm. He had seen too many people and killed too many people. He deeply knew that the more powerful a person was, the calmer they were. On the contrary, people without a background liked to talk tough and bluff. Xianxia said, "May I ask who you are?" If the other party really had a powerful background, then he would think about it. However, if the other party did not have a powerful background, then he could not blame Xianxia for being ruthless. Anyway, he was doing this in the name of the government. "Jin Zhong," the middle-aged man said. When these words came out, Xianxia's face changed. He had heard this name before. Of course, Jin Zhong was not a big shot. In Xianwu Mansion, he was not a very capable person. However, in Tianheng's dictionary, he was a person that absolutely could not be provoked. This was because he was the trusted servant of the Count House Count. And what was even more frightening was that the master behind him was Count Xuanwu, Jin Zhua. Xianxia felt that his breathing was a lot heavier. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Even his hair was standing up. He forced himself to calm down and asked, "Is your master inviting Shenlang's parents to attend the wedding?" "Yes," Jin Zhong said lightly. Xianxia immediately thought of Shenlang's beautiful face. After they parted in the early morning yesterday, Shenlang disappeared. He did not expect that the other party had a relationship with the Count House. Things were not good. Xianxia, who lived on the edge of a knife all year round, immediately felt a dangerous atmosphere. He was not sure how close Shenlang was to the Count House. He hoped that it was not too close. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Since the Count House wants them, of course, I dare not stop them. I will go and report to the governor, Xianxia said. Jin Zhong was expressionless, but he still politely said, "Thank you. Come, carry Master Shen, Madam Shen, and second young Master Shen to the palanquin," Jin Zhong ordered. Then, more than a dozen warriors came out from behind him, but they didn't carry knives. Instead, they were carrying stretchers. The Count Lord was very unhappy with Xianlang, but he respected Xianlang's parents very much. Everything was ordered by him. More than a dozen warriors from the Count house carefully carried Xianlang's parents to the stretchers, and then put them into the huge palanquin. The palanquin was so big that people could lie on it. Then, 6 warriors carried the 3 palanquins as if they were walking on flat ground. Their hands were as light as a feather, and they left without saying a word. "Goodbye," Jinzhong said. "Take care." Xianxia bowed to send them off. From the beginning to the end, Jinzhong didn't say anything to threaten them. This was because Xianxia's arrest procedures were completely legal. There was even an arrest warrant from the governor's office. Xianlang's father did open up the barren mountain, and he didn't pay any taxes. But there were countless farmers in Xuanwu, and the governor's office didn't pursue the matter. As the saying goes, if the officials don't report, the people won't investigate. Moreover, Jinzhong only had the responsibility to protect Xianlang's family. The Count Lord didn't have any other orders. After Jinzhong and the warriors from the Count house left, Xianxia staggered. A warrior next to him came forward and said, "13th Master, what happened? If we let this family go, I'm afraid the gang leader will be furious." Xianxia said, "Do you know who those people are?" The warrior from the Black Cloth gang shook his head, "I don't know." "Xianwu Mansion's Jinzhong, Lord Count's trusted aide," Xianxia said. Instantly, the faces of the surrounding warriors changed. "Which member of the Count house did Xianlang hook up with?" the warrior asked. Xianxia said, "Let's pray that Xianlang doesn't have a deep relationship with the Count house. It would be best if he hooked up with the servant of the Count house and used a chicken feather as a token of authority. Otherwise. Or else what? 13th Master," the warrior said uneasily. Xianxia said, "Otherwise, everyone should go home and bid farewell to their parents, wives, and children." "Will we be caught?" the warrior asked. "You will die," Xianxia said. His mind couldn't help but think of the short time he spent with Xianlang. His beautiful face was always calm and even full of smiles. But now, from Xianxia's point of view, this smile was full of danger. "Let's go back and report to Godfather. If something big happens, we need to prepare a way out. We are helping those people. They can't just leave us to die," Xianxia said. Then, without saying a word, he jumped on the horse and ran towards the Black Cloth gang. If he wanted to save himself, he had to be fast. Otherwise, if Xianlang really hooked up with the Count house, it would be too late by the time he made a move. Xianlang was a very sinister person. He had only been in contact with him for a day, but he could already feel it. Xianxia was not stingy at all and galloped crazily. In less than an hour, he arrived at the Black Cloth gang. The Black Cloth gang was not in Xuanwu City. Instead, there was a small fortress about 20 miles away from the city. Of course, this fortress was hung with the 1,000 households barracks of Xuanwu City. There were a few hundred people inside. Because of the new policies, local officials were desperately trying to rope in all forces to fight against the traditional aristocratic forces. Therefore, a gang like Tianheng openly hung the banner of the local military barracks. Xianxia quickly rushed into the fortress. If it was in the past, he would definitely chat with his brothers in the fortress. Tianheng had many godsons under his command. It was not easy to stand out and gain the most power. Not only did he have to please his godfather, but he also had to buy people's hearts. But now, Xianxia did not care about this. He quickly rushed into the fortress. He did not even report and directly rushed into the room of his godfather, Tianheng. At this moment, he happened to see gang leader Tianheng having an affair with a beautiful woman. The woman was kneeling under the table, and he saw a white patch under her skirt. Tianheng instinctively grabbed a cup and was about to throw it at him. When he saw that it was his 13th godson, he immediately stopped and said coldly, "If there is no sufficient reason, I will dig out one of your eyes." Xianxia immediately knelt down and said, "Godfather, please forgive me. I failed in my task and failed to eliminate Xianlang's entire family." Tianheng's gaze turned cold. His godson, whom he thought highly of, couldn't even handle such a small matter? He had even accepted the money. It was a total of 1,500 gold coins. Tian Xianji said, Count House's Jin Zhong brought more than 10 warriors to pick up Shenlang's parents and younger brother. They said that they were going to attend the Count House's wedding. They were carried away in 3 large palanquins. Immediately, Tianheng stood up, and his expression changed drastically. The woman was serving Tianheng. When he stood up suddenly, his teeth were scraped, and he twitched in pain. Then, he kicked her. Ah! The woman screamed miserably, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She said miserably, Master. Get out! Tianheng roared. Immediately, the woman scrambled out of the room. Men were all pig trotters. Usually, when they were good, they would call them sweethearts, but now, they would just kick them away and ask them to get out. Tian Xianji said, Godfather, who in the Count House is getting married? Is the Crown Prince taking a concubine? Don't tell me that Shenlang has a relationship with the Crown Prince? I heard that the Crown Prince is also a good-for-nothing. 2 good-for-nothings are birds of a feather. Tianheng said, Do you think that Shenlang is a good-for-nothing? Tian Xianji thought about it, and then shook his head decisively. Tianheng said, The wedding at the Xianwu mansion is not about the Crown Prince taking a concubine, but the selection of a son-in-law. As soon as this was said, Tian Xianji's expression changed dramatically. He shook his head and said, No way. It's absolutely impossible. Tianheng said, I also think it's impossible. Tian Xianji said, What kind of person is Shenlang? He's a poor boy from the countryside. He's not even as good as a weed. What kind of person is Miss Jean? Her martial arts, the art of war, appearance, and figure are all top-notch. She's the daughter of a century-old noble family. Even if Shenlang's ancestors had accumulated 8 generations of virtue, they still wouldn't be worthy of even half a finger of Miss Jean Mulan. Even a wealthy merchant family like the Su family doesn't fancy Shenlang, let alone the high and mighty Xianwu mansion. Tianheng also nodded. Even the most imaginative person would not connect Shenlang and Miss Jean Mulan together. The two were really different. Even if the sun rose in the west, the two would not have the slightest relationship. However, the fact that the Count House's Jin Zhong went to pick up Shenlang's family to attend the wedding was really strange. Tianheng got up and paced back and forth. There was a little uneasiness in his eyes. I'll go to the city. This matter needs to be prepared for a rainy day. Tianheng said. More than half an hour later, Su, Lin, and Tianheng, the 3 small tycoons of Zanhua City, gathered in a secret room. After hearing Tianheng's words, the 2 tycoons said in unison, Impossible, absolutely impossible. This was especially true for clan head Su. Tianheng said, Yesterday, not long after Shenlang left the splendid court, he was hit by the Count House's cavalry and was taken to the Count House. Today, there was news of the Count House's wedding. Moreover, Jin Zhong personally brought people to pick up Shenlang's parents and younger brother to the Count House to attend the ceremony. Su Guangyun said, It's possible that the useless Shenlang is currying favor with the Count House's heir. After all, both of them are useless. But how powerful is Miss Jean Mulan? Why would she look up to Shenlang? Moreover, I just kicked Shenlang out of the house. Even a village widow may not be willing to marry a son-in-law who has been kicked out, let alone the daughter of a century-old noble family. The boss of the splendid court, Lin Mo, said, Brother Su, this Shenlang may not be useless. If he is really useless, I'm afraid he can't think of a new golden dye formula. Su Guangyun said, Brother Lin, you're really wrong. This new dye formula, first of all, is luck. Second, it really needs that kind of stupid person to invent it. Lin Mo thought about it. It was true. But from the short conversation yesterday, Shenlang did not seem like a fool. Su Guangyun said, The most important thing is that when I kicked out that useless Shenlang, he was framed for theft and molestation. Such a notorious person, does the Count House not want to lose face? When these words came out, the 3 people were indeed relieved. In Xuanwu, many people could be shameless, but only the Xianwu mansion cherished their reputation and faced the most. Tianheng said, Su, Lord Count suddenly sent out wedding invitations today. Did he say who the bridegroom is? Su Guangyun shook his head and said, no. But it can't be Shenlang. Even if the sun rises from the west, it can't be him. Lin Mo said, even if it's not Shenlang, it's better to make it clear. How about we send one of our people to attend the wedding of the Count House tonight? Suddenly, the three people looked at each other, because no one present had received an invitation from the Count House. Xianwu Mansion sent out a lot of invitations, such as military officers, officials, famous scholars, local celebrities, and so on in Xuanwu. Although the three people present were powerful, two of them were businessmen, and one was a mafia leader. Tianheng suddenly said, I'm going to attend the wedding. Of course, Count Xuanwu wouldn't be so harsh if they didn't get an invitation to attend the wedding of the Count House. But it still required courage. Lin Mo said, thank you, Chief Tian. As for the gift, let me handle it. Su Guangyun said, after all, Count Xuanwu is the owner of Xuanwu City. Even if we don't attend the wedding, we still need to prepare a generous gift. My Su family doesn't lack money. Tianheng said, then it's settled. You two prepare the gift as soon as possible. I'll immediately set off to the Count House. Splendid court, Lin Mo said, then I'll go prepare it. Then, he went into the warehouse to pick out rare things. His mind kept recalling every scene of him and Shenlang. It was fine if he didn't recall it, but when he recalled it, he felt cold. Not only did he betray Shenlang, but he also said a lot of decisive words. For example, an ant like Shenlang didn't know his own limits. If he didn't die, who would? If God didn't open his eyes and really let Shenlang become the son-in-law of the Count House, then it would be really terrible. He could only pray to God that it wouldn't come true. However, if one were to use their brains to think about it, such a thing would definitely not happen. How could the dignified Black Tortoise Count Manor possibly take in a lowly person like Shenlang as their son-in-law? Moreover, he had just been expelled by a merchant family like the Su family. He was definitely scaring himself. Just more than half an hour later, the three forces prepared 3 carriages of gifts. Tianheng took a carriage to the Count House. He was thick-skinned to attend Jean Milan's wedding tonight without an invitation. Please don't let it be Shenlang. Please don't let it be Shenlang. At the same time, Shenlang's ex-wife went to the Count House to attend the wedding openly. Because her fiancé, Zhang Jin, was the son of the prefectural governor and also the garrison general of Xuanwu. Su Qianqian said, Zhang Lang, the Count House is so mysterious. Who do you think will be the groom tonight? Which son of a powerful family or a great talent can marry Jean Milan? Not to mention others, even Shenlang himself doubted whether he was the groom of the wedding tonight. For the whole day, apart from the food delivery, no one came to talk to Shenlang. Even the food delivery man didn't say a word to him. Lord Count didn't want to see him, nor did his wife. Miss Jean Milan didn't want to see him either. Even Jean Zhong didn't want to see him. It was as if he was completely forgotten in the guest room. He even doubted whether the Count House had found a better candidate. From a certain point of view, there were too many people in Xuanwu who were more suitable than him. Countless young men were willing to go through fire and water for Jean Milan. Finally, in the evening, 2 maids, or more accurately, 2 aunts, came in. They were holding a red and gold robe, the groom's hat, belt, and boots. Shen, take a bath and change your clothes. Prepare for the wedding. To some extent, marrying a son-in-law was the same as marrying a wife. The bride had to go to the groom's house to get the betrothal gift. Of course, the wedding would also be held in the bride's house. Most of the time, the bride would wear a veil, sit in a sedan chair, and then return home. Occasionally, when it was more extreme, the groom would sit in a sedan chair, wear a veil, and be carried to the bride's house for the wedding ceremony. It was very bad. Xuanwu was a relatively extreme traditional area. As a son-in-law, he had to sit in a sedan chair. Of course, he didn't need to wear a veil, but he had to wear a mask. Even so, in many people's eyes, it was still a violation of a man's dignity. Therefore, in Xuanwu, many men would rather be single than marry a son-in-law. At this time, Shenlang was wearing a red brocade robe and a silver mask, sitting in a sedan chair. He was carried from the Count House to the temple, and then back to the temple for the wedding ceremony. The whole Xianwu mansion was decorated with lanterns and colorful banners, and there were many maids and servants. There weren't many guests, but there were still more than 100 people. More than half of them were from the Count House, and the rest were celebrities of Xuanwu City, scholars with scholarly honors, civil officials and military generals, outstanding martial artists, and so on. When the young lady of Xianwu Mansion got married, there would be a lot of guests. Not only from Nujiang County, but also from the governor's mansion and the monarch. It was just that today's wedding was too rushed, so even the guests from Nujiang County couldn't rush over. This was probably the most shabby wedding in the history of the Count House. Although the guests in the grand hall were chatting with each other, their minds were not on the conversation. They were all looking at the door. This was because everyone was extremely curious and expectant. Who would be the groom tonight? Jean Mulan was Black Tortoise City's princess. Who was the person that was willing to marry her? Just how outstanding was he? Even if it was marrying into the family, it was enough to make one's liver hurt from jealousy. Especially those unmarried young elites. Their faces were ashen as they held their breaths and stared at the door. Who could it be? Could he be worthy of Miss Jean Mulan? Although he didn't receive an invitation, the leader of the black suit gang, Tianheng, also came with a thick face. He was extremely nervous. He was afraid that the groom would be Shen Lang, which would be a disaster. However, at this time, he was listening to others talking about how prominent Xianwu Mansion was and how outstanding Miss Jean Mulan was. Furthermore, many of the celebrities were guessing who the groom would be. The names that they mentioned were all talented youths. At the very least, they were all high scholars. They were either high scholars or high scholars. Jiren? Don't be ridiculous. The groom is at least a Jinshi. Yes, the Kim clan is not an ordinary noble family. It is a noble family with a real fief. Although many Jinshi are talented, they have no backing. So what if they marry into Xianwu Mansion? What's wrong with being rich and powerful? In the Ming dynasty, there was a rule that son-in-law was not allowed to take part in the imperial examinations. But the state of Yu didn't have such a rule. Yes, Miss Jean Mulan is so beautiful and outstanding. I don't know how many people are coveting her. Yes, no one can marry Miss Jean Mulan without being a Jinshi. As for Shen Lang, he didn't even mention a word about him. How could it be possible? It was like a toad and a swan. Therefore, Tianheng was a little relieved. At this time, Zhang Jin was also staring at the door. He was also jealous of the groom tonight. Who was Jean Mulan? She was the dream lover of almost all young men within a few hundred miles, including Zhang Jin. He knew why the wedding was held in such a hurry. It was because Xianwu Mansion didn't want their daughter to marry out of the family, and the Zhu family's team was already on the way. Zhang Jin didn't care about that. He was even glad that a beauty like Jean Mulan didn't get to marry Zhu Hongxue. Why did all the good things go to him? Su Qianqian couldn't help but feel jealous when she saw the look in her fiancé's eyes. But she didn't show it. Instead, she smiled and said, "I'm so curious. Which man is so lucky to be able to marry Miss Jean Mulan?" At this time, the whole place suddenly quieted down. Because Lord Count and Madam Count had appeared. They were sitting at the head of the table. There was also a chubby young man standing next to them. He looked unhappy. He was the prince of the Count house. Everyone was shocked because the wedding ceremony was about to be held. The groom was about to be revealed. Clap, clap, clap. At this time, the sound of firecrackers came from outside. The groom was here. Everyone swarmed forward, wanting to see this goddamn lucky guy. Under everyone's gaze, a sedan chair was slowly carried to the door. The curtain was lifted and the groom walked in. He was wearing a silver mask, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. He was a little thin, but his body was slender. His hands were fair. He should be a scholar. Everyone was guessing which great scholar from the state of Yu was he. The bride is here. Jean Mulan also appeared. All the men held their breaths, and all the women widened their eyes, revealing looks of extreme jealousy. Because Jean Mulan was looking for a son-in-law, she didn't wear a bright red dress. Instead, she wore a silver dress. The dress was a little unisex, and it was tight, making her look valiant. It was a strong signal to everyone that Jean Mulan was a female general. She would fight for the Xianwu Mansion for the rest of her life. No one would be able to take off her armor. It was this long silver dress that accentuated her devilish figure, making it look so voluptuous and sexy. Her breasts, her enchanting and powerful waist, her perky buttocks, and her two super long legs made it hard for men to breathe. She was extremely beautiful and sexy. All of a sudden, all the men became even more jealous of the masked groom. Jean Moulin's expression was emotionless. She was willing to sacrifice her happiness for the family. Moreover, it was more beneficial for the family to have a person like Xianxia as a son-in-law. However, Xianxia was, after all, a person with a terrible reputation. He had a low IQ, couldn't manage his life, and couldn't graduate from school even after studying for 10 years. Therefore, even if she had to sacrifice for the family, it was impossible for Jean Moulin to not feel sad about marrying such a man. The auspicious time is here. Everyone stood in an orderly manner. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to your parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. After the ceremony, send them to the bridal chamber. The ceremony was solemn and short. As a son-in-law, he had to be like the bride. He didn't take off his mask until the bridal chamber. This was killing him. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It was the governor of Xuanwu, Lu Qingyan. Lord Count, although according to tradition, the son-in-law will only take off his mask after entering the bridal chamber, I'm really curious. What kind of talent is worthy of Miss Moulin? Can you satisfy my curiosity? Lu Qingyan said what was on everyone's mind. At that moment, a burst of laughter came from outside, but the laughter was a little cold. Ha 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 ha. I'm here to visit Lord Count. I didn't expect to be here in time for your niece's wedding. The laughter went into everyone's ears, almost bursting their eardrums. The man's martial arts was very high. Accompanied by the laughter, a tall figure slowly walked in. Count Xuanwu quickly got up and went to greet him. Everyone present bowed to pay their respects. Greetings, Lord Zhu Lin. This man was Zhu Lin, the younger brother of the governor of Tiannan, Zhu Yong. He was the younger brother of the monarch's wife. He was a great general of the state of Yu, the governor of the Baiyun province, and the governor of the Guan Pass. Originally, he was representing the Zhu clan to propose to the Black Tortoise Count's mansion. His speed was already extremely fast, traveling 200 to 300 miles in a day, but he didn't expect that he would directly arrive at Jean Moulin's wedding. Announcing the wedding today, what did that mean? Wasn't it clear? The other party didn't want to unite with the Zhu family by marriage, but they also didn't want to reject the proposal. Therefore, before he arrived, they married Jean Moulin. Count Xuanwu is not loyal enough. He didn't even inform me that my niece is getting married. If I didn't come to Xuanwu on business, wouldn't I have missed it? Zhu Lin's eyes were cold. He smiled and said, "What kind of handsome young man is worthy of my niece Moulin? Take off your mask and see." Yes, take off your mask and see. Everyone couldn't help but shout. Jean Moulin looked at Xianxia and nodded. Xianxia took off the mask on his face. Immediately, many people present let out gasps of surprise. Tianhang's eyes widened, and then he felt a chill run down his spine. It's really Xianxia, we're in big trouble. The most shocked people were Su Qianqian and Zhang Jin. At this moment, Su Qianqian couldn't control herself anymore. She forgot her dignified demeanor and looked at Xianxia's handsome face in disbelief. Su Qianqian never dreamed that the groom tonight was Xianxia. How could it be him? Even if the sun rose in the west, it was impossible. Who was Jean Moulin? She was a goddess. What kind of person was Xianxia? A moron with mental problems, a good-for-nothing who couldn't even wear clothes properly. Moreover, she had just expelled Xianxia from the family the day before yesterday and framed him for stealing and molesting a maid. Xianwu Mansion was such a prestigious family. How could they choose such a slut as their son-in-law? No, he couldn't accept such a result at all. Xianxia, since you've been expelled from the family, you should be humble to the dust. It's best to become a pile of dog shit on the ground, trampled by others. Now you've married a woman who is more beautiful and noble than me. How could this be possible? Was the heavens playing a joke on him? Zhang Jin, who was next to him, was about to vomit blood out of jealousy. Based on what? Even he didn't dare to hope that Jean Moulin, a stunning beauty, would marry a good-for-nothing like Xianxia. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Zhang Jin burst into laughter. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. Zhang Jin said, Miss Jean Milan, your wedding is fake. It's a conspiracy. Jean Milan said coldly, why do you say that? Zhang Jin pointed at Shen Lang. Do you know who this person is? His name is Shen Lang. He was expelled from the school in Coldwater Town because he couldn't even learn 1,000 words after studying for 10 years. After marrying into the Su family, he was expelled because he stole property and molested a maid. How could Count House like such a good-for-nothing? How could Miss Jean Milan like him? That's why this wedding is fake. Yes, yes. The young talents around couldn't help but shout. They also felt that it was fake. How could Miss Jean Milan marry such trash? After Zhang Jin took the lead, he gave the crowd a look. After all, he was the governor's son. It would be too crude and low-class for him to personally fight with Shen Lang. A scholar walked out from the crowd. He said in a clear voice, I can prove this point the best, because he and I used to study together in the school of Coldwater Town. Shen Lang is a moron. Shen Lang recognized this person. His name was Xianxia, and he was indeed his classmate in the school in Coldwater Town. Sure enough, the people who came to stab you at the critical moment were all acquaintances. Xianxia came from a poor family and was not qualified to attend tonight's wedding. However, after he became an elementary scholar, he became the disciple of a good teacher. That teacher was the retired mayor of Xuanwu, Zhang Boyan. That was why he followed Zhang Boyan. Of course, he not only curried favor with Zhang Boyan, but also with Zhang Jin. Therefore, he had a relationship with the governors. Zhang family. Previously in the school of Coldwater Town, Yan Xiong was a straight-A student, and Shen Lang was a super bad student. Yan Xiong didn't even look at him. However, he didn't expect that Shen Lang would marry into Xianwu Mansion and marry Miss Jean Milan, the princess of Xuanwu. How could he stand it? Therefore, he forgot to be polite for a moment. Coupled with Zhang Jin's signal, he came out directly. Shen Lang stood out and said lightly, Yan Xiong, you said I'm a moron. Do you have any proof? Haha. Scholar Yan Xiong said, you studied for 10 years, but you can't even recognize 1,000 words. Isn't this proof? How about this, I'll write a few words. If you can recognize them, I won't say you're a moron. If you can't, then you're a moron. How about that? Su Qianqian was about to stop him, but Shen Lang answered before she could, okay. Bring me a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Scholar Yan Xiong said. At first, he was a little uneasy. After all, this was the Count House. It wasn't a place where a scholar like him could act presumptuously. Therefore, his legs were shaking. However, now that he saw the crowd supporting him, like the stars surrounding the moon, Yan Xiong's uneasiness disappeared. He just wanted to show off, and it would be best if he could break up the marriage between Shen Lang and Su Qianqian. Of course, the Count House wasn't willing to give him a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. However, when they registered the gifts, there were a few sets of brush and ink. Immediately, someone went to fetch them. Yan Xiong picked up the brush and wrote a few words on the red paper. The crowd came forward to take a look. As a result, they felt a chill down their spine. They secretly took a deep breath. These words looked familiar, but they didn't recognize them. They were too rare. Not only did the martial artists not recognize them, some of the scholars didn't even recognize them. Who would recognize these words for no reason? They were completely useless. It could even be said that out of 10 scholars, 8 of them couldn't recognize the 3 words written by Yan Xiong. It was too difficult. It's just these 3 simple words. If you can recognize them, then you're not an idiot. If you can't, then you have to admit that you are. Yan Xiong said proudly. Jean Milan glanced at it and immediately frowned. Of course, she could recognize these words. Although she practiced martial arts, she also read a lot of books. However, these words were too rare. If she hadn't happened to see them in a book, she wouldn't have recognized them. These words were basically useless. Shen Lang went forward to take a look. The 3 words were, I, and. It was indeed difficult. Although he graduated from a medical university with a master's degree, he could only recognize the first word. He couldn't recognize the other 2. Haha, you don't recognize them, right? It's already amazing that you can recognize even one of these three words. Elementary scholar Xianxia said, honestly, you don't recognize them. Admit that you're an idiot. After studying for 10 years, you can't even recognize these three simple words. Many people present were embarrassed. They had also studied for more than 10 years. Some of them even passed the elementary scholar exams. Some of them even passed the giant exams. Yet, none of them could recognize these words. Although Xianxia didn't recognize them, he had the alien's laptop with him. There were all kinds of dictionaries in it, and it was easy to find them. Moreover, the alien's laptop was even more advanced in his brain. Xianxia only needed to glance at it and he could almost immediately get the answer. Moreover, there were many kinds of answers. At this moment, everyone was looking at Xianxia, waiting for him to make a fool of himself. Xianxia said, the first word sounds the same as goose. It's a type of plant that can be used as medicine. It comes from the book of Xianxia. The poem goes, I am the best. As soon as he said this, Xianxia was slightly taken aback. Although this word was the simplest, Xianxia shouldn't be able to recognize it. However, he was very confident that Xianxia wouldn't be able to recognize the next two words. However, Xianxia didn't stop. He continued, the second word sounds the same as jade. Firstly, it means flawed jade. Secondly, it means royal family. Before Xianxia could react, Xianxia didn't stop. He continued, the third word is indeed very rare. There are many pronunciations. The first is vertical. It means vertical. The second is roll. It means up and down. The third is retreat. It means retreat. The fourth is one. It is an ancient surname. It originated from the ancient Jiang clan. The history of this world was once destroyed. After that, many ancient Chinese books were unearthed. They were used as the beginning of civilization. Therefore, many allusions came from these unearthed books. Although it wasn't the history of this world, it was recorded and became part of history. As soon as he finished, Xianxia turned to elementary scholar Xianxia and asked, did I get it right? Xianxia looked at Xianxia in disbelief. He only knew two pronunciations for the last word. It was vertical and one. He didn't know the other two pronunciations either. Wasn't Xianxia an idiot? When he was studying, he was extremely dumb. He couldn't even pronounce the most common words, not to mention these extremely rare words. Xianxia turned to Xianxia's teacher, the former castellan of Xuanwu, and asked, Your Excellency Zhang, you are knowledgeable and talented in both literature and martial arts. Tell me, did I pronounce these three words correctly? The white-haired castellan glared at his disciple, Xianxia, and laughed, You are all correct. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Especially Zhang Jin and Su Qianqian. What kind of person Xianxia was, Su Qianqian knew best. She knew how rare these three words were, especially the last word. Even Su Qianqian didn't know. How could Xianxia, an idiot who couldn't even pass 10 years of studying, know it? How was this possible? Xianxia continued, Xianxia, since we are playing with words, how about I write a few words for you to recognize? Elementary scholar Xianxia laughed coldly, You? What words do you think I don't recognize? What a joke. Xianxia picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote many words on it. Idiot, 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 idiot. After writing, Xianxia asked, Xianxia, which words do you recognize? If you can recognize more than 4 words, I'll be convinced. Elementary scholar Xianxia looked at the dozens of words, and his eyes almost went blurry. What the hell were these words? However, there were a few words that he recognized. He couldn't help but blurt out, I am an idiot. As soon as the name elementary scholar Xianxia came out, many people burst into laughter. Even Jean Milan couldn't help but smile. It was as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming. But Xianxia's teacher's face suddenly became very ugly. After Xianxia finished speaking, he understood that he had been tricked. But the words that he had spoken were like water that had been spilled. He couldn't take them back. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at Xianxia and said, yes, you are an idiot. Shen Lang said, "Brother Yan Xiong, you have always been so honest since you were young." Yan Xiong was so angry that he almost exploded. He still wanted to argue with Su Quebec. At this time, his teacher, the former mayor of Xuanwu, Zhang Boyan, said coldly, "Stand down. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Elementary scholar Yan Xiong retreated angrily. Feeling everyone's mocking eyes, he wanted to dig a hole in the ground. For a scholar like him, reputation was the most important thing. The nickname "I am an idiot" would follow him for the rest of his life. Even when he went for the imperial examinations, he would be affected. Suddenly, Yan Xiong said angrily, "Your Excellency Count, this is your count house. Shen Lang is your son-in-law. Are you going to let him humiliate and ruin the reputation of the Kim clan?" Count Xuanwu smiled and didn't say anything. It was impossible for him to open his mouth. A mere elementary scholar, if not for the fact that his teacher was the former castellan of Black Tortoise City, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter this hall. If he had to answer a question from such a nobody, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? Besides, Yan Xiong, a mere elementary scholar, had openly stood up and questioned the marriage of the Count house. It was already very generous of Count Xuanwu to not pursue the matter. Shen Lang smiled and said, "Yan Xiong, those 4 words were said by you." "I didn't say a single dirty word." Shen Lang said, "As for ruining the reputation of the Kim clan in Xuanwu, please don't worry. The Kim family is very powerful. Such a small matter can't ruin our reputation. The reputation of the Kim clan lies in the people. It lies in Count Xuanwu's love for the people and loyalty to the monarch. It doesn't lie in shameless scholars like you." Hearing this, the Black Tortoise Earl was slightly stunned. That was exactly what he was thinking. Previously, when Shen Lang said that he was going to marry Jean Mulan, he even had the intention to kill. And now, he felt that this Shen Lang was a pretty good person. Moreover, he understood his heart very well. The reason why the Black Tortoise Count was so magnanimous was due to his love for the people of Black Tortoise City. However, he was definitely not a pedantic person. He cherished every single feather on his body very much. So what if his son-in-law scolded someone? As long as he was polite, he could even hit someone. When Su Xianxia heard Shen Lang's words, she could not help but be shocked. Before, he was so dull that he couldn't even say a complete sentence. After being kicked out of the Su family, he actually changed so much. "Shameless!" Zhang Jin couldn't help but whisper. "Shameless!" Zhang Jin couldn't help but whisper. "We've just gone through the wedding ceremony, and you, Shen Lang, are already talking about our Jin clan. You really know how to hug someone's thigh." The former Xuanwu City Lord, Zhang Boyan, was not only Yan Xiong's teacher, but also a typical scholar. The former Black Tortoise City's Zhang Boyan was not only Yan Xiong's teacher, but also a typical scholar. Zhang Boyan, the former Xuanwu City Lord, was not only Yan Xiong's teacher, but also a typical scholar. Now that Shen Lang called him a shameless scholar, it was a slap in his face. Zhang Boyan must teach this kid a lesson, lest he became arrogant just because he knew a few rare words. "Student Shen, it seems that you are proficient in rare words?" Zhang Boyan said. Shen Lang replied, "I dare not say I am proficient, I just know a little. I have a word here. My students are useless, they can't even recognize it. I wonder if student Shen is willing to explain it to them?" Zhang Boyan asked. As soon as this was said, everyone became energetic. The student had been slapped in the face, and the teacher had personally come forward. Who was this Zhang Boyan? He was the former city lord of Xuanwu. He was well-read and especially liked to explore historical sites. After his retirement, he opened a school in the city. Many scholars worshipped him as their teacher. How knowledgeable was he? Count Xuanwu was the master of Xuanwu City. Why did this former city lord have to go against the Count house? This involved the new policy. Since more than 10 years ago, the monarch had begun to take back the land and power from the old aristocrats. Previously, the position of the city lord of Xuanwu had always been held by someone from the Count house. Usually, it was Count Xuanwu's younger brother. About 11 years ago, the Xianwu mansion gave up the position of city lord and replaced it with someone from the monarch. Since then, every city lord had a mission, and that was to draw a clear line between them and Count Xuanwu. Shen Lang laughed. Since Lord Zhang wants to test me, then I will give it a try. This time, Count Xuanwu and Jean Mulan had no intention of stopping him. Shen Lang had just regained his face. Even if he lost to Zhang Boyan, it was nothing. What kind of person was Zhang Boyan? He was a famous Confucian scholar. Shen Lang had only studied in the town school for a few years. Wasn't it normal to lose to him? Seeing that his teacher was standing up for him, Yan Xiong was overjoyed. He quickly stepped forward to grind the ink for his teacher and spread out the red paper. He then respectfully handed the wolf-howling brush with both hands. After Zhang Boyan took it, he wrote a word on the paper. Everyone gathered around. Jean Mulan also looked over. Good writing. Elegant and profound. Without a few decades of practice, it is impossible to write something like this. After Zhang Boyan finished writing, the crowd cheered. The former Black Tortoise City Lord's calligraphy skills were indeed very good, and his strength penetrated the back of the paper. However, no one present could recognize the word he wrote. Lord Zhang's calligraphy is really good. Every stroke and every picture is intoxicating. Yes, without a few decades of practice, it is impossible to write something like this. But, what is this word? I don't know. I don't know. Everyone present shook their heads. No one could recognize it. Whether it was elementary scholar or high scholar, including Mulan and Lord Count, none of them could recognize this word. Someone said, Lord Zhang likes to excavate and study ancient ruins. This ancient inscription must have been obtained from somewhere. It is extremely rare and cannot be found in books. That is why no one can recognize this word? Listening to everyone's words, Zhang Boyan felt slightly pleased. This word was indeed copied from an ancient inscription when he was excavating ancient ruins. He had to connect the context to know what the word was. It was not found in books at all. Therefore, except for those who had personally read the inscription, no one could understand this word. Shen Lang stepped forward to take a look. It turned out to be a small seal character. This word was very simple. It was a sheep character with 2 horizontal lines removed. It was written in simplified Chinese. Everyone in modern China was familiar with this word, because this word was the symbol for renminbi. In modern times, it was pronounced as yuan. However, in ancient times, this was definitely not the meaning of yuan. As for the specific meaning and how to pronounce it, Shen Lang really did not know. In the Great Yan dynasty, except for a very small number of people who excavated ancient ruins and studied small seal characters, no one else would touch it. This was because this world did not use small seal characters as a writing tool. It was just a hobby of a small group of people. Therefore, the difficulty of this word was really heaven-defying. If Shen Lang relied on himself, he would definitely lose this time. However, he had an alien laptop in his body. It had already merged with his brain. His eyes only took a glance and immediately scanned the database for the answer. Count Xuanwu said, Shen Lang, this word is extremely difficult. If it was not coincidentally seen on an ancient inscription, no one would be able to recognize it. It's okay if you don't know. Then he added, your parents refused to attend the wedding ceremony. You and Milan should go and pay your respects to them. This was to give Shen Lang a dignified way out of this embarrassing situation. Zhang Boyan did not care about winning against a mere Shen Lang. However, this word stumped everyone present. This former city lord of Xuanwu could not help but feel extremely proud. He put his hands behind his back and looked as lonely as snow. Shen Lang said, Lord Zhang, if I am not wrong, you also do not know how to pronounce this word, right? You should have learned the meaning of this word from the context of the inscription, but you do not know the pronunciation. Yes, that is true. Zhang Boyan said, but knowing the meaning is more important than the pronunciation, isn't it? Shen Lang said, what a coincidence, I just happen to know how to pronounce this word. Impossible. Scholar Yan Xiong said, my teacher already said that he only knew the meaning of this word from the context of the inscription. Therefore, no one knows how to pronounce this word. Shen Lang said, if I know how to pronounce this word and also know its meaning, how about you slap yourself in the face? Because you just said nonsense and called me an idiot. Yan Xiong said, what if you don't know it? Or what if you got it wrong? Shen Lang said, then I will slap myself in the face. Okay, it's a deal. Scholar Yan Xiong said, everyone here can be my witness. Lord Zhang Boyan did not stop him, because going against the Count House was politically correct. Shen Lang was too arrogant tonight, it was time to teach him a lesson. Shen Lang said, this word has the same pronunciation as the word endure. Haha. Scholar Yan Xiong said, if you say endure, then it's endure? Who can prove it? Shen Lang said, and the meaning of this word should be similar to thorn. As soon as this was said, the former city lord of Xuanwu, Zhang Boyan's face changed instantly, revealing a look of utter disbelief. This is impossible. At this moment, Zhang Boyan's shock could not be described with words. Although he had never seen Shen Lang before, he had indeed heard of him many times. He was an idiot with low intelligence. None of the people present could recognize the small seal script that he had written, but Shen Lang did. Not only did he know the meaning, but he also knew how to pronounce it. This was too strange. Yan Xiong laughed at the side, teacher, he made it up, right? Everyone present looked at Zhang Boyan. He really wanted to directly deny Shen Lang's answer, saying that what was obviously right was wrong. In that way, no one could do anything to him, and no one could seek justice for Shen Lang. However, at that time, Zhang Boyan was not the only one who excavated this inscription. There were 2 other people, all of whom were highly respected. Moreover, the meaning of the yen was confirmed by several people after studying the contents of the inscription. Therefore, if he denied Shen Lang's answer in front of everyone today, he was likely to be slapped in the face in the future. At that time, his reputation would be completely ruined. The key point was that it was not worth taking such a big risk for a mere Shen Lang. After seeing his teacher's expression, Yan Xiong had a bad feeling in his heart. He said in a serious tone, teacher, Shen Lang is making it up, right? He doesn't even know the meaning of this word? This disciple's tone already had a strong intention to lead his teacher to distort the truth. Zhang Boyan coldly stared at Yan Xiong, then laughed and said, Shen is really proficient in words. He can even recognize such a rare seal script, and even knows how to pronounce it. The younger generation will surpass the older in time. As soon as this was said, everyone present was shocked. This Shen Lang was so awesome, no one present could recognize this word of Zhang Boyan, but Shen Lang, the legendary good-for-nothing, actually knew it and could pronounce it? Wasn't he ignorant and incompetent good-for-nothing? How could he be so awesome? Shen Lang looked at Yan Xiong and said, Brother Yan, just now in front of everyone, you said that if I won, you would slap yourself. You are a dignified elementary scholar, the top student in our Coldwater Town Academy. You wouldn't go back on your words, would you? Hence, the gazes of the crowd turned towards Yan Xiong. Although everyone wanted to see Shen Lang being humiliated, it was still rather interesting to see elementary scholar Yan Xiong slap himself in the face. Who said that humans were good by nature? If it was in private, Yan Xiong could still go back on his words. However, at this time everyone's eyes were on his face, especially Count Xuanwu. His face was full of smiles, but his eyes were a little cold. Shen Lang, I will remember this day. Yan Xiong said coldly. Then, he slapped himself hard in the face. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. This elementary scholar Yan Xiong was really honest. He used so much strength to hit himself. Could it be that he felt like he was hitting Shen Lang? Shen Lang was thrilled to hear that. Goodbye. Yan Xiong was too ashamed to stay there any longer. He left in anger. At this time, Count Xuanwu said, Shen Lang, it's time for you to bring Mulan to meet your parents. Let the banquet begin. Following the order, wine and delicacies were served like flowing water. Everyone took their seats. Unfortunately, there was still one person who didn't see this scene today. That person was the registrar of Xuanwu City, Wang Lian, Shen Lang's rival in love. He was originally the most promising candidate. After losing the competition to be Mulan's husband, he wouldn't even attend tonight's wedding. Shen Lang brought Jean Mulan to the backyard to greet his parents. Wait. At this time, Zhu Lin suddenly shouted. This was a real big shot. If he really wanted to make things difficult for Shen Lang, Count Xuanwu would have a hard time. Zhu Lin looked at Shen Lang and said, Kid, you're really interesting. I'll remember you. This sentence was not a threat, but it was more like a threat. Being targeted by a colossus like the Zhu clan was truly not a good feeling. Shen Lang acted as if he didn't understand. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord Zhu." Ha ha ha. Zhu Lin laughed. Count Xuanwu said, "Go and greet your parents. Don't let the elders wait." "Yes, father-in-law," Shen Lang said. "Shameless." All the young people present said almost at the same time. "You, Shen Lang, can't wait to call father-in-law." "You're really shameless." Shen Lang's parents felt that their family was poor, so they didn't want to appear in the main hall. Xianwu Mansion had prepared brocade clothes for them, but his parents still didn't want to wear them. They only wore their own clothes. Of course, they bought them a few years ago during the new year. They couldn't bear to wear them normally, so they were still relatively new. Xinjian wanted to wear the silk clothes given by Count House, but was stopped by his father. Both parents sat on their seats cautiously, as if their whole body was uncomfortable. They just wanted to go back to their home, even if it was just a mud hut. His father, Shenwan, still had inflammation in his lungs, but he was trying his best to hold back his coughing. Shen Lang brought Jean Mulan into the backyard and immediately bowed and said, "This child greets parents. This child is unfilial." His mother hurried forward to help Shen Lang up, but she didn't expect that Jean Mulan would also bow and say, "Daughter-in-law greets parents-in-law." All of a sudden, Shen Lang's family was stunned. Jean Mulan was the princess of Xianwu City, the daughter of a century-old aristocratic family. She actually bowed to Shen Lang's parents, who were lowly peasants, and there wasn't the slightest bit of reluctance on her face. In an instant, Shen Lang had a very good impression of him. You mustn't." Shen Lang's mother immediately went forward to help Jean Mulan up. However, when she saw Jean Mulan's pure and noble appearance, she retracted her hand. Because she had been doing farm work all year round, her hands were rough and black. Even if they were washed clean, they still looked like mud. Therefore, she didn't dare to touch Jean Mulan. Then, Jean Mulan held Shen Lang's mother's hands and stood up. She said softly, "Thank you, mother-in-law." In an instant, Shen Lang's parents looked at Jean Mulan with gentle eyes. She was a good girl. At least, she wouldn't bully Shen Lang. "Come, let's toast to father-in-law and mother-in-law." Jean Mulan said, "Father-in-law is not feeling well. Can we use sweet rice wine instead?" "Yes, yes," Shen Lang's father said repeatedly. Then, Jean Mulan poured wine for the two elders. Then, she and Shen Lang bowed again and toasted to the in-laws. As soon as the wine entered their mouths, Shen Lang's parents felt a little drunk. Xinjian couldn't wait to drink a cup of sweet rice wine. Seeing how gentle Jean Mulan was, he couldn't help but say, "Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful." Immediately, Shen Lang's father almost wanted to slap him. "Thank you," Jean Mulan said gently. Then, she looked at Shen Lang and said, "You must have something to say to father-in-law and mother-in-law. I'll go out and greet the guests first." "Okay," Shen Lang said. After Jean Mulan left, the atmosphere seemed to relax. His parents also relaxed. Although she was very gentle and kind to her parents, she was the daughter of the Count House after all. Shen Lang's parents would feel inferior in front of her. Shen Lang said, "Father, mother, I'm sorry. I've disappointed you." His parents never wanted Shen Lang to marry into their family, whether it was the Su family or the Count House. The status of a son-in-law was too low. He was just a little higher than a servant. If he couldn't get the love of his wife and father-in-law, his status would probably be lower than a servant. Moreover, his parents always wanted to rely on Shen Lang to carry on the family line. Even if he married Widow Lu in the village, their children would at least have the surname Shen. Even if they lived in the thatched house at home, it was better than living under someone else's fence. His father, Shenwan, said sadly, "My son, you don't have to say it. You did it to save us, to save the whole family. It's all because I'm useless and dragged you down." Although Shenwan didn't know what was going on, he could think of the reason why Tian Xianji brought people to their house to arrest them this afternoon. As he spoke, Shenwan's eyes were filled with tears. He was really reluctant and guilty. He felt that if he wasn't so useless, Shen Lang wouldn't have married into their family. Jian, who was next to him, said in a low voice, I think it's good. Sister-in-law is also a good person. Most importantly, she's beautiful. You can't find anyone more beautiful than her within a few hundred miles. Oh right, brother, can I discuss something with you? Shenlang said, speak. His younger brother said, you already have such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Can you let me have Widow Lu in the village? At this moment, his mother couldn't hold it in anymore. She slapped the back of her youngest son's head. Dream on. If your brother can't stay in the count house any longer and wants to go home, Widow Lu will still be left for your brother. Moreover, she has peeked at Dalong a few times. My Dalong is very beautiful. You can't find anyone else like him. His mother said, a few days ago, I've already asked around. I'm afraid Widow Lu is willing. Xinjian was speechless. Father, mother, can you be more biased? This son of mine is not my biological son. You must have picked him up from the streets, after eating with his parents for a while. All right, Dalong. Seeing that you are well, I'm relieved. I'll go back now. His father said. Shenlang said, Father, mother, are you not staying for the night? It's too late. His father said, we're not used to staying here. Then, Shenlang asked Jin Zhong to prepare 2 big carriages to send Shenlang's parents home. Lord Count and Mulan also left the banquet and came to send them off. Brother, you don't have to send us off. Let's go to the bridal room. Sister-in-law is waiting for you. His younger brother said, every minute of the night is worth 1,000 gold. On the wedding night, Shenlang was alone in the room. He waited until it was almost midnight, but Jean Mulan still hadn't entered the bridal room. Every minute of the night was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. It would be a pity to just lie on the bed and waste it. What else could he do? After getting married, his heart was really a little hot, and he couldn't fall asleep. At this moment, Jean Mulan walked in. Shenlang couldn't help but feel very lucky that he didn't do anything just now. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be if she saw it? Seeing Shenlang stand up, Jean Mulan said, sit down. Shenlang sat down. Jean Mulan sat across the table. The curve of her waist made Shenlang feel even hotter. He really couldn't fall asleep. I heard a lot of rumors about you today. Some said that you are vain, some said that you are ignorant, and some said that you are mentally retarded, Jean Mulan said, but your performance tonight surprised me, and also surprised my father. You flatter me, Shenlang said. Jean Mulan said, then can you tell me why you've changed so much tonight? You were muddle-headed when you married into the Su family. Shenlang said, I was seriously ill in the Su family and almost died for a while. After that, my brain finally opened up a little, and I'm not as stupid as before. Jean Mulan said, Shenlang, there are some things I want to make clear to you. Shenlang said, go ahead. Jean Mulan said, I don't plan to marry anyone in this life. I want to give everything to the family. But because the Zhu family forced me to marry, I had no choice but to marry into the family. Shenlang already knew what she was going to say, but he didn't interrupt. Mulan continued, we are husband and wife in name, and that will not change in this life. I will never marry someone else. But as husband and wife, please forgive me for not being able to fulfill the obligations of husband and wife for the time being. I'm very sorry. In other words, she couldn't consummate her marriage with Shenlang. Shenlang tried to smile and said, I can understand. Mulan said, this is temporary, but it could be for a lifetime. Shenlang, I still understand. How could a proud woman like Jean Mulan sleep with a man so casually, even if the man was her nominal husband? For a woman of this level, in order to obtain her body, one must first conquer her heart. To a certain extent, Shenlang did not marry into the count house for love, but to protect his family and himself. Therefore, they did not owe each other anything. Of course, in the end, he still owed Jean Mulan. After all, her marriage with Shenlang had directly solved the Shen family's fatal crisis. From now on, you can come and go freely in the count house. You will get offerings every month, and I will take care of your parents. No matter where you are, you can claim to be my husband. Jean Mulan said, but we may not sleep in the same room for the rest of our lives. I will die alone. Do you agree? Shenlang nodded and said, I agree. Jean Mulan said, that's good. From now on, we are husband and wife. You have been wronged, husband. Xianxia shook his head and said, it's all right. He was very calm and did not show any indignation. Jean Moulin said, of course, I can't be too selfish. I can die alone, but you have to carry on the family line. Tonight is your wedding night. I can't let you be alone. Xiaobing, come in. Jean Moulin called. Suddenly, a girl wearing a red dress came in. She was only 18 or 19 years old. She looked very beautiful. The key thing was that her body was very mature. Her whole body was exquisite and full. At a glance, one could tell that she would have children. The key thing was that her face was very pure and had a little baby fat. She was really a wonderful baby. Xiaobing grew up with me. We are like sisters, so I betrothed her to you. Jean Moulin said, from tonight onwards, she will accompany you in the same room and give birth to your children. Xianxia was stunned. Goddess Jean Moulin was so generous and thoughtful. He really didn't expect this to happen. Xiaobing, tonight is son-in-law's wedding night. You must serve him well. Jean Moulin said. Yes. Xiaobing replied with a red face. Xianxia said, that's not good. Jean Moulin said seriously, I can't be too selfish. I can't delay your marriage. Xianxia said, no, I don't feel wronged. I am willing. Jean Moulin frowned slightly. Could it be that Xianxia was infatuated with her and was unwilling to touch other women? Don't be like this. Jean Moulin didn't want to sleep with Xianxia, but she didn't want to delay him either. If Xianxia was infatuated with her, it would only make her feel more guilty and uneasy. Xianxia, listen to me. Jean Moulin said seriously, you really shouldn't have any illusions about me. My dream in this life is to lead troops to war, to expand for the family, for the monarch. I am very grateful that you like me. But don't delay your happiness. Tonight, you will consummate your marriage with Xiaobing and give birth to a child as soon as possible. That way, you will be able to answer to your parents. Xianxia looked at Moulin for a minute and said, since my wife loves me so much, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Then, he looked at the pretty maid and said, Xiaobing, every minute of the night is worth 1,000 gold. Don't delay, help me take off my clothes. Ah? Jean Moulin was stunned. I am very generous, but... Xianxia, you are too direct. You accepted it just like that. Don't you want to hide it? Then, Moulin left. Because if she didn't leave, Xianxia was going to take off his pants. After Moulin left, Xianxia's gaze fell on Xiaobing. She looked so petite. She was at least a 36D. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Her face was so cute, but her chest was so big. Young master, do you really want me to sleep with you? Xiaobing asked, trembling. Xianxia said, of course. He really wasn't pretending. After successfully marrying into the Count house, his wish had been achieved. As for whether Jean Moulin would sleep with him, that was not important. Of course, he liked Jean Moulin, especially her face, figure, and personality. But she had already made it very clear that they would be fake husband and wife and treat each other with respect. Would Xianxia still chase after her and keep his chastity for her? Impossible, he had been single for more than 40 years. He didn't have the time to waste. Of course, Jean Moulin had a good figure and a beautiful face. Most importantly, her legs were super long and super strong. She would definitely taste amazing. But Xiaobing wasn't bad either. After a woman went to bed, there wasn't much of a difference when the lights were turned off. Especially a little beauty like Xiaobing. How could he waste God's gift? It's getting late. Let's rest. Xianxia had already stood up angrily. Bing glanced at Xianxia, gritted her teeth, and then reached out to untie her clothes. Xianxia's flag was fluttering in the wind. Maid Xiaobing took off her clothes one by one. Xianxia squinted his eyes. The virginity that he had guarded for more than 40 years was finally going to be liberated. However, as Xiaobing took off her clothes, her eyeballs dropped one by one, and finally, she burst into tears. What does this mean? Why do you look like you're going to devour a tiger with your own body? Like a good woman who was about to walk into a fire pit, am I, Xianlang, so handsome? How am I not worthy of you? Bing Bing, are you unwilling? Xianlang asked. Xiao Bing's eyes were red. She didn't speak, but her tears flowed even more fiercely. Xianlang was speechless. Did this little girl not like him? Then forget it. A melon that was forcefully picked would not be sweet. Xianlang would rather masturbate for another 10 years than force others. All right, then go to the next room to sleep, Xianlang said. Immediately, Xiao Bing's delicate body quickly escaped. Xianlang lowered his head and glanced at his tent. He pulled out his sword and looked around in a daze. He asked, Third brother, Mulan's room is also in this courtyard. It's not far away. What do you think will happen if I rush over and crawl into her bed? I'll die, and the chicken will break and the eggs will fly away. Imagining that scene, Xianlang suddenly became dispirited. He crawled directly into the bed, and 10 minutes later, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Xianlang and Jean Mulan had breakfast together, with Xiao Bing serving them. Mulan said, Husband, I was supposed to go home with you today to visit my in-laws, but I can't go because of military duty. Help me bring some gifts home later. Okay, Xianlang said. After a while, Mulan said, Husband, if you have any ideas and goals in the future, you can tell me. I don't have any goals, Xianlang said. Mulan said again, How can you not have a goal? Xianlang said, Then I do have a very big goal. What is it? Mulan said. Xianlang said, Kill the Su family, and make Su Xianxia kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Ah. Mulan was stunned. Don't all men have lofty ideals? Whether it's true or not, they should be magnanimous. Husband, is it really okay for you to be so direct and seek revenge for the smallest grievance? Mulan said, I can understand husband's thoughts, but I'm afraid it won't be easy to do this. Xianlang said, Even with the power of the Count House, they still can't kill the Su family? Mulan said, The Su family and the Zhang family are connected by marriage. Zhang Jin's father, Zhang Chong, is the governor of Nujiang, and their backer is the Zhu family. With the power of the Count House, they can't do anything to them. Xianlang said, Then can I go kill Tianheng first? Mulan said, I'm afraid not. Tianheng is a Qianhu of Xuanwu City's civilian army. He is the supervisor of Xuanwu City. Moreover, he has just surrendered to the Zhang family. If we, the Count House, touch him, we will have a falling out with the mayor's mansion. We will violate the new policy because nobles are not allowed to interfere with local government affairs. Xianlang said, Isn't the Count House very powerful? Why can't they do this and that? Mulan said, Then. I'm really sorry. Xianlang said, Wife, can I use the identity of the Count House's son-in-law to go to the Black Cloth Gang and slap Tianheng's face? Don't tell me that I can't even do this? If we can't even bully a gang leader, then our Count House will be too useless. Mulan looked at her husband in a dilemma. For the first time, she wondered if she had chosen the wrong husband. Looking at Xianlang's expectant eyes, Mulan nodded and said, That's possible. Xianlang pushed the bowl and said, I'm full. Wife, please enjoy your meal. Your husband will leave first. Mulan looked at Xianlang's back and was shocked speechless. Husband, you are too vengeful. Can't you wait for a quarter of an hour? After Xianlang ran out, Mulan stared blankly at his back for 2 seconds before continuing to eat breakfast. A maid beside her, Xiao Ting, said, Miss, the son-in-law is too vengeful. I'm afraid he will damage the reputation of our Count House. She was quite tall and somewhat thin. As soon as she said this, Mulan put down her chopsticks and looked at the maid, Xiao Ting. She usually treated the servants very well, so these maids were not very afraid of her. Moreover, this Xiao Ting was shrewd and fierce. She took good care of Mulan's life and could be considered as the leader of the maids. For a long time, the people of the Count House would call her sister Xiao Ting when they saw her. Seeing Mulan's gaze, the maid, Xiao Ting, said, I'm not wrong. Our Count House loves the people like their own children and has a very good reputation. I'm afraid it's not a good thing for son-in-law to be so impetuous. Don't cause trouble for our Count House. Mulan's gaze turned cold as she shouted, Come, slap her 10 times. Immediately, a nanny walked in and fiercely slapped the thin and tall attendant, Xiaoting's face. Pa, 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 Xiaoting couldn't believe her ears at first. Miss actually slapped her, then, her face felt pain and couldn't help but cry out. After a total of 10 slaps, her pretty face became red and swollen. Blood flowed out of her nose. The people at the side were silent. Miss had never been like this before. Sometimes, even if the maids made a few jokes about her, she didn't care. Mulan said, "Remember, even if son-in-law married into our family, he is still your master. If you dare to speak ill of master behind his back in the future, it won't be as simple as 10 slaps." As for the maid, Xiaoting, she was completely stunned. Miss usually doted on her so much. Mulan said, "Kick her out of my courtyard and send her to the embroidery room." The thin and tall maid completely panicked. She knelt down and kowtowed, "Miss, I was wrong. I won't dare to speak ill of son-in-law anymore. Please forgive me, forgive me." Being slapped 10 times was not a big deal as long as one's face was not disfigured. However, if one was chased to the embroidery room, it would be disastrous. The servants in the count house were also divided into upper and lower ranks. If they were by the young miss side, they would be the superior. If they went to the embroidery room, they would be the subordinate. They had endless work to do. However, it was useless no matter how much she begged for mercy. A few nannies directly dragged her out. "Master, young Master Xianlang has come to serve tea," Jin Zhong said. Count was in a good mood. Last night, Xianlang had performed well, which made him proud. Of course, Wang Lian and Mo Yi were still much more outstanding than him. It was just that Xianlang was previously rumored to be a complete piece of trash, but after yesterday's performance, it didn't seem that bad. This was like taking advantage of the heavens. After Xianlang came in, he respectfully served tea to his in-laws. Count said, "Xianlang, do you have any plans for today?" Xianlang said, "My parents have worked hard to raise me. Today, I will marry into the count house, which is unfilial. Today, I want to go home and accompany my parents. I want to be filial to them." Count said, "Filial piety is the most important of all virtues. This is something that should be done. Go, and bring 2 gifts for your parents for me." "Yes." Xianlang said, "Thank you, father-in-law." His mother-in-law was graceful and dignified. She said gently and generously, "As your daughter-in-law, Mulan should have gone with you to visit your parents. However, she has military duties to attend to every day, so I apologize on her behalf." Xianlang said, "Mother-in-law, you are too kind." Both of them avoided talking about last night's wedding. Apparently, they had already expected it. After Xianlang said goodbye, Count's wife said, "I think Xianlang is quite good. He is quite steady." After half an hour, Xianlang left the count house. He wanted to ride a horse, but it was too tiring. So, he sat in a carriage with 2 knights from the count house escorting him. This could be considered a return to his hometown in glory. This luxurious carriage was not inferior to a Mercedes-Benz on earth. There were also 2 armed knights escorting him. In the Black Warrior City, this kind of attitude was very eye-catching. However, Xianlang did not go home. Instead, he directly broke into Tianheng's black man gang. "Stop, this is the 1,000 households of the militia. Who dares to break in?" The black man gang's headquarters was a small castle. The flag of the 1,000 households of the militia was hung. When they saw Xianlang's carriage, they immediately faced him with crossbows. "Charge in," Xianlang said. The 2 armed knights from the count house did not say anything. They immediately sped up and rushed in. The soldiers on the wall of the black man gang's stronghold were about to shoot, but the people next to them immediately stopped them. "Are you crazy? Even if you don't want to live, I still want to live. These are the knights of the count house." The archer took a closer look. Wasn't that the flag of Xianwu Mansion? He was immediately scared out of his wits. They were called the militia, but in reality, they were a gang. If they dared to shoot at the knights of the count house, they would be courting death. "Why aren't you reporting to the gang leader?" The small leader on the stronghold wall ordered. Immediately, one of the gang members ran inside and reported to Tianheng. Ha ha ha, before seeing the person, he had already heard the voice. From afar, Tianheng opened his arms and said in a hearty and cordial manner, "May I know who is coming from the Count house? Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you." "Stop." Shenlang stopped the coachman and walked down from the carriage. He said lazily, "Gang leader Tian, I trust you have been well since we last met." Tianheng felt helpless. "It's really you, Shenlang. I really didn't expect that you, who just married into the Count house last night, can't wait to slap my face today. You, Shenlang, have changed too fast. 2 days ago, you were so respectful. When you saw me, Tianheng, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Today, you are so thorny. You really don't hide your nouveau riche nature at all." However, he suddenly suppressed the anger in his heart. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. He said enthusiastically, "Shen, I trust you have been well since we last met. If there's anything, you can just send a servant. Why did you come here personally?" Looking at Tianheng, it seemed like the two of them had never had any grudges and were good friends. However, Shenlang was unhappy when he heard this. Tianheng still addressed him as you instead of sir. "What does this mean? Does he not respect me, Shenlang?" Tianheng said, please come in and have some tea, Shen." In Tianheng's lavishly decorated living room, Shenlang was leisurely sipping tea. Tianheng was disdainful. "You, Shenlang, are poor and suddenly rich. Do you know how to taste tea?" Of course, he did not show it on his face. Tianheng said, "Shen, what do you want to teach me this time?" Shenlang said, "I came for the debt of 1,000 gold coins. As a person, we must pay our debts. If we don't pay back what we owe, we are a grandson." Tianheng laughed and took out a promissory note from his pocket. This was the promissory note that Shenlang bit his finger to write. Tianheng tore the promissory note into pieces and burned it in the candlelight. "What debt of 1,000 gold coins? I don't know about it at all. I have long forgotten about it." Tianheng waved his hand and said, "There is no such thing." This Tianheng was quite sensible. A debt of 1,000 gold coins was erased just like that. Shenlang sipped his tea and frowned. "Leader Tian, you owe me 1,000 gold coins. How could you forget about it and destroy the promissory note? How can this be good? The evidence is gone. People will think that I am here to extort money from you." As soon as he said this, Tianheng was stunned. He almost spat out the tea in his mouth. "My God, I, Tianheng, have roamed the pugilistic world for so many years and have never seen someone as shameless as you. You, Shenlang, are much better than me at distorting the truth. Why? Is Leader Tian not planning to pay me back?" Shenlang asked lightly. "Pay you back?" Tianheng cursed in his heart. He wanted to grab a knife and chop Shenlang into minced meat. But, he couldn't. Taking a deep breath, Tianheng put on a smiling face and said, "How can that be? Others can refuse to pay me back the money they owe me, but I must pay back the money I owe others. Someone, bring me 1,000 gold coins." After a while, someone came over with a small box. It was 1,000 gold coins and weighed more than 50 pounds. "Shen, count it," Tianheng said. You? You don't even say you?" Shenlang said, "Sigh, we are all acquaintances. Forget about the interest." Tianheng was about to explode in his heart. "You bastard. Not only did you extort 1,000 gold coins from me, you even want interest?" But very quickly, Tianheng put on a smiling face and said, "Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Interest has to be paid, it has to be paid." Then, he took out another 100 gold coins as interest. "Do you have any other orders, Shen?" Tianheng asked. Shenlang said, "Where is Tian Shanji?" Tianheng said, "Shen, why are you looking for him?" Shenlang said, "He went to capture my parents yesterday and said that he wanted to kill my whole family. I want to break his legs." Tianheng's eyeballs were about to explode. This is too much. This is too much. Tianheng clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his palms. He was filled with grief and indignation. "Why, I, Tianheng, have been practicing martial arts for decades and fighting for decades to get to where I am today. 2 days ago, this pretty boy in front of him was like an ant that he could crush to death at any time. Now, this pretty boy could come to his door and slap him in the face. Just because he's handsome? Therefore, Tianheng had the urge to smash Shenlang's face 100 times a minute. But he couldn't, so Tianheng pretended to be angry. 13 offended Shen? How disgraceful. When he comes back, I'll break his legs. Shenlang frowned. He's not here? Yes, he's not here. Tianheng smiled. I sent him to Bailing City last night. He'll be back in a month or 2. Haha. How could there be such a coincidence? Shenlang didn't believe in a single punctuation mark. However, since Tianheng said he wasn't here, Shenlang couldn't go and search for him. Since he's not here, then forget it. However, you must remember to inform me when he returns. Shenlang said, I'll definitely break his legs. I won't rest until I've vented my anger. Of course, of course. Tianheng smiled apologetically. I'm leaving. Shenlang left. The Count House warriors behind him looked at the box of gold coins on the table and didn't know if they should take it or not. Shenlang said, take the gold coins. This is Tianheng's debt to me. It has nothing to do with the Count House. The Count House warriors stepped forward, picked up the box of gold coins, and followed Shenlang out. As they were about to leave, the 2 warriors from the Count's mansion glanced at each other. They faintly felt that the young miss had found the wrong son-in-law. Such a shameless charm completely destroyed the Count House's reputation. Seeing that Shenlang had left, the gang leader, Tianheng, could no longer hold it in. He smashed all the teacups on the table and stepped on the ones that Shenlang had used, turning them into porcelain powder. Men, break the chair he made and burn it. Immediately, 2 warriors from the black shirt gang came in and chopped the chair that Shenlang had made into dry firewood. Then, they sent it to the kitchen to be burned. Godfather, don't be angry. Shenlang is so arrogant and domineering. Count Xuanwu loves the people like his own children and cherishes his reputation. He will definitely punish this trash. Maybe it won't be long before we hear the news of Shenlang's sudden death in the Count House. Xianxia walked out. Of course, he didn't go to Bailing City. Tianheng said, I can't believe it. How could a good-for-nothing turn into a silk pants so quickly? It's so natural, it's self-taught. Of course, he knew that Shenlang wasn't a good-for-nothing, but saying that was a way to vent his anger. He's just an idiot who suddenly became rich after being poor for a long time. He won't amount to much, Xianxia said sarcastically, look at his shameless face. He won't amount to much. Tianheng said, don't go out these days. Just stay in the gang and work. Don't show your face in public. Tianxia was filled with hatred in his heart, but he could only nod and say, yes. However, just at this moment, Shenlang, who had already left, suddenly rushed back at a high speed, and returned. Tianxia was shocked and quickly tried to hide. Don't hide, I saw you. Shenlang laughed coldly and said, Tianxia, you're so fast. You came back from Bailing City in an instant. You traveled 1,000 miles in a second. At this moment, Tianheng was really about to explode. You bastard Shenlang, not only are you shameless, but you're also cunning. You've already left, but you're still coming back. Shenlang looked at Tianxia and said, you brought more than 10 people to my house, broke the door, and wanted to capture my parents and brother. If it wasn't for Jin Zhong who arrived in time, I'm afraid I don't know how tragic their fate would be. I only broke your legs. That's not too much, right? Tianxianji's face twitched violently as he stared coldly at Shenlang. Facing a person like Shenlang who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, begging for mercy was completely useless. So he did not hide his hatred at all. Shenlang said lightly, gang leader Tian, you said that as long as Tianxianji comes back, you'll definitely break his legs to vent my anger. Do it now. Tianheng closed his eyes. He was not willing to do this. Moreover, after seeing Shenlang marry into the Count House last night, Tianheng, who had a strong sense of crisis, immediately found himself a big backer. The governor, Zhang Chong. Of course, he was looking for Zhang Jin to discuss it. He used a total of 35% of the income of 5 casinos in exchange for the Zhang family's protection. When he agreed to this condition, his heart was bleeding. This was because more than 60% of the annual income came from the casino. However, this gave him the strength to protect himself and the courage to fall out with the Count house. He did not want to completely fall out with Xianxia. However, this animal did not know when to advance or retreat. Suddenly, Tianheng's face changed. His eyes were cold, and he slammed his fist on the table. Bang! In an instant, the sturdy mahogany table was directly smashed into pieces. At the same time, 2 warriors from the Count house pulled out their big swords and stood in front of Xianxia. No matter what they thought of this son-in-law, as long as Xianxia was in danger, they would still fight to the death. "Xianxia, don't go too far," Tianheng roared. Of course, he would not break Xianxia's legs. It was not because he had deep feelings for his adopted son, but because it was related to his own reputation. Xianxia was ordered to arrest Xianxia and his family. If he broke Xianxia's legs because of the pressure from Xianxia, his reputation would be in tatters. Who would dare to work for him in the future? His reputation would be tarnished in the whole of Xuanwu City. "Leader Tianheng, you promised it yourself. How is it that I'm going too far?" Xianxia sneered. Tianheng said, "Shen, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. You should forgive people when you can." Xianxia said in a cold voice, "Then at that time when I was extremely weak and you wanted to kill me and my entire family, did you ever think about showing mercy wherever possible?" Tianheng stared at Xianxia and said word by word, "But you are not really strong. You are just a fox using the tiger's power." Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Tianheng no longer concealed it and said, "Yes, you have become the son-in-law of the Earl's mansion. I dare not touch a single hair of yours. But you are just a son-in-law of the Count house. Your status is just a little higher than a servant. You can't do anything to me." Tianxia said from the side, "Moreover, the Count loves the people like his own children. You have just become the Count's son-in-law, and you are already so arrogant and domineering. The Count will not spare you. In order to rectify the family's conduct, he might even put righteousness before family ties." Tianheng said, "Lord Count is a man of rules. My power is not within the territory of the Count house. I am a Qianhu of Xuanwu City. As long as I don't offend Lord Count, he won't do anything to me. Xianxia, I don't want to provoke you, but it doesn't mean I am afraid of you." To some extent, Tianheng's words couldn't be more right. Now that the state of Yu was implementing new policies, the Black Tortoise Earl was becoming more and more low-key and well-behaved. He would not interfere in matters that were not within his scope of authority, let alone the local military and government affairs. Otherwise, it would only invite trouble. Taisho Prefecture and even the governor's mansion had countless eyes on them. They were waiting for the Xianwu mansion to make a mistake. Tianheng said, "Xianxia, I wanted to give you face. We can even be friends. But you want a foot when I give you an inch. Don't blame me for shedding all pretense of cordiality." Xianxia also put away the smile on his face. "Lord Tianheng, I will ask you one last time. Are you willing to break Xianxia's legs?" Tianheng sneered, "If you want to do it yourself. Or let the Count house warriors behind you do it." Xianxia do it? How could it be possible? How could he beat Xianxia with his meager strength? Let the Count house warriors do it. That was even more impossible. These 2 warriors would protect Xianxia's safety with their lives. But they would never listen to his orders to beat people. Xianxia looked at the 2 warriors. He was just testing them. The 2 warriors of the Count's mansion immediately averted their gazes. Their meaning was very clear. Xianxia couldn't command them at all. "Xianxia, we were originally amiable. Why is there a need to make such a big fuss?" Tianheng sneered, "A person's face is lost by himself." Mulan said that Xianxia could slap Tianheng's face. The other party would not resist. He would even helplessly put his face in front of Xianxia. However, breaking Xianxia's legs was equivalent to breaking Tianheng's arms. It was beyond his tolerance limit. Therefore, Tianheng turned hostile. Xianxia's face was tense. Then, he suddenly broke into a big smile. "Gang leader Tianheng. Shen, Xianxia said, "It's a little late today. I still have to visit my parents. But I will make a vow here." "What vow?" Tianheng laughed. Xianxia said word by word, "Tomorrow, I will make you break Tian Xianji's legs in front of me. Whatever you said today, I'll make you swallow it obediently tomorrow." Ha 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 ha. Tianheng laughed. "Big words are not slanderous. You are just a son-in-law of the Count House. Don't brag. Who do you think you are? You want to overwhelm me? Dream on." Xianxia said, "Anyway, tomorrow is coming soon. We will see." Tianheng said, "I will wait and see." Xianxia said, "Tomorrow, I will let you know what pain is. I will make you regret it until you vomit blood." After leaving Tianheng's gang, Xianxia rushed back to his parents' house. His parents and brother had been waiting for him. When he was still at the foot of the mountain, his mother could not wait to welcome him. "My son, how is Miss Count House treating you?" his mother asked eagerly. Xianxia said, "She is very good to me." His mother said, "Then I can rest assured." Two warriors from the Count House moved boxes of gifts home. There were cloth, rice, meat, and a lot of medicinal herbs. Mulan was very careful. She knew that Xianxia's father and brother were injured, so she prepared a lot of medicine and tonics. Then, Xianxia took out 300 gold coins and gave it to his father. "Use this money to build a new house for us. Use good bricks and tiles." His father's face changed slightly. "Dalong, you are now a member of the Count House. As your parents, it's okay for us to eat and drink a little, but we can't take the Count House's money. We can't let the Count House think that you are spending money outside. It will ruin your reputation." His father's words were very euphemistic. To put it more bluntly, he was worried that Xianxia would have a reputation of being a traitor. Xianxia smiled. "These gold coins are not from the Count House. I earned them myself." His father said, "How did you earn it?" Xianxia said, "I invented a new dye formula and sold it to a big silk merchant in the city. I didn't dare to use it before. Now that I am the son-in-law of the Count House, I can use this money without worry." Of course, Xianxia could not tell his parents that the money was from Tianheng. If that was the case, his parents would not dare to use it. Even so, his father was still very hesitant. He had spoiled Xianxia since he was a child. He really could not use his money. Xianxia said, "Build a big house. It will be good for me when I come back. If Mulan comes back with me, she can't live in this thatched house, right?" These words immediately made his father determined to build a new house, a big house. Although he felt that the daughter of the Count House would never come to his house, if she did, he couldn't let his wife have no place to stay and his son lose face. Building a big house would only cost a dozen or so gold coins. "Why would we need 300 gold coins?" Father said. To be honest, he had never even touched a gold coin before. Previously, he had only used copper coins. At the very most, he had used silver coins. If you went to the market to buy things, people wouldn't be able to give you change if you used gold coins. When building a house in the countryside, even if it was a big brick house with 5 or 6 rooms, the best black bricks and the best slate would be used. Together with a large courtyard and walls, it would cost less than 100 gold coins. Xianxia said, "The house has to be big and imposing. The walls have to be thick and high." "All right," his father said. His younger brother, Xinjian, looked at Xianxia eagerly. He had always been a ruffian at the bottom of the society. Now that his elder brother had become the son-in-law of the Count House, he had long wanted to leave the small village and go out to see the world. Xianxia said, "Rest well. When your body recovers, I will take you out. I will definitely let you have a bright future." Ah! His younger brother was overjoyed. "When I become strong, I will marry Widow Lu." His dream was still as ambitious as ever. Next, his mother made a sumptuous lunch, even though it was already afternoon. Xianxia enjoyed the meal with his family. His mother invited the two warriors from the Count House to eat together, but they refused. After moving things, they went out and took out 2 big cakes for lunch. This was a form of respect, but to some extent, it was also a form of alienation. They didn't want to be too close to Xianxia's family. Although they were willing to risk their lives to protect Xianxia, they still looked down on him in their hearts. Xianxia couldn't order them around. Of course, Xianxia didn't mean to be cold to them. If they didn't want to come in for lunch and wanted to eat outside, then so be it. Even when his mother wanted to make tea for them, Xianxia said no and gave each of them a bowl of cold plain water. Xianxia made a decision in his heart. He needed to have his own confidants. He didn't need many, just one or two strong ones. When they heard Xianxia's order, they could rush forward without hesitation. Moreover, if Xianxia had something to do, he didn't need to do it himself. He could just send someone to do it. It was embarrassing to have to do everything himself. It didn't matter how many subordinates he had. Loyalty and ability were the most important. Next, Xianxia brewed medicine for his father to consume. Then, he applied new medicine on his younger brother's broken bones and bandaged it with a clean cloth. His parents almost greedily enjoyed all this warmth and happiness. Their most beloved eldest son had actually become so filial and sensible. Everything was just too wonderful. The sun was gradually setting in the west. Xianxia officially said goodbye to his parents and returned to the count house. His mother's eyes were filled with tears, but they were full of smiles as she watched Xianxia leave. Dalong, something happened to the big fool. He's not in good condition. Go and see him. Before leaving, his mother couldn't help but say. The big fool was Xianxia's only friend and had protected him since he was a child. In order to protect Xianxia, his younger brother, Xinjian, fought with others. The big fool protected Xianxia and took a beating for him. When Xianxia passed by the Maple Leaf village on his way to the big fool's house, the villagers pointed at him and hid behind the door to watch the show. The way they looked at Xianxia was incomparably complicated. They didn't expect that the useless Xianxia would soar to the sky and become the son-in-law of the count house. The second fool that they looked down on before was now high and mighty, becoming a figure that the villagers couldn't look up to. They were envious, jealous, and hateful. However, when Xianxia's gaze landed on them, all of them had a flattering smile on their faces. However, they also speculated maliciously in their hearts that Xianxia was driven out by the Su family before. Maybe he would soon be driven out by the count house and return to his thatched cottage on the mountain dejectedly. These villagers were simple and honest, but they were also very cunning. They were compassionate, but they didn't want others to live too well. It would be best if you lived worse than me. Then I can help you once or twice occasionally, so that my kindness can be satisfied and I can gain a sense of accomplishment. Xianxia was completely swaggering through the streets. He didn't have the slightest intention to stop and ask about these people's well-being. He wasn't the emperor who needed to act like Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty. Xianxia's family was an outsider. In addition, he was beautiful and had a mental problem before, so he had low intelligence. Therefore, the people in the village not only looked down on him, but they even bullied and isolated him. Since he was a child, many children in the village bullied Xianxia. Every time this happened, the big fool would use his strong body to block stones for Xianxia. Once, it was even feces. The big fool was the same as the previous Xianxia, with a low IQ. In other words, the big fool was more like the male lead in Forrest Gump. He was more simple and simple-minded. He was abnormal from the moment he was born. When he gave birth, he weighed a full 12 pounds. After giving birth to him, the big fool's mother passed away due to dystocia. After landing, the big fool's head suddenly grew. Even if he didn't have enough to eat every day, when he was 18 years old, he actually grew to 2.1 meters, like a giant. He didn't know why it was like this. His parents were normal people, but he was different from ordinary people. The big fool ate a lot every day, but he also worked very hard. He could do the work of 3 or 4 laborers, and he was very strong. In short, he was gifted and extraordinary. Although he was very strong and had super strength, the big fool had always been harmless. He had an honest face, pure eyes, and never fought. When someone hit him, he would just turn around and expose his back to them. He would not fight back at all. When Xianxia was beaten, he would protect Xianxia in his arms and then turn his back to let others hit him. The big fool didn't have a good life. 3 years after his mother passed away, his father married a stepmother and gave birth to a younger brother. Since then, the big fool seemed to have been picked up. If it wasn't for him being able to work, he probably wouldn't even have food to eat. Of course, even if he could work, he wouldn't have enough to eat every day. His stepmother only gave him corn rice, and the amount was fixed. Most of the time, he was hungry. His mother said that something had happened to the big fool, so Xianxia rushed to the big fool's house. Xianxia came to the big fool's house. His family's conditions were good. His father was a famous hunter and also the leader of the Maple Leaf Village Army, so he lived in a brick house with 3 big rooms and a courtyard wall. Where's the big fool? After entering his house, Xianxia didn't see the big fool, only his stepmother and younger brother. Seeing Xianxia, the big fool's stepmother was stunned and said, "Second fool, why are you here?" Then she quickly covered her mouth because Xianxia was dressed luxuriously and had 2 warriors with him. The big fool went to work. The big fool's stepmother said, "Xianxia, what's the matter? Went to work? Didn't his mother say something happened to him? Where is he working? I'll go find him." Xianxia said, "Also, I'll give your family a sum of money. You have to let him eat his fill every day, understand?" Then, he took out a bag of money. There were 50 silver coins in it. When Xianxia fully established himself in the count house, he would take his younger brother, Xianxia, and the big fool with him. But now, the big fool still needed to stay at home for a while. Even if 1/10 of this money was used on the big fool, it would be enough to let him eat his fill. The big fool's stepmother's eyes lit up. She quickly took the bag of money and nodded desperately. "Xianxia, don't worry. I'll definitely let De Zhuang eat his fill every day. I'll even give him meat. Dalong, you're still promising and have a conscience. You don't forget your friends even when you're rich." The big fool's half-brother saw Xianxia's wealth and was instantly jealous. He sneered and said, "Big fool? I'm afraid he's already dead," and was thrown into the ravine. As soon as these words came out, Xianxia's expression changed. He quickly rushed out of the big fool's house. A quarter of an hour later, in a ravine, Xianxia saw the abandoned big fool. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. He was on the verge of death and covered in blood. The 2.1-meter-tall expert was so thin that only his skeleton was left. His chest was shockingly swollen, and there were obvious signs of broken bones. But his eyes were still pure. After seeing Xianxia, his eyes even showed joy. He weakly shouted, "Tu fool, you're here? I missed you so much." "Yes, I'm here." Xianxia's eyes were burning. "What happened to you? Why are you so miserable?" The big fool said, "My younger brother was naughty. He provoked a big bug on the mountain. I tried to save him, but the bug slapped me a few times. Several of my bones were broken and I vomited blood. Father didn't have money to treat him, so he left me here." As soon as these words came out, Xianxia couldn't help but cry. Bastard, beast, really, where there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather. This younger brother of the big fool was not a good guy. He bullied him and Xianxia every day. He would either throw dirt into the big fool's food, pee in the big fool's bed, steal money and frame the big fool's head, peep at women or bathing and frame the big fool. Even so, the big fool still protected this younger brother. Now, in order to save this bastard, his younger brother was injured by a tiger, and his father actually left him here to die. He was worse than a beast. The big fool's father's family was quite well off. Was there really no money to cure the big fool? It was just that he was reluctant to spend more money. "How many days have you been thrown here?" Xianxia asked. The big fool tried to count with his fingers, but he couldn't even lift his hand. How strong was he before? "One hand is not enough," the big fool said. In other words, he had been thrown in this ravine for more than 6 days. He didn't eat or drink, just let him bleed, let his bones break, and let him die. Xianxia had already checked the big fool's injuries. 5 ribs were broken, and his liver, stomach, and lungs had internal injuries. This injury was very serious, but as long as he was willing to spend money, he could definitely be saved. His father didn't want to spend money, so he threw him in the ravine to die. But he was very lucky that the broken ribs didn't pierce his organs. The reason why the big fool was dying was because he was thrown in the ravine, exposed to the wind and rain, and he didn't eat for several days and nights, so he had a high fever and was extremely weak. "Too fool, I'm going to die." The big fool smiled at Xianxia. "I was worried that you would be bullied, but now it's okay. You've become stronger." Then, he closed his eyes slightly, and his breathing gradually weakened. The big fool was attached to living, but he wasn't very afraid of death. He just felt a little sad. "No, you won't die, and you're not allowed to die. I'll save you, I'll take you away," Xianxia said. Then, he took out ginseng slices from his arms and put them into the big fool's mouth. The big fool's eyes were still dull, and he had no will to live. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. From the moment he was abandoned by his father, he didn't want to live anymore. Although he was abused by his parents since he was a child, and he didn't have enough to eat, and his father was very cold to him, the big fool always firmly believed that his father loved him, but he was not good at expressing it. Moreover, he had eaten too much. Even though he endured the hunger every day and ate no more than 2 bowls of corn rice for every meal, he worked hard every day. He just wanted to let his father know that he was useful. But in order to save his brother, he was seriously injured. His father was not willing to spend money to treat him and abandoned him in the ravine. He finally understood that his father did not love him. Therefore, he was not afraid of death. Xianxia slapped the big fool's face and shouted, "Big fool, I'm being bullied. You have to help me." As if by conditioned reflex, the big fool suddenly opened his eyes and opened his arms to protect Xianxia. Xianxia said, "Big fool, you can't just die like this. You have to show your father how powerful you are and make him regret it, right?" These words struck the big fool's heart. He paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. "Yes, I want father to know that I'm useful. When he's old, I can take care of him." The big fool said to himself, "I can't die. I still have to take care of father. My brother is naughty. When he grows up, he definitely won't care about father." Even at this time, the big fool still wanted to take care of his father. This made Xianxia speechless. "Carry him to the carriage," Xianxia ordered. The 2 warriors of the count house were surprised, then nodded and said, "Yes, sir." The 2 of them carried the big fool to the carriage. Xianxia directly returned to the big fool's house, his face cold. The big fool's stepmother smiled awkwardly and said, "Our family really doesn't have the money to treat the big fool, so we had no choice but to do this. Moreover, everyone in the mountains is like this, we're not the only family." The big fool's half-brother sneered, "This kind of fool, if he dies, then he dies. What's there to feel pity about? You too. This stupid child is hopeless." Without saying a word, Xianxia stepped forward and kicked him fiercely. His leg was broken. "Ah!" The big fool's brother screamed miserably and rolled on the ground desperately. The pain made his eyes roll back and he foamed at the mouth. The big fool's stepmother screamed, "Xianxia, what are you doing? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you've become the son-in-law of the Su family. I'm going to sue you, I'm going to sue you." She still didn't know that Xianxia had become the son-in-law of the count house. "I don't hit women," Xianxia said. He took a wooden basin and gracefully filled it with water. "Don't be afraid, I said I don't hit women," Xianxia said with a smile. Then, Xianxia pressed the big fool's stepmother's head into the water, suffocating her. Woo, woo. The vicious woman struggled desperately, but she couldn't break free. Seeing this scene, the 2 warriors of the count house's faces trembled slightly, but they didn't say anything. For a full 2 minutes. The big fool's stepmother felt that she was going to die. She couldn't breathe at all and was so scared that she peed and defecated. Xianxia grabbed her hair and lifted her head out of the water. Only then did she regain her breath. She coughed desperately and cried loudly. These days, the big fool has been desperately waiting for the arrival of death. "I'll let you have a taste of it," Xianxia said lightly. "When your husband comes back, tell him that I'm at the Xianwu mansion. He can come to me at any time." After he finished speaking, Xianxia swaggered off. He took the big fool back to the Xianwu mansion. When the sun set, Xianxia rushed back to the count house. Ordinary people couldn't enter the castle on the top of the mountain of the count house, but Xianxia was the son-in-law, so he was naturally unimpeded. But he was soon stopped by someone. A young officer, leading dozens of warriors, was patrolling. When he saw Xianxia come in, he stopped him. Stop. Xianxia didn't know this person. His name was Xianxia. He was the head of the internal guards of the Count House. He had the title of Deputy Chanhu. Of course, he used to have another identity, which was one of the 5 candidates for the Count House's son-in-law. He grew up in the Count House and was very good at kung fu. With his level, he could pass the military examination. But he said that he would never leave the Count House for the rest of his life. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a very complicated gaze. As a young talent who grew up in the Count House, he certainly respected and loved Jean Mulan. He was infatuated with her from the bottom of his heart and soul. Therefore, he looked at Xianxia with a complicated and cold gaze. If he lost to Wang Lian or Mo Yi, he had nothing to say. If he lost to Jin Shuying, he would feel bitter and happy, because Jin Shuying was his idol, his big brother, and his role model. But he lost to Xianxia. Mulan was a goddess and a master, so Xianxia didn't dare to be dissatisfied. But he was full of absolute contempt and disdain for Xianxia. Who do you think you are, Xianxia? He was ignorant and incompetent, and he did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. Putting all of these aside, the crux of the matter is that you, Xianxia, are greedy and vain. Not long ago, you stole money from the Su clan and molested a maidservant, and you were chased out of the Su clan. It hasn't even been 3 days. And you've come to the Earl's residence to marry into the Earl's family. Is there a man more shameless and vain than you? Therefore, even if Xianxia was now the son-in-law of the Count House, Xianxia couldn't suppress the hostility and contempt in his heart. When he saw Xianxia enter the Count House as if there was no one else around, he went up to stop him. Xianxia said, "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" Seeing Xianxia act like a master, Xianxia was even angrier. He said coldly, "Of course you can enter, but what is in your carriage? I want to check it." The big fool was too heavy. Xianxia could tell at a glance that the carriage was carrying something heavy. Xianxia stepped forward and pulled open the curtains of the carriage. He saw a person covered in blood on the verge of death. "Xianxia, how dare you?" Xianxia said coldly, "It's true that you married into the Count House, but what right do you have to bring anyone into the Count House? Do you think this is your backyard?" To some extent, Xianxia was right. The status of a son-in-law was only slightly higher than that of a servant. At most, he could be regarded as a master. Therefore, Xianxia had absolutely no right to bring outsiders into the Count House. "Someone, throw this unknown man out. He is not allowed to enter," Xianxia ordered. Immediately, the 2 warriors under his command stepped forward and were about to throw the dying Big Fool out. Big Fool was on the verge of death and his breathing was weak. He needed to be treated immediately and could not be delayed. Moreover, he could not be tormented or he might lose his life at any time. "Who dares?" Xianxia said indifferently. He then ordered the 2 warriors behind him, "Carry this injured man in." The 2 warriors who followed Xianxia home looked at each other and didn't move. They didn't know who to listen to. Xianxia was their superior. Xianxia said coldly, "Xianxia, you are not the master of the Count House. It is not your turn to give orders. I have the final say in the patrol of the Count House. What are you waiting for? Why don't you throw this unknown outsider out?" Xianxia looked at Xianxia for a long time. He nodded and said, "Okay, I will take my brother to Xuanwu." Then, he directly sat in the driver's seat and turned the car to leave for Xuanwu. At this time, the Count and Jean Mulan quickly came. Xianxia stepped forward and said, "Master, Miss, the son-in-law wanted to bring a stranger into the Count House, but he was stopped by me. This is not in line with the rules." Count Xuanwu frowned and said, "Xianxia, what's going on?" Xianxia didn't complain, as that would make him seem too low-class. He directly said, "The person lying in the carriage is my only good friend, and his life is already in danger. If he can't enter the Earl's mansion to treat his injuries, then I will bring him to the city to treat his injuries." To cure the Big Fool, a lot of medicinal materials were needed. Only the Count House had the most complete set. After hearing Xianxia's words, the Count directly ordered, "Go get Senior in." It is more important to save him. I will. Mulan stepped forward and personally lifted the body of the big fool and walked towards the castle. At this time, Xianlang was really touched. Mulan was the most beautiful at this time. Mulan was using action to apologize to Xianlang. He could even read Mulan's eyes. I am sorry, husband. I made you feel wronged. At this time, Jinqing said, Miss, this is against the rules. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the count house. After listening to his words, Mulan put the big fool down. She didn't say anything. She walked in front of Jinqing and took out a whip. Pa! The whip hit Jinqing's body, directly tearing his leather armor and leaving a bloody mark on his body. Jinqing's face suddenly changed. He couldn't believe it at all. Miss Mulan had always loved her soldiers like they were her own children. She valued him even more. Who would have thought that she would whip him for a mere Xianlang? Xianlang was just a temporary sign. In Jinqing's opinion, his status was far lower than that of a young hero who grew up in the count house. Mulan said coldly, I hit you for 2 reasons. First, you didn't save him, which violated the morality of the Xianwu mansion. Second, Xianlang is my husband and your master. You were not respectful enough. You have to correct your attitude in the future, Mulan said. Jinqing's face trembled slightly. He lowered his head and said, I know. Then, Mulan and Xianlang continued to carry the big fool on the stretcher into the yard of the count house where the wounded and sick were treated. At this time, the doctor of the count house, Xianxia, came out to greet them. He quickly examined the big fool's body and said, the most important thing is that his ribs are broken, his internal organs are injured, his lungs and stomach are bleeding, and there is also a small amount of bleeding in his liver. Xianlang was amazed. Dr. N's medical skills were really excellent. He didn't have X-ray vision, so he could judge 70% to 80% of the big fool's condition based on his experience and injuries. Xianlang's medical skills were excellent, so he wanted to treat the big fool with Dr. N. What he was most worried about was that Dr. N couldn't judge the bleeding points and bruises in the big fool's internal organs. At this time, he could go forward to help. Dr. N carefully examined the injuries, and then made a mark on the big fool's body with a brush. This is an injury from a tiger, not a martial arts master, so the appearance is consistent with the internal injury, Xianxia said. The next step is to drain the blood and then break the ribs. Xianlang discovered that the bleeding points and extravasated areas in the big fool's body were basically correct. What an expert! Of course, Xianlang's medical skills were still better than his, especially in other difficult diseases. In addition, Xianlang had X-ray vision. It could be said that it was almost impossible to find someone in this world whose medical skills surpassed Xianlang. But when it came to treating the big fool, Dr. N was an expert. Even under the current conditions, it would be difficult for Xianlang to do better than him. Senior N, can he be cured? Mulan asked. Senior N said, no problem, it can be treated. He just needed to spend some time and use a lot of precious medicinal herbs. This blockhead's physique is really strong. If it were someone else, they would have died long ago. Then, he began to meticulously treat the big fool. His assistant next to him fed the big fool the ginseng soup bit by bit. The big fool's body was really strong. After a little ginseng soup was fed, his face showed a little ruddy, and his breathing gradually became stronger. Dr. N was surprised. This silly boy's body is really 1 in 1,000, it's rare. He accurately and professionally drained the extravasated blood from the big fool's body. The big fool's vital signs became more and more stable, and his breathing became more and more stable. Husband, your brother is not in danger, Mulan said. Xianlang said, he is the big fool, I am not my brother. At this time, Lord Count came in and said, Xianlang, come with me to the study. Xianlang looked at the big fool with a bit of reluctance. Husband, don't worry, there will be no problem. Father has something important to talk to you about, Mulan said. Inside the study, Lord Count's face was as cold as ice. Xianlang, do you know what you did wrong? Xianlang shook his head and said, Father-in-law, this son-in-law doesn't know. As soon as he said that, the Earl was stunned and could not help but stare blankly. Because usually, as long as he put on a serious face, the entire count house wouldn't dare to breathe. Once he asked the question, the other party would immediately kneel down. Shen Lang said with such confidence that he didn't know what he did wrong. Lord Count said in a serious tone, "Then I want to hear it." Shen Lang said, "The big fool is my only friend. He has been protecting me since I was a child. Seeing him injured and dying, I can't just sit back and watch him die. It's against the rules to bring him into the Count house, but the doctors in the Count house are brilliant, and they have all kinds of medicine. Bringing him into the Count house is more likely to cure him. Of course, I have broken the rules of the Count house. I apologize for that." "No, you did the right thing." Lord Count said, "What other ridiculous things did you do today?" "What about Tianheng and the Black Cloth Gang?" Shen Lang asked. "You know about it?" Lord Count said, "You just left the Black Cloth Gang, and they reported you to the Count house. They said that you blackmailed Tianheng for 1,000 gold coins, and you even wanted to break his son's legs. You are so arrogant. Do you know that Xianxia is also a 100 households officer of the mayor's mansion?" Tianheng came to the Count house to complain, Lord Count said. "It was the mayor Lu Wuyan who came in person. He asked me to restrain you." Shen Lang was stunned. The mayor came in person. How fierce was the conflict between the two sides? Shen Lang said, "Father-in-law, when the Su family kicked me out, they paid 100 gold coins to Tianheng to kill me. In order to save my life, I wrote a note to Tianheng. I owe him 1,000 gold coins. If I don't pay the 1,000 gold coins in 3 days, he will kill my family." Lord Count's eyes narrowed. "Go on." Shen Lang said, "I invented a new golden dye formula. I planned to sell it to the splendid quartz Lin Mo for 2,000 gold coins. But when I was about to close the deal, the Su family said that I stole the dye formula from them." Shen Lang told the whole story to Lord Count. "The Su family, Tianheng, and the Lin family wanted to kill me," Shen Lang said, "especially Tianheng. In order to force me to hand over the formula, he sent his adopted son, Xianxia, to arrest my family. In this case, I retaliated against Tianheng. Is it wrong?" Lord Count was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes." The Earl said, "Tianheng sent people to arrest your parents. It was completely legal in terms of procedure. Your parents did reclaim the mountain area without permission and did not pay taxes. The arrest warrant was issued by the city lord mansion. There was no flaw." Shen Lang, of course, knew this. Lord Count said, "Shen Lang, I don't really like you. However, since Mulan has chosen you, you are now the son-in-law of the Earl's mansion. In other words, you are half my son. I will seek justice for you for the grievances you have suffered. No one can bully my son-in-law and still be free and unfettered." When he heard this, Shen Lang couldn't help but tremble. Once again, he was deeply moved. "But we, the Count house, have to follow the rules. Now that the new policy is in full swing, Tianheng is a member of the mayor's mansion, and I am an old noble. The most taboo thing for a monarch is to intervene in local government affairs." Lord Count said, "There are countless pairs of eyes staring at us. The governor of Nujiang Prefecture, Zhang Chong, and even the governor Zhu Yong are waiting for us to make a mistake. Once there is a flaw, they will immediately bite us." This was not an exaggeration. In fact, it was even more serious than that. "Shen Lang, I said I will seek justice for you, and I will do it." Lord Count said, "But you have to wait for the right time. You can't violate any laws. You can't leave any evidence for others to use against you. Do you understand?" "This son-in-law understands," Shen Lang said. Lord Count said, "Do you know who came to complain today?" Shen Lang replied, "I don't know." Lord Count said, "The mayor came in person. There was also the general of Xuanwu City's garrison, Zhang Jin. For such a trivial matter, these two big shots of Xuanwu City personally came to my mansion to complain about you. But in fact, it was a slap in my face. The struggle in Xuanwu City was more complicated than Shen Lang imagined." Lord Count said, "You said in front of Tianheng that you will personally break Tianxianji's legs tomorrow, right?" "Yes," Shen Lang said. "You are childish, I don't blame you." Lord Count said, "But forget about this matter. Don't go out for the next few days." Shen Lang said, "Words that have been spoken are like water that has been poured out. If I can't do it tomorrow, and I still have to hide in the Count house, wouldn't I lose my dignity? Lord Count said, which young man doesn't talk nonsense? It's not shameful to break one's promise. I promise to get justice for you, and I will do it. Don't you believe me? I believe you. Xianxia bowed and said, Father-in-law, I still have to go tomorrow. I will do what I said. I said that I will personally break Tianheng's legs, and I will do it. And this is my own revenge, I can only do it myself. Nonsense. Lord Count was really angry. Xianxia's voice was sincere, Father-in-law, please believe me. I will do it in accordance with the law. There will be no flaws, and there will be no evidence. If I don't go tomorrow, it won't just be me, but the whole Count house. Then Xianxia's voice became more sincere, Father-in-law, they can bully me, but they can't humiliate the Count house. Tomorrow, I will make sure that Tianheng will break Xianxia's legs in front of me. Lord Count heard this, and his heart felt a little warm. He felt that although Xianxia was a troublemaker, he was still very considerate. However, he still said in a serious tone, no means no. From now on, you are grounded. Stay in the Count house, and don't go anywhere. The young man was not sensible, and as an elder, he had to discipline him. Xianxia's parents handed him over to him, so he had the responsibility to take care of him. Jin Zhong, you take 4 people to guard the door. The son-in-law will stay in the study room. Don't go anywhere. Lord Count ordered. How could he do that? Xianxia said that he would make Tianheng break Tianxia's legs. If he couldn't do it, and stayed in the Count house, wouldn't he be a laughingstock? Wouldn't Tianheng be even more arrogant? However, his father-in-law was doing this for his own good. Xianxia knew that he couldn't tell the difference between good and bad. Also, in the face of a traditional elder like Lord Count, he must use soft means to coax him. Suddenly, Xianxia said respectfully, yes, father-in-law, I will listen to you. You are a good student. Lord Count nodded with satisfaction. Xianxia said, then, father-in-law, when will my grounding be lifted? When can I come and go freely? Lord Count thought for a moment. He couldn't ground Xianxia in the study room for no reason, right? That would make him seem rude and unreasonable as an elder. Soon, Lord Count thought of a plan. He pulled out a book from the bookshelf and said, this is the Kim clan's teachings. It has been passed down from our ancestors. It is our Kim family's heirloom. Our Kim family was able to survive for hundreds of years because of this book. The Count flipped open the book, his eyes filled with emotion. Although I can recite this family instruction backwards, I still read it often, lest I forget and lose my way. Xianxia, you are my half-son, and now you are a member of the Kim clan. You have the right and obligation to learn this book. Yes. Xianxia respectfully took the book. The Count said, every member of the Kim clan must memorize this book. When you finish memorizing this book, your house arrest will be lifted, and you can go wherever you want. Ah. Xianxia was stunned and said, then, how many words are there in this book? Not many, only 50,000 words. It took me a month. Mulan is smart, so it only took her 23 days. The Count said, you must memorize every word, then you can leave this study room. Do you understand? My God, 50,000 words, and you still have to memorize every word, the great gods from 985,211 University? How long would it take you to memorize 50,000 words? Xianxia's memory was excellent, but it would take him at least half a day to memorize an article with more than 1,000 words in high school. And the more words there were, the more difficult it was to memorize. For the Kim family, memorizing the family teachings was a painful memory for every generation. Seeing Xianxia's bitter face, the Count was happy. The devil grows 1 foot, the Tao grows 10 feet. I can make any young man submit to me, and you, Xianxia, are no exception. Xianxia said, father-in-law, will you keep your word? After I finish memorizing this Jin family teachings, you will set me free. Of course. The Count said, you memorize it well. Before you finish, you are not allowed to leave. I will send you food and clothes every day. Then the Count said in his heart, when you finish memorizing it, it will be at least a month later. Don't even think about going out tomorrow. Jin Zhong, did you hear me? Before the son-in-law finishes memorizing it, you are not allowed to leave the study room. The count ordered again. Yes. Jinzhong said loudly. Then the count left. Shenlang, on the other hand, quickly flipped through the 50,000-word Jin family teachings. After a moment, Mulan walked in and placed the dishes on the table. She was the daughter of the count house, and Shenlang was her son-in-law. However, she didn't put on any airs in front of Shenlang. Except for not sleeping with him, she meticulously fulfilled her duties as a wife. Husband, your brother is out of danger. Signorin said he'll wake up in 2 or 3 days, Mulan said. Shenlang said, wife, let me correct you again. He is the big fool, not my brother. Mulan said, he is the big fool, and you are the second fool. Aren't we brothers? Shenlang was speechless. You are beautiful, you are 36E, whatever you say is right. Looking at Shenlang eating, Mulan asked, husband, how did the big fool get injured, and why is it delayed until now? Doctor said that if it was 2 or 4 hours later, he might not be able to be saved. Shenlang told Mulan about the big fool's experience. How can there be such a father? He is worse than a beast. Mulan was very angry and said, husband, don't worry, we will do our best to cure the big fool. After that, let him follow you. We will not let him go hungry. Shenlang put down his chopsticks, looked at her gently and said, thank you, wife. Mulan felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and couldn't help but ask, husband, what were you doing just now? Shenlang said, I was grounded by my father-in-law. I have to finish memorizing the Kim clan's teachings before I can be free. Mulan said, memorizing this book is the nightmare of every member of the Kim clan. It took me a full 23 days to finish memorizing it. This was almost the best result of the Kim family in the past few decades. Mulan said this with a proud tone. Then, Mulan said seriously, husband, are you in a hurry to go out? Of course, Shenlang was in a hurry to go out. If he couldn't make Tianheng break Xianxia's legs tomorrow, he, Shenlang, would lose all his face. I'll go and plead with my father and ask him to lift your grounded order, said Mulan. Shenlang smiled and shook his head. No need. It will damage your father-in-law's prestige. This father-in-law was very good, and Shenlang had to think for his sake. Mulan looked at Shenlang for a while and said, husband, just stay in the study and memorize. I will send your food and clothes every day. As for Tianheng, husband, please don't worry. Once I find a chance, I will definitely seek justice for you. Shenlang said, thank you, wife. But he must avenge the Su family, the Lin family, and Tianheng in person. He was very satisfied to be able to use the Count House's power. If he needed the Count House to take revenge, then Shenlang was really too useless. After Mulan left, Shenlang began to memorize hard. Oh, no, to be precise, he was flipping through the book. He only read each page for half a minute at most. It didn't feel like he was memorizing, but taking pictures. That's right, Shenlang did look like he was taking pictures. The alien's laptop had become an AI in his body. Its eyes were like a camera. After a careful look, it could completely record the information in the AI. This book, Family Instructions of the Kim Clan, was 50,000 words and about 200 pages. It took Shenlang just over an hour to finish memorizing it. To be precise, he had completely recorded it. If there were punctuation marks, he wouldn't have missed a single punctuation mark. Count took 33 days, and Mulan took 23 days. The Count Crown Prince still hadn't finished memorizing it. He could memorize 1,000 words and forget 300 words. He probably wouldn't be able to finish it in his lifetime. Shenlang's record was definitely unprecedented and would never be broken in the future. There was a bed in the study. Shenlang lay down comfortably. Then he hesitated. Should he go to his father-in-law now or tomorrow morning? Forget it. Tomorrow morning. One must have a conscience. Father-in-law is a good person. It would be too cruel to slap his face now. Fighting with his father-in-law was endless fun. Sigh, it's hard to sleep alone again. I don't know when my virginity will be broken. When can I sleep with a naked, fragrant woman in my arms? It's hard to sleep alone. It's hard to sleep alone. How can I sleep like this? 5 minutes later, Shenlang was sound asleep. Hearing the snoring inside, Jin Zhong, who was guarding the door outside, felt a burst of contempt. What time was it? It was just past 9 o'clock in the evening, and the son-in-law Shen went to bed. He didn't even memorize the book. Even the crown prince knew to read until late at night. How long would it take for him to finish memorizing the Kim clan's teachings? He would be grounded in the study room for a year and a half. He was a good-for-nothing, inside Count's room. I think Shenlang is a good child, Madame Count said. He is not as ignorant as the rumors say. He looks like a bad child, but he is actually a good child. I am the best judge of people. His temperament is good, but he is too impetuous and frivolous. He needs to be disciplined, Madame Count said. I grounded him to prevent him from going out and causing trouble. Grounded? Madame Count softly said. He is just married into our family. If you punish him, will it make him complain? No, Madame Count said. I let him memorize the Kim clan's teachings. When he finishes, he will regain his freedom. Only family members are qualified to recite this family's teachings. I didn't treat him as an outsider. Husband, you are so insidious, Madame Count said. I don't believe that I can't subdue this macaque, Madame Count said. Madame Count laughed. You just wait. He won't be able to recite 50,000 words in less than 50 days, Madame Count said. That's not necessarily true. Everyone says that he is ignorant and incompetent. After the wedding ceremony, he won against Zhang Boyan. Maybe he will finish it in less than a month. He will be better than you. Impossible, Madame Count said. I used 33 days. Shenlang will need at least a month and a half. Even if he is not as stupid as the rumors say, can he be smarter than me? Not necessarily. I think he is very clever. Maybe he will beat you. I am very good at judging people, Madame Count said. Let's make a bet. Madame Count was almost 40 years old this year. She was graceful and elegant. She was still beautiful. At this time, her eyes flashed with a sly and charming look. It was as if she was 20 years old. Madame Count's heart was filled with love. Husband, if Shenlang beats you, I will be on top and you will be on the bottom, Madame Count said. The unexpected turn of events made the Count's face turn red, and he almost immediately covered his wife's little mouth. How could a dignified countess say such impudent words? What a scandal, what a scandal. You are a lady from a noble family. How can you say such impudent words? The Count said, it's a disgrace, a disgrace. Humph, Madame Count said. There is nothing that can't be said between husband and wife. You are pedantic. Do you agree? Madame Count's face turned red. Isn't this reversing the yin and yang? Nonsense. This is nonsense, Madame Count said. Let's use 1 month as the deadline. If Shenlang can recite the Kim clan's teachings in 1 month, then we won't win or lose. If he uses 1 day to recite it, then I will be on top. Nonsense, nonsense, Madame Count said. Madame Count said. It's settled. The man is in charge of the outside, and the woman is in charge of the inside. I can't even make a decision on this matter. What's the point of being a wife? Madame Count said. Madam, the man is in charge of the outside, and the woman is in charge of the inside. Madame said. Husband, are you showing off that you read a lot of books? I don't. Madame Count said. Madame Count got up from the bed, put on her clothes and walked out of the room. When Count saw his wife leaving, the bed suddenly became empty. He couldn't help but ask. Where are you going? He was very attached to the bed with his wife. It was warm and happy. Madame Count said. The son-in-law must be studying hard all night. I want to cook a bowl of walnut and lotus seed soup to nourish his brain. After an hour, the walnut and lotus seed soup was ready. Madame Count packed the soup and personally sent it to Shenlang. For the sake of her future happiness, she will do her best. When they arrived outside the study room, they saw that the lights were still on. Madam Count thought that Xianlang was really a good son-in-law. It's late at night, but he is still studying hard. The rumors that said that Xianlang was ignorant and incompetent, and that he was a glutton and lazy were truly unreasonable. Greetings, madam. Jin Zhong saw Madam Count and immediately bowed. The lights are still on. The son-in-law should be studying hard. Madam Count said. He is really working hard. I am here to give him a bowl of walnut and lotus seed soup. She was really a good mother-in-law. Jin Zhong awkwardly said. The son-in-law is already asleep. Ugh, suddenly, the mother-in-law was even more embarrassed. When did he go to sleep? Madam Count asked. It's not even 9 o'clock, Jin Zhong said. This is even lazier than my son. My fat son still studies late into the night. Humph. What a heartless little thing. The rumors are true. Lazy, ignorant and incompetent. Madam Count was angry. She turned around and left. After entering the room, Count opened the quilt and greeted his wife. Xianlang is still studying? Let him rest early. He doesn't want to hurt his eyes. His wife said angrily, he fell asleep before 9 o'clock. Sleeping before 9 o'clock was indeed a bit too much. Lord Count said angrily, ignorant and lazy. He can't even finish memorizing in 2 months. I will teach him a lesson tomorrow. However, Lord Count thought to himself, you are going to lose. The yin and yang between a man and a woman cannot be reversed. Not long after daybreak, Xianlang opened his eyes and saw the Earl standing in front of him with a frosty expression. Xianlang, are you dissatisfied with me? Lord Count said. Xianlang got up and bowed to the Count in a meticulous manner. Not at all. This son-in-law's admiration for father-in-law is like a surging river. Lord Count said, I asked you to memorize the Kim clan's teachings because I treated you as one of my own. Not only did you not memorize it, but you also went to bed early. Isn't this showing that you are dissatisfied with me? Xianlang said, Father-in-law, you misunderstood me. That's because I have finished memorizing it. Immediately, the Count was so angry that his whole body trembled. Nonsense. You've lost your mind. It took me a whole month to finish memorizing it. Mulan was smart, but it took her 23 days. How long did you memorize it? It was just one night. You actually said that you finished memorizing it? Are you talking in your sleep, or do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Xianlang said, Father-in-law, I really finished memorizing it. If you don't believe me, you can test me. The Count took the 50,000-word book and glanced at the whip at his waist. Xianlang was his son-in-law. As a father-in-law, he couldn't hit him. Unlike his own son, he couldn't hit him. But if he was really so insensible and spoke nonsense in front of his father-in-law, then don't blame him for using the whip to discipline him. It didn't matter if he couldn't memorize everything. Even if he slacked off and didn't read, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, a son-in-law didn't need to bear too much responsibility. But lying was a big problem. Xianlang, if you marry into my family, you'll be half my son. If my own son can do it, you and I can do it too. Lord Count said coldly, I will check a few chapters. If you can't recite them, don't blame me for using the family rules. At this time, the Count's wife rushed in and said, Husband, if you can't recite it, then you can't recite it. Xianlang's skin is soft and tender, unlike Tsong who has been beaten since he was young. His skin is rough and his flesh is thick. If you really hurt him, how would you explain it to his parents? It doesn't matter if you can't recite it, but you should be beaten for spouting nonsense in front of your elders. Lord Count said, both in-laws are reasonable people. I believe they will understand. Lord Count untied the whip from his waist. If Xianlang couldn't recite it, he would immediately use the family rules. The Count's wife said, Langer, immediately apologize to your father-in-law. Xianlang, mother-in-law, rest assured, your son-in-law won't let you down. Look at you, you're still full of nonsense. The Count casually turned a page and said, What is the content of the 5th chapter of my Jin family teachings? Recite it. If you can't recite it, then you'll suffer today. The whip in Lord Count's hand was ready to move. At this time, Mulan rushed in and said, Father, don't be angry. Shen Lang is your daughter's husband. If he did something wrong, your daughter will apologize to you on his behalf. Shen Lang recited it word by word. The 5th chapter of the Jin family precepts, etiquette, right says, seeing is like the eyes, hearing is like the heart. Touching the heart and eyes, if it was in a calm and ordinary place, I would be glad to hear it. It is unavoidable, but it should be tolerated. Like uncles, brothers, cruel ancestors, can they be heartbroken for life? Also, do not taboo in writing, do not taboo in the temple, do not taboo in the monarch. It is famous. Note, this article is from the Yen clan teachings. Selected passages that do not violate the history. Word by word, Shen Lang recited the 5th chapter of the family teachings, a total of more than 2,000 words. There was not a single word wrong. Moreover, his speech was clear and rhythmic. Lord Count, Madam Count, and Mulan were shocked. They almost couldn't believe their ears. How is this possible? Lord Count didn't believe it. He thought that Shen Lang was lucky. He just happened to turn to the chapter that Shen Lang had memorized. So, he casually turned to another page and said, the 16th chapter of the family teachings, recite it for me. Shen Lang did not pause at all. He directly recited, the inner and outer sex were originally one, but gradually became different. The depth of the two is different. For the inner sect, there are 5 kinds of prohibitions. For the outer sect, there are benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith. The benevolent are forbidden not to kill, the righteous are forbidden not to steal, the courteous are forbidden not to be evil, the wise are forbidden not to be drunk, the faithful are forbidden not to be arrogant. In just 3 minutes, Shen Lang finished reciting again. Again, not a single word wrong. Then, Lord Count didn't believe it, so he took out a few more chapters. Shen Lang's recitation was completely smooth. Later, Lord Count simply didn't let him read a specific chapter. Instead, he suddenly read a paragraph, and then let Shen Lang continue. This was a killer move. In the past, Lord Count's father and grandfather had used this trick, and it had worked many times. When Lord Count was young, he didn't know how many times he had failed. However, Shen Lang didn't stop at all. As soon as Lord Count's voice fell, he didn't even need to think about it. He directly continued. It didn't feel like he was reciting. It was as if the whole book was written by him. At the end of the reading, he also interpreted the meaning of the book and expressed his inner thoughts. He didn't make a single mistake. Not even the rhythm was wrong. There wasn't even any delay or hesitation. Perfect performance. The 3 masters of the Count house were so shocked that they couldn't even close their eyes. This was too inconceivable, but this didn't make sense. When the Earl was still the heir of the Earl's mansion, although he had to practice martial arts and read books every day, he spent at least 4 to 6 hours to memorize this family motto. It took him more than a month to finish memorizing it. Mulan was smart, but she also spent a total of 23 days. A total of 50,000 words, and Shen Lang only used 1 night. This was simply too shocking. Mulan's beautiful eyes widened as she carefully looked at Shen Lang's face. Is this really my husband? Where is the legendary low IQ and low ability? Lord Count's wife was a woman, so she quickly recovered. Because this was a great piece of news. Lang'er is amazing. You did a great job. You didn't embarrass me. Lord Count's wife looked at Shen Lang with eyes full of love. Then, she said to the Count in all seriousness, my husband, I won. 29 times. What 29 times? Both Shen Lang and Mulan were confused. Could it be that there was some unspeakable deal between his father-in-law and mother-in-law? Lord Count's face was a little red. He waved his hand and said, well, madam, take Mulan out. I have something to say to Shen Lang. His wife looked happy, but also a little angry. She directly walked outside. Lord Count asked, madam, where are you going? To beat my son. He's as stupid as a pig. The fat man felt his ears were burning, and he couldn't help but shrink his body. I didn't do anything wrong today. I won't suffer an undeserved disaster, right? Lord Count once thought that Shen Lang had memorized the Kim clan's teachings before. But soon he dispelled the idea. Only the children of the family had the right to memorize the teachings. It had never been spread to the outside world. Besides, it was not a martial arts manual. Except for the Kim family, no one would treat it as a treasure. Lang, how did you do it? Lord Count asked. Xianxia, one day at the end of this summer, the heat had not completely faded, but the locust rice had already been harvested, and the seedlings of the second season had just been inserted into the soil. Lord Count, speak human language. Xianxia, 4 days ago, I was seriously ill in the Su family. I was on the verge of death. In other words, they had already died, and when they came back to life again, they found that their brains had become very bright, and their memory was very good. They had photographic memory. You were on the verge of death? Lord Count asked. Xianxia, you can say that. Lord Count pondered for a moment and said, this is the rumored enlightenment. Although it is very rare, it is not impossible. 180 years ago, an ancestor of the Kim family came back to life when he was on the verge of death. From a waste, he became a martial arts genius. He made great contributions to the family. The monarch wanted to give him a promotion, but he refused. Instead, he asked for a new fief. It was in his hands that the Kim family's fief reached its peak. It was a full 5,000 square kilometers. But now, not even 1/3 of it is left. Then, Lord Count said in a serious tone, this is your blessing, but you have to know how to be more respectful. Don't get carried away, understand? Yes. Xianxia, this is your blessing. Lord Count, you have been studying for 10 years, but you didn't even graduate from the town school. Now that your brain has become bright, don't neglect your studies. You have to pick up all the homework. Yes. Xianxia study. In his previous life, Xianxia studied for more than 10 years. He was already tired of it. But no matter what his father-in-law said, he just obediently agreed. It wasn't easy for Lord Count to finish his lecture. Xianxia, father-in-law, you promised me that as long as I finish memorizing the Kim family's teachings, you will lift the house arrest order and I will regain my freedom. What do you think? So that's what you were waiting for? Lord Count took a deep breath. He finally realized that this son-in-law of his was not easy to deal with. On the surface, he promised nicely, but when he turned around, he immediately threw it to the back of his mind. Very naughty. He really wanted to refuse, but he had to keep his word. Since he promised to lift the house arrest order of Xianxia, he must not break his promise. Well, your house arrest order is lifted. Lord Count said. He was really unwilling. This was the shortest house arrest order in his history. In just one night, Xianxia slept in the study room. Lord Count, are you still going to fight with Tianheng? Lord Count's eyes became gentle. Lang, you can't do it. Times have changed. Under the new policy, we, the old aristocrats, are in a precarious situation. We are afraid of being caught if we make a mistake. In the past 3 years, 3 aristocrats have lost their fiefs, titles, and even one of them lost his life. Lord Count's face was full of grief. He just wanted to protect the foundation of his ancestors. What was wrong with that? He continued, if it were in the past, I could have easily taken care of people like Tianheng. But now, even I can't get rid of him, let alone you. After all, he is an official of the imperial court. Aristocrats are not allowed to interfere with local affairs. If they break the rules, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this time, Xianxia deeply felt the helplessness in Lord Count's heart. Whether this new policy was good or bad for the state of Yu, at least it was against the interests of Xianxia. Lord Count said in a serious tone, Lang, I promise you, I will take down Tianheng in half a year at most, and I will seek justice for you. With the power in Lord Count's hands, it was not difficult to kill Tianheng. The difficult part was how to comply with the laws of the country and how not to be caught red-handed. That was extremely difficult. However, the Count still agreed to Xianxia's request. Xianxia's expression was serious. Father-in-law, Tianheng, the Su family, and the Lin family have a grudge against me. I must take revenge myself. Otherwise, I won't be able to lift my head for the rest of my life. By marrying into the Count's household, these 3 families won't dare to harm a single hair on my head. This is already a huge advantage. Xianxia paused for a moment, then continued, I haven't made any contributions to the Count house, so I don't have the right to waste any resources of the Count house, especially the political resources. If I need you to avenge me, then I don't deserve to be the husband of Milan. I should just go home and eat my parents' food. Hearing this, the count was pleased. He felt that Xianxia had finally opened his heart to him for the first time. I appreciate your thoughts, Lord Count said, but you really can't beat them. Kid, Xianxia City is no longer our territory. It belongs to the imperial court. It belongs to Lu Wuyan and Zhang Jin. Both of them are the backers of Tianheng. You can't defeat him. Xianxia, would they dare to kill me? You dare to hit me? Who dares? The count said coldly, we can't cause any trouble now, but we still have 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers. If anyone dares to harm the people of my count house, then they will be annihilated by my family's army. Xianxia bowed and saluted, Father-in-law, I promise you here that I will definitely make Tianheng break his own arms and legs in a legal situation. Moreover, I will not leave behind any evidence that can be used against him. Please believe me. The count said, what's your plan? I can't say it. Xianxia said, some things can only be done. In fact, Xianxia didn't dare to say it. He was afraid that his father-in-law would beat him up. The count said, do you know what will happen if you lose? Xianxia said, my reputation will be ruined. I will be laughed at every step I take in Xianxia City. The count hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said, you are a man with a mind. If you want to go, I can't stop you. Xianxia said, thank you, father-in-law. The count said, remember, don't violate the law. Don't leave any evidence behind. Don't worry about winning or losing. It doesn't matter if you lose once. It doesn't matter if your reputation is ruined. Xianxia bowed again and said, I will listen to father-in-law's words. Also, I will win. Even if Tianheng has the backing of the city lord's mansion and the governor's mansion, I will definitely make him suffer a crushing defeat this time. I'm going, Xianxia said. When the sun rose, he left the count house in a carriage and went to Xianxia City. What should he do to deal with people like Tianheng? What strategy? To be honest, it was very difficult. The earl had said that it was difficult to defeat Tianheng in accordance with the law of the country and without leaving any evidence. Yes, Tianheng had committed a lot of crimes. God knows how many lives he had taken. These crimes were enough to send him to the guillotine. However, the count house couldn't interfere with local affairs. Arresting Tianheng and putting Tianheng on trial were the powers of the mayor of Xianxia City. Unless Tianheng committed a crime in Xianxia Mansion, it would be easy to take him down. However, people weren't that stupid. That's why the count said that Xianxia couldn't win against Tianheng because he had the support of the mayor of Xianxia City and Zhang Jin. Xianxia had thought of many methods and stratagems that were extremely mysterious and complicated. There were even some stratagems that looked as gorgeous as Zhuge Liang from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, giving off the feeling that his intelligence was close to that of a demon. However, all of them were useless. The more complicated the strategy, the higher the chance of failure. What was the best method to use? Simple and crude was the best, and the method that Xianxia was going to use to deal with Tianheng was simple and crude enough, even shameless. Tianheng ran a lot of businesses, including gambling houses, brothels, lending, and so on. Which one was the most profitable? Of course, it was the gambling house. It was a business that made money every day, accounting for more than 60% of his income. His luxurious life and his hundreds of brothers, to a certain extent, depended on the income of the gambling house. In the entire Xianxia City, Tianheng had opened 5 gambling houses, which was a complete monopoly. Others wanted to open a gambling house? Before Tianheng's brothers came to visit, the mayor's people came to seize it. The richest square was the name of Tianheng's gambling house. It was magnificently decorated, with a total of 3 floors. Inside, there was food, drinks, entertainment, and everything else. Even the pawnshop and brothel were opened in the gambling house. Therefore, Xianxia's way to deal with Tianheng was very simple, which was to go to his gambling house to win money. Keep winning, and keep winning, win far beyond Tianheng's bottom line, beyond the endurance of his backer. For a person like Tianheng, what was the most important? Loyalty. Don't joke, of course it was money, Only money could let him bribe the mayor's office and the guards. If you have money, you have a backer. If you don't have money, you don't have a backer. Shen Lang was sure that the mayor of Xuanwu and even the governor of Nujiang took money from Tian Heng's gambling house. Once Shen Lang won more than the psychological defense of these big shots, everything would be beyond Tian Heng's control. If it was before Shen Lang won 100 gold coins, his hands and feet would be broken, and he would be thrown into the river to drown. But now, he had the identity of the son-in-law of the Count House to protect him. It was not a problem to win as much money as he wanted in Xuanwu City. The only thing he was worried about was whether he would be beaten by his father-in-law. Of course, what Shen Lang had to do was not only to win money. The performance after winning was more important. He had to put everyone in it. The Count House sent a total of 4 warriors to protect Shen Lang. He was dressed in gorgeous brocade clothes, a jade crown on his head, and sat in a gorgeous carriage. As soon as he entered the city, he became the focus of everyone. Countless people were pointing at him and whispering. In Xuanwu City, Shen Lang was already a legendary figure. Even if he was notorious, he was still a legendary figure. An ignorant and incompetent trash first became the son-in-law of the wealthy Su family. After he was kicked out, he became the son-in-law of the Count House in less than 3 days. Wasn't he awesome? He had reached the sky in a single bound, so when they saw Shen Lang, who was dressed in a luxurious manner, countless people were so jealous that they wanted to vomit blood. They turned around and spat. This trash is really arrogant. He just became the son-in-law of the Count House, and he swaggered around like this. Yeah. Look at his clothes. It's enough for my family to eat for 3 years. Shameless to the extreme, shameless to the extreme. He doesn't study hard, nor does he farm. He just wants to live off a woman. The Count House is really blind. He chose this trash to be his son-in-law. You see, he will be kicked out of the Count House in half a month at most. He is too arrogant. Hearing these words, Shen Lang was completely indifferent. He even changed to a more comfortable position in the carriage. In front of the rich's house, Shen Lang got out of the carriage and walked into the gambling house. The 4 warriors of the Count House behind him couldn't help but change their expressions. The son-in-law is going to gamble. How could this be? The Count House was very strict. Even a playboy like the heir of a rich family didn't dare to step into the gambling house. Otherwise, the Count House would break his legs. Who would enter the gambling house? Prodigal son. As for you, Shen Lang, you are merely the son-in-law of the Earl's mansion. You should be cautious and behave yourself, but in the end, not only did you wear embroidered clothes and swagger through the streets, you even openly entered a casino. However, the 4 warriors of the Count House only had the power to protect Shen Lang. They didn't have the power to advise him. Most importantly, they didn't want to advise him. How could a trash like Shen Lang be a good match for Miss Mulan? If he wants to die, then let him be. It's best if he loses badly, then the Count House will break his legs and kick him out of the house. In the eyes of these warriors, only Jin Shuring House is the best husband for Miss Mulan. Because Jin Shuring House is their idol and the adopted son of the Count House. At this time, Tian Shijiu, one of the adopted sons of Tian Heng House, was watching the gambling house of the rich's house. Seeing Shen Lang come in, Tian Shijiu was stunned at first, then he was ecstatic. What is a gambling house? It's a devil's den. Shen Lang actually took the initiative to step into the Black Cloth Gang's devil's den. Isn't this courting death? Isn't this the Count House's son-in-law Shen? Welcome. Tian Shijiu said, servants, serve tea. Serve good tea. Very quickly, the servant brought a pot of the best tea. Shen Lang sat down and slowly tasted the tea. Son-in-law Shen, are you here to take a look or to play a few rounds? Tian Shijiu asked. Shen Lang said, since I'm here, of course, I want to play a few rounds. Welcome. Tian Shijiu was very excited. His adoptive father, Tian Heng, and Shen Lang had already become enemies. He was worried that he couldn't find a way to kill Shen Lang. The other party is the son-in-law of the Count House. Who would dare to touch him? He didn't expect that Shen Lang would take the initiative to send himself to death, let him lose tens of thousands of gold coins and then hand over the IOU to the Count House. Shen Lang will be completely finished. If it's light, he will be kicked out of the count house. If it's heavy, he will be kicked out of the count house with his legs broken. As for the possibility of Xianxia winning? Xianxia never thought of this possibility. Xianxia winked, and the manager of the casino immediately ran out to tell the great news to Tianheng. At this time, Tianheng was in Xuanwu City, discussing something with Su. I came up with the idea to play a few rounds, but I don't have any money with me. Can I borrow some? Xianxia asked. Yes, yes. Tianxia was even more excited. I'm just worried that you won't lend any more. It's best if you borrow 10,000 gold coins and then lose it all. Then, Tianheng would go to the count house to collect the debt, and Xianxia would be beaten to death by the count. Can I borrow 1,000 gold coins first? Xianxia asked. How much is the interest? You are the most distinguished guest, so the annual interest is 10%, Tianxia said. The interest was already very low, but even if there was no interest, Tianxia would still be willing to borrow, let alone 10%. Otherwise, how could he have caused Xianxia to die? Anyway, the money could not be taken out of the casino, and the meat would be rotting in the pot. Alright, then write down the loan receipt. Write down the interest clearly as well, Xianxia said. Okay, I will listen to you, Tianxia said. After the loan receipt was written, the 1,000 gold coins were placed in front of Xianxia, and he changed them all into chips without saying a word. Tianxia said flatteringly, Master Shen, what do you want to play? Xianxia asked, what is the simplest? Betting on the size is the simplest, Tianxia said. Okay, then let's bet on the size. Xianxia said. Tianxia immediately brought Xianxia to the table for betting on the size. At this time, he was enjoying the treatment of a celebrity. Many gamblers stopped gambling and came to watch. This is Xianxia? First, he became the son-in-law of the Su family, then the son-in-law of the count house. He is really handsome. I am also handsome. Why can't I go to the count house and marry into their family? I've known you for so long, but I've never realized that you're such a dishonest person. Didn't the toilet bowl tell you the truth when you pee? Xianxia dares to play in the casino? Is he courting death? Whether he wins or loses, the count will break his legs. Xianxia continued to ignore these words and said to the master on the gambling table, let's begin. Tianxia nodded. Facing a trash like Xianxia, he didn't even bother to cheat. The master behind the gambling table began to shake the dice. After about half a minute, he slammed the dice onto the table. Big or small? 3 dice. Below 9 points was small, and above 9 points was big. Xianxia used his X-ray vision to take a look and easily read out the points inside. 13 points. Big. Xianxia pushed out all of his 1,000 gold chips. All of a sudden, everyone became excited. Awesome. You're playing so big in your first round. Xianxia had borrowed 1,000 gold coins, yet he had bet it all on him. The other gamblers stopped playing and held their breaths to watch the show. It was too exciting. Leave after you've made your bets, the master said. Open, open, open. The master of the gambling table suddenly opened the lid. 13 points, Xianxia won. He actually won. This Xianxia is truly a lucky bastard. He won 1,000 gold coins in the first round. The spectating gamblers were extremely excited. However, Tianxia's expression didn't change. He was still smiling. This was completely based on luck. It was nothing. To be honest, Xianxia was worried that Xianxia would lose the first round. If that was the case, he might stop playing. Only by letting him taste the sweetness of winning a few times, would he continue to win. Winning the first round was the beginning of a gambler's tragedy. The second round was still about big or small. The master of the gambling table began to shake the dice. His expression was already very solemn. After shaking for a full minute, he slammed the dice onto the table. Of course, this was just to increase the sense of ceremony. It made the gamblers feel even more pressured. However, for Xianxia, the result would be the same even if he shook it for 100 minutes. Xianxia used his X-ray vision again. It was still big, 15 points. Big. Xianxia pushed out all the chips of 2,000 gold coins. This time, almost everyone in the audience couldn't breathe properly. Was this son-in-law of the Count House crazy? Why did he play so big? And Xianxia's expression changed slightly. If Shenlang won again this time, it would be 4,000 gold coins. Even for Tianheng, this was a very large number. This gambling house was so magnificent, but the net profit of a month would not exceed 2,000 gold coins. 4,000 gold coins was equivalent to more than 10 million yuan on modern Earth. The value of the gold coins, slightly corrected at the front, the hands of the master of the gambling table were trembling a little. Open, 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 the master of the gambling table suddenly opened the lid. 15 points, big, Shenlang won again, 4,000 gold coins in hand, all the onlookers were completely excited. 4,000 gold coins was an astronomical figure. It was enough for them to not eat or drink for a few lifetimes. And Xianxia's expression changed dramatically. This Shenlang was really crazy. No matter how much he won, he would push it. This was the gambling house's biggest loss in the past 2 or 3 years. It was extremely rare for ordinary gamblers to lose 400 or 500 gold coins. They were all rich foreign guests. He couldn't let Shenlang win anymore. Xianxia wanted to play himself. And once he played, Shenlang would definitely lose. Xianxia smiled and said, "Come on, Master Shen, I will personally shake the dice for you." He was a master of shaking the dice. If he wanted it to be big, it would be big, and if he wanted it to be small, it would be small. This was not a big deal. The most amazing thing was that after he shook the dice and put it on the table, he could change the number of points. Xianxia was the only one in the entire gambling house who knew this skill. That was why he became Tianheng's adopted son and the manager of the gambling house. Shenlang understood that the other party was ready to cheat. No, no, no. Shenlang laughed and said, "I suddenly don't want to play big or small. It's all about luck. There's no technical content. I'm going to play Pai Gao." Tianxia laughed and said, Okay, you are the master. You can play whatever you want. We will play Pai Gao." How could he let Shenlang go, if his adopted father knew that he not only didn't cheat Shenlang to death, but also won 4,000 gold coins? He would definitely skin him alive. His gambling skills were extremely good. Otherwise, he would not become Tianheng's adopted son and become the master of Fugui House. In Xuanwu City, Tianxia could be said to be unrivaled in gambling skills. Especially in a game like Pai Gao, which required a certain technical content. He could even close his eyes and let Shenlang win, even pawn his underwear. Therefore, it had to be possible. If it was big or small, it was all about luck. But playing Pai Gao required a certain technical content. At least, it needed to judge the opponent's size, whether to follow, and psychological tactics and so on. In short, Tianxia was absolutely sure that he could win Shenlang all his money with his eyes closed. Xianxia could easily recognize the points from the back of the cards, because each card had a mark, but the mark was very obscure. Shenlang said he wanted to play Pai Gao, but it was completely suicide. He must make him lose all his money, and then borrow money to owe him 10 or 20,000 gold coins. In this way, in order not to pay back the money, the Count House could only expel Shenlang from their house and cut off their relationship. Of course, that also meant that Shenlang would definitely die. The rules of playing Pai Gao in this world were very simple, much simpler than on Earth. It was to put 32 Pai Gao cards upside down on the table. Everyone drew 2 cards, and according to the meaning of the cards, the winner and loser would be decided. There was no need to shake the dice to draw cards. They could draw 2 cards at will, and then compare the number of cards. Among them, the Joker card was the largest. D3 with 2 and 4 was equivalent to 3 plus 9. Although the points of each card were small, the combination was the largest. The next largest combination was the 2 heaven cards, followed by the 2 earth cards. There was no need to elaborate on the rules, anyway, it was not important. Just as they were about to start, Shenlang suddenly said, "I don't trust your cards. You send someone to buy a new set of cards. I can only continue gambling after I check it." When he said this, Tianxia frowned slightly. Each of the cards in use now had a cryptic code that he could recognize from the back. If you can't do it, then I'm leaving. Please exchange the 4,000 gold coins. Xianxia got up and left. Don't. Xianxia said, buy new cards. How could he bear to let Xianxia leave now? If Xianxia left, he would be finished. Then, Xianxia instructed a shop assistant, you go and buy 10 new pai gao. Remember, don't buy them in my shop. The shop assistant didn't say anything and rushed out to buy 10 new pai gao. After buying them, Xianxia used his X-ray vision to check them. 6 of the new cards didn't have codes. He chose the most normal pai gao without any codes. The internal texture and density were very uniform. There was no possibility of cheating. I'll take this set. Xianxia pointed at it casually. Okay. Xianxia didn't care. He was the #1 gambling master in Xuanwu City. He was invincible. Even if he didn't cheat, he would definitely win. The gambling between the two of them officially began. Why don't you draw a card first? Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded and drew 2 cards from the 32 cards. Xianxia easily saw his cards through his X-ray vision. Xianxia's luck was good. It was 2 plum blossom cards, which was the 6th largest of all the combinations. 100 gold coins. Xianxia pushed out his chips. Since Xianxia was the 6th largest combination, then Xianxia drew the 5th largest card of all the combinations, double sum. Moreover, he directly put it on the table without even looking at it. 1,000 gold coins. Xianxia pushed out his chips. He really had the demeanor of the god of gambling. Everyone saw that Xianxia didn't even look at his cards and directly pushed out his chips. Moreover, it was 1,000 gold coins. They couldn't help but exclaim. It was really a big gamble. They had never seen such a big scene. Xianxia hesitated for a while. His cards were very large. He could fight. I'll follow with 1,000 gold coins. Reveal. The two of them revealed their cards. Xianxia won. Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat. However, this was just the beginning. What followed was his nightmare. It was an unprecedented nightmare. Because Xianxia didn't look at his cards in every round. He directly pushed out 1,000 gold coins as chips. Then, he kept winning. He won until Xianxia trembled all over. He felt cold all over his body. He felt dizzy and doubted his life. Oh my god. Xianxia was sure that there were no marks on the pai gao, so it was impossible to cheat. But Xianxia won every time. What kind of luck was this? He had just married into the count house, and he was already so arrogant. The point was that this gigolo didn't even look at the cards and directly bet 1,000 gold coins. Sometimes he was willful and directly bet 2,000 gold coins. Who gave you the guts to do that? Who gave you such strong courage? This is clearly my casino. Why do you act like you're home and take the money with your eyes closed? Of course, Xianxia would win because he saw every card clearly. He won effortlessly. The gamblers next to him were completely fascinated. Awesome, they had never seen such a wonderful scene. Of course, they had seen a few wins in a row, and even a dozen wins in a row. Because anything could happen in a casino. However, Xianxia had casually won 8 rounds in a row, and had even won more than 10,000 gold coins. It was unheard of and unheard of. It was really awesome. Finally, when Xianxia won the 9th round, Xianxia almost collapsed. His whole body was covered in cold sweat and his hands were completely stiff. How could this be? I am the #1 gambling god in Xuanwu City. How could I lose? I'm dead, he kept muttering because Xianxia had won 13,000 gold coins. Including the previous wins and deducting the borrowed 1,000 gold coins, Xianxia had won a total of 16,000 gold coins. Xianxia, you are too much, you didn't even bring a copper coin and won 16,000 gold coins from me. This was an astronomical figure, and my foster father would definitely skin him alive. I suddenly feel a little dizzy. Excuse me. Xianxia said with a trembling voice. He really couldn't lose any more. Originally, he couldn't lose so much, but he was not reconciled. After losing a round, he wanted to win, wanted to make a comeback, and wanted to trap Xianxia to death. Unknowingly, he lost 16,000 gold coins, which was almost the annual net profit of the casino. If he continued to lose, he would die. After Xianxia got up, he staggered and almost fainted. Then, he left the gambling table and ran toward the Su family. He had to report this to his foster father immediately. The situation was out of control, and it would be over. However, just after Xianxia left, the casino's disaster began. Next, Xianxia swept every table. Every waiter, shopkeeper, and master chef of the riches and honor shop turned ashen and their bodies trembled. The gamblers were going crazy. He had never seen such a grand scene before. It was too crazy and exciting. Xianxia looked at them and said, "What are you standing there for? Follow me and bet." The few 100 gamblers were stunned for a moment before they completely went crazy. Hundreds of gamblers bet with Xianxia. Whatever Xianxia bet, they followed suit. The doomsday of the riches shop had come. Just now, Xianxia won alone. Now, all the guests in the casino won together. The only one who lost was Tianheng's riches square. Another master at the gambling table could not bear the pressure. He clutched his heart and fainted. His mouth was foaming and his body was convulsing. God of gamblers, God of gamblers, God of gamblers, long live Master Shen, long live! The entire casino was in an uproar. Xianxia had become the hero of hundreds of gamblers. Originally, whether it was Xianxia or the shopkeeper, they could have stopped all the gambling and even temporarily closed the casino. But Xianxia was scared out of his wits. He ran to report to Tianheng and did not have time to close the casino. Therefore, Xianxia led hundreds of gamblers to wash the entire riches and honor shop with blood. In the Su family's house, Tianheng laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha." Tianheng said, "Do you know? Yesterday, Xianxia said in front of me that he wanted me to break my own arms and legs. He even made an oath. Don't you think it's funny?" Su said, "Him? Ever since he became the son-in-law of the Count House, he doesn't know his place anymore." Tianheng said, "After he became the son-in-law of the Count House, I did not dare to touch him. Even if he tried to blackmail me, I could only cut my own flesh. But if he wants me to break my own arms, he must be daydreaming. The current situation is not unclear. The monarch wants to usurp the power of the old aristocrats. Count Xuanwu cannot intervene in local affairs. As long as I do not commit any crimes in the territory of the Count House, what can they do to me?" He was being a little too arrogant. If it were not for the support of the city lord and Taisho prefecture, he would have taken the initiative to ask for forgiveness from Xianxia. On the night Xianxia married into the Count House, Tianheng gave Zhang Jin a huge benefit. That was why he was protected by the Zhang family and became fearless. Originally, after he married into the Count House, even if we wanted to kill him, we would not dare to do it. We could not even touch a hair of his. Tianheng said, "But I didn't expect that this trash would take the initiative to come to my casino to seek death." The Su clan's master said, getting carried away, "What a vile person." Tianheng said, "What is my casino? It's a devil's den. Not to mention that Xianxia is trash. Even if he was a master, he would still lose. This time, if he does not lose 10 or 20,000 gold coins, we will not let him go." Su said, "Once he loses 10,000 gold coins, we don't need to do anything. Count Xuanwu will take the initiative to expel him from the family and cut off all ties with him." Tianheng said, "Or, you can beat him to death. In any case, Xianxia is dead for sure this time. He really is seeking his own death. It is effortless." Su said, "Trash will always be trash. He will never be able to show his face. We will just wait for Lord Count to punish his family and beat this evil creature to death." And just at this time, Xianxia of the rich and noble house rushed in. His entire body was pale and bloodless. He suddenly knelt in front of Tianheng and said in a trembling voice, foster father, something big has happened, something big has happened." But he found that he could not make a sound. His entire throat seemed to be blocked. Tianheng had never liked Xianxia because his martial arts were not high and his methods were not hateful. He was far inferior to Xianxia, who was his favorite foster son. However, Xianxia was good at gambling and was very useful. He was able to guard the casino for Tianheng, which was why he became his foster son. At this time, seeing Xianxia panting, Tianheng was so angry that he yelled, "How can you be so impatient, what a disgrace! You only know how to defile women every day. How rotten is your body? After running for a few miles, you are panting like this. You can't even speak clearly. How shameful." When Xianxia heard this, he immediately kowtowed towards Tianheng. Su laughed, "Brother Tianheng, your foster son is really filial." Tianheng said, "Who are you acting for here? Where's that evil creature Xianlang? Is it done yet? How much did he lose? If it's less than 10,000 gold coins, I'll skin you alive." Tianheng had calculated that 10,000 gold coins was probably the bottom line of the Count house. After all, it was a century-old family with a very deep foundation. However, the Count house was also short of money because their fiefdom was already 80% less than when they were at their peak. Now, the Xianwu mansion needed to use 20% of its fiefdom to support an army of nearly 3,000 people. The pressure could be imagined. Moreover, the Count Xianwu cherished his people and almost didn't squeeze anything from his territory. Although the financial situation of the Count house was a top secret, according to Su and Tianheng's estimation, the Xianwu mansion should be in a deficit every year. It was already living off its previous capital. 10,000 gold coins was not a small number for the Xianwu mansion. If Xianlang lost this money, he would either be expelled from the Count house or beaten to death. Listening to his foster father's complacent words, Xianxia was completely shrouded in fear and didn't dare to speak. If he said that Xianlang won 16,000 gold coins, his foster father would probably kick him to death. Su said, "Brother Tianheng, what if the Count house doesn't admit it?" Tianheng sneered, "Xianlang borrowed my family's gold coins to gamble. It's written in black and white on the IOU. Moreover, it was Xianlang who took the initiative to come to my casino to gamble. I didn't force him to come or lure him in. Many people can testify that. Even if this lawsuit is brought to Taisho Prefecture, I'll still have something to say." Su said, "In this way, you've completely offended the Count house." Tianheng sighed inwardly. How could he be willing to do this? After all, he was just a gang leader. Even if he had the official title of Qianhu of Xuanwu City, he was still a gang leader. Who knew how many stains he had on him? Now that the new policies were running rampant, the old aristocrats like Count Xuanwu had to withdraw their power and didn't dare to intervene in local affairs. In the past, Tianheng wouldn't dare to touch the Count house's tiger whiskers. Even now, Tianheng didn't want to provoke the Xianwu mansion. But there was no other way. Xianlang, this bastard, took advantage of him and didn't spare him. He forced him to a dead end. He couldn't really break his adopted son, Tian Xianji's legs, could he? How would he have the face to stay in Xuanwu City? Tianheng would never say these thoughts out loud. Instead, he said calmly, "Now, I have the Castellan's mansion, Taisho Prefecture, and even the governor's mansion behind me. The whole country is implementing the new policies. Suppressing the Count house is to implement the new policies. This is the general trend. So what if we offend the Count house? Once we lose our fief and military power, the aristocrats who have been around for hundreds of years will fall." He said this righteously. "You, Tianheng, are awesome. You're a patriot even if you're a gangster." Well said. Su smiled and said, "Why can't the new policies in Xuanwu City be implemented? Isn't it because of the Xianwu mansion? We can use Xianlang, this bastard, as a breakthrough point. We can recruit him into our family. It's the bad luck of the Count house." Tianheng smiled. But only he knew how painful it was. Because he had fallen out with the Count house, Tianheng looked for the governor, Zhang Chong, as a backer in order to protect himself. Tianheng paid 5-digit gold coins every year, which was more than half of his income. 35% of the annual net profit of the 5 gambling houses had to be handed over to the governor, Zhang Chong. And the person who passed this gold coin was Su Guanyun, who was standing in front of him. Su said, "Brother Tian, don't worry. The governor, Zhang Chong, will definitely be on your side in this matter. You can take Xianlang's IOU and ask the Count house for the money." Tianheng certainly knew that he had become a weapon in the struggle between Taisho Prefecture and Xianwu Mansion. But he had no other choice. Okay. Tianheng laughed and said, I may not have other skills, but I have the guts. I'll bring Shenlang's IOU to the Count house in the afternoon to ask for the money. I'll see how the Count's expression will be, and how badly Shenlang, this bastard, will die. Ha ha ha. Su laughed and said, what a clown. It's not worth mentioning. Tianheng said, 19, are you breathing evenly? Tell me, how much did Shenlang lose? How much does he owe? After a few minutes, Tian 19 was finally able to breathe and speak. When he heard Tianheng's question, he couldn't help but answer directly, 16,000 gold coins. Ha 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 ha. Tianheng laughed and said, well done, well done. Patriarch Su was also incomparably happy, 16,000 gold coins, he lost so much, Shenlang is dead for sure, he's dead for sure, Lord Count is really blind, to find such a prodigal son to be his son-in-law, serves him right. Tianheng got up and said, let's go, we'll take the IOU and ask the Count house for the money. Su said, don't worry, the governor's mansion will send 3 officials to go with you. It's fine if the Count's mansion kills Shenlang, but if they don't kill him, we'll increase the stakes and let Lord Zhangchong send people to suppress him. We'll travel the world with reason, and it's only right and proper to repay debts. Tianheng said, 19, where's the IOU from Shenlang? Tian 19's scalp was numb. At this time, it didn't matter if he raised his head or not. He slammed his forehead on the ground and blood flowed out. Godfather, it's not Shenlang who lost 16,000 gold coins, it's us who lost 16,000 gold coins. After saying that, Tian Shurjiu almost collapsed. Tianheng's face was still laughing, but his eyes were dull. He was petrified. He was caught off guard. Did he hear it wrong? Was he hallucinating? Then, Tianheng looked at Su. The other party also had a look of shock on his face. What did you say? Tianheng asked, did Shenlang win or lose? Tian Shurjiu said, Shenlang won. He won 16,000 gold coins. Now it was confirmed. In an instant, Tianheng seemed to be struck by lightning. He almost lost all his ability to react. 16,000 gold coins, that was an astronomical figure, his Fugué Square only earned that much in a year. Moreover, the other 4 gambling houses combined might not make as much as the Fugué Square. But now they all lost to Shenlang, not only did he fail to kill Shenlang, but he was going to be skinned alive. But, how was that possible? Tian Shurjiu's gambling skills were so brilliant that he was invincible in the whole of Xuanwu. Moreover, it was in the Fugué Square, which was Tian Shurjiu's home field. He could win with his eyes closed. Even if the god of gamblers came in person, he would lose all his underwear. No matter how imaginative Tianheng was, he didn't know that Shenlang had X-ray vision and could see through all the cards. The god of gamblers was nothing. How did you do it? Lost to a good-for-nothing? Tianheng suddenly grabbed Tian Shurjiu's neck and roared. He lifted Tian Shurjiu up. Tian Shurjiu could hardly breathe. He said with tears in his eyes, I don't know. It's like I've seen a ghost. Shenlang won every game. Tianheng said, did he cheat? Did he cheat? No, that's why I've seen a ghost, Tian Shurjiu cried. Tianheng suddenly looked at Su and said in a trembling voice, Brother Su, didn't you say that Shenlang is a good-for-nothing? How can he know so many words that no one understands? Now he's so good at gambling? Tianheng's face twitched. Why doesn't this evil creature just die? Roared Su. At this moment, Su Qianqian walked out and said, Father, gang leader Tian, there's no point in getting angry here. Why don't you go to the scene and see what exactly happened? That way, I can adapt to the situation. That's right, that's the logic. Tianheng got up and left for his fortune square. He didn't want to waste even a minute. What had Shenlang done to his Fugué Lane? Su Qianqian's voice came from behind. Gang leader Tian, don't forget that the city governor's office and Taisho prefecture are your backers. When Tianheng heard this, his heart calmed down a little. That's right, with these 2 backing, there was still room for them to stir up trouble. He leaped onto his horse and dashed toward the riches lane. In just a quarter of an hour, His horse had arrived at the entrance of the magnificent Fortune Square. At this moment, the entire casino was filled with people. Seeing Tianheng's arrival, countless gamblers and onlookers swarmed up and said, "Owner Tian is here, the person who can make decisions is here. Pay up, pay up." The incomparably handsome Shen Lang walked out and smiled at Tianheng. "Gang leader Tian, how have you been? You came at the right time. I won 19,000 gold coins from your casino. I'll cash it in now." "Oh right, these hundreds of people also bet with me and won 7,000 gold coins. Gang leader Tian, you can cash it in together." "What, it wasn't 16,000 gold coins, it became 19,000 gold coins again, and these hundreds of gamblers also won 7,000 gold coins with Shen Lang. In total, it was 26,000 gold coins." Hearing this bad news, Tianheng's vision darkened and he almost fainted. 26,000 gold coins, to be honest, that was more than half of Tianheng's savings. That's right, he was making money every day. But his money wasn't earned by himself. He had to share it with many people. Moreover, he had to feed hundreds of people. The expenses were huge. His casino had lost 26,000 gold coins. If he were to cash it in, it wouldn't just be a serious injury, but he would almost go bankrupt. But if he didn't cash it in, his casino's reputation would be in tatters. Who would come to gamble in the future? After quite a while, Tianheng finally recovered from his shock, and he saw Shen Lang's extraordinarily beautiful pretty boy face clearly. "You evil creature, why are you so vicious?" Yesterday, when Shen Lang threatened him, Tianheng didn't take it seriously. He was still wondering what moves Shen Lang would use to deal with him. Tianheng thought a lot about those seemingly profound and mysterious tactics. He didn't expect Shen Lang's moves to be so shameless and direct. Accusing him of cheating? Making false accusations. If it was before, Shen Lang wouldn't have won 100 gold coins and his legs would have been broken and thrown out. Now, he was the son-in-law of the Count House. Who in Xuanwu City dared to touch him? At this time, not only were the 4 warriors of the Count House standing behind Shen Lang, but there were also hundreds of gamblers supporting him. Despicable Shen Lang, not only did he win, but he also pulled hundreds of gamblers to win with him. Now that Shen Lang had become their hero, these hundreds of gamblers had to advance and retreat with Shen Lang for their own interests. "Pay up," Shen Lang said. "Gang leader Tianheng, you're such a big shot. You wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you?" Tianheng's face twitched. He really wanted to chop Shen Lang's face and beat the sh*t out of him. But he didn't dare. He couldn't. Then, Tianheng's face changed. He smiled warmly and said, "Shen, shall we talk inside?" Shen Lang thought for a while and nodded. "Okay." Then, Tianheng and Shen Lang walked into the rich's house. The hundreds of gamblers were unwilling. What if Shen Lang and Tianheng made some unspeakable deal? Wouldn't they be betrayed? "You can't leave. You can't leave. You can only leave after exchanging your chips and paying up," countless gamblers shouted. Usually, when they saw Tianheng, they were like mice seeing a cat. But now, there were many of them, and they had Shen Lang, the son-in-law of the Count House, as their backbone. Moreover, gamblers could even sacrifice their lives for money. Gamblers did not know what fear was when they won. Shen Lang said, "Please rest assured. I will never betray your interests. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Yes, everyone trusts Master Shen. Master Shen is the son-in-law of the Count House. Why would he lie to us? Master Shen, I love you. F***ck, what the hell is this?" Just like that, Shen Lang and Tianheng entered the rich's house. The 4 warriors of the Count House followed closely behind. Then, the door of the rich's house was tightly shut. After entering the rich's house, Tianheng's smile disappeared immediately. His face was cold. "Shen, you're really vicious." Tianheng sneered. "In order to force me to break my arms and legs, in order to make me break my adopted son, Tian Xianji's legs, you're willing to stoop to gambling. Don't you want the reputation of the Count House anymore?" "Of course, the reputation of the Count House is important," Shen Lang said seriously. "But I, Shen Lang, don't need my reputation." "What's a reputation for someone like me, Shen Lang?" "It's a burden." If I have a good reputation, I'll lose it if I do something bad. If I have a bad reputation, people will praise me if I do something good. This is great. Shenlang, the prodigal son, has turned over a new leaf. These words made Tianheng choke. F*ck, a lowly person is invincible. Tianheng said, don't you want me to break Xianxia's legs? Shenlang nodded. Yes. Tianheng said, you're using 19,000 gold coins as a bargaining chip to force me to break my arms? How ridiculous. Am I, Tianheng, such a short-sighted person? If I break 13's legs, I'll lose more than just his legs. I'll lose my dignity. Tianheng had been in the Jianghu of Xuanwu for many years. He was not stupid. He knew how dangerous it was. Once I do that, everyone will know that I, Tianheng, lost to a mere son-in-law. My reputation will hit rock bottom. Tianheng said coldly, once a person like me loses his fierce reputation, who will be afraid of me in the future? Money can be earned again, but if reputation is gone, it's over. Tianheng had completely calmed down. He took a sip of tea and said, so, Shenlang, you want to use 19,000 gold coins in exchange for me breaking Xianxia's legs? You're thinking too much. I'm not that stupid. You don't have to daydream. Seeing that Tianheng had finished his tea, Shenlang immediately poured another cup for him. With a sincere expression, he said in a friendly voice, gang leader Tian, you've wronged me. How could I have such a plan? There's no such thing. Tianheng sneered. He crossed his arms and glared coldly. Let's see what other tricks Shenlang has up his sleeve. Just by looking at your performance, he seemed to have seen through Shenlang's plan with just a glance. After winning so much money, he only wanted to cash in and had long forgotten about breaking Xianxia's legs. Tianheng decided that it was impossible for Shenlang to take the 19,000 gold coins. 1,900 was more likely. Moreover, he would only give the money if Shenlang begged him. I never thought of using 19,000 gold coins in exchange for Xianxia's legs. Shenlang said, what I mean is, gang leader Tian, not only do you have to pay me the 19,000 gold coins, you also have to break Xianxia's legs. Tianheng almost jumped out of his chair. The four warriors of the count house behind Shenlang pretended not to hear him, but they were also shocked by his words. Shenlang, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? Tianheng roared. He was not the only one who thought so. The four warriors of the count house also thought that Shenlang was daydreaming and asking for humiliation. Tianheng would never break Xianxia's legs. He didn't intend to give 19,000 gold coins to Shenlang either. It would be great if he could agree to one of the two conditions, but Shenlang wanted both, wasn't he crazy? Ha ha ha. Tianheng was so angry that he laughed, so, I am dealing with a madman? Shenlang's body swayed slightly, and then he crossed his legs. Tianheng stared at Shenlang and said, let me tell you clearly, Tianshi-san wanted to kill your entire family, but I was the one who sent him. But I would never hurt a single hair on his head. Breaking his legs would make me lose all my prestige. Dream on. Also, I won't give you any of the 19,000 gold coins you won. They had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Who was afraid of who? Tianheng continued to say, if you have the ability, ask your father to come and ask me for it. Let's see if you will break your legs. Other people were shameless, but the count house was shameless. Asking him to collect 19,000 gold coins for Shenlang's gambling debt? That was impossible. Breaking Shenlang's legs was more likely. For hundreds of years, the rules of the count house were very strict. No one dared to go to the casino. If the count house asked for the gambling debt for Shenlang, soon the rumor would spread that the Xianwu mansion's economy had collapsed, and the son-in-law had to go to the casino to make money. Therefore, Tianheng decided to go back on his word. You want to drag the hundreds of gamblers outside to cause trouble? Tianheng laughed heartily and said, dream on. I'll pay them the 9,000 gold coins they won. But I won't give you a single copper coin for your winnings. What can you do to me? After saying that, Tianheng directly opened the window and shouted to the hundreds of gamblers below, since I, Tianheng, can afford to open a casino, I can also afford to lose money. I'll pay all the money you win. Men, help all the customers exchange their chips. As soon as he said that, the hundreds of gamblers below the stage went crazy with excitement. Then, dozens of employees in the casino worked together to exchange chips for these hundreds of gamblers. In just half an hour, the 9,000 gold coins won by the hundreds of gamblers were all exchanged. Long live Leader Tian. Sect Master Tian. Gang Leader Tian is awesome. Leader Tian, I love you. It's this person again. You're such a philanthropist. Hearing these cheers, Tianheng sneered and said, Shenlang, do you see that? How can these people curry favor with those in power? I've paid all the money to them. Do you think they'll still stand on your side and help you cause trouble? Of course, they won't. After these gamblers got the gold coins, some went home, and some continued to gamble. They completely scattered like birds and beasts. Who would care about Shenlang? The money in the gamblers' hands isn't their own at all. They're just keeping it for me. Tianheng said, do you believe it? In less than half a month, these 9,000 gold coins will be returned to me, or even more. Of course, Shenlang believed that it wouldn't even take half a month. It would only take 7 or 8 days. A gambler's money would never be warm. Washing it clean was the eternal ending of a gambler. It was impossible to go ashore. Winning was just the process, and losing was the result. The only difference between gamblers was how much they lost and how much they lost. They don't want to follow you to cause trouble. It's impossible for Lord Count to collect gambling debts from me for you. Tianheng sneered and said, Shenlang, what's the use of winning these 19,000 gold coins? I won't give you a single coin. What can you do? You want me to break Tian Shanji's legs? Dream on. Clap clap clap. Shenlang clapped his hands and said, not bad, Leader Tian. Your shameless face is quite similar to mine, but, Shenlang took a sip of tea. It's no use. Shenlang said, do you think you can get away with it just because you're shameless? Domestic Miss Ling Ling, Leader Tian, it's useless for you to struggle. I have the Sherwin technique, and I have the Casino Dragon Slayer technique. Do you think I care about 19,000 gold coins? Ha ha ha. Shenlang laughed like a villain and said, help me. As long as your casino is still open, your money is mine. I can win as much as I want. Not only will I win, but I will also win with all the gamblers. Unless your casino closes, I will definitely win until you go bankrupt. Consider it a good thing. I can let countless gamblers win all your belongings without taking a single copper coin. You won't let me enter the casino? You dare to send people to stop me from entering? Do you dare to hurt a single hair of mine? Then, Shenlang said to the countless gamblers under the window, everyone, don't leave. I will lead you to continue gambling and win money. We will win until Leader Tianheng goes bankrupt. Leader Tian, let's not talk anymore. Shenlang turned and left. Then, Shenlang returned to the casino below and continued his killing spree. Like locusts, he led hundreds of gamblers and continued to sweep the casino. It turned out that Shenlang did not lie. He really had the casino dragon slaying skill and won every battle. Therefore, the entire casino's employees and shopkeepers lost so much that their faces turned ashen and they began to doubt their lives. They really couldn't stop him at all. The hundreds of gamblers went completely crazy. This was easier than picking up money. As long as they followed Shenlang and bet, they would definitely win. Finally, all the employees of the rich's house, the gambling table master, and the shopkeeper could not bear the huge pressure again. They foamed at the mouth and fainted. The shopkeeper kept going upstairs and reporting to Tianheng. Master, we have lost 3,000 gold coins. Master, we have lost 5,000 gold coins. Master, we have lost 7,000 gold coins. Shenlang only wins 1 gold coin each time. The rest is won by those bastard gamblers. Tianheng's face turned pale and blue. His whole body began to tremble. His foster son, Xianxia, rushed over and shouted, Foster father, I will go and chase Shenlang out now. After saying that, Xianxia rushed downstairs with his men. He wanted to chase Shenlang out by force. Shenlang immediately covered his forehead and said, What are you doing? Do you want to hit me? I am not in good health. I will lie down as soon as you touch me. Whoever dares to hit the son-in-law of the count house, my wife will kill his whole family. Tianheng, who was upstairs, heard all these words clearly. He really couldn't imagine how Shenlang could say such shameless words. Shameless, Xianxia was furious. He pointed at Shenlang's head and shouted, "So what if I hit him?" Someone chased Shenlang out. However, in the next second, 4 warriors of the count house stood around Shenlang to protect him. They suddenly pulled out their big swords. Humph, the gangsters of the Black Cloth Gang want to fight with the warriors of the count house? Do you want to hurt the son-in-law of the count house? Yes, when the new government was in force, the count house couldn't interfere with local government affairs, nor could we arrest the people of the Black Cloth Gang. However, if you dared to offend us, we would kill you in vain. In less than a minute, the 4 warriors of the count house would start a massacre. Even if the warriors of your Black Cloth Gang ganged up and attacked, even if there were dozens of them fighting against one, these 4 warriors of the Earl's mansion would still be defeated by you. Then, you would be in even more trouble. Next, the cavalry of the count house would rush over and flatten the entire fortune house. The Xianwu mansion doesn't cause trouble, but it's not afraid of trouble. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will flatten your whole family. This was the amulet of Shenlang. Not only were the warriors of the count house rushing over, but countless gamblers also rushed over, protecting Shenlang in the middle. What are you doing? Can't you afford to lose? If you want to hurt my master Shen, you have to step over my chest. Cough, 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 they were really a group of people who fawned on the rich and powerful. Just now, when Tianheng gave them the chips, they shouted, "Long live gang leader Tian." Now, Shenlang led them to win money, and they shouted, "Long live gang leader Shenlang." What should I do now? Drive all the gamblers out? Tianheng was still sitting in the chair, motionless. He had never hated someone so much. He really wanted to tear Shenlang into pieces. Too late for regrets, too late for regrets. If he could go back in time, he was sure that he would kill Shenlang immediately, chop him up, and feed him to the dogs. He would never listen to him. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains was like raising a tiger to bring disaster. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. What should he do with the situation in front of him? Tianheng closed his eyes and said, "Close the fortune house temporarily." Yes. Tianxia and the shopkeeper answered reluctantly. Then, the shopkeeper's voice came from below. "The fortune house is closed today. You can come back tomorrow to exchange your winnings." Then, Shenlang immediately said, "Gang leader Tian, there are 4 other casinos in Xuanwu City. Let's go to each one to win, okay?" "Okay." Hundreds of gamblers responded excitedly. Then, Shenlang led hundreds of gamblers and once again, like a swarm of locusts, rushed to Tianheng's next casino. Tianheng closed his eyes in pain. After a long while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Close all the casinos." "Yes." Tianxia said, gritting his teeth. Everyone knew how painful it was for Tianheng when he made this decision. These 5 casinos accounted for more than 60% of his daily income. They were a real nest of gold. If they were all closed now, how much would he lose every day? Only God knew. However, he would rather bear such a huge loss than compromise with Shenlang. Once he broke Tian Xianji's legs in public, his reputation would be ruined, and the morale of the Black Shirt Gang would plummet. Who would be afraid of him in the future? "Shenlang, you want me to break my own arms? Dream on." However, Tianheng's troubles were just the beginning. Because these casinos did not belong to him alone, many people were making money from them. Just an hour later, someone found him. "Lord Zhongjin wants you to go there. He has something for you to do." Tianheng's vision darkened. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Tianheng was once again invited to Su Guanyan's house. The person he saw was not Zhongjin, but the Su family head. "Gang leader Tian, I heard that you've closed down a few gambling houses?" Patriarch Su asked. "Yes," Tianheng said. "You called me Brother Tian just now, but now you call me Chief Tian. You're so realistic." Of course, Su did not ask this for himself. He had no right to make money from the gambling houses. He asked this for Zhongjin. After offending the Count House, Tianheng immediately took 35% of the gambling house's shares to join Zhongjin and Taisho Prefecture. That was the only way he had the courage to protect himself from the Count House. In the end, you closed down before the gambling house started to make money. Does that mean the Zhang family can't eat the money? You closed down because you don't want to give me the money. What? Do you have a problem with me, Zhongjin? Do you have a problem with the governor? It was impossible for Zhongjin to appear, because the money was laundered by the Su family head and then given to the Zhang family as a dowry. Why did you close down the gambling house? Su asked. Tianheng said, if you don't close down, you'll lose everything. Su's expression was ugly. Is Shenlang's gambling skills that good? Yes, very good, but I don't know why, Tianheng said. Patriarch Su also fell silent. Shenlang had the golden body of the Count House, so he could not be killed. Otherwise, he would have been killed. This is all your own doing, Su family's master said. At that time, it was Tianheng who released Shenlang. Otherwise, he would have been buried alive. Tianheng's eyes turned cold. Or we can kill him in secret. Su said calmly, is it worth it? Do you dare? Yes, was it worth it? Shenlang was always surrounded by the warriors of the Count House, so it was necessary to send a master to kill him. Once Shenlang was killed, he would immediately face the wrath of the Count House. No matter how Shenlang died, no matter who killed him, the Count House would vent its anger on Tianheng and the Su family. The Count House had the right to be angry when their son-in-law was assassinated. Once the Count House was angry, they would start a massacre. Once the Count House was angry, they would start a massacre. Tianheng said, let me break Tian Shersan's legs in public. Su said it. Su said it. Su said it. You have a lot of adopted sons. Su could not believe it. When the words left his mouth, even Su could not believe it. Tianheng said in a hoarse voice. 13 is one of my most outstanding adopted sons. If I break his legs, it will disappoint the people under me. My reputation will be ruined. Tianheng was a man of integrity. He would rather lose money than lose his reputation. This was the foundation of his foothold. However, a voice came from the next room. Agree. The voice came from Zhongjin. He represented the Taisho prefecture and the Zhang family. He was Tianheng's most direct backer. Don't delay. Zhongjin said. If you delay for a day, you will lose money. It's better to agree early than late. Tianheng trembled. He clenched his teeth so hard that his gums bled again. His mouth was full of blood. Zhongjin said. I promise you, one day I will kill Shenlang. I will let you cut me. Tianheng did not say anything. Zhongjin said, Shenlang is an insignificant character. Our target is the Count House. Once we take down the Count House and take back the Count House's territory and military power, you will have made a great contribution. The position of Deputy City Lord will be yours. Tianheng stood up. Yes, sir. Tianheng came to Shenlang again. I promise you, I will break Tian Xianji's legs in front of everyone. You can leave now. Don't make a scene. Tianheng said. Shenlang shook his head. No. That was the price just now. It has changed again. Your other adopted son, Tian Shersi, dared to shout at me and said he would beat me. He pointed at my head and broke his arms and legs. Shenlang, F*CKU, why don't you go and die? After hearing Shenlang's words, Tianheng felt a rush of blood rushing to his brain. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, he kept repeating this sentence in his heart. But, he could only say it in his heart. You don't agree? Shenlang sneered. Then my price will change again. Not only will you break Tian Xianji's legs and Tian Shersi's arms and legs, but you will also break the legs of all the Black Clothes gang members you sent to my house the other day. Tianheng closed his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and his head was dizzy. He really wanted to tear Shenlang into pieces. But if he did that, he would be finished. The foundation that he had worked hard for decades would be gone. He did not want to compromise, especially to compromise with a bastard like Shenlang. But, there was no other way. He would not compromise. Xianxia would bring hundreds of gamblers to win money every day. Unless his gambling house was closed forever. But once it was closed, the governor's mansion would never let him off. Xianxia, just you wait, just you wait. Tianheng said to himself over and over again. Opening his eyes again, Tianheng said word by word, okay, I'll break Shirsan's legs and Tian Shirsi's arms and legs in front of everyone. Xianxia said, not only that, but you will also completely expel them from the Black Clothes Gang. You can't visit them or send people to visit them. You can't send doctors to treat them. You can't send them money. In short, let them fend for themselves. Once I feel that these two people are not miserable enough, I will come back again and kill everyone in your gambling house. I promise you everything, at the entrance of Fugui Lane. Tian Xianji and Tian Shirsi knelt on the ground. Their faces were full of grief and indignation. There were more than 1,000 people in the surroundings, and the number was still increasing. Something big had happened. Tian Xianji and Tian Shirsi were Tianheng's two most outstanding adopted sons. They were also the Baihu of Xuanwu City's civilian army. Usually, they swaggered around and no one dared to provoke them. Now, these two were actually kneeling here. Who did they offend? Looking at the crowd, Tianheng really wanted to break the ground and enter. But no, he had to continue acting. Otherwise, that B***starred Xianxia would not let it go. Tian Xianji, Tian Shirsi, you are my adopted sons. How much do I value you? Tianheng said righteously, but because you have a personal grudge with young Master Xianxia, you actually took revenge behind my back and almost caused a big disaster. Seeing this scene, countless people who came to watch the show looked at Tianheng with strange gazes. It turned out to be because of Xianxia. Tianheng felt that a layer of his face was really torn off. But he had to continue. There was no reason to talk about the winner. Not only is young Master Xianxia the son-in-law of the Black Tortoise Count's Manor, he is also a close friend of mine, Tianheng. How could he be someone that you two unfilial sons can offend? Tianheng roared furiously, if I don't punish him severely, how will I enforce the family rules? Come on, give me the stick. Suddenly, another adopted son handed over a thick and hard stick. Tianheng took a few deep breaths and then walked in front of Tian Xianji. Shirsi, don't blame your father, Tianheng said in a low voice. Tian Xianji did not respond, and his expression was calm. This made Tianheng angry. You want to alienate me? Are you dissatisfied? Tianheng raised the stick and smashed it at his legs. Crack! Both of Tian Xianji's legs were broken. From beginning to end, he just hummed in a low voice and did not let out a scream. Like a wounded beast, he only growled in a low voice but did not howl. Tian Shirsi did not have so much backbone. He began to tremble all over. He was dissatisfied. He offended Xianxia for the sake of his adoptive father's face and the interests of the Black Man Gang. Now, his adoptive father wanted to break his hands and legs. Was there any justice in this world? It was his adoptive father who offended Xianxia, and it was he who lost to Xianxia. Why did he have to sacrifice him and brother Shirsi, adoptive father? Is this how you love your adopted son? Where is the code of brotherhood that you keep talking about? Suddenly, Tian Shirsi shouted, I don't accept it, I don't accept it. Tianheng was suddenly angry. Tian Shirsi's shout directly pierced through his ugly mask. He immediately picked up the stick and smashed it at Tian Shirsi's legs. With a scream, Tian Shirsi's legs were smashed. Then, Tianheng smashed the stick down again. Tian Shirsi let out another blood-curdling scream, which made everyone's hair stand on end. Then, he fainted. Suddenly, the faces of everyone around twitched. Everyone who saw this scene felt painful. It was as if their hands and feet were broken. Especially the warriors of the Black Man Gang. Tianheng's other adopted sons felt cold all over. The fox grieved for the rabbit's death. They were bitterly disappointed. How loyal were 13 and 14 to their foster father. In the end, after something happened, they were the first to be sacrificed. They didn't expect the gang leader, who was usually so righteous, to be so cold. Today, he sacrificed 13 and 14 without hesitation. What about tomorrow? Would it be their turn? Of course it would. 13 and 14 were already the gang leader's most valued adopted sons. Compared to them, their weight was as light as a feather. When necessary, the gang leader would definitely sacrifice anyone without hesitation. Suddenly, Tianheng's position in the hearts of his adopted sons plummeted. If these people had worship points, they would be dropping at this moment. Today, Tianheng had lost the hearts of the people in the Black Man gang. In other words, it would be difficult to lead the team if the people's hearts were scattered. Not only that, there were countless onlookers around. Previously, in their hearts, Tianheng was so powerful and domineering. They didn't expect that he would be forced by a mere Shenlang to break the legs of his two adopted sons. It was a complete loss of prestige. Moreover, today's incident would soon spread throughout the entire Xuanwu city. At that time, countless people's fear of Tianheng would be greatly reduced, and Tianheng's status in the underworld would also plummet. Today's incident would become a disaster. It would become the shame of Tianheng for the rest of his life. Tianheng gritted his teeth and said, "Shenlang, are you satisfied now?" Shenlang said, "Almost." Gang leader Tian, what I said yesterday must have left a deep impression on you. I'm a man of my word. Yes, it was more than deep. It was engraved in his bones and soul. In the future, how much would he have to pay to make up for today's loss? He really didn't expect that he, Tianheng, would suffer such a huge setback because of a pretty boy like Shenlang. Who would have thought that Shenlang could really do it? However, Tianheng still had a chance. As long as he clung to the power of Taisho Prefecture, once he helped the governor and governor destroy the Xianwu mansion in the future, he would be the deputy governor. Everything would be worth it. As long as one had power, there was no need for loyalty. But today's humiliation had to be swallowed alive. Leave it for later, Shenlang said. Gang leader Tian, it's getting late, and we're almost done with our business. Tianheng's expression changed dramatically. What? Still not over? I've already broken the legs of two of my foster sons in front of everyone, and it's still not over? Shenlang, don't force me. Tianheng roared. Shenlang said, Gang leader Tian, I'm not forcing you. However, Tianheng couldn't tell that Shenlang was talking dirty. Didn't I win 19,000 gold coins in your casino? Shenlang said, you can't go back on your words, can you? Give me the money now. My wife will call me home for dinner soon. Suddenly, Tianheng's eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to lose his temper. He couldn't give the money, and he couldn't. Today, his casino had lost tens of thousands of gold coins, and the vault of the Fugue house was almost empty. Where could he find so much money? It was absolutely impossible to give the money, unless Lord Count came to collect it in person. Shenlang said, of course, I'm a very loyal man. What if you can't give me so much money? I can't force you to sell your wife. How about you give me 2,000 gold coins first, and write an IOU for the remaining 17,000 gold coins? Shenlang estimated that this was the largest number that the Fugue house could come up with at this time. Tianheng really didn't know that a person could be so insatiable. God, why didn't such a despicable and shameless person be struck by lightning? Shenlang said, Gang leader Tian, give me 2,000 gold coins and write an IOU, and we'll call it a day. Otherwise, I'm afraid that one day I won't be able to control my hands and feet and walk into your casino involuntarily. If that happens, it will be awkward for us to meet again. Then, Shenlang looked at the sky and said, it's really getting late. My wife is really anxious, and the food won't taste good when it's cold. Even if it was 2,000 gold coins, Tianheng wasn't willing to give it, because it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. He didn't even want to fall out with him in public. At this moment, he suddenly heard a voice in his ears. Give it to him. It was Zhang Jin's voice, which came from the second floor of the Fugue house. He had been upstairs the whole time, watching the scene with cold eyes. Zhang Jin said, the Xianwu mansion has a strict family tradition, and the count house is traditional and old-fashioned. The money won in the casino is the dirtiest and cheapest. If Shenlang brings it back to the count house will be extremely disappointed with him, and even beat him half to death. Zhang Jin was right. If Shenlang lost money in the casino, it would be a great damage to the reputation of the count house. But if he won money and brought it home, it would be a greater insult to the reputation of the count house. You're a noble with 100 years of history, how can you rely on this kind of dirty means to make money? How far has your Kim family fallen? Tianheng immediately knew that what Zhang Jin said was very reasonable, so he said coldly, okay, I'll give it to you. Come, Mr. Shenlang has won money in our casino. Go to the vault and get 2,000 gold coins for him immediately. A moment later, his 2 adopted sons carried over a chest that was filled to the brim with 2,000 gold coins. Where's the IOU? Shenlang asked. I'll write it. Tianheng said. But everyone knew that this IOU was impossible to pay back. After writing the IOU, Tianheng handed it to Shenlang. Shen, are you satisfied now? Shenlang took the IOU and carefully read it. Then he opened the box and grabbed a handful of gold coins, enjoying the wonderful feeling of the heavy gold coins. This dazzling golden light almost blinded the eyes of everyone in the surroundings. Tianheng sneered in his heart, take it, take it. I'm waiting for Count Xuanwu to break your legs. After taking the money, the more proud Shenlang was, the more miserable he would be when he returned to the Count house. The damage to the reputation of the Count house was irreversible. Tianheng could almost imagine how angry and disappointed the Count would be when he saw the gold coins. However, Shenlang's faint smile was extremely alluring. Then, his face suddenly became righteous. He said with righteousness and passion, it's just 2,000 gold coins. How can I care about it? Tianheng, how many people have lost their fortune in your casino over the years? How can you bear to do that? I, Shenlang, don't care about money. I didn't come to your casino to win money. I came to teach you a lesson for being rich and heartless. I came to seek justice for thousands of families, to fulfill the true path of chivalry. Father-in-law has always told me to love the people as if they were my own children. I'm teaching the Fuguei house a lesson today, not for myself, but for the countless people of Xuanwu. I won't take a single gold coin from this money. I'll take it all from the people and return it to the people. Shenlang grabbed the gold coins and threw them at the countless onlookers. Fellow villagers, this money belongs to you. Shenlang desperately threw the gold coins. All of a sudden, the crowd went completely crazy. 2,000 gold coins was a huge sum of money. Just like that, Shenlang gave it all to the people of Xuanwu. The hundreds of people at the scene were completely boiling. 10 minutes later, the 2,000 gold coins were all spent by Shenlang. This is what it means to spend money like dirt, this is so cool. Long live Shenlang. Long live the Count House. All of the onlookers shouted in unison. And Tianheng watched this scene, completely unable to stop it. He was really going to explode. Not only did you force me to break the legs of my 2 adopted sons, but you also used my money to buy people's hearts. Not only did you insult my character, but you also insulted my intelligence? Tianheng had been holding back a lot of anger. At this time, he could no longer bear it, and the anger between his chest and abdomen was rampaging. He felt a sharp pain. He really couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Shenlang, I, Tianheng, and you are irreconcilable. 2 sides stand at odds. After saying that, Tianheng staggered and almost fell back. And in the Fuguei house, Zhang Jin and Castellan Lu Wuyan saw this scene, completely stunned. Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyan looked at each other. Since such a big thing had happened, the Lord Mayor naturally had to come. Because, he had also taken money from the gambling house. However, with his identity, it was absolutely not good for him to appear in public. Zhang Jin looked at Shenlang's beautiful face and recalled the scene when he drove Shenlang away. It was clearly just a few days ago, but it seemed so long ago. At that time, Shenlang was clearly a moron. How did he become as cunning as a ghost now? Lord Mayor, with the chaos now, do you think Shenlang is particularly prone to extreme joy turning to sorrow? Zhang Jin suddenly said. Lord Lu Wuyan nodded and said, yes. He and the Count House were natural enemies, so naturally, Shenlang was also natural enemies. Zhang Jin said, now thousands of people are surrounding Shenlang to pick up money. If a stampede happens, it should have nothing to do with us. Lord Lu Wuyan said, of course not. Zhang Jin said again, if by accident, Shenlang's balls are crushed and he becomes a eunuch, it is also normal. Lord Lu Wuyan said, it is normal. The scene in front of them was so chaotic. If a stampede really happened and Xianlang was hurt, they could only blame Xianlang for being too high profile. If Lord Count wanted to punish someone, he could not ask the thousands of people present to do so. Didn't he love the people the most? Moreover, he could not blame Tianheng and the others. He was already so miserable because of you, vomiting blood and fainting. Lu Wuyan suddenly said, since it is a stampede, there must be a lot of people dying. Dozens or hundreds of people are normal. When that time comes, Xianlang and the Count house will not be able to escape the blame. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Jin could not help but be stunned. He wanted to get someone else to do his dirty work and put the blame on the Count house. Zhang Jin looked at City Lord Lu with shock in his eyes. He only wanted to take the opportunity to kill Xianlang, but this Castellan wanted to kill dozens of people and take the opportunity to bring down Xianwu Mansion. Damn, as expected of a civil official. He's much more vicious than us military officials. Aren't you afraid that your son won't have sex? Then, the two big shots nodded. He decided to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a big event that would drag the Count house down with him. Stepping on Xianlang's balls was just a convenience. Long live Lord Count. Long live Master Shen. The thousands of people outside were still cheering. More than a dozen warriors, dressed in the clothes of ordinary people, mingled into the crowd from all directions. They squeezed their way towards Xianlang from all four directions. First, they created a disturbance with the excuse of fighting for gold coins. After that, he immediately pushed aside the four warriors beside Xianlang and stomped Xianlang to the ground. Then, he kicked Xianlang's balls. Finally, it caused a big disturbance and a big trampling. It caused a big disaster, at least dozens of people died, and all the blame was placed on the Count house. What a vicious plan. However, Xianlang immediately felt the presence of danger. The chaotic crowd was the easiest to cause trampling, which would lead to a big disaster. Moreover, there were more than a dozen strangers in the crowd, squeezing towards him. Because of the smart brain, he could clearly remember many people's faces. He looked at the fortune house. Today's matter was so big, but Tianheng's backer did not appear. That was not normal. These people were obviously not Tianheng's people. They wanted to create even greater chaos and disasters. Quiet, everyone, don't move, Xianlang shouted. At this time, the gold coins had been distributed, and his appeal was at its peak. After hearing Xianlang's words, the thousands of people on the scene all quieted down, standing in place and looking at Xianlang. Therefore, the dozens of warriors who were pretending to be the people were particularly conspicuous, because they were still squeezing in. You, Xianlang, want to stop them at this time? Too late, Tianheng had already vomited blood and fainted. Now only you, a big shot, are here. Once there is a big stampede and a large-scale death. Only you, Xianlang, and the Count house will be responsible. Xianlang took out Tianheng's IOU, on which there were 17,000 gold coins. Even though he would never be able to collect this debt, 17,000 gold coins was still a very shocking number. This is the 17,000 gold coins that Tianheng owes me. Xianlang said loudly, I won't take a single copper coin. Where did Tianheng get his money? Where did the richest house get its money? That's all the blood and sweat of the people of Xuanwu City. It's all your hard-earned money, so these 10,000 gold coins also belong to you. Xianlang raised the promissory note high up in the air and said, this sum of money is not owed by Tianheng, but by the entire Black Tortoise City. I will send this IOU to the Castellan's mansion, and let the Castellan collect this debt for the people of Xuanwu City. I won't take a single gold coin from the collected money, and I won't touch it. All of it will be used to help the poor families of Xuanwu City. You have to believe that Castellan Lu Wuyan will definitely seek justice for the people, Xianlang said loudly. As soon as these words came out, Castellan Lu Wuyan's face changed. Damn, this fire actually burned my head. The dozens of warriors, still pretending to be the people, squeezed toward Xianlang. First, they would trample on Xianlang, then create a large-scale stampede of casualties. However, Xianlang suddenly ran over. Like a sudden clap of thunder, he rushed to the riches square and pushed the door open. Castellan Lu Wuyan was about to disappear through the back door without saying a word. Castellan, you're really here, fearing that others didn't know, Xianlang immediately shouted, and then went forward to grab his sleeve. Everyone, the Castellan is really here. He also called for countless people to come and see. Immediately, the people crowded forward and saw Castellan Lu Wuyan. The city lord's face was full of shock and embarrassment. Then, he directly rushed into the rich's house and pushed the door open. Castellan Xuanwu Lu Wuyan was standing inside, his face full of astonishment. Damn, you treacherous Xianlang, you just said you would go to the Castellan's mansion to find me, but now you suddenly rushed in. At this moment, the dozens of people outside instantly stopped moving. If only Xianlang was there, then the large-scale stampede of casualties would be the responsibility of Xianlang and the Count House. But if the Castellan is there? Then I'm sorry, you're the highest official in Xuanwu, so it must be your responsibility, and Xianlang is at most a collateral responsibility. Therefore, the evil plan was stopped. Of course, he had to come when such a big thing happened, because he also took money from this gambling house. Castellan Lu Wuyan didn't expect the treacherous Xianlang to directly rush in and expose him in front of the people. Then, Xianlang respectfully put the IOU in the hands of Castellan Lu Wuyan and said very sincerely, Castellan, this IOU is the hope of countless poor people in Xuanwu City. You love the people like your own children, so I entrust this important task to you. Then, the eyes of countless people in the scene looked at Castellan Lu Wuyan. These 17,000 gold coins are the wealth of the people of Xuanwu City, and it is related to the hope of countless poor families. Xianlang said, my words carry little weight, and I don't think I can get this money back. But Castellan is the governor of the city. If you come forward to collect the debt for countless poor people, I think Tianheng will dare to not pay it back. As soon as these words came out, Tianheng, who had woken up from Yu, really fainted again. This IOU of 17,000 gold coins was just casually written. It was impossible to pay back the money. Unless Lord Count came to collect the debt, but even if the sky fell, Lord Count would not come to collect the gambling debt. Therefore, this IOU was a piece of waste paper. And now, he really wanted to pay back the money? Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyan were both trembling. This gambling house belonged to Tianheng on the surface, but most of the money went into their pockets. This loss was all their money. The eyes of the Castellan twitched, and then he showed a smile and said, don't worry, I will not let you down. I will donate these 17,000 gold coins to the poor people of Xuanwu City, and officially entrust this matter to the Castellan. Xianlang said, are you sure you will collect this debt for countless poor people? What could the Castellan do? Should he not care about this matter? This was under the watchful eyes of the public. Xianlang had already raised this matter to save the lives of countless poor people in Xuanwu City. If the Castellan did not accept it, then tomorrow there would be rumors that the Castellan and Tianheng were in the same boat, and he was the umbrella of the gambling house. Otherwise, why would the Castellan hide in the fortune house? At that time, not only Tianheng's reputation would be tarnished. The Castellan had a smile on his face, but his heart felt like it was being trampled by 10,000 alpacas. When a snake bites, it goes deep into the bone. Xianlang, you are a poisonous snake, but now there were countless people watching. Not only could the Castellan not lose his temper, but he also had to show a friendly smile. Of course, Shen, don't worry. Lu Wuyan smiled sincerely. Thank you, Castellan. Xianlang bowed and said, it's really late, I will take my leave now. Goodbye, Castellan. Under the admiring gazes of countless people, and under the gazes of dozens of people who were gnashing their teeth in hatred, Xianlang boarded the luxurious carriage and left. Today's battle was really a great victory. From today onwards, the entire Xuanwu city would be talking about his legend. Inside the Xianwu mansion, Master Count was pacing back and forth in the hall, looking outside from time to time. Jin Zhong, Xianlang hasn't come back yet? Jin Zhong replied, not yet, Master. Master Count asked again, the people who were sent to inquire about the news haven't come back. Jin Zhong replied, not yet, Master. The Count said, is it enough to send people to secretly protect Xianlang and deal with any sudden crises? Jin Zhong said, there are more than 10 people, it should be enough. Master Count looked up at the sun in the sky, and his heart was even more anxious. He regretted it in his heart, although he didn't say it out loud. He really shouldn't have let Xianlang go out. That kid didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He directly rushed to fight against Tianheng. Losing was not a big deal, but he was afraid that he would suffer a big loss. Behind Tianheng stood Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyan. He was afraid that Xianlang would not only suffer a crushing defeat, but the most terrible thing was that it may lead to a disaster. He didn't come back this late. He was afraid that not only did he lose, but he also caused a disaster. Count really regretted it. He still cared too much about his face. He didn't want to go back on his words. That's why he let Xianlang go. But who would have thought that Xianlang could memorize the whole family teachings overnight? He could only contact Xianlang's house arrest order. Count's wife comforted her husband, it's okay for a young man to suffer a loss. Tianheng wouldn't dare to hurt Lang Er. He wouldn't dare to hit him. Count said, behind Tianheng is Lu Wuyan and Zhang Jin. One is cunning, and the other is cruel. Xianlang is a greenhorn who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thinks that he is only facing a gang leader. I'm not afraid that he will suffer a big loss, but I'm afraid that he will fall into someone else's trap. Of course, Count didn't say a word. That was, after Xianlang fell into the trap of Tianheng and others, he would drag the Count house into it. But he would never say this out loud. Xianlang was just a child. He couldn't afford such a big crime. Count's wife said, young people should go out and explore the world, then they will know the dangers of the world. This way, it will be easier for husband to manage him in the future. Lang Er is a person with his own ideas. Everything has to be thought through by him and he can't be forcefully controlled. Count's wife said, let him suffer a big loss this time. He will learn to be obedient in the future. Count's wife said, he is still young. I hope that Tianheng still has some eyes. Don't go too far in some things. Don't use his relationship with Taisho Prefecture to anger us. From Count's point of view, if Xianlang wanted to fight with Tianheng in Xuanwu City, he would only end up badly injured. Because he was not only facing Tianheng, but also Zhang Jin, the Su family, and even Lu Wuyan. The only suspense was how much of a loss he would suffer. Presumably, Lu Wuyan was smart enough to know when to stop and when to stop. He would not completely anger the Count house. This time, after Xianlang lost and returned home, the Earl could take the opportunity to properly discipline him, lest he was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth and only knew how to act recklessly. At this moment, a figure rushed in and knelt down on one knee. Greetings, master, madam. He was the master of the Count house, Jin Hui. Today, the Count had specially sent him to protect Xianlang in secret. There were more than a dozen people, led by Jin Hui. Master Count said, how is it? How much of a loss did Xianlang suffer? Tianheng didn't hurt him, did he? Jin Hui's face was a little strange. Master, madam, young master one. He almost forced Tianheng to go bankrupt. He broke Tian Xianji's legs and Tian Shirxi's hands and legs in front of everyone. He also made Tianheng vomit blood in front of everyone. When these words came out, the people present were completely stunned. Master Count and Madam looked at each other for a while, then said, this. How is this possible? Yes, how is this possible? Xianlang was only one person. He had to face Tianheng, the local tyrant, and several big forces behind him. Xuanwu City was now their territory. Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyan didn't care about Tianheng? Master Count asked. Master Jin Hui said, Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyan were vicious. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to hurt young master. They wanted to create a big stampede, and then put hundreds of innocent lives on young master's head. They wanted to put the blame on Xianwu Mansion. When these words came out, Master Count and Madam suddenly stood up. How could these two people be so crazy? The Count house had been very restrained. They had never interfered in local government affairs. What was the result? Master Count asked coldly. He couldn't imagine how Xianlang, a son-in-law, could deal with such a dangerous situation at that time. Jin Hui said, at that time, we were already prepared to rescue the son-in-law, but we didn't expect that the son-in-law would be able to turn over the clouds and turn over the rain. Not only did you resolve the crisis, but you also tricked the Castellan in front of everyone, forcing him to smile and grit his teeth and swallow his grievances. Master Count couldn't believe it. He asked, what happened? Tell me in detail. Then, Jin Hui told him the process of Shen Lang's power in the casino. What? Master Count was angry. He dared to go to the casino? And he won a lot of money. Did he get the money back? If he got the money back, the reputation of the Count house will be ruined. As long as Shen Lang got the money back, the whole state of Yu would be full of rumors. The Xianwu mansion was in dire straits. They even needed their son-in-law to go to the casino to win money. At that time, it would be a huge blow to the reputation of the Count house. Jin Hui shook his head and said, "No, young master didn't get a single gold coin back. He gave all the money to the people of Xuanwu. He also said that he didn't do it for the money, but to seek justice for the people of Xuanwu. Tianheng's casino has ruined countless families. He wants to take the money from the people and return it to the people." He also said that Master Count loved the people like his own children. He was influenced by you, so he couldn't bear to see the people of Xuanwu being harmed by Tianheng. That's why he helped out. It was completely out of a heart of chivalry. Many people on the scene shouted, "Long live Master Count." Countless people regarded young Master as a hero. Ugh, Master Count was speechless. This little bastard took the opportunity to help the reputation of the Count house. Master Count's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. She could imagine how outstanding Shen Lang was at that time. Good son-in-law, good boy. Next, Jin Hui explained how Shen Lang solved a bigger crisis and how he plotted against Lu Wuyan. Jin Hui continued, son-in-law also forced Tianheng to write a promissory note with a total of 17,000 gold coins. Then, he rushed into the fortune house in front of everyone and gave this promissory note to the castellan. He asked the castellan to collect this debt and to use all the money he got to support the poor people in Black Tortoise City. In this way, not only did he destroy Lu Wuyan and Zhang Jin's conspiracy to create chaos and trample on the people, but he also directly put the fire on the master's head. Tianheng vomited blood on the spot. It was easy to imagine the Earl and his wife's reaction. However, City Lord Lu Wuyan was extremely angry, yet he was completely helpless. After a while, Master Count said, "This brat is really cunning." Master Count's wife said, "I think Lang'er's character is very good. Look at how filial he is to his parents." She really didn't expect that Shen Lang would go to Xuanwu alone to deal with Tianheng. Not only did he not suffer a loss, but he also won a great victory. Tianheng was a local tyrant, but he was forced to lose his prestige and vomit blood in front of everyone. City Lord Lu Wuyan was also tricked, but he could do nothing about it. Master Count's heart was proud, gratified, and angry at the same time. Today's situation, although this brat won, but it was too dangerous. Master Count's heart was still palpitating. Also, this brat will become more daring in the future. Master Count said, "No, I have to take this opportunity to suppress his arrogance. Madam, you have to cooperate with me. Don't drop the ball, or else this brat will go to heaven." Master Count's wife smiled and said, "Husband, rest assured, I will definitely cooperate with you to teach this brat a lesson." When the sky was getting dark, Shen Lang came back. He bent over and entered the gate of the Count's mansion, then rushed to his courtyard as fast as he could. He must not meet his father-in-law. Today, he won, but after all, he went to the casino. Moreover, he took a risk at the critical moment. Although he won, his father-in-law's character is too conservative. He doesn't like taking risks. Therefore, this old-fashioned father-in-law will definitely punish him and take the opportunity to suppress him. Shen Lang must not touch this bad luck. He quietly hid in his small courtyard and pretended to be sick for 2 or 3 days to avoid the limelight. However, as soon as Shen Lang opened the door, he saw the handsome and stern face of his father-in-law behind the door. Shen Lang was speechless. "Father-in-law, you are a dignified count, how dare you hide behind the door and wait for me? This is beneath your status." "Yo, the god of gambling is back?" Master Count said coldly, his face was expressionless. "Father-in-law, you are such an upright person, since when did you learn to speak in a strange way?" Shen Lang's heart was full of resentment, but his face was very obedient. Without another word, he straightened his back and stood at attention. "Father-in-law, I was wrong." Master Count said in a loud voice, "Shen Lang, you have guts. You said you have a way to beat Tianheng. I thought it was some clever method, but it turned out to be gambling in the casino. In the hundreds of years of history of the Count house, there has never been a child who entered this kind of. Master Count didn't finish his words. Xianxia bowed and said, "Father-in-law, I won't do it again." "Do you know what you did today?" Master Count's hand that was pointing at Xianxia was trembling. Xianxia leaned forward and let Master Count's finger touch his forehead. "Father-in-law, your son-in-law will never enter a casino again." Xianxia said sincerely, "It's all my fault. Please don't let your anger affect your health." You. Master Count was so angry that his body was shaking. "You bastard, if you know you are wrong, why did you interrupt me again and again to teach you a lesson? Your mouth is nice to hear, but your stomach is full of evil tricks." Father-in-law is right. Father-in-law is right. I will follow your teachings from now on," Xianxia said. At this time, his mother-in-law came over and comforted Master Count. She patted his chest and said, all right. What are you angry about? Langer is still young. We can talk things out. Moreover, his intention was good. It's just that his method was a bit wrong. You don't have to scold him anymore." Master Count was speechless. "I haven't even started to teach him a lesson, and you have already stopped me." "What did you just say?" "You have to cooperate with me to teach this bastard a lesson." His mother-in-law recalled what she had promised Xianxia earlier, so she pretended to be serious and said to Xianxia, "Langer, you're not allowed to enter a place like a casino in the future. If you go there again, mother will punish you, understand?" "Yes, mother-in-law." Xianxia's voice was even sweeter. His mother-in-law said, "All right, you must be hungry. Time to eat." Master father-in-law was speechless. "You. That's it?" The Earl had originally wanted to properly teach Xianxia, this audacious debauchee, a lesson. However, everything had been ruined by his wife. Now, he can't teach him a lesson anymore. A loving mother worships her son. It's just that you're usually quite ruthless to your own son, hitting him whenever you want. Why did you lose your position in front of your son-in-law? Is it because he is beautiful? Is it because he has a sweet mouth, seeing Xin Lang looking at his mother-in-law like a lamb? Sir Count couldn't help but get angry. "You bad boy, do you think I can't do anything to you?" Sir Count said. "Xianxia, from today onwards, you are grounded again." Huh? Xianxia was stunned. "Didn't he just get grounded?" Sir Count said. "You can move around in the house, but you can't leave the Count house. Do you hear me?" Xianxia said timidly, "Father-in-law, then how long will I be grounded until?" The Count said, "You are grounded until I feel that I can rest assured of you. This condition is too vague." Xianxia said, "Father-in-law, why don't you give me a condition? Once I complete it, I will lift the grounding. For example, I don't memorize, I don't know how to read, and I don't have any conditions." The Count hurriedly said loudly, directly cutting off Xianxia's thoughts. As soon as he heard the word condition, his father-in-law's mind was reminded of some unpleasant memories. Then, the Earl said, "It's useless no matter what you think of. From today onwards, you will stay in the mansion and cultivate your character. When I feel that you won't go out and cause trouble, I will let you out." Xianxia was speechless. His father-in-law has become cunning. How can Sir Count not remember his lesson? Yesterday, he ordered him to memorize the Kim clan's teachings. Originally, he thought that it would make Xianxia stay at home for a month or two. Who knew that he would finish memorizing it overnight? Sir Count gritted his teeth and restored his freedom because he couldn't break his promise. Unexpectedly, Xianxia caused such a big trouble when he went out today. Even though he had won, and it had been a beautiful battle. But how dangerous! Sir Count had always been a conservative person. He could not bear to see dangerous moves. Moreover, he was really worried that Tianheng would go all out and directly attack Xianxia. However, he would never say this out loud. What if I let that bastard Xianxia know that I cared about him? Wasn't he going to ascend to the heavens? Everyone listen to my command. From today onwards, the son-in-law is not allowed to leave the Count house. No matter who sees him going out, stop him. Do you hear me? The Count shouted, until I officially lift his house arrest. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Then, he looked at Xianlang with a strange gaze. Schadenfreude, it was definitely Schadenfreude. Crown Prince Jean Muzong was reading a book on the art of war. This morning, he had been beaten by his mother. The Crown Prince felt that he had been beaten because he had read the Book of Songs. This was because the Book of Odes contained many poems about love between men and women. Therefore, the Crown Prince decided to read the art of war. This couldn't be wrong, right? My parents must want me to inherit the legacy of my ancestors. So, reading the art of war will definitely please them. Sure enough, after a while, his parents walked in. Dad, Mom, I am reading the art of war. I must inherit the legacy of my ancestors and learn the art of war. After a while, the fat man was skillfully pressed onto a big chair by a man and a woman. The man used a whip, and the woman used a ruler. Bang 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 bang. Why? Is it wrong to read the art of war? Do I need to be beaten too? The Crown Prince howled. He really didn't do anything wrong. He had been reading the art of war, although he didn't really understand anything. Why did he want to beat him again in the evening after the morning? Dad, Mom, why are you beating me again? The Count and his wife didn't answer. After the fight, they left, leaving the Crown Prince speechless. In fact, this time, the Count and his wife came to beat his son because they wanted to. Because Xianlang was so smart and outstanding, it made his son look stupid. The Count originally wanted to teach Xianlang a lesson, but before he could start, he was blocked. Moreover, his wife was biased to help Xianlang, so he had to vent his anger. So, his own son was unlucky. After Xianlang returned to the courtyard, Mulan was wearing a suit of armor, standing inside. Husband is back. Let's eat, Mulan said. Xianlang was surprised and said, Mulan, why are you still wearing armor at home? Mulan said, if husband has an accident in the city, I will bring troops to the city to rescue him. Xianlang was surprised, but his heart was warmed. Although Mulan's tone was very calm, Xianlang felt very touched. Come, your husband will help you take off your armor. Let's eat, Xianlang said softly. Mulan was surprised, then opened her arms, letting Xianlang take off his armor. As soon as he took off his armor, Xianlang's breathing became rough. Because Mulan was wearing a snakeskin tight suit, her body was too hot. Especially her snake-like waist, full of absolute strength and beauty. Also, her waist was round and curvy, the shape was much more perfect than a samba hot dance girl, it was simply explosive. And these two super powerful long legs, if they clamped together, he would probably lose half of his life. Thank you, wife, for waiting for me at home, afraid that something would happen to me, Xianlang said. Mulan said, it's only right. Husband won a big victory today, which surprised me and made me feel honored. However, husband, when you do things in the future, you still have to think twice before you act. You have to think about father, mother, and I will be worried for you. I understand. Xianlang was even more touched, he gently put his hands around the back of Mulan's waist. Mulan was slightly surprised, the devil's body slightly stiffened, but she did not stop him. Because Xianlang's behavior was very warm and touched, full of affection. However, 3 seconds later, Xianlang's hand slipped from her waist and was placed in a place where it should not be. Husband, where did you put your hand? Xianlang hurriedly put his hand back and said with a serious face, wife, you can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame your skin for being too slippery, causing my hand to directly slide down. I didn't mean it at all. Just don't do it again, Mulan said. Xianlang said righteously, wife, I swear, if there is a next time, wife, just chop off my hands. 3 seconds later, Mulan directly grabbed Xianlang's hands that were placed on her hips and said seriously, husband, a man should keep his words, you should chop off your hands. Xianlang, wife, I was just saying it casually. How can you take a man's word seriously? I'd rather believe a centenarian cheating than believe a man's words. Mulan helplessly looked at her husband's extremely beautiful face, it was hard to believe that such a handsome face could contain such thick skin. Let's eat. Mulan left Xianlang's evil claws and came to the table to eat. Mulan was sure that if it were not for the fact that Xianlang was so handsome, she would have already beaten him up. After eating, Mulan washed up and cleaned her teeth. Then, she took a sip of rose nectar and held it in her mouth. Instantly, her mouth was full of embarrassment. Then, she put on her armor again. "Wife, where are you going this late at night?" Shenlang asked. Mulan said, "Leading the cavalry to patrol the night, to patrol the coastline." Shenlang's heart ached. Mulan said, "Husband, stay at home, don't cause trouble." In the Crown Prince's room, he was receiving supplementary lessons. Arithmetic class. The imperial examinations did not test arithmetic, so even though arithmetic was one of the 6 arts of noblemen, most scholars did not study it. On the contrary, aristocratic families attached great importance to this class, especially the old aristocrats with fiefs, because it was very practical and could make people smarter. Crown Prince Jin Mutsong sighed, "Teacher Su, why do you think my life is so difficult? In the past, my parents had a reason to beat me, but now they don't even have a reason." The teacher Su he was talking about was Su Wenjiao, the most famous arithmetic master in Xuanwu City. Su Wenjiao was a very important figure in the Count house. Not only was he Jin Mulan and Jin Mutsong's arithmetic teacher, but he was also in charge of the entire Count house's settlement of money and materials, trade, and so on. He was one of the Count Lord's aides, and also the chief steward of the Count house. He had been in charge of the entire accounting department for more than 20 years. "Teacher Su, do you think I'm not my parents' biological son?" the Crown Prince asked. Su Wenjiao smiled elegantly, and continued his work meticulously. His work was very important. He was responsible for the output of the Count house's fiefs, as well as the purchase of external goods. All the money transactions had to go through him. So in the Count house, he was considered to have a high position. Su Wenjiao stopped writing, and Shenlang's face appeared in his mind. Suddenly, a haze flashed in his eyes. "Whoever stands in my way is my enemy." After hesitating for a moment, Su Wenjiao said, "Crown Prince, Lord Count hit you because of Shenlang." The Crown Prince was shocked. "Why?" Su Wenjiao said, "Shenlang has a bad reputation. He stole the Su family's money, molested the Su family's maid, and was kicked out. In the end, he married into the Count house. Because Miss Mulan personally chose him, Lord Count couldn't refuse. He was annoyed and blamed yourself for letting Miss Mulan marry such a disreputable person. That's why he beat you up a few days ago." The Crown Prince Jin Mutsong suddenly sat up and said, "So that's why." Su Wenjiao said, "Lord Count hit you again today because Shenlang entered the casino and ruined the Count house's reputation. But he won against Tianheng, and after all, he is a live-in son-in-law. Lord Count can't hit him, so he vented his anger on you." The Crown Prince was furious. He stood up abruptly and said, "All right, I've found the culprit behind the beating. So it's because of this bastard." At that moment, the boy servant beside Su Wenjiao said, "Oh right, Crown Prince, I saw Bing secretly crying today. I asked her what happened, but she didn't say anything." The Crown Prince was even angrier. "It must be because of Shenlang. He molested the Su family's maid, and now he is molesting my maid? You are just a country bumpkin, and you dare to bully me? I will not let you go." Then, the Crown Prince dashed out of the room. "Shenlang, yours truly is going to beat the shit out of you." Then, the Crown Prince asked, "How is Shenlang's kung fu?" Su Wenjiao said, "He doesn't know kung fu, and he doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. He is panting after a few steps." The Crown Prince's courage was boosted, and he shouted, "Men, come with me. Beat him up." After Mulan left, Shenlang stared blankly in the study. He couldn't be grounded. He had to find a way to let his father-in-law regain his freedom. He had something important to do in a few days. However, he couldn't be forceful in front of his father-in-law. He had to take a roundabout approach. At that moment, Xiaobing ran in and said, "Young master, bad news. You have to hide. The prince is coming to beat you up." Shenlang was stunned. "Jin Mutsong, that fat otaku, he came to beat me up," Xiaobing said. "Young master, go hide. I'll report to madam immediately." Shenlang said, "No, don't tell mother-in-law." Xiaobing said, "Young master, our prince is an idiot. He doesn't care about what he does. You'll be at a disadvantage if you get beaten up by him." Even if Count punishes him in the future, it won't help. Xianlang said, "All right, I know what to do. You can go out first." "Young master, don't be silly." Hearing that Xianlang wasn't going to hide, Xiaobing stomped her foot. 3060, plus, she was petite. Her stomp was terrible. It was like a mountain range, and Chambord was shaking violently. Seeing Xianlang's gaze, Xiaobing instinctively covered her chest. She wanted to stomp her foot again, but she held back. "Humph, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I'm ignoring you." Xiaobing glared at Xianlang and ran out. She still decided to tell Madame. The prince was simple-minded and didn't know how to control his strength. It would be troublesome if he hurt the young master. After Xiaobing left, Xianlang smiled. If he couldn't even deal with a fat otaku and had to hide, then he wouldn't be able to stay in the count house. Although he hadn't met Jin Mutsong before, he had enough understanding of him. His limbs weren't developed, his brain was simple, and he liked to bluff. It was easy to deal with this kind of person. Xianlang picked up the brush and began to write one name after another on the blank wall. He had written the names of these people in a bold and flamboyant manner, brimming with murderous intent. A moment later, there was a commotion outside. Before seeing the person, one hears the voice. "Xianlang, come out here for yours truly. If I don't spank the shit out of you today, yours truly's surname isn't Shen. How dare you, a mere son-in-law, bully the maidservant of our count house? I see Xiaobing as my younger sister. How dare you bully her? Are you courting death?" Crown Prince Jin Mutsong roared. He wanted to vent all his anger from being beaten today on Xianlang. "It's all your fault, the main culprit." Soon, Xianlang saw a fat man rushing in angrily with an iron rod in his hand. More than 10 of his attendants were standing guard outside the door. The crown prince dared to hit the son-in-law, but they didn't dare to. However, they could help the crown prince guard all the exits. After entering, Jin Mutsong saw Xianlang standing on a stool and writing a bunch of names on the wall. "Xianlang, what are you doing? Get down here." Xianlang was still standing on the high stool. He wouldn't get down. If he got down and got beaten up by Jin Mutsong, that fat otaku, he would suffer a great loss. Xianlang said, "Crown Prince, I'm writing names." There were indeed a lot of names written on the wall. Tian Xianji, Tian Shirsi, Tian Heng, Lin Mo, Su Qianqian, Zhang Jin, Su Guangyun. Jin Mutsong's curiosity was aroused and he asked, "Why did you write these names?" Xianlang said, "These are all my enemies. I was afraid that I would forget them, so I wrote these names on the wall and urged myself to remember these enemies at all times. I must take revenge." Then, Xianlang took out a brush dipped in red ink and drew a big cross on the names of Tian Xianji and Tian Shirsi. It was as glaring as blood. "Then why did you draw a cross on these two people's names?" the crown prince asked. Xianlang said, "I've already taken care of these two people. I've taken revenge." The crown prince was puzzled. How much hatred was there for Xianlang to write these names on the wall? Xianlang said, "I always remind myself to take revenge, to take revenge. Every morning when I wake up, I have to recite the names of these enemies 3 times, and before I go to bed, I have to recite the names 3 times." The crown prince couldn't help but shiver. This hatred must be unforgettable. It must be a monstrous blood feud. "What hatred does this Tian Xianji have with you?" the crown prince asked. "Is it the hatred of killing his father or stealing his wife?" Only with such a huge hatred would Xianlang be so engraved in his heart. Xianlang said coldly, "This Tian Xianji once threatened me. I asked Tian Heng to break his legs. His legs were broken into 5 or 6 pieces." "Ah?" The crown prince twitched and said, then what about Tian Shirsi?" Xianlang said angrily, "He's even more hateful. My hatred for him is as deep as the sea. Not only did he threaten me, but he also pointed his finger at my head. I hate people pointing at my head the most in my life." So both his legs and feet were broken, completely smashed. "Ah." When Jin Mutsong saw that his iron rod was still pointed at Xianlang, he quickly put it away. He was completely stunned. Just this little hatred. "Xianlang, you actually wrote your name on the wall, and you even read it 3 times every morning and night. You, Xianlang, how vengeful and narrow-minded you must be. Are you a devil? I've never seen someone as vengeful as you in my life. Seeing Xianlang's cold gaze, you looked at him up and down, and the hand holding the brush was ready to move. Jin Mutsung couldn't help but ask, why do you still have such a big empty space on the wall? Why don't you write these people's names all over the wall? Xianlang sneered and said, people's lives are very long. Who knows how many more enemies there will be? I left this blank space so that I can add the names of new enemies. The crown prince's scalp went numb. Tian Xianji and Tian Shirsi only threatened him and pointed at him, but their hands and feet were broken and left at home to die. If I were to hit Xianlang, wouldn't he tear me into 1,000 pieces? And looking at Xianlang's posture, it seemed like he would write my name, Jin Mutsung, on the wall at any time. Xianlang asked, Crown Prince, are you looking for me? Oh, nothing. The crown prince hurriedly threw away the iron rod in his hand and said with a smile, I'm too full, so I came to take a walk. Xianlang said, I think I heard someone shouting that he wanted to hit me. No, who shouted that? Who dared to hit the son-in-law of the count house? Do they want to die? The crown prince said, then, Xianlang, continue to write. I'll go back now. Then, the crown prince Jin Mutsung ran away quickly. His agility was completely disproportionate to his body size. Xianlang couldn't help but laugh. What a coward. As soon as the crown prince Jin Mutsung ran out, he ran into the devil he was most afraid of. His mother, Madam Count. Well, you unfilial son. You actually came to hit Xianlang? Madam Count said angrily. She directly grabbed the crown prince's ear and pulled him out, if I don't beat you to death today, I won't give birth to you. The crown prince shouted in pain, Mother, I didn't hit him. I haven't hit him yet. You haven't hit him yet? Does that mean you have this idea? Madam Count said, it seems that I didn't hurt you today. Don't worry, Jin Mutsung, I will definitely satisfy you. Your brother-in-law just fought for our count house today, and you still want to hit him? I don't have a son like you. The crown prince said, Mother, how did you come so fast? How did you know? Madam Count said, Xiaobing came to tell me. I didn't believe it at that time. I didn't know you were so daring. The crown prince really cried. His eyes were full of tears. Xiaobing, I came to hit Xianlang for you. But in the end, you directly sold me out. I treat you as my sister, but you treat me as your enemy. The crown prince Jin Mutsung was sad, and tears flowed from his eyes. Oh God, what did I do in my previous life? Why do you want to punish me like this? He knew that this time, he would be beaten until he was bedridden for half a month. His mother was beautiful, elegant, noble, and gentle. But only Jin Mutsung knew in his heart that there was a tigress living in her heart, and her martial arts were even higher. She said she would beat him half to death, and she would definitely beat him half to death. At this moment, Xianlang walked out. Mother-in-law. Madam Count's face seemed to have changed. Just now, she was as cold as winter to the crown prince, but to Xianlang, it was as warm as spring. Lang don't worry. I will definitely help you vent your anger. Xianlang said, the crown prince just wanted to chat with me. We didn't quarrel, and we didn't fight. Please forgive him this time. Really? Madam Count asked softly. Really? Xianlang said. Pa. Madam Count slapped the back of the crown prince Jin Mutsung's head, almost making him faint. Xianlang had some doubts. Maybe this unlucky child was slapped silly by his mother-in-law when he was young. Look at how good your brother-in-law is to you. He even pleaded for you. You bastard. Madam Count said, however, Lang you don't have to plead for this idiot. Today, you must beat him up so that he will respect you in the future. After that, Madam Count started to beat him up. That jade-like palm slapped down again and again, even though it was hitting the fleshy parts. The crown prince Jin Mutsung's whole body was trembling. His whole body was about to be flattened. Even Xianlang could feel the pain from looking at him. Mother, spare me, spare me. Xianlang hurriedly stepped forward and stopped her. Mother-in-law, please stop. Don't be angry and harm your body. The crown prince is simple and honest. Why don't I talk to him? Madame Count looked at Shenlang with a kind and gentle gaze. Lang Er is the most sensible, filial, and tolerant. Then she said to Shenlang, Lang Er, you are his brother-in-law. Discipline him for me. If he doesn't listen, you can beat him up. I am going to sleep. Madame Count turned around and left. The Crown Prince Jean Muzong let out a long breath. It was not easy to survive again, who knew? Madame Count suddenly turned around and twisted Jean Muzong's ear. You still dare to sigh? What do you mean? Are you not satisfied? Are you cursing me? The mother-in-law let go of Jean Muzong and said, for Lang Er's sake, I will spare you today. If you dare to be disrespectful to your brother-in-law, I will skin you alive. Before she left, she sighed in her heart. If only her son was half as smart as Shenlang. Brother-in-law, words cannot express my gratitude. Jean Muzong will remember your kindness of not killing me today. Jean Muzong patted his fat chest and said, if you need any help in the future, just let me know. I am the most loyal person. Shenlang said, then tell me, who instigated you to beat me up? Jean Muzong shrank his head and shook his head. No, I will never be a traitor. I will not say it even if you beat me to death. The most important thing to do is to be loyal. Shenlang looked at this unlucky child and finally understood why his father-in-law and mother-in-law couldn't help but want to beat this son up. If they had such a stupid son, they would also beat him up 2 or 3 times a day to vent their anger. However, Shenlang didn't ask again. Although it was stupid for the heir to be loyal, it was also a good character. If he was loyal to that person now, he would be loyal to himself in the future. If there was any blame, he would be the one to take it. Therefore, he must not break this traditional virtue of his. Immediately, Shenlang gave him a thumbs up and said, the heir is indeed loyal to the heavens. Shenlang admires you. The heir patted his chest and said, you will know once you have dated me. I am definitely a good friend. Then, this fatty stayed in Shenlang's study for a while. He immediately yawned and went back to sleep. As for Shenlang, he closed all the doors. Then, he took out a bag of black wheat. It was moldy black wheat and he scraped the ergot fungus off it bit by bit. If anyone knew what he was doing, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. They didn't know who Shenlang was planning to harm with this thing. This thing, Shenlang was preparing for a rainy day. At the crucial moment, it could turn the tide. The next morning, when Shenlang woke up, Mulan still hadn't returned. His wife was too busy with military affairs. It was still Xiaobing who helped Shenlang wash up. Bing Bing, let me ask you a question. Shenlang said. Xiaobing said, son-in-law, please ask. Shenlang, do you know why white tigers are rare and precious? Xiaobing's eyes widened. She thought for a moment and said, because most tigers are yellow? Shenlang, no, because an inch of time is an inch of gold, and an inch of gold can't buy an inch of time. Bing Bing's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. What did time have to do with the white tiger? The son-in-law only knew how to talk nonsense. Seeing that his joke didn't work, Shenlang's heart was as lonely as snow. Sigh, it's really scary for a girl to be uncultured. She doesn't even know that she's being teased. Bing Bing said, I'll ask Miss tonight what this means. Shenlang's scalp went numb. But Mulan was so innocent that she probably wouldn't understand. So, he probably wouldn't get beaten up. Shenlang thought of something. Yesterday, when Crown Prince Jean Muzong came to beat up Shenlang, he shouted that Shenlang bullied Xiaobing, so he came to beat him up. So, he pretended to be careless and asked, Xiaobing, did you cry yesterday? Xiaobing was stunned and said, no, why would I cry? After breakfast, Lord Count's confidant, Jin Zhong, appeared in front of Shenlang. This person seemed to never smile, but the way he looked at Shenlang was much gentler, not like before, as if Shenlang owed him 1,000 gold coins. Master ordered that son-in-law should study with young master, and don't neglect your studies. After saying that, Jin Zhong left. Study, help me, okay, I, Shenlang, am already very knowledgeable. Do I still need to study? But father-in-law was angry, so I shouldn't offend him. I'll just go there for 2 or 3 days to pretend. And I can also go to Crown Prince Jean Muzong to find out the truth. Who was so hostile to me that he encouraged the Crown Prince to beat me? There was a special school in the Count house, with a total of more than 100 students. There were more than a dozen students who went to school with Crown Prince Jean Muzong. The youngest was 15 years old, and the oldest was 20 years old. They were the same age as Xianlang and Jean Muzong. Seeing Xianlang come in, the whole class suddenly became lively. More than a dozen pairs of eyes stared at Xianlang, and they didn't hide the hostility and jealousy in their eyes. The reason was very simple, because Xianlang went to Jean Mulan. And Mulan was the dream lover of all boys, from the age of 8 to 28. After looking at each other, these teenagers were about to surround him. Young people's way of thinking was simple and violent. Beat him up. What are you doing? Crown Prince Jean Muzong came to Xianlang's side, put his arm around his shoulder, and said, "This is my brother-in-law. Show some respect in the future, or I'll beat him up." Then, he waved his fat fist. It seemed that Jean Muzong still had some power in the school. After all, he was the crown prince of the Count house. More than a dozen teenagers retreated, but their eyes were still full of provocation when they looked at Xianlang. This was probably a different world's version of "don't leave after school." "Xianlang, I'm a loyal friend, right?" The crown prince of the Count house patted his fat chest again, and said, "You sit next to me, I guarantee that no one will dare to touch you." After a while, the teacher came. He was an old man, half his hair was white, and he was very thin, probably no more than 40 pounds. Everyone called him Old Master Lin. He was not only the crown prince's teacher, but also one of the trusted aides of Lord Count. He was very knowledgeable. This lesson was about the Book of Changes. This was a great ancient philosophical work of China, and it contained everything in heaven and earth. The more one studied the Book of Changes, the more they found that they were too shallow. Therefore, Xianlang listened quietly, but the others had long been scared out of their wits. Obviously, the knowledge in the Book of Changes was too boring for them. After more than half an hour, the old master suddenly said, "There's a new student today?" Xianlang was speechless. "You just noticed? You're so beautiful." "It's a pity to be a man," the old master said. Xianlang was even more speechless. "You're so old, but you're not serious. You're the Xianlang who studied in the school of Hanshui town for 10 years, didn't finish his enlightenment, and was driven home instead?" The old master said, "We teachers privately said that you're probably the shame of the scholars in Xuanwu City." Xianlang narrowed his eyes. "Is this old man trying to provoke me?" "Have you read the Book of Changes before?" the old master asked. Xianlang said, "I know a thing or two." The old master said with a scrutinizing gaze, "Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman should ceaselessly strive to improve himself." "What do you mean?" Xianlang said, "The way of heaven moves in a never-ending cycle, and no one can stop it. A gentleman should imitate the way of heaven, be self-reliant, and strive ceaselessly." The old master asked again, "The proud dragon regrets that it can't last long." "What do you mean?" Xianlang said, "The dragon will regret flying too high, because when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. One should not pursue perfection too much, and leave behind some regrets." His interpretation was completely correct, without the slightest error. The old master was slightly surprised. Is this the rumored ignorant and incompetent imbecile? The rumors were really ridiculous. However, just knowing how to interpret was not enough. The key was to comprehend it and apply it in reality. This was true wisdom. Just knowing how to memorize books was useless. In that case, he would come up with a difficult question to test this beautiful young man. The old master asked, "Nowadays, the new policies are in full swing, and the old and the new are replacing each other. Many old aristocrats have lost their fiefdoms and military power. If you were to choose a sentence from the Book of Changes to explain the essence of this major event and to persuade Lord Count, which one would you choose?" This question was neither difficult nor difficult. The Book of Changes was truly a magical book. One could almost find a sentence in it to describe the current situation. It didn't matter if it was 2,000 years ago or 2,000 years later. However, it would be difficult to be precise and hit the essence of the new policies. The commonly used sentence was, "The proud dragon regrets that it can't last long." Even Old Master Lin often used this sentence to describe the new policies. However, this sentence had already been said. Xianxia thought for a while and quickly thought of a sentence. This was the only philosophical sentence that could best describe the current situation of the state of Yu's new policies. It also tore apart the truth and essence layer by layer. The old master said, "It's fine if you can't think of it. This set of questions is too difficult and profound." Xianxia opened his mouth and said, "There is no return from the past, heaven and earth." The old master was startled at first and revealed a look of disbelief. Good, good. Then, the old master suddenly slammed the table. He was especially excited. He walked in front of Xianxia and said, "The rumors are too ridiculous. Is this an imbecile? It's those mediocre people who are jealous of the virtuous. Young Master Shen is so intelligent and wise. Your words penetrate deep into my bones. I almost can't believe that they came from the mouth of a young man. I can't even think of a sentence to persuade Lord Count." The old master continued, "However, after hearing what you said, I know that there is no other sentence that is more suitable to describe the current situation of the Count House and the current situation of the state of Yu's new policies." Good, good. The old master clapped his hands and said, "Such an intelligent child should not appear in this class." The old master's praise lasted for several minutes. The other students in the class were completely dumbfounded and whispered to each other. What are they saying? Why can't I understand a single word? I don't know. What did Xianxia mean by that sentence? What did Xianxia say? The old master has never praised anyone like that. I'm afraid he's crazy. He must be crazy, and a crazy person who likes pretty boys. However, the old master was not exaggerating. This sentence from Xianxia's Book of Changes completely punctured the essence of the state of Yu's new policies. There is no return from the past, heaven and earth. What did this sentence mean? Everything in the world, everything that goes will return. People bend and stretch, expand and shrink. The positive and negative of a matter often change. Based on the annotation alone, it did not seem like a big deal for Xianxia to say this sentence. However, this sentence was not referring to the Count, but the monarch of the state of Yu. Your Majesty, monarch, you are carrying out the new policies in full swing. You are constantly stripping the old nobles of their fiefs and military power, gathering all the power in your hands. However, there are pros and cons to everything. Don't forget that although the state of Yu is very powerful, it is only a vassal state of the great Yan dynasty. If you strip the old nobles of their fiefs and military power today, who knows if the great Yan emperor will strip the monarch of their power in the future? Won't the hunter today become the prey tomorrow? Aren't you getting caught in your own trap by doing this? Therefore, monarch, you shouldn't push things too far. Therefore, Xianxia's sentence was indeed the essence of the new policies. It was brilliant. Talent, an absolute talent. Old Master was one of Lord Count's trusted aides. In his eyes, those who passed the imperial examinations were not considered talents. If one was smart, hardworking, and lucky, they could pass the imperial examinations. True talents needed great wisdom. They needed to be able to see through the intricacies of things, just like young Master Shen. Only in this way would he not go down the wrong path, nor would he let his family walk into the abyss. He did not expect God to not only give him a beautiful face, but also such a smart brain. Old Master Shen decided that he must tell this matter to Lord Count. He must not let young Master Shen's bright pearl be covered in dust. When the class was over, old Master Shen was reluctant to leave. In the past, he could not wait to leave after class because teaching a group of idiots was a complete waste of time. But there was no other way. With the Crown Prince here, he could not just find a random person to teach. But the Crown Prince was especially stupid. Teaching him such brilliant wisdom was like playing the lute to a cow. Only a beautiful gem like Xianxia would be able to let every teacher enjoy the wonderful time of imparting knowledge to others. After class, Crown Prince Jin Muzong looked at Xianxia with jealousy and said, "Xianxia, do you have any friends?" "No," Xianxia said. Jin Muzong said, "Then why do you think you don't have friends?" Xianxia said, "I am too handsome, too outstanding, and make everyone else look dim. Others are always jealous of me. How can I have friends?" Crown Prince Jin Muzong could not help but clench his fists. "I don't know why, but I want to hit someone." But thinking of the names of his enemies that Xianxia had written on the wall yesterday, Crown Prince immediately became terrified and said angrily, "I don't want to sit with you." Jin Muzong went to the back and sat down, leaving Shenlang to sit alone in front. The group of young people around them were pointing and whispering. "Humph, what is there to show off? If he is really that good, why doesn't he take the imperial examinations? That's right, only those without ability can be a live-in son-in-law. He's just a gigolo who lives off women. What's so great about him?" When Shenlang heard these words, he couldn't help but feel helpless. Looks like my magnanimous reputation hasn't spread yet. This group of nameless green leaves actually doesn't have any fear towards me. This won't do. Next up was arithmetic. This was not a subject that was tested in the imperial examinations, and many academies did not teach this subject. However, the academies of noble families were usually more pragmatic, and they would nurture professional talents generation by generation. Therefore, arithmetic was not only a must in Xianwu Mansion, but it was also very important. As one of the Count's advisors, Su Wenjiao was in charge of the Count House's money and supplies. He was a very powerful steward. Because he had been in power for a long time, he was arrogant and looked down on everyone. Moreover, most people who were proficient in arithmetic didn't know how to conduct themselves well. Their personalities were quite unreasonable. Su Wenjiao was no exception. As the best arithmetic scholar in Xuanwu, he naturally became the arithmetic teacher in the Count House. When he walked into the classroom, he saw Shenlang at first glance. He couldn't help it. He was so handsome that he would stand out wherever he went. Then, a trace of haze flashed in Su Wenjiao's eyes. The sharp Shenlang immediately sensed it. He was extremely sharp and could sense that this Su Wenjiao was hostile towards him. Moreover, it was a very deep hostility. Why, was it because of jealousy? No, Su Wenjiao was already in his 50s. It was impossible for him to have any fantasies about Jean Mulan. For a mathematician like him, it was a problem for him to be hard at this age. Moreover, Shenlang had never interacted with him before, so there was no direct conflict of interest between them. Shenlang decided to continue to observe. After Su Wenjiao came in, he only looked at Shenlang with vague hostility. After that, he didn't say anything, nor did he do anything to Shenlang. He began his lecture. Shenlang was drowsy because the content of Su Wenjiao's lecture was too simple. It was completely at the level of a fifth grader. It was all about multiplication and division. Therefore, Shenlang was scared out of his wits. "Shenlang, stand up right now." Suddenly, Su Wenjiao, who was giving a lecture, shouted. The voice was sudden, loud, and ear-piercing. Shenlang was still fine, but the other students who were drowsy were immediately awakened and sat on the ground. Shenlang stood up from his seat. Su Wenjiao took the ruler and walked in front of Shenlang. He said coldly, "Stretch out your hand and hit 10 feet. Shenlang could tell that Su Wenjiao was not deliberately plotting to kill him. It was all because of the hatred and hostility in his heart. Moreover, he had been in power in the Count House for a long time, which made him more and more arrogant. He did things directly and did not care about being tactful. If he guessed correctly, it should be him blocking his way. Shenlang continued to analyze and speculate. Was it possible that Su Wenjiao was a relative of one of Wang Lian, Mo Yi, or Jin Shiying? Shenlang won out of the 5 and became the son-in-law of the Count House. He ruined Su Wenjiao's plan and became a thorn in his side. Could it be that the person who instigated Jin Muzong to beat up Shenlang was also the person in front of Su Wenjiao? If it was, then his revenge was too simple and crude. In fact, Su Wenjiao was such a narrow-minded person. He was trained by the previous generation of Count, so he was very senior. Moreover, he was very talented in arithmetic. For more than 20 years, he had kept all the accounts of the Count House in order. The Count and his wife were not good at accounting, so they relied on him more and more. They could only tolerate his unreasonable character. This made Su Wenjiao more and more arrogant. Not to mention Shenlang, even if it was Jin Muzong, he would beat him up if he wanted to. What are you spacing out for? Give me your hand. Su Wenjiao shouted at Shenlang, Rottenwood cannot be carved. Even if I beat you 10 feet, it will make you wake up. His words were righteous. Moreover, it was natural for a teacher to beat a student. But there were more than a dozen people in the class and almost none of them were paying attention. Half of them even fell asleep. You didn't hit them, but you specifically hit me. Isn't this revenge? Xianxia said. Sir, I didn't sleep in class, nor did I whisper to each other to disturb the order. Why did you hit me? Su Wenjiao said sternly. You didn't pay attention in class. Don't you deserve to be hit? Xianxia said, but I already know everything you taught me. I don't need to pay attention. Hearing this, Su Wenjiao was a little stunned. He had been teaching at the Count House for many years. Even if the students didn't pay attention, they would still be respectful to him. Su Wenjiao hit and scolded whenever he wanted. Not to mention ordinary students, even Crown Prince Jin Muzong had been beaten by him more than 3 to 5 times. If Lord Count knew about it, he would only say one thing, well done, continue. Respecting the teacher was not just for show. Now, Xianxia, a mere son-in-law, dared to talk back? You still dare to talk back? Su Wenjiao's face was a little sinister. He said coldly, this is not just 10 feet. Hit 30 feet and then kneel in front of sage Confucius for 6 hours. Xianxia said, forgive me for not being able to comply. Suddenly, there were more than a dozen gazes of worship and complex emotions behind him. Su Wenjiao was the fiercest teacher. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so fierce. He actually dared to talk back. Haha. Su Wenjiao was so angry that he laughed. He said angrily, you really are stubborn, ignorant, and despicable. You are so arrogant and unscrupulous. Let's see how Lord Count will punish you. Just you wait. Smack. Su Wenjiao smashed his ruler on the table and broke it in half. Then, he directly left the classroom and went to complain to Lord Count. Crown Prince Jin Muzong's face was a little pale. He stepped forward and said, Xianxia, you are in trouble. Your butt is going to be beaten up. At least 30 whips. Xianxia said, has teacher Su Wenjiao always been like this? Jin Muzong nodded helplessly. He himself had been beaten by Su Wenjiao 7 or 8 times. He is the living account book of our Count House. A lot of money and accounts are in his head. Father relies on him a lot. Jin Muzong said, he is very short-tempered. Many people in the house are afraid of him. This was not surprising. People who were good at math usually had low emotional intelligence. Xianxia said, was he the one who encouraged you to beat me yesterday? Jin Muzong quickly shook his head and said, I can't say. If I say it, I will be disloyal. 3 idiots, you don't have to say any more. Xianxia asked, is he related to Wang Lian, Mo Yi, and Jin Shiying? Jin Muzong said, he is cousin Wang Lian's uncle. He is also my mother's distant relative. Wang Lian, the young high scholar, the registrar of Shuangwu City's prisons. Now the truth was out. It was Xianxia who blocked Su Wenjiao's path. His nephew, Wang Lian, was supposed to become the son-in-law of the Count House. In the end, it was snatched away by Xianxia. No wonder he treated Xianxia as a thorn in his flesh. Xianxia said, this person is so narrow-minded. He will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Suddenly, Jin Muzong looked at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. You think you have the right to say that? Who is narrow-minded between the two of you? Don't you know, however, this fat otaku was still very loyal. He quickly gave Xianxia an idea. Xianxia, quickly go and plead with my mother. My father is the most inflexible person. He doesn't like people who have to respect their teachers. As long as Mr. Su complains about you, he will definitely whip you. Otherwise, you can go and hide for a while. You can hide in my sister's barracks. Jin Muzong said with lingering fear, 30 whips. It is enough to make you lie in bed for half a month. What a joke. Why would he need to plead with his mother-in-law for such a small matter? She will look down on him. Being looked down on by his mother-in-law is a small matter. Being looked down on by his wife is a big deal. If a woman looks down on you, even if you sleep with her, she will only pretend to be angry. Moreover, it wasn't easy for Xianxia to create an image in my mother-in-law's mind that she would forgive me for being unrestrained and loving of freedom. If I were to ask him for leniency just because of Su Wenjiao, my image would be ruined. Su Wenjiao was a distant relative of his mother-in-law. If Shen Lang were to ask for her hand in marriage, wouldn't that put him in a difficult position? How could he put his leader in a difficult position? Do you still want to be a leader? Therefore, Shen Lang calmly sat in his seat, quietly waiting for Su Wenjiao to arrive with his father-in-law. Why aren't you running? Jin Mutsong said, no one can save you if you get beaten up later. Sure enough, just a moment later, there was the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside. Lord Count, I can't teach this book anymore. I have never seen such an uncultured person. Su Wenjiao's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears from far away. More than a dozen students were sitting neatly, their eyes were excited and their expressions were expectant. They were waiting to watch a show. Our great Yan dynasty is most particular about the heaven, earth, emperor, and master. But Shen Lang is unscrupulous and has no respect for his elders. Su Wenjiao said sternly, his behavior, in a small way, is a bad influence on students. In a big way, he is destroying the Count House's reputation. His crime is unforgivable. Please punish him, Lord Count. Otherwise, if everyone learns from him in the future, the Count House's reputation will be destroyed. Shen Lang was a little speechless. Su Wenjiao, if you don't like me, can't you first endure and then find a chance to trick me? Let me make a big mistake and then be kicked out of the Count House. Even if I were to be whipped 30 times by the Count today, you would only be venting your anger at most. It would not help the situation at all. Lord Count came in front of Shen Lang and said coldly, what's going on? You can be so presumptuous outside, but why are you so unscrupulous at home? After that, he could not help but hold the whip in his hand. He was a conservative and inflexible person. Once there was a conflict between a student and a teacher, it was definitely the student's fault. Basically, he would fight first regardless of the consequences. Previously, Jin Mutsong had been beaten up countless times. As long as his teacher complained, he would definitely be beaten. Therefore, this fat young master was extremely obedient in front of his teacher. Count said, Shen Lang, if you can't give me a reason today, then don't blame me for being merciless. It seemed like it would be very difficult to escape from these 30 lashes. Shen Lang, father-in-law, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Lord Count, look at him. He's still unrepentant. He's hopeless. Su Wenjiao sneered. Shen Lang said, may I ask, Mr. Su, did I whisper to anyone during your class? Humph, Su Wenjiao said. Shen Lang said, then did I read any other books or sleep on the table? Humph, Su Wenjiao said. Shen Lang, since I didn't do any of these things, how can I not respect my teacher? Su Wenjiao said, when I was teaching, you were scared out of your wits. That is not respecting your teacher. The teachers worked hard to impart knowledge to you, but you were absent-minded. Isn't this tarnishing the academic atmosphere? There is no arithmetic in the imperial examinations. Why do we, the Count House, focus on studying it? Shen Lang, the 6 arts of a gentleman are etiquette, music, archery, imperial driving, calligraphy, and arithmetic. If you learn arithmetic, you will understand the economy and people's livelihood. You will also understand the changes in the world. Our emphasis on arithmetic is entirely due to his lordship's foresight and foresight. The Earl's expression immediately eased up a lot after this round of bluffing. Although my son-in-law is naughty, he still understands my heart. Shen Lang said, Mr. Su imparted the Tao of arithmetic to us, and I respect him very much. I don't have any thoughts of disrespecting him. Su Wenjiao said, I was in class and you were absent-minded. How dare you say you respect me? Shameless, a bunch of nonsense. Shen Lang, Mr. Su, because the things you taught were simple, I learned them all. If I pretended to listen carefully, wouldn't it be a waste of time? That would be the biggest disrespect to you. Therefore, I followed the content of your lecture and extended it in my mind to explore deeper arithmetic. This is the purpose of learning. This is the true meaning of respecting your teacher. F***CKME. The dozen or so students around him were stunned. Shen Lang really knows how to fool people. But why do I feel like it makes sense even though I know he is talking nonsense? Ha 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 ha. Su Wenjiao laughed and said, the arithmetic I taught is simple? Shen Lang said sincerely, yes, it's too simple. Su Wenjiao said, you know the arithmetic I taught? Shen Lang said more sincerely, I know more than that. I can use it as I want. Su Wenjiao laughed again and said, you are still wet behind the ears. You have been studying in the school in Coldwater Town for 10 years. You haven't even finished Great Learning. You have never touched arithmetic. How dare you say you know what I taught you? You are talking big. It's ridiculous. Regarding this, Su Wenjiao had absolute confidence. Although arithmetic was known as one of the 6 skills of a gentleman, it was not taken in the civil and military imperial examinations, so not many people learned it. Even the teachers in the school where Xianxia was studying didn't know how to do it. The number of people in Xuanwu who were proficient in arithmetic could be counted with 2 hands, and Su Wenjiao was the best among them. He could learn other things by himself, but he couldn't even get started with arithmetic without a teacher. Hence, Xianxia was boasting and saying that he knew everything. He was truly foolish to the extreme. Then Su Wenjiao said, since you said you know everything, I will give you 10 questions. If you answer 3 questions correctly, it proves that you know everything I taught. I will not punish you. If you answer 3 questions incorrectly, you will be whipped 30 times. If you can't answer 1 question correctly, it means that you don't know arithmetic at all. You are just making things up. How about 100 lashes? As soon as this was said, Count frowned. He felt that Su Wenjiao had gone too far. He could not help but say, Xianxia, apologize to Mr. Su, and this matter will be over. Don't be distracted in class in the future. Well, my father-in-law still loves me. Jean Mutsong, who was next to him, was surprised. Father, you are not like this. You are so cruel to me. As long as the teacher complains, you will whip me. Why did Xianxia only need to apologize when it was his turn? The count was conservative and old-fashioned, but he was not blind. Of course, he knew why Su Wenjiao did not let go of Xianxia. It was because his nephew, Wang Lian, was not selected as the son-in-law of the count house. However, Su Wenjiao was an old man in the count house. He had been in charge of the accounts for more than 20 years. He had worked hard for many years. Therefore, Lord Count relied on him a lot. Therefore, Su Wenjiao had to give him some face. Su Wenjiao immediately became anxious. Just apologizing wasn't enough. He had to properly punish Xianxia today and vent the resentment in his heart. When he returned home yesterday, his wife and sister scolded him. They said that he was the confidant of Lord Count. How could he let Wang Lian lose to a piece of trash? Immediately, Su Wenjiao said, my Lord Count, if an apology is enough, then wouldn't every student in the future follow suit? Wouldn't the Count's style of study be ruined? Xianxia suddenly said, as long as I answer 3 questions correctly, I will be fine, right? Yes. Su Wenjiao said, you only need to answer 3 questions correctly to prove that you have learned everything I said in class. Xianxia asked, what if I answer all 10 questions correctly? Impossible. Young man, don't daydream. Su Wenjiao said, the art of arithmetic is broad and profound. You are just a kid. You will never be able to understand it. Don't talk about answering 10 questions correctly. Even if I answer 5, I will publicly apologize to you. It's a deal. Xianxia bowed and said, Father-in-law, old master, and all the students here can testify. The earl was about to reprimand Xianxia for his nonsense. In the end, the old teacher behind him who taught the Book of Changes smiled and said, all right, this old man can testify. This old master was in his 70s. Not only was he Jean Mutsong's teacher, but he was also Lord Count's teacher. Since he said it, Lord Count couldn't refuse. Humph, the earl glared at Xianxia and said, being so arrogant, don't blame me for being harsh when you get punished later. Don't cry to the heavens. Su Wenjiao said, since I am the teacher, I will personally punish him. He was worried that Lord Count would be too lenient. So he wanted to do it himself. At least, he wanted to beat Xianxia half to death. Lord Count was about to refuse. But Xianxia bowed and said, Mr. Su, please give me the question. Humph. Lord Count wasn't happy. Xianxia doesn't know what's good for him. If he wants to die, then so be it. I know your memory is excellent, but without a few years of immersion in arithmetic, you won't be able to learn anything. Su Wenjiao's attainments in arithmetic are so profound. Comparing with him is like hitting a stone with an egg. Su Wenjiao was proud of himself. He immediately returned to his desk and began to think about the question. Of course, he would come up with the most difficult questions. It would be best if Shenlang couldn't solve any of them. That way, he could whip Shenlang 100 times and beat him half to death. Of course, Su Wenjiao knew that Lord Count was biased towards Shenlang. If he really whipped Shenlang 100 times, Lord Count wouldn't be happy. But, so what? Su Wenjiao had reached the end of his life. There was no need for him to swallow his anger. Moreover, the entire account of the Count house was under his control. It was Lord Count who couldn't live without him, not Su Wenjiao who couldn't live without the Count house. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of anything. For half an hour, Su Wenjiao was completely racking his brain, using everything he had learned in his life. Finally, he came up with 10 difficult questions. Each one was more difficult than the one before. Su Wenjiao was sure that all the students in the room couldn't even solve the first question. Not only the students, but there weren't many people in the entire Xuanwu city who could solve the first question. However, this was only the easiest question. The rest of the questions were hard to come by. There were a few questions that he had read from ancient arithmetic books. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to solve them. They wouldn't even be able to understand what they were saying. For someone like Shenlang, who didn't know anything, to be able to solve one question was already unprecedented. Su Wenjiao could almost imagine what would happen when he whipped Shenlang. He placed the 10 questions in front of Shenlang and said, "Remember, if you can answer 3 questions correctly, I won't pursue the matter. Otherwise, you will be whipped 30 times. If you can't even answer one question correctly, you will be whipped 100 times. Today, I will teach you what it means to respect your teacher and the art of arithmetic." Of course, Su Wenjiao did not finish his sentence. If Shenlang answered more than 5 questions correctly, it would prove that Su Wenjiao was making trouble out of nothing. He would have to apologize to Shenlang in front of everyone. However, was that even possible? It was impossible for the sun to rise in the west. Remember, you have half an hour to answer the questions. Then, Su Wenjiao personally lit a stick of incense. It took exactly 1 hour for the incense to finish burning. Seeing this scene, Mr. Count could not help but shake his head helplessly. Later on, Shenlang would probably have to suffer. Su Wenjiao was like this when he was young. He had no tolerance for others and was extremely competitive. However, as a successful master, the most important thing was to use the right people. Put the key talents in the key positions. Make the best use of the talents. Previously, Mr. Count was successful in this aspect. However, facing this situation, he was really helpless. On the left was his son-in-law. Although he was naughty and had a certain generation gap with him. However, deep down, Mr. Count appreciated and liked this son-in-law. On the right was his confidant. He had been in charge of the accountant's office for more than 20 years. He was someone he relied on a lot. Therefore, sometimes, even a master couldn't do as he pleased. For the teenagers present, it was a wonderful show. They were so excited that they could hardly control themselves. Shenlang actually fought against the most powerful teacher, Mr. Su Wenjiao. It was a rare occurrence. They were looking forward to it. Although they were a little on Shenlang's side, they wanted to see Shenlang get whipped 100 times. "Who asked you to marry our goddess? If you're not unlucky, how can everyone be happy?" When Shenlang took the 10 questions and looked at them, he could not help but whisper in his heart. I thought Su Wenjiao had racked his brain for more than an hour. How difficult would the questions be? It turned out to be that simple. Asking me, a master student, to solve 10 arithmetic questions is like using a butcher's knife to kill a pig. Look at the first question. The first person holds 1 grain of rice, the second person holds 2 grains, and the third person holds 3 grains. A total of 100 people. Question: how many grains of rice do these 100 people hold? Was this the 4th grade of primary school? And it's a 5th grade math problem? When Shenlang wrote down the answer, he felt like an idiot for trying to solve such a simple question. Of course, to Shenlang, this question was indeed too easy to look at, but to the people of this world, it was difficult enough. At the very least, among the dozen or so students present, there was basically no one who could answer this question in a short period of time. This question won the 1993 Mathematics Olympiad for grade 4 in a certain city, and someone hasn't solved it yet. Don't ask me how I know. Then, Xianxia looked at the second question. Interesting. Although it was still very simple for Xianxia, it was already very difficult for this world. Today, there are things whose number is unknown. 2 are left after 3, 3 are left after 5, and 2 are left after 7. The total number is less than 100. How many things are there? Not bad, you're even using equations now. In less than 3 seconds, Xianxia came up with the answer 23, without even using the alien computer. The third question was even more interesting. 3 people walked together for 70 years, 5 trees for 21 plum blossoms, 7 children reunite for half a month, 105 people know. Did you think that by writing a poem, it could cover up the truth that it was a simple math problem? Xianxia still answered the question effortlessly. Then came the 4th, 5th, 6th, 9th question. Really, none of the questions could make Xianxia feel the slightest bit difficult. None of the questions could take him more than 2 minutes. Therefore, he placed all his expectations on the last question. This last question actually took up an entire page. When Xianxia took a look, he could not help but widen his eyes. This question was quite interesting, but it was quite difficult, it was even super difficult. There were a total of 20 trees, 4 trees per row, and a maximum of a few rows. Draw the planting method. If there are less than 14 lines, this question will fail. This question looked simple, but it was a millennium-old math problem on Earth. Ordinary people always thought that there were a total of 20 trees, 4 trees per row, and that would be 5 lines. Of course, this was not the case. Because the trees could be planted in irregular shapes, and that would be more than 5 lines. In the 16th century, the Romans completed the arrangement of 16 lines. In the 18th century, the famous mathematician Gauss completed the arrangement of 18 lines. It was not until the end of the 20th century that 2 computer experts used computers to complete the arrangement of 20 lines. This was already a record. 20 trees, 4 trees per row, and 20 lines were planted. However, in the 21st century, a new record was set. Someone completed the arrangement of 23 lines. This question was also the one that Su Wenjiao was most proud of. He had found it in an ancient arithmetic book. Then, he never got tired of it. After 10 years, he finally completed the arrangement of the 24 lines. Not only that, he also liked to use this question to embarrass everyone. This included his colleagues in the Count House, the Count Lord, and those scholars who had just passed the exams. This was because no one's math skills could reach his level. When he completed the arrangement of the 24 lines, he would receive a shocked and amazed expression from others. Now, he was using this question to test Xianxia as the final question of the test. Of course, he did not expect Xianxia to solve it. He just wanted to show off. I'll let you, Xianxia, see exactly how awesome I, Su Wenjiao, am. Well, for Su Wenjiao, to be able to solve the arrangement of 14 lines was indeed awesome. However, for Xianxia, this was not the level of the 16th century. But he could easily draw the arrangement of 23 lines, which was at least 1,000 years ahead of Su Wenjiao's answer. 20 trees, 4 trees per row, and 23 lines were planted. This was simply heaven-defying. It completely crushed Su Wenjiao's 14 lines. He was afraid that Su Wenjiao would be scared out of his wits. For the first 9 questions, Xianxia only used less than 10 minutes to complete them. For the last question, he used more than half an hour. Of course, his answer was very fast in his mind. In an instant, he came up with the most awesome answer. It was a record-breaking answer. However, it took a certain amount of time to present it on paper. This was a very precise geometric pattern. There could not be a single mistake. Therefore, it took Xianxia more than half an hour to complete it. While he was answering the questions, the Count Lord and the old master did not watch from the side in order to not give him any pressure. Su Wenjiao sat on top and watched Xianxia answer the questions. He was very proud of himself. He had been paying attention to Xianxia. He realized that Xianxia did not spend much time on the first 9 questions. Instead, Xianxia spent most of his time on the last question. This was a very normal behavior. In his opinion, the first 9 questions were hard questions. If he knew it, he knew it. If he didn't know it. However, Xianxia definitely did not know it. Even if his brain exploded, he would not know it. Therefore, after glancing at the questions, he randomly wrote in answer. As for the last question, although it was the most difficult, it was a soft question. 20 trees, 4 trees in each row. How many rows could there be? Anyone who saw this question would have hope in their heart. Then, they would crazily try to solve it. In the end, he realized that even if he spent a few months, he would not be able to solve it. Su Wenjiao spent more than 10 years to complete the arrangement of the 14 rows. Therefore, it could be concluded that Xianxia would not be able to solve half of the questions. 100 lashes had become a foregone conclusion. Why was Su Wenjiao so sure? It was because Xianxia did not use any calculation process for the first 9 questions. He did not use any calculation chips. Even if he was a master of mathematics, it would take him a long time to calculate. In this day and age, there was no calculation chip. Once it was useless, it could only mean one thing. He did not know anything. He was just writing blindly. Su Wenjiao was not the only one who thought so. The Count Lord thought so too. Xianxia did not use any calculation chips. He was afraid that he would not be able to solve a single question. This is troublesome. Do I really have to watch him get whipped 100 times? This kid's skin was soft and tender. Plus, Su Wenjiao did not know the severity of the situation. What if he was injured? Therefore, the Count Lord quickly gave a look. Suddenly, a servant outside the door quickly ran to report to the Count's wife. Next, Su Wenjiao wanted to whip Xianxia. The Count Lord couldn't stop him, but the Count's wife was a woman. After solving all 10 questions, Xianxia could have handed in the paper, but he deliberately did not. Instead, he stared at the questions in a daze. Su Wenjiao's heart was even happier. You little white face. Even if you stared at the questions for 10 years, you would not be able to solve them. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you provoke me? How dare you block my way? How dare you take away my nephew's good thing? I will beat you to death later. Because of the wind, it took less than an hour for the incense to burn down. Su Wenjiao said coldly, "Time's up. Hand in the paper." Then, he walked down and took away the paper on Xianxia's desk. Ignorant and incompetent. You didn't listen in class and dared to talk nonsense. Since you have learned it, ignorant people have no fear. Su Wenjiao said lightly. Then, he took Xianxia's answer and looked at it. The first question. Su Wenjiao looked at it with disdain. Then, his eyes moved to the second question. He instinctively wanted to put a big cross on it. But after pausing for a second, his eyes returned to the first question. Did he get it right? How is this possible? Although the first question was the simplest, it was far beyond the content he was teaching. Those who did not understand advanced arithmetic could only add 1 plus 2, plus 3, plus 4, and so on. By the time they reached 100, the incense's time would have already been used up. However, Xianxia gave the most accurate answer. Then, he looked at the second question and it was still correct. The third question was still correct. Su Wenjiao felt that something was wrong. His face instantly changed. The fourth and fifth questions were still correct. In fact, they could not be more correct. Xianxia's way of solving questions was more brilliant and accurate than Su Wenjiao's. Su Wenjiao's back began to sweat. He had personally said that as long as Xianxia answered 5 questions correctly, he would apologize to Xianxia in public. Now that Xianxia had answered all 5 questions correctly, what should he do? Next, Su Wenjiao looked at the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th questions. He was no longer breaking out in a cold sweat. He was completely shocked. Su Wenjiao had seen it clearly. Xianxia only took a moment to answer the first 9 questions. There was no calculation process, and he wrote the answer in a glance. He thought that Xianxia was just messing around. He didn't expect that all of them were correct. This was ridiculous. These 9 questions were already extremely difficult math problems. In the entire Black Tortoise City, there were not many people who could solve them. Even Su Wenjiao needed a lot of time and a lot of calculations to solve all of them, Shen Lang had only used a short amount of time. How did he do it? More importantly, he didn't use any computing chips at all. How did he carry out the calculations? Shen Lang should have never come into contact with arithmetic. Could it be that he was born with it? Isn't this a little too terrifying? Su Wenjiao closed his eyes and calmed himself down. He then looked at the 10th question. Shen Lang answered the first 9 questions correctly. Su Wenjiao was destined to lose face. As for the 10th question, it was a battle for the honor of arithmetic. It was a battle of his arithmetic wisdom. 20 trees, 4 trees per row, a total of a few rows. He saw this question in an ancient arithmetic book. It took him more than 10 years to come up with the arrangement of 14 rows. Su Wenjiao firmly believed that Shen Lang would not be able to complete it because this was the true wisdom of arithmetic. However, he only took a glance. Su Wenjiao felt his scalp go numb and his hair stood on end. Damn it, Shen Lang. Are you crazy? No, God, are you crazy? This was a geometric pattern question. It was clear at a glance. Su Wenjiao could see that Shen Lang's answer was far more than 13 rows. Then, he began to count. 15, 16, 17, 18. 23, a total of 23 rows. It made him doubt his life and his hair stood on end. How did he do it? 20 trees, 4 trees per row, you planted 23 rows. How did you do it? Are you a human or a ghost? I, Su Wenjiao, spent more than 10 years to plant 14 rows. The key was how long did Shen Lang take? Not even an hour had passed. For a moment, Su Wenjiao really doubted his own intelligence. He was really disheartened. He loved arithmetic and was highly accomplished in it. Although he did not have any achievements in the imperial examinations, he felt that he was invincible in arithmetic. Because of this, he was in charge of the accounts of the entire count house and played an important role in the count house. He was proud of this. However, he realized that his mathematical achievements had been completely crushed. How could he not collapse? Madame is painting. She was very good at martial arts, but because she had been forced to practice since she was young, she did not like it at all. She liked to draw, but what about her standard? In short, no one in the count house dared to say anything bad about it. At this time, the servant next to the count quickly said, "Madam, the master wants you to go to the school quickly." The madam said lightly, "What? Was Ji Mutsong going to be beaten? Then let teacher do it." The servant of the count said, "It's not that Prince is being beaten, it's..." Before he could finish, Madam Count interrupted, "It's natural for a teacher to beat a student. It's the same for others." The servant said, "It's son-in-law Shen Lang. Su Wenjiao wants to whip son-in-law Shen Lang 100 times. Swish. The brush drew a long line on the rice paper. The painting of the madam was ruined. What is wrong with Su Wenjiao? Is his brain flooded with water? Madam Count said angrily, "Lang'er is so smart and obedient. He also wants to be beaten?" After saying that, she suddenly threw the brush in her hand and walked quickly towards the school. The servant followed behind, but he could not catch up. He could not help but feel sad for the prince for a quarter of an hour. Su Wenjiao held Shen Lang's answer sheet. His hands were trembling and his face was pale. What should he do next? Could it be that he really had to admit defeat and apologize to Shen Lang in front of everyone? How could he save his face? Face was the most important thing in life. No, never. Su Wenjiao suddenly tore up Shen Lang's answer sheet and scolded, "What nonsense did you write? You didn't get a single question right." Anyway, after he tore it up, there would be no evidence. Shen Lang was truly slightly astounded when he saw this scene. This Su Wenjiao in front of him was not just narrow-minded. He simply had a personality defect. Do all mathematicians have this kind of EQ? How did Madame Count tolerate him until now? Madame Count frowned. Even if Shen Lang didn't get a single question right, why did you have to tear up his answer sheet? After Su Wenjiao completely tore up Shen Lang's answer sheet, he said in a cold voice, "Everything is wrong. It's a mess. What do you think I should do?" However, Shen Lang was not in a hurry. He took out another answer sheet that was exactly the same as Shen Lang's. He had always been a person who liked to think the worst of people, so he had long been prepared. What a coincidence. I had plenty of time just now. I was bored, so I wrote down 2 answers. Xianxia handed it to old Master Lin, who taught the Book of Changes. You are also proficient in arithmetic. Help me see how many questions I got right. Hearing this, Su Wenjiao was stunned. Good, Xianxia. How could you be so insidious? His body shook violently, and he almost fainted. Old Master Lin took Xianxia's answer sheet and said, people who study the Book of Changes love arithmetic. Although my arithmetic skills are not as good as Mr. Su, I can still tell right from wrong. Then, Old Master Lin began to read the papers. After reading from beginning to end, Old Master Lin was completely stunned. He was full of confidence in Xianxia. He felt that Xianxia could answer at least 3 or 4 questions correctly. However, he did not expect that Xianxia would get all of them correct. Some of the questions on the paper were really tricky to deal with. The most amazing was the last question. He had also studied it for many years. Su Wenjiao completed 14 lines, and Old Master Lin completed 15 lines. He just did not show it, but he was still very proud. Who would have thought that Xianxia would actually complete 23 lines? This is too heaven-defying. This is simply an arithmetic genius, Lord Count asked. Mr. Lin, how is it? Old Master Lin bowed to Lord Count and said, Congratulations, Master. You have obtained an arithmetic genius. This old man has never seen or heard of it. Lord Count said, how many questions did he get right? Mr. Lin said, all of them. Moreover, Xianxia's arithmetic skills have far exceeded the limit of these 10 questions. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Lord Count could not believe it and was inexplicably surprised. His son-in-law had surprised him several times before, especially his photographic memory. But shouldn't arithmetic be taught by a teacher? Could it be that someone was born with it? Lang'er, how did you do it? Lord Count could not help but ask. Xianxia said, Father-in-law, I am self-taught. Lord Count said, but without a teacher, how can you self-study to this level? Xianxia said, Father-in-law, sometimes geniuses are so good that it makes people feel hopeless. Mathematics is 99% genius and 1% perspiration. Not only Jean Mutsong did not want to talk to him, but even Lord Count did not want to talk to him. Instead, he wanted to hit him. No wonder Xianxia does not have any friends. Then, Lord Count wanted to ask Su Wenjiao why he tore Xianxia's answer sheet, but he remembered that there were more than a dozen students in the room, so he did not ask. The Count couldn't do something like slapping someone's face in public. However, this was what Xianxia liked the most. Mr. Su, why did you tear up my answer sheet just now? Could it be that you want me to die without a witness? Xianxia asked. Suddenly, Su Wenjiao's face turned green. He was so angry that his teeth were chattering. Xianxia said, Mr. Su, you said that if I answered 5 questions correctly, I would apologize to me. Now that I answered 10 questions correctly, what should I do? Of course, I wouldn't dare to force you to apologize to me. After all, I'm also a person who respects teachers. But Mr. Su, as a teacher, you must be a man of your words. As soon as he said this, the students in the room were excited. This was a rare occurrence. The mean and overbearing Su Wenjiao was going to be slapped in the face. Suddenly, everyone looked at Su Wenjiao. Su Wenjiao's body was burning. This was an unprecedented moment of humiliation for him. He really wanted a crack to appear on the ground so he could crawl into it. Could it be that he really had to apologize to a pretty boy like Xianxia who was still wet behind his ears? How could he save his face? I don't know what you're talking about. Then, Su Wenjiao was about to leave. He was going to act shamelessly. He had already decided that he would stop teaching in the future and focus on managing the accounts of the Count house. He did not need to face these students anymore. At that moment, Mr. Count spoke. Mr. Su, as a teacher, the most important thing is to teach by example and to set an example. For Mr. Count, this was quite a heavy tone. Su Wenjiao wanted to wave his sleeves and leave, but he did not dare. After all, this was his master. Then, Mrs. Count walked in and said in a gentle but firm voice, if you do something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. You have to keep your word. Su Wenjiao was a distant relative of Mrs. Count, so Mrs. Count could be considered his backer. Since both of his masters had spoken, he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Therefore, Su Wenjiao gritted his teeth and walked in front of Xianlang. Under the watchful eyes of many, every step he took was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He bowed to Xianlang and said, "I'm sorry, Xianlang. I was too impulsive just now, and I wronged you." This was a humiliation that he had never experienced before. "Earth, open a crack and let me crawl into it." Slap, slap, slap. Su Wenjiao felt that his face was being slapped again and again. Everyone's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. His face was flushed, and the hairs all over his body seemed to be burning. His scalp was tingling, and his heart was about to explode. He couldn't stay any longer, so he turned around and left. "Xianlang, just you wait. Just you wait. From now on, you and I will fight until one of us dies." More than a dozen students looked at Xianlang with admiration. Amazing, he actually made Su Wenjiao, this evil tyrant, apologize? "Xianlang, give me your hand," Lord Count suddenly said. "Father-in-law, why?" Xianlang asked timidly. "Give me your hand," Lord Count said. Xianlang stretched out his hand. Lord Count picked up the ruler and hit Xianlang's palm. "You still want to hit me? But it doesn't hurt at all. Don't be arrogant. Don't be too proud," Lord Count said. "You old fogey. You pedantic old man." "Yes, father-in-law." Xianlang had an obedient look on his face. This was a classic case of smiling on the outside, but cursing in his heart. Of course, he knew that his father-in-law was doing this out of kindness. He didn't want the students to be jealous. Moreover, Count couldn't bear to see Xianlang's smug face. He always wanted to teach him a lesson. Father-in-law and son-in-law were natural enemies, even though Lord Count liked this son-in-law of his. Su Wenjiao didn't have the face to stay in the Count house any longer. He went home and drowned his sorrows in alcohol. However, the news of him being slapped by Xianlang quickly spread throughout the Count house, and then to Xuanwu City. Of course, it was not because of Su Wenjiao's fame, but because of Xianlang. At this time, Xianlang was already a famous person in Xuanwu City. First, he married into the Count house, then he went on a killing spree in Tian Heng's casino. It would be hard for him not to become famous. Su Wenjiao decided not to go to the Count house for the next few days, at least until the storm was over. Just as he was drowning his sorrows with alcohol, someone suddenly appeared at home. "Tian Heng, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Tian Heng sat in front of Su Wenjiao and said calmly, "Mr. Su has only lost some face, but I have been hurt to the bone. Xianlang and I are the real enemies." Su Wenjiao felt a little better. "How can you be happy when you are down on your luck? Of course, it would be someone even more unlucky." Tian Heng said, "Does Mr. Su want to get rid of that evil creature Xianlang?" "Get rid of him?" Su Wenjiao was stunned. "What do you mean by get rid of him?" "Of course, I want to kill him," Tian Heng said. Su Wenjiao shook his head. "That's impossible. Count is very fond of him. Who in Xuanwu City can touch Xianlang?" Tian Heng said, "You are right. With Count's protection, no one can touch Xianlang, unless Count is willing to give up Xianlang." Su Wenjiao said, "How is that possible? Xianlang is not as useless as the rumors say. Count is very happy. Why would he give up on him?" "Why not?" Tian Heng said, "It is because Xianlang is too outstanding that Count wants to give him up." Su Wenjiao was stunned. Tian Heng continued, "What is Count's problem?" Su Wenjiao said, "His son is too incompetent." Tian Heng said, "Yes, the crown prince is incompetent and the new policies are in full swing. When Count passes away, Xianlang's performance is so outstanding. How can the crown prince control Xianlang? In the future, I'm afraid that the Black Tortoise Countess will be surnamed Shen and not Jean." Su Wenjiao took a sip of wine and said, "That makes sense." Tian Heng said, "That day, 5 people competed for the Count house's son-in-law. The other 4 were so outstanding. Why did Xianlang win?" Su Wenjiao said, "Because he has no ambition. He is very incompetent and has a bad reputation." "By the way," Tian Heng said, "but does he look like he is incompetent now? His performance is so outstanding. His intelligence is far better than the Crown Prince Jin Muzong." Su Wenjiao said, "But Xianlang doesn't have any ambition. Look at all the things he's done. First, he tried to extort you, then he went to your casino to win money, and now he's forcing me to apologize. He's completely a vindictive and shameless profligate son of a rich family. Anyone can see that he has no ambition. Tianheng said, he has no ambition. We can make him have ambition. I started spreading rumors outside, saying how outstanding Shenlang was and how stupid the crown prince was. I also said that Shenlang would definitely replace him in the future and you would have to slander Lord Count and Madam. If 10 times is not enough, then 100 times, 1,000 times. 10 men will become a tiger? Su Wenjiao said. Yes. Tianheng said, a lie repeated 1,000 times will become the truth. Su Wenjiao said, even so, Lord Count will only be wary. He won't be able to hurt Shenlang. Tianheng said, it will make Lord Count wary. He won't be able to protect Shenlang. Regardless of whether it's the rumors outside or your slanderous words, all of them are merely a side effect. We have a real killer move against Shenlang. Su Wenjiao said, what killer move? I can't say. Tianheng said, as long as the rumors are fierce enough and your slander is vicious enough, the fire will be ignited. Then our killer move will be able to kill Shenlang. Really? Su Wenjiao said. Tianheng said, of course. That is why Mr. Su has to return to the Count House and help us ignite the fire. Su Wenjiao really didn't want to return to the Count House at this time. But if he can kill Shenlang, he doesn't mind being mocked and pointed at. Don't worry, I will return to the Count House tomorrow. I will make sure the fire is strong and burn Shenlang to death. Su Wenjiao said, first, we will burn the fire near Lord Count, then next to Madam Count. This will make the two masters wary of Shenlang. Tianheng stretched out his hand and said, you and I will coordinate from the inside and outside, we will use the next killer move to kill Shenlang in one move. Suddenly, the two palms clapped together. Night fell. Su Wenjiao disguised himself with a black robe. He held a box in his arms as he left the house through the back door. Not long after he went out, 2 warriors followed him, one in front and one behind. After a while, he entered a secret courtyard. This was the Su family's side courtyard, but not many people knew about it. One of the warriors brought Su Wenjiao into the house. Su Wenjiao couldn't see the master inside. He could only see a shadow. Sir, this is my half a year's worth of gifts. Su Wenjiao placed a large box on the table. He opened it and saw that it was full of gold coins. At least 1,000. That's a bit much. Zhang Jin's voice came from inside. Not much at all. Su Wenjiao took out a small box and placed it on the table. Sir, your wedding is near, so I can't go. This is a gift for your wife. It's all the jewels passed down from the Count House. The small box was opened. It was full of jewels. Zhang Jin said, what else? You know what we want the most. Su Wenjiao took out a booklet. This is the secret information I got from the Count House this month. A warrior came in and took the booklet. Zhang Jin flipped through it and said, why is it still these trivial things? We need to know the real financial situation of the Count House. How many gold coins are in the treasury? How long can it last with the current expenditure? This is the key to defeating the Count House. The most important information is where the secret treasury of the Count House is. Su Wenjiao said, my lord, the core secrets of the Count's residence that you mentioned, although I can be considered to be in a position of power, these secrets are only known to the Count. But please rest assured, I have some clues. I feel that the core treasury of the Count House is not far away. Well, this is the most important thing. It's much more important than the gold coins. You need to pay more attention. Zhang Jin said, don't worry, we will not let go of the meritorious minister. Su Wenjiao said, what about my son's military examination? 80%. Zhang Jin said directly. Su Wenjiao was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Then, he couldn't help but say, how long can this beast, Shenlang, stir up trouble? I can't stand it for another day. Zhang Jin frowned. He is just a worm, insignificant. Defeating the Count House is the most important thing. But now, Su Wenjiao wanted to kill Shenlang to vent his hatred. Zhang Jin said, isn't Tianheng planning to kill Shenlang? You just need to cooperate with him in the count house. Su Wenjiao said, yes, I will go to the count house tomorrow. I can't wait to trample this beast to death. In the evening, Shenlang returned to his courtyard. Today, he won a great victory and ruthlessly killed Su Wenjiao's spirit. But Shenlang didn't feel proud. He had asked around and investigated a lot today, so he made a decision. Shenlang had many maxims in life, and they were always changing. But there were a few that never changed. For example, there will always be unruly people who want to harm me. Another thing was that one had to think of others as maliciously as possible. Shenlang judged Su Wenjiao by his own standards and considered the problem from Su Wenjiao's perspective. What would a narrow-minded person like Su Wenjiao do when he gets slapped in the face? Bah, what would a narrow-minded person like Su Wenjiao do when he gets slapped in the face? Of course he would retaliate against me, and it would be from morning to night. Maybe he would join forces with an enemy to retaliate against me, such as Tianheng. As for how Su Wenjiao would retaliate against me, Shenlang, that was not important at all, because Shenlang wouldn't give him the chance to retaliate. What should one do when faced with someone full of hostility, someone who wants to harm you at every moment? Wait until he tries to harm you before retaliating. That would be a fool. You wouldn't survive more than 100 chapters. The only way was to make the first move and eliminate the enemy in the bud. Sorry, I think you might harm me, so I must make the first move. Of course, there were exceptions. You must wait for the enemy to make the first move to trigger the counterattack condition. For example, Tianheng, he had waited for several days. In short, thousands of words turned into one sentence. Su Wenjiao, I'll kill you, I'll do it tomorrow. No, time is money. I'll do it tonight, I'll do it now. I'll do it tomorrow. Shenlang arrived outside the count's room. The count and his wife were already asleep. Mother-in-law, father-in-law. Shenlang shouted with a beautiful voice. Humph. It was his father-in-law's voice. Hey, what happened to Lang Er? It was his mother-in-law's voice. Her voice was very gentle. Look, this is the result of putting his mother-in-law in front of his father-in-law. Shenlang said. Mr. Su was angry and left. He probably won't appear for a few days. However, the accounts of the count house have to be carried out as usual. There has been a lot of gold and silver coming in and out of the house. If the accounts are delayed for a few days, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to get the gold and silver out of the accounts. I happen to have some attainments in arithmetic. Why don't you let me handle the accounts for a few days and wait for Mr. Su to come back? The count said. Is there something that can't be said tomorrow? Damn, you count, how can you be angry when you wake up? It's only 9 o'clock in the evening. Why are you getting up so early? The wife said. Lang Er is just being nice. Can't you just talk nicely? Then, the wife's voice came from inside. Lang Er, come in and talk. Shenlang still waited outside for a while before he went in. He didn't want to see anything that he shouldn't see. The count had a look of displeasure on his face, but the madam looked at Shenlang with a smile. Tell me the truth. What are you thinking? The count said. What's the most important thing in front of your family? Open your heart, be smart and don't treat others as fools. Shenlang said. I suspect that Mr. Su Wenjiao is embezzling money from the count house. So, I want to check his accounts. Nonsense. The count slammed the table. He didn't like the fact that Shenlang would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. It's true that Su Wenjiao was looking for trouble with you today, but he was already humiliated by you. And now, you want to mess with him again, but his mother-in-law appreciated this very much. She felt that her husband was too lenient. This was the good thing about Shenlang. He didn't hide his thoughts and wasn't hypocritical at all. Shenlang said. Father-in-law, Su Wenjiao's annual salary is only 200 gold coins, but his sons all wear gold and silver. Not only do they marry, but they also have concubines. In Xuanwu City and even Nujiang Prefecture, he has many properties, more than 1,000 mu of land, which has already far exceeded his salary level. The count frowned and said. Lang Er, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. This sentence showed that Count was an understanding person, but most of the time he turned a blind eye to it. Shenlang said. Father-in-law is too kind, and you think too highly of people. Perhaps the amount of money Su Wenjiao has embezzled far exceeds your imagination and tolerance? The count's wife softly said, Lang Er, tell your mother, why are you targeting Su Wenjiao like this? Shen Lang said, Mother-in-law, it is true that Su Wenjiao is a narrow-minded person, but why is he targeting me? Why can't he wait to retaliate against me? Is it just because he has a deep relationship with his nephew, Wang Lian? Is there another reason? Is it because I blocked their way? These words hit the nail on the head. Su Wenjiao's slanderous words haven't entered, but young Master Shen's slanderous words came first. The count and his wife fell into a deep thought. Following that, Shen Lang took out 2 account books and said, These are Su Wenjiao's account books. Even though they are 2 very unimportant account books, they are all records of the wine purchased for the count's banquet. However, this son-in-law has already discovered serious corruption. Really? The wife asked. The count asked, Where did you get these 2 account books? Ahem, this is not important. Shen Lang said, I asked the crown prince to go to the accounting room to get it. Did he take it? It was obviously a theft. The count's face twitched. What a silly son, Shen Lang said, Master Lin is also good at arithmetic. Moreover, he is a noble and indifferent person. He treats money like dirt. This son-in-law wants to ask him to check the accounts of the count house. The meaning of Shen Lang's words was very clear. I will not be biased, so I let Master Lin, an upright person, supervise from the side. The count's wife took the 2 account books that Shen Lang handed over. Although she didn't understand it, she believed her son-in-law's words. If he said the problem is serious, then it should be serious. The wife said, Husband, it is good to check. But the count hesitated. After all, Su Wenjiao was his wife's distant relative. Because of this, he was more tolerant to Su Wenjiao. The count's wife said, After I married into the Kim clan in Xuanwu, I became a member of the Kim clan. I have to prioritize the family's interests. If we find out that Su Wenjiao didn't embezzle money, then it will be good. Even if he didn't embezzle a lot, we will close one eye. But if he embezzles too much, then we can't tolerate it. The count hesitated for a long time. He really didn't want to be a bad person. Although Su Wenjiao was narrow-minded and arrogant, he had followed the count for decades. Shen Lang said, Father-in-law, I am only responsible for checking the accounts. After checking, I will send everything to you. I will not say anything. The count frowned and then said, Okay, then he said in a serious tone, But I tell you, Shen Lang, Su Wenjiao is an elder of the count house. You must save his face. You can't tell anyone that you are checking the accounts. Once he comes back, regardless of whether you found out or not, you must stop immediately. Don't ruin his face. Shen Lang was speechless. His father-in-law's heart was too soft, and he was too tolerant. Yes. Shen Lang bowed and said. Su Wenjiao had lost a lot of face, so he wouldn't come back for at least 4 or 5 days. So Shen Lang still had plenty of time. But it was better to be safe than sorry. Maybe he would come back tomorrow morning. Shen Lang would make the best use of every minute and second. Yes, father-in-law. Shen Lang said, I will go now. After Shen Lang left, the earl pointed in the direction where he disappeared and said, Look, look, look. That little bastard, he will definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. I really don't know where he gets his vengeance from. The madam said, I think he is quite good. He has a true temperament, and he is open to us without hiding anything. The big fool is just a playmate in his village, and he is so good to him. I am quite relieved that Mulan is married to such a husband. The count was jealous and said, It is good for Mulan to marry Shen Lang, but isn't it good for you to marry me? The madam laughed and said, Good, good. Husband, you are also good. But you are too pedantic. The count said, I just can't stand him being so ungenerous. The madam said, It is enough for one of them to be generous. Mulan is generous enough. If Lang Er is even more generous, our family will suffer. In the accounting room, Shen Lang was stunned. Oh my, so many? The entire accounting room was piled up with thousands of account books. Old Master Lin said, There are more than 20 years of account books. How can it not be a lot? It will take a few months to go through all of them. If you want to thoroughly check the accounts, you will need at least a few dozen people. A month may not even be enough. With so many account books, it would take at least a month or two to check them all. How much time did Xianxia have? He did not know. At most, 4 or 5 days, but at most, only one night. Son-in-law, you only have one night, Mr. Lin said. Mr. Lin said, the man who opened the door for us is Su Wenjiao's most trusted disciple. When he saw you come to check the accounts, he released the news before dawn. Su Wenjiao will be back tomorrow morning. And once Su Wenjiao returned, he would take over the accounting room. The count was soft-hearted and tolerant. He would not refuse. Therefore, Xianxia could only leave the accounts unsettled. There would not be another chance in the future. At that time, Xianxia would only be a villain for nothing. It would be futile, and he would lose face. After the clerk who opened the door went out, his face immediately became gloomy. Then, he rushed to the house of the accounting room manager and informed him of the matter. This pretty boy actually came to check the accounts? We must send someone to inform Master Su Wenjiao. Once the door to the count house was closed, no one could leave. It would only open at dawn the next day. Should we set fire to the accounting room? Let's burn that pretty boy in there too, the clerk said coldly. The middle-aged manager could not help but glance at him. F***ck, I didn't know you were so fierce at such a young age. Idiot, if you don't want to live, then everyone will die. The middle-aged manager said, we will inform Master Su Wenjiao before dawn tomorrow. What can we find in one night? A manager on the side laughed coldly. There are thousands of account books. It will take a month to look at them. Without a few dozen people checking for a month or two, there is no way to find anything. That idiot pretty boy is dreaming. He wants to check the accounts in one night. His brain must be flooded with water. Even the gods can't find anything. Just wait for Master Su to slap his face tomorrow. But this pretty boy is scheming to check our accounts. We really can't let him live. Tomorrow, I will discuss with Master Su how to get rid of him. Interest groups were just that sharp, in the accounting room. Old Master Lin said, son-in-law, if you had such thoughts, you should have told me in advance. This way, I can think of a way to send Su Wenjiao away for a few days. Xianxia said, Old Master, you also suspect Su Wenjiao? Not suspect, but definitely. Old Master Lin said, Lord Count is too kind. He underestimates the evil of human nature. I have also wanted to check the accounts many times to see how much money Su Wenjiao has pocketed. I even sent a student to spy in his accounting room. When he said this, Xianxia was surprised. He did not expect there to be such a story. Old Master Lin said, that child worked undercover for 3 years before gaining some trust from Su Wenjiao. Finally, he was about to find the crucial data, but he suddenly fell ill and died. I'm afraid he was poisoned to death, Xianxia said. Old Master Lin said, I think so too, so I asked Dr. Xianxia to examine his body. He found that it was colic sand, and it was the most violent kind. Xianxia had seen Xianxia's medical skills. They were indeed brilliant. Old Master Lin said, from then on, I never had the chance to check Su Wenjiao's accounts. But I firmly believe that he must have embezzled a lot. Perhaps it was a very exaggerated number. It's just that he managed the accounting room flawlessly. Everyone here is his disciple and his disciple's disciple. Moreover, his attainments in arithmetic are very high. All the account books are flawless. There was no flawless account book. It was just that it was flawless on the surface. Sigh, son-in-law, you are too impatient. Mr. Lin said with great regret, the entire accounting room has been run by Su Wenjiao for decades. We can't find a single helper. With just the two of us, it will take at least 1 or 2 months to check all the accounts. And he will be back tomorrow morning. In just one night, there is not enough time to flip through so many account books. We won't be able to find anything. We will only alert the enemy. Was one night not enough? If it was just Xianxia and Mr. Lin, it would not be enough. Even a month might not be enough. But there was no need to check every account book. They only needed to check the core account books of each year. Of course, that would still be dozens of thick books. It would take at least 10 days to half a month. But Xianxia had a smart brain. Moreover, it was an evolved smart brain. It was time to let them feel the power of a genius. Xianxia said, "Old master, one night is short, but it might not be enough. We need to make the most of every moment. You have a certain understanding of these accounts, so please pick out the key account books for me. I will calculate them as fast as I can." There were thousands of account books here, and Xianxia could not check every one of them. He could only find the key account books to check and calculate. Even the crucial account books have dozens of them. Old Master Lin said, "Young master, even if you read through them once, it will take a few days and nights. There are less than 10 hours until daybreak." What he meant was that there were dozens of account books in just 10 hours. Even a god could not calculate them all. Xianxia smiled. "How would you know if you don't try? Let's get to work." Old Master Lin said, "I really can't believe you can do it, but I am willing to go crazy with you. If young master is really able to uncover that big worm, Su Wenjiao, then it wouldn't be as simple as striking a blow to a dissident. Instead, it would be a great merit for our Earl's mansion, and it would save the Kim clan from a huge loss." Next, Old Master Lin picked up the key account books from the mountain of account books. It was the kind of account books that involved the money in and out of an entire year or a quarter. After all, he had been in the count house for decades. He only needed to flip through a few pages to know which account books were key. He did not even need to flip through the pages. Just from the name of the account book, the table of contents, and even the thickness of the paper, he could determine the key account books. As he worked, Old Master Lin sighed. To the servants, the count is the best master, but he is not a hero. He is too magnanimous, too merciful, and too soft-hearted. Especially with the new policy in full swing, the count feels that the stability and unity of the people are the most important. So even if there are people with dirty hands, he will turn a blind eye. That is right, but it also gives some people space to fill their pockets. There is a limit to everything, and Su Wenjiao has exceeded that limit. I grew up in the count house, and I am the adopted son of the old count. The count house is my home. I will not allow any maggot to empty the century-old foundation of the Kim family. Old Master Lin's words were not false at all. Su Wenjiao had purchased a large amount of property and farmland outside, but Old Master Lin hadn't even purchased a single tile. The family ate and lived in the count house. Old Master Lin spoke as he worked. Soon, he picked out one key account book after another and placed them on the table in front of Xianxia. Xianxia opened the account book and quickly flipped through it. He was no longer just reading. He was taking pictures and scanning them. Then, he would automatically extract the data from the account book and enter it into the form. Previously, when he was reciting the Kim clan's teachings, Xianxia wasn't very proficient in using the brain, so it only took him half a minute to read one page. But now, it only took 10 seconds at most to turn a page. Mr. Lin happened to see Xianxia flipping through the account book so quickly. He was shocked. With such a fast speed, he probably wouldn't even be able to read a few words, let alone memorize and analyze the relevant data. Therefore, he didn't dare to have any hope for tonight's audit. Sigh, I shouldn't have had any hope in the first place, Mr. Lin thought to himself. Even so, he didn't slack off. He carefully picked out one key account book after another from the pile and placed them in front of Xianxia. Mr. Lin couldn't control whether or not Xianxia could do his job well, but he had to do his job well. However, he didn't dare to have any hope in his heart. After more than 5 hours, the Lin father and son placed 35 key account books in front of Xianxia. "Son-in-law, I've finished what you wanted me to do," Mr. Lin said. Mr. Lin said, "Although there might be some missing, most of the key accounts are here." "Thank you, old master," Xianxia said. "It's already late at night. You're old. Go and rest." Mr. Lin said, "Son-in-law, is there anything else you need me to help you with?" "No," Xianxia said. "Go and rest now." Mr. Lin watched as Xianxia flipped through the account books quickly. He wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. He would do his best and leave the rest to fate. However, this time, he didn't manage to dig out the big worm, Su Wenjiao. Mr. Lin was not satisfied. Count was too kind and forgiving. It wasn't that Mr. Lin didn't mention this matter, but Mr. Count rejected it. During special times, the unity of the people is greater than heaven. Su Wenjiao has many shortcomings, but I think he is loyal to the Count house. These were Count's words. What else could Mr. Lin say? There was no proof. If he said anything more, he would be jealous of his colleague and destroy the unity. Mr. Lin had already decided that when he passed away, he would leave a letter in blood for Count. This amount should be enough for Count to be vigilant and pay attention to it. Then, I will leave, Mr. Lin said. He didn't have any hope for Xianxia's actions tonight. Take care, Mr. Xianxia said. He continued to flip through the account books, and his speed became faster and faster. This was because he was becoming more and more adept at using the AI. Another hour or so passed. Xianxia finally finished flipping through the dozens of key account books. He extracted all the data into the AI and made it into a detailed table. Next, he used the AI to quickly calculate. He needed to find the flaws in the account books and find out how much the worm, Su Wenjiao, had embezzled from the Count house over the past 20 years. Modern accountants were amazing, but they couldn't create flawless falsification of accounts. Su Wenjiao, a wild accountant, couldn't do it. But if he calculated normally, even with an abacus, it would take at least a month or two. But for the AI, many incomparably complex calculations took only a moment. As Xianxia calculated quickly in his mind, he used a pen and paper to draw out a table, clearly listing the calculated data on the table. This way, even a layman like Count could see the discrepancies in the accounts. Just like that, one table after another appeared under Xianxia's pen. Su Wenjiao's falsification of accounts had nowhere to hide. However, when the data was clearly displayed on the paper, Xianxia was a little shocked. He knew that Su Wenjiao would embezzle a lot, but he didn't expect it to be this much. The sky was just beginning to brighten. The door of the Count house opened. Dozens of people either riding horses or driving carriages came out of the Count house. These were all normal people coming and going, and it was completely uncontrollable. One of them rushed to Su Wenjiao's house as fast as he could. Lord Su, something bad has happened. Xianxia and Mr. Lin suddenly entered the accounting room last night. Mr. Lin left the accounting room around noon, and Xianxia hasn't come out yet. I'm afraid they want to check the accounts and retaliate against you. The man panted as he reported. Su Wenjiao was stunned at first, then laughed. The ignorant are fearless. What's there to be afraid of? Check my accounts? Su Wenjiao said. My accounts are flawless, and there have been no problems for more than 20 years. How long does Xianxia have to check the accounts? Even if you give him 10 days to half a month, he won't find anything. Thousands of account books, and it would take him a month to look through them. It's a complete fool's dream to find anything in one night. Su Wenjiao said proudly. Besides, he doesn't have time. He'll be finished soon. He knew Tianheng, and he would never speak without thinking. If he said there was a killer move that could kill Xianxia in one blow, then there must be. Xianxia, I originally wanted to kill you, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to me. Su Wenjiao thought to himself. This is good. I even have a reason to slander you. He knew Lord Count too well. He was kind and generous, and he cared about the old man's reputation. Once Su Wenjiao appeared in the Count house, in the accounting room, Lord Count would definitely ask Xianxia to stop checking the accounts and let him leave. At this time, the State of Yu's new policy was in full swing. What was most important to Lord Count was people's hearts and unity. Therefore, this time, not only would Xianxia not find anything, but he would also be rebuffed. If Su Wenjiao made a scene again, to appease the people, Lord Count would probably whip Xianxia. Let's go back to the Count house. Just in time to burn the fire under Xianxia's buttocks, and with Tianheng's help, they would completely destroy Xianxia. You little brat, how dare you provoke me? You're courting death. After entering the Count house, Su Wenjiao's eyes were red, and he knelt in front of Lord Count. Lord, you don't believe me? Su Wenjiao asked in a sobbing voice. The Count could not reveal his face and said, There's no such thing. Su Wenjiao said, When I passed by the accounting room, I found son-in-law Xianxia inside. Do you not trust me? Do you want to check my accounts? Then, Su Wenjiao's mouth was like a firecracker. Perhaps this lowly one has this and that shortcoming, but towards the Earl and the Kim clan, I'm loyal and devoted. Over the past 20-odd years, there has not been a day where I have not worked my heart out and worked my heart out. Su Wenjiao cowed out and said, I am only in my 50s, but my hair and beard are all white. Now, just because of a child, you don't trust an old man who has served you for more than 20 years. What is the point of me living? Su Wenjiao slammed his head against the wall. Don't do this. Master Count quickly rushed forward and stopped Su Wenjiao. Even though he knew that Su Wenjiao was acting, he still had to do it. Su Wenjiao took the opportunity to hug the Count's legs and said passionately, Master, I entered the Count's residence when I was a teenager. I grew up in front of the old master. In the entire Count's residence, there is no one as loyal and devoted as me. Master, if I can cut my heart out right now and let you see if it's red or white. Su Wenjiao said while pounding his chest. The meaning behind his words was very clear. I, Su Wenjiao, am so loyal and devoted, yet I am being treated like this. My lord, are you trying to force an old man like me to death? Get up, get up. Master Count said gently, Wenjiao, of course I believe in your loyalty to the Xianwu mansion. Su Wenjiao was still kneeling on the ground and crying. He had no intention of getting up. Of course, Master Count knew what Su Wenjiao wanted. Someone, go to the accounting room and ask the young master to come out. Stop. Master Count said. Su Wenjiao still didn't get up. He hugged the Count's legs and said loudly, My lord, if you suspect that I've been disloyal, if you suspect that I've done something wrong to the Count's mansion, then you can send someone to search my house. Then everything will be clear. Master Count frowned. He even dared to say that he was going to confiscate the house. Wouldn't that disappoint everyone in the Earl's mansion? Suddenly, he said helplessly, Go and ask the young master to come to me immediately. Yes. The second group of people rushed to the accounting room. Su Wenjiao was satisfied. He crawled up from the ground. Master Count wasn't happy, but he could only comfort Su Wenjiao. Su Wenjiao's face was full of gratitude, but his heart was full of pride. Shenlang, you arrogant bastard. You want to fight with me? Su Wenjiao knew Count's temperament too well. He was smart, but he was soft-hearted. No matter what he did, he liked to take it slow. He was full of the elegance and calmness of a noble. He would always take care of his subordinates. He really couldn't bring himself to turn hostile in public. Bang, the door to the accounting room was flung open. A middle-aged steward rushed in with 4 servants. A trace of hostility and complacency flashed in his eyes as he looked at Shenlang. Humph, don't be fooled by the fact that you're the son-in-law of the Count house, but you're just a son-in-law. How can you compare to our master Su? What a disgrace. The middle-aged manager thought to himself. However, he was still very respectful on the surface. He bowed and said, Young master, the Count wants you to stop everything and leave the accounting room. Shenlang opened his eyes and looked outside the door. It's daybreak, time passed by so quickly. Unknowingly, the sun had risen. When the middle-aged manager saw this, he was even more disdainful. This young master was really whimsical. I'm afraid you can't even finish reading an account book in one night. You want to check the accounts? That's really stupid. If you want to check the accounts, you'll need at least a dozen professionals to do it for a month or 2. Then, the second group of people rushed in and shouted, Young master, the Count wants you to go to the hall and apologize to Mr. Su Wenjiao. When this was said, the people present were even more proud. These people were the stewards and assistants of the accounting office. They were bound together with Su Wenjiao for good or for bad. Shenlang nodded and said, Got it. I'll go now. Then, he put the thick stack of white papers in his arms and walked towards the hall. The middle-aged manager wanted to take the stack of white papers from Shenlang's arms and have a closer look. However, he didn't have the guts to do so. Besides, it was only one night. What could Shenlang find out? What was there to worry about, in the hall? The Count was sitting in the main seat, and Su Wenjiao was sitting in the lower left corner. He was thinking that Tianheng said that he had a killer move to deal with Shenlang, but he didn't know what kind of killer move it was. Originally, Su Wenjiao should have waited for Shenlang to apologize to him before slandering him. However, he couldn't wait that long. "Count, there is one thing that I don't know if I should say." Su Wenjiao wanted to say something. The count said, "Say it." Su Wenjiao said, "I heard some rumors in Xuanwu City. They said that Shen Lang is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He is obviously very smart, but he pretended to be stupid and incompetent. I'm afraid that there is a danger in his heart." Hearing this, the count was not happy. He immediately frowned. Although he often scolded his son-in-law, Shen Lang, he was still very fond of him. This kind of beautiful, smart, naughty, sweet mouth, and love to cause trouble, was the most popular among adults. Although the count's mind was old-fashioned and conservative, deep in his heart, he still yearned for Shen Lang's personality. Su Wenjiao saw the count frown. He thought that he had touched the bottom of his heart. He was even more encouraged and said, "The reason why Miss Mulan chose Shen Lang as her son-in-law was because he looked the most incompetent and the least ambitious. But now, it seems that Shen Lang is very ambitious." The count didn't like to hear this. "What, you said that Shen Lang is ambitious? Although I, Xianxia, am kind and forgiving, I am not blind. Shen Lang, that little ruffian, was so ambitious, his biggest dream is to take revenge on Tianheng and Su Qianqian. If that little bastard is ambitious, I, Count Xuanwu, would want to be the emperor. Master Count, it's okay when you are alive. But after you die, with the prince's talent, how can he control Shen Lang?" Su Wenjiao said, "Of course, there is also Miss Mulan. But she is a woman after all, and her husband is the closest person to her. In addition, Shen Lang is beautiful and good at sweet talk. I am afraid that when the time comes, Xianwu Mansion will have a new owner." When he spoke up to hear, Su Wenjiao's voice was incomparably sincere as he said, "Master, every time I think of this, I toss and turn restlessly in my bed, and I'm unable to sleep at night. That's why I'm targeting young Master Chen Lang like this. These are all words from the bottom of my heart." Su Wenjiao was a person who was eager for quick success. He couldn't wait to burn the fire, but he forgot that this kind of thing could not be done in one go. At this time, Shen Lang walked in. "Greetings, father-in-law." Usually, Shen Lang had a lazy look on his face, and his handsome face was filled with rashness. But at this time, he was very serious. Master Count didn't like Su Wenjiao to stir up trouble. He just wanted to end everything quickly, and then slowly take away the power in his hands. Therefore, he said, "Shen Lang, you apologize to Mr. Su Wenjiao here. After all, you are a student, and your attitude yesterday was not good." Master Count's attitude was very clear. He wanted Shen Lang to apologize for yesterday's attitude, not for the audit. It was obvious that he still had a clear mind. He thought that Shen Lang was not wrong to audit the accounts. However, Su Wenjiao was too proud to hear the hidden meaning. He pointed at Shen Lang and said bitterly, "Son-in-law Shen Lang, how did I offend you? How can you be so narrow-minded and want to audit my accounts? Do you think that I am filling my own pockets? I, Su Wenjiao, am open and aboveboard, heaven and earth can bear witness." Shen Lang didn't say anything, he just quietly watched his performance. Su Wenjiao raised his voice and said, "Young Master Shen, you are so narrow-minded that you can't wait to drive me away. Do you have any ulterior motives?" Then, he turned to look at Master Count and said, "Master, now that the new policy is in full swing, the old nobles everywhere are in a panic. Our Xianwu Mansion is a thorn in the governor's side." Shen Lang stirred up trouble at this time, disturbed the people's hearts, and sowed discord. "We have to be careful, and we have to punish him. Are you finally done with your performance? It's my turn." Shen Lang looked at him and said lightly, "Su Wenjiao, I knew that you would be corrupt, but I really didn't expect that you would be so greedy. You are just the head of the accounting department in the Count House, but you have embezzled nearly 30,000 gold coins in the past 20 years. It's really shocking and crazy." Shen Lang raised his voice to the extreme and shouted, "Su Wenjiao, where is your conscience? Was it eaten by a dog? 30,000 gold coins." Su Wenjiao almost jumped up when he heard this number. "Lang is what you said true?" Master Count suddenly stood up. His eyes widened in disbelief. He knew that Su Wenjiao's hands were more or less dirty, but the amount of money that he had embezzled over the years should not be more than 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins. Unexpectedly, Shen Lang opened his mouth and said 30,000 gold coins, which was 10 times more than the original amount. The most horrified person was Su Wenjiao. Because he knew exactly how much money he had embezzled. He knew every account like the back of his hand. In the past 20 years, he had embezzled about 30,000 gold coins. So when Xianxia said the number 30,000, his heart almost stopped beating. His legs suddenly trembled. Then, there was a burst of tinnitus. But soon, he forced himself to calm down. Xianxia was definitely guessing blindly. What could he possibly find out in a single night? Even reading an account book was hard enough. Even a god couldn't do a thorough investigation. Without dozens of people working for a month, it was impossible to find out everything. Xianxia, you are really shameless, ridiculous. Su Wenjiao said sternly, you said that I embezzled 30,000 gold coins. Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? Then, Su Wenjiao suddenly knelt in front of Master Count and said loudly, Master Count, I, Su Wenjiao, have been loyal to the Count house for 20 years. Even if I don't have any merit, I have worked hard. Now, Xianxia is slandering me for embezzling 30,000 gold coins. He's just a little son-in-law, yet he's already so arrogant. When Lord Earl passes away in the future, wouldn't he want to take over the Black Tortoise City's Jin family's 100 years of foundation would be destroyed in his hands? Su Wenjiao, I thought your accounting would be perfect, but I didn't expect it to be full of loopholes. Xianxia chuckled and said, don't jump, you are dead. Then, he put the results of his audit on the table one by one, so that Master Count could see it clearly. Su Wenjiao, you have made these accounts very beautiful. There are thousands of account books, all kinds of expenses, income and so on. There are also hundreds of data every day. Xianxia, you want to cover up the truth in these complicated accounts? That is really whimsical. No matter how beautiful the accounts are, it is useless. I only care about the core data, the income and expenses of the Count house every year. Xianwu Mansion has 4 main sources of income: food from the fief, silk, iron from Wanya Island, and salt. There are 6 main expenses of the Count's mansion: the salaries of the personnel, the taxes paid to the lord, the military expenses for the 2,700 troops, the expenses for various festivals and celebrations, the expenses for entertaining distinguished guests, the purchase of daily necessities, and the construction of the fief. The focus of your embezzlement is on the repeated salary of the personnel, construction of the fief, and daily necessities. Of course, this is just your way of embezzlement in the early stage. In the later stage, your ambition became bigger and bigger. You even put your hands of embezzlement into the army of the Count house and the salt and iron. Xianxia said sternly, the composition of the infantry and cavalry is the same as the 2,700 troops. If you take into account the changes in the price of goods and the salary of the soldiers, why is the expenditure of this army increasing every year, and the increase is getting faster and faster? Su Wenjiao's face was pale. He shouted, Lord Count, no matter how crazy I am, I have no right to interfere with the private army of the Count house. It is ridiculous to say that I am embezzling the military expenses. Yes, you do not have the right to embezzle the military expenses. Su Wenjiao sneered, but every year, the horses, armors, and weapons of the army will be damaged, and they will have to be replaced. Then where did these obsolete weapons and armors go? Su Wenjiao said, of course they are sent back to the furnace to be reforged. Xianxia laughed, then why is the production of iron in the smelting workshop not increasing? Or the increase is getting smaller and smaller every year. Xianxia said, also, one of the biggest sources of income of the fief of the Xianwu mansion is salt and iron. Why is the production of these 2 kinds of minerals decreasing every year? Su Wenjiao said, how would I know? Xianxia, that's because you're the one who handles the salt and iron transactions every time. You used all kinds of methods to make the salt and iron disappear. Then, you took the salt and iron as your own and sold it privately. Ha ha ha. Su Wenjiao laughed and said, you don't have any evidence at all. It's all your own speculation. Evidence? Xianxia sneered, you are too greedy. The salt and iron that you floated away also needed to be packed in gunny sacks, bamboo baskets, carriages, and boats. The production of salt and iron has decreased, so the amount of gunny sacks and bamboo baskets should have decreased as well. But it didn't. On the contrary, it has increased. This is the evidence. This is the flaw that you revealed. Then, Shenlang pointed out the data on the table to Count. "Father-in-law, the data on this is very clear." Shenlang said, "You only need to take a look at it to understand everything." When Mr. Count took the report from Shenlang, his hands were trembling slightly. Although he had a soft temper, he was good at reading people. He could see that Shenlang had a card up his sleeve and that Su Wenjiao was weak on the inside. Therefore, he didn't need to look at the report to be able to judge. But when he saw the report, Mr. Count was still shocked. Shenlang was able to make the accounting data so clear. All kinds of income, all kinds of expenses, everything was clear at a glance. Even a layman like Mr. Count could see through it at a glance. With this kind of ability, it was really amazing. What was even more clever was that he didn't care about the fake accounts that Su Wenjiao made. He didn't care about the details at all. Instead, he directly focused on the two basic data of the Count house. No matter how Su Wenjiao made the accounts, it was useless. However, the loopholes in Su Wenjiao's accounts were still discovered by Shenlang. Every single one of them was real evidence, and it couldn't be any clearer. For example, during the Chinese New Year celebration the year before last, the Count house had purchased 1,000 more bottles of wine than the previous year. However, they didn't finish the wine after the celebration, so they returned the 1,000 bottles of wine with only a 30% discount. Just like that, the Count's mansion had lost dozens of gold coins. Su Wenjiao's way of making money was really full of tricks. It was an eye-opener for Mr. Count. Mr. Count was trembling as he read through the report from Shenlang. His heart was filled with anger, amazement, and joy. Of course, he was angry because of Su Wenjiao. As for amazement and joy, it was all because of Shenlang. He didn't expect his son-in-law to be so smart and knowledgeable. In just one night, he had checked all the accounts clearly. How? How did he do it? Mr. Count wasn't proficient in arithmetic, so he couldn't imagine it at all. From this, it could be seen that Mr. Count was also an amazing person. At this time, he should be completely immersed in anger because he was betrayed, and the Count house had suffered such a huge loss. However, he had the extra thought to be happy because of his son-in-law's excellence. "Let Mr. Lin come," Mr. Count ordered. A moment later, Mr. Lin came. "Look, these are the accounts that Shenlang made last night, Mr. Count said. Mr. Lin took the report and carefully read it. Then, he was completely stunned. He first raised his head and glanced at Shenlang before continuing to look at the reports. How? How was this possible? In just a single night, Shenlang had actually managed to check all the accounts clearly. How? How did he do it? It was completely unimaginable. Layman didn't think it was amazing, but Mr. Lin was an expert. Therefore, no words could describe the shock in his heart. How is it? Mr. Count asked. A genius, a genius. Mr. Lin bowed and said, "Congratulations, my lord, for placing such a genius in my Xianwu mansion. This kind of mathematical talent, this kind of accounting method, I have never seen or heard of it." Mr. Count smiled and looked at Shenlang. "Don't be arrogant, understand?" "Yes, my lord," Shenlang said. Then, Mr. Count looked at Su Wenjiao and said in a cold voice, "I have relied on you for more than 20 years. I know that your hands and feet are not clean, but when the water is too clear, there will be no fish, so I turned a blind eye. I didn't expect you to be so crazy." It was rare for Mr. Count to be angry, but this time, he was really angry. Su Wenjiao's face was pale, and his legs were trembling. He felt that he couldn't breathe, cold sweat kept breaking out on his back, and he couldn't feel a trace of warmth in his body. Mr. Count said sternly, "Su Wenjiao, what else do you have to say?" Su Wenjiao gasped desperately. This was not the time to admit his guilt. If he admitted it, then it would be over. He had to stubbornly resist to the end. He had to wait for the big shots behind him to save him. And the gold coins that he had hidden was the key to his survival. Su Wenjiao gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Count, if you want to blame someone, you can always find a way to frame them. The Count house has a financial deficit, and you want to start with us? Just arrest me. Why do you have to pour dirty water on my head?" Mr. Count's body was shaking in anger. He patted the papers in his hand and said, "Isn't this evidence?" Su Wenjiao said, "To catch a thief, to catch the dirty." You keep saying that I embezzled 30,000 gold coins? Where are the gold coins? Where is the evidence? Take it out. You are accusing me of embezzlement? Where are the gold coins? Where is it? Where is it? Xianxia is ignorant and incompetent. His heart is not in the right place. You want to use the things he wrote to pin a crime on me? I won't accept it. Mr. Count, I am only hired by you. I am not a servant of the Count House. The Count House does not have the power to deal with me privately. I have the honor of the state of you. What was the meaning of a cornered beast fighting? What was the meaning of making people crazy before destroying them? This was it. Su Wenjiao vividly played out all the ugly scenes. Mr. Count was trembling with anger. He did not think that once a person shed all pretense of cordiality, they would be so ugly. This person was shameless to this point. Was it because he was too lenient that the thief lost his fear of him? Su Wenjiao loudly shouted, "Everyone, come and see. Shen's son-in-law wants to wipe out the dissidents. Someone is going to make a move on us, the old people of the Count House." However, the gold coins that Su Wenjiao had embezzled were the most important. Mr. Count clenched the cup in his hand and took a sip of tea. He suppressed the anger in his heart and calmly said, "Su Wenjiao, hand over the gold coins. I will spare your life because of our friendship for more than 20 years. Now the Count House was facing a financial crisis. Only Mr. Count knew this. If he could get the gold coins back, it would be greatly alleviated. Su Wenjiao's heart was more certain that the gold coins were his life-saving charm. His life was not worth much, but the gold coins were very important to the Count House. Of course, it was also a huge attraction to the big shots behind him. Su Wenjiao loudly said, "I did not embezzle. How can I hand over the gold coins? All of this is Xianxia framing me. I hope Mr. Count will investigate this so that the hearts of the old people of the Count House will not be cold." Su Wenjiao desperately wanted to make the matter bigger and make everyone panic. The most important thing for the Count House now was stability and unity. He wanted to find a way to make everyone feel insecure. After all, he was not the only one who had embezzled money. Xianxia took a step forward and said, "Su Wenjiao, you just ruined your last chance to live." Su Wenjiao sneered, "I did not embezzle money. Why don't you show me the evidence? Why don't you show me the gold coins that I embezzled?" A shameless man was invincible. "I will let you die in peace and in a tragic way." Xianxia squatted down and said, "You don't say. Do I really know where your secret vault is?" "In your dreams." Su Wenjiao laughed. His secret vault was only known to two people, him and his eldest son. Even his wife didn't know. Even if Xianxia died, it would be impossible for him to know where his vault was. "Want to blackmail me? Do you think I, Su Wenjiao, am 3 years old?" Xianxia took out the note from his pocket and handed it to the Count, "Father-in-law, let's go to this place and see Mr. Su Wenjiao's secret vault." The Count took a look and was surprised. "Lang'er, can you really recover the gold coins?" If he could recover the gold coins, it would be a great contribution to the Count House. Xianxia, 99%. The Count loudly said, "Jin Zhong, Jin Hui, you take 100 cavalries and escort Su Wenjiao to his secret vault. Listen to the Count's orders." Half an hour later, Xianxia, Jin Hui, and Jin Zhong led 100 cavalrymen from the Count House and escorted Su Wenjiao to a certain place. Then, Su Wenjiao's face turned paler and paler, and his body trembled more and more. Finally, a group of cavalrymen stopped in a remote valley. There was nothing here, only a stone sentry post, and it was already half abandoned. "Come down, Mr. Su Wenjiao," Xianxia said calmly. At this time, Su Wenjiao could no longer move. His legs were as limp as boiled noodles. This scene is a little familiar. In the name of the people from a different world, 2 warriors from the Count House directly carried him down. You should be very familiar with this place. To others, this place is not worth mentioning at all, but to you, it is very, very important. Xianxia said, "Am I right, Mr. Su Wenjiao?" Su Wenjiao could barely breathe, but he still stubbornly said, I don't know what you are talking about." He was still stubborn even in the face of death. 100 cavalrymen immediately set up a defense around the area. Jin Zhong, Jin Hui, and a dozen warriors entered the abandoned sentry post together. Bang, he kicked the door open and a black shadow dashed out, trying to escape. Jin Hui was an expert. How could he let him escape? He easily grabbed the man's neck and lifted him up. Whoosh, the black figure suddenly shot out a poisonous arrow from his sleeve. Jin Hui quickly blocked it with his arm. There was a small shield on it, and the poisonous arrow was knocked away. Then, he moved like lightning and easily broke the black figure's arms and legs. Kacha, kacha, ah. The man in black let out an incomparably shrill scream. No. Su Wenjiao also let out a miserable cry. Jin Hui stepped forward and abruptly tore off the black-clothed man's mask, revealing a face filled with fear and hatred. It looked very familiar. It was Su Wenjiao's son, Su Tian. He was responsible for guarding the secret treasury here. This sentry post has been abandoned. What are you doing here? Jin Zhong asked. Why do you care? Su Tian said coldly, can't I play here? Shen Lang said, don't talk to him. There's a secret door underground. Dig it out. More than a dozen warriors stepped forward. They did not know where the secret door was, nor did they know where the mechanism was. However, he could just dig 3 feet into the ground. More than half an hour later, the ground of this abandoned outpost was dug more than 2 feet deep. Sure enough, a secret door appeared on the ground with a huge iron lock hanging on it. Jin Hui stepped forward and slashed down with his blade. In the end, the lock was fine, but the saber was broken. This lock is made of tungsten. You can't cut it with a knife. Shen Lang said, it must be opened with a key. If I'm not wrong, Mr. Su Wenjiao definitely carries this key with him. Su Wenjiao immediately began to struggle with all his might. Jin Zhong stepped forward and searched his body, but he couldn't find the key. However, when he took out Su Wenjiao's hairpin, he found it especially heavy, so he pulled it hard. After the outer shell was torn off, the shape of a key was revealed. This Su Wenjiao was really scheming. He actually transformed the vault key into a hairpin. Jin Zhong held the key and indeed opened the incomparably sturdy black lock and pushed open the extremely heavy door. This door was also made of iron. Su Wenjiao really went all out. After pushing the door open, a flight of stairs appeared, extending underground. There was indeed an underground secret room here. Jin Zhong and Jin Hui escorted Su Wenjiao down the stairs and into the underground secret room. It was pitch black here. They couldn't see anything. Jin Zhong lit a torch with a match. Then, the people present were all stunned. All of them were gold coins. The shelves in this small secret room were filled with all kinds of boxes, all of which were gold coins. Not only that, there were all kinds of jewelry, antiques, paintings, and so on. It was simply a treasure house. They really didn't expect that Su Wenjiao, a steward of the Count House, could embezzle so much money in just 20 years. Jin Zhong and Jin Hui were really angry. Su Wenjiao, if the old Count didn't take you in because you were a distant relative of the madam, you would be a poor scholar. If the old Count didn't support you, how could you pass the county examination? How could you be proficient in arithmetic? Your clothes, your food, your house, your wife, your children, everything you have is given by the Count House. Is this how you repay the Xianwu mansion? You are so cruel and unscrupulous, you are worse than a beast. Shen Lang found an account book on the shelf. This was completely Su Wenjiao's corruption diary. He clearly remembered when and how much he had embezzled. Shen Lang smiled and said, Mr. Su Wenjiao, is the evidence irrefutable? Huff. Huff. Su Wenjiao gasped for breath. He couldn't speak at all. He couldn't stand at all and collapsed to the ground. But there was one thing that he was unwilling to accept. The location of this secret vault was top secret. Even his wife didn't know about it. How could Shen Lang know about it? Su Wenjiao hissed, Shen Lang, I didn't tell anyone about the location of this secret vault. How did you know about it? Not only Su Wenjiao, but Jin Zhong and Jin Hui were also puzzled. This secret vault was completely top secret. How did Shen Lang know about it? Shen Lang sneered and said, Su Wenjiao, you are too greedy. You even want the Count House to pay for the construction of the vault. In the account book from 9 years ago, you lost 20,000 jin of iron and bought 25 jin of ferrotungsten. During those years, this was the only outpost that was abandoned. Furthermore, this was the only outpost that was abandoned. More than 130 people were mobilized to demolish this outpost. Do you think everyone is a fool? You idiot. You even told me the location of the vault in the account book. Jin Zhong and Jin Hui admired Su Wenjiao from the bottom of their hearts. Shen Lang was able to determine the location of Su Wenjiao's vault from these clues. He was really smart. Su Wenjiao was about to go crazy. He pointed at Shen Lang and hissed, "Are you a human or a ghost? Are you a human or a ghost? Load up all the golden treasures and bring them back to the count house. Bring that scum Su Wenjiao back as well." Shen Lang ordered. Yes. Jin Zhong dragged Su Wenjiao back. Su Wenjiao's eldest son, Su Tian, was paralyzed on the ground. He looked at Shen Lang with hatred. Shen Lang said, "Kill this man. Cut off his head." Su Tian was shocked and hissed, "How dare you? The state of Yu has new policies. Local nobles have no right to punish their subordinates, let alone kill them." Shen Lang sneered, "Idiot. Who will know if I kill you here? Burn your body to ashes and scatter it into the sea." Jin Hui stepped forward and was about to cut off Su Tian's head. Shen Lang suddenly said, "Why don't I try?" He didn't want to kill, but he needed to experience the cruelty of this world. Jin Hui was stunned. He passed the knife to Shen Lang. Then, the expert Jin Hui pressed Su Tian down forcefully, not letting him struggle. Shen Lang took the sharp knife and touched Su Tian's neck. He pressed a few times and then made a gentle cut. Jin Hui's eyes twitched. Huh? Why does it feel like the son-in-law is more skilled than me when it comes to cutting people? The convoy returned with a full load. When the count saw the gold, jewelry, and antiques, he was full of surprise and infinite pain. He doubted himself. Did I do something wrong? I'm so tolerant, but I raised such an ingrate. Am I just a muddle-headed ruler? If it weren't for his son-in-law, Shen Lang, Su Wenjiao would have gotten away with it for a long time. Who knows how much more wealth he would have stolen from the count house. Good son-in-law, thanks to Shen Lang, the count house was able to recover such a huge loss. Thanks to Shen Lang, the current financial crisis of the count house could be alleviated. The count looked at Shen Lang. There were thousands of words that he didn't want to say. Because it was his own family, it would be too polite to say thank you. Then, the count looked at Su Wenjiao coldly and said, "Su Wenjiao, what else do you have to say now?" Su Wenjiao's body trembled, then he suddenly knelt on the ground, walked over on his knees, hugged the earl's legs, and said, "My lord, it's all my fault for being blinded by lard. It's all my fault. Please don't be angry and harm your health." The count kicked him away and said sternly, "Stop acting. I must have been blind to have trusted you all this time and put you in an important position. I didn't expect the human heart to be so sinister." Su Wenjiao crawled over on his knees again and hugged the count's legs. He wailed, "My lord, please spare my life. Please, for the sake of old master, for the sake of madam, for the sake of my 20 years of loyalty, please spare my lowly life." The count kicked him away again. He was completely heartbroken. Su Wenjiao crawled in front of Shen Lang and kowtowed desperately. He cried and begged, "My lord, it's all my fault. I'm blind. I didn't recognize Mount Tai and offended you. I'm stupid beyond measure, I'm cruel and unscrupulous, I beg you, for the sake of my old age, spare my lowly life, I beg you, I beg you." Shen Lang said to Yu, "Father-in-law, Su Wenjiao must be killed." As soon as he said that, everyone present was a little shocked. Su Wenjiao, who was hugging Shen Lang's thigh, suddenly froze. Count rarely killed people, especially old people like Su Wenjiao. Even if he embezzled so many gold coins, at most, he would be sent to the countryside to spend the rest of his life. But Shen Lang just said that he wanted to kill him. Old Master Lin said, "Son-in-law, Su Wenjiao is not a servant of our count house. He is only an employee. We, the count house, do not have the right to kill him. At most, we can hand him over to the mayor's mansion." This was one of the new policies of the state of Yu. No nobles had the right to interfere with civil affairs. Other than the slaves who signed the contract, they had no right to judge or kill their subordinates. Shen Lang said, "Su Wenjiao not only embezzled a lot of gold coins, but he also colluded with foreign enemies." If we hand him over to the mayor's mansion, I'm afraid he will be free in a few days. He will be sent to a place beyond the reach of Xianwu mansion. When Su Wenjiao heard this, he suddenly trembled. Fine, pretty boy, I'm begging you like a dog, but you're still biting me and won't let go. He couldn't help but shout, Shen Lang, don't slander me. Shen Lang said, you've embezzled close to 30,000 gold coins in total, but there's only 11,000 gold coins in your treasury. You bought so many estates and mansions, and your family is living extravagantly, but all of this is only worth 5,000 gold coins in total. Plus the people you bribed, it is at most 2,000 gold coins. Then where did the rest of the 10,000 gold coins go? As soon as this was said, Count's eyes narrowed. Shen Lang said, if I'm not wrong, you gave these gold coins to the mayor's mansion and Taisho prefecture. Your second son is not in Xuanwu City. Where did he go? I'm afraid that he has gone to the capital. If I'm not wrong, he will be one of the candidates for the next martial examination. Su Wenjiao, not only did you embezzle the money of the Count house, but you also colluded with the enemy and planned to attack my Xianwu mansion. Shen Lang said lightly, so, not only did you embezzle money, but you also betrayed us completely. Su Wenjiao said sternly, you have no evidence, don't even think about framing me. Shen Lang fiercely threw the secret account book of the treasury onto Su Wenjiao's face and said in a stern voice, open your eyes wide and take a look. You clearly remember every single gold coin that you bribed. You clearly remember it. Lord Count took the account book. Sure enough, every bribe was clearly recorded on the list. However, he didn't name them. Instead, he used number 1, number 2, and number 3. However, one could easily guess which forces number 1, number 2, and number 3 belonged to. Lord Count closed his eyes and calmed himself down. He slowly asked, Su Wenjiao, why? What have I done to you all these years? In the face of irrefutable evidence, Su Wenjiao knew that there was no room for him to quibble. He straightened his body and said coldly, Lord Count, you are really forgetful. 3 years ago, I wanted to recommend my second son to the Count house to be a baihu, but you refused. Did you forget? Was it because of this? You want to betray me? Lord Count said. I gave him a chance, but he didn't pass the martial examination and the written examination. How could I let him be a baihu? The Count house's private army is the foundation of the Kim family. How can I abandon justice? My own nephew wanted to join the private army, but I rejected him. Su Wenjiao sneered and said, I have been loyal to you for more than 20 years. You are not willing to give my son a future. What is this if not ruthless? Besides, the new government is in full swing. The Xianwu mansion is like a sinking ship. Why should I die with it? Can't I find another way out? Lord Count said, is looking for another way out betraying the Kim family? Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles, Su Wenjiao said. I will kill you. Lord Count suddenly pulled out his giant sword. Lord Count, you can't kill me. Su Wenjiao smiled and said, I gave away so many gold coins, not only for the future of my son, but also for today. I am only hired by you. I am not a slave of the Kim family. No matter what crime I have committed, you have no right to punish me, let alone kill me. Otherwise, you will be interfering with local civil affairs, which is a violation of national law. Moreover, I have the honor of the state of you. Master Lin hurriedly hugged Lord Count. Master, you can't kill him. Master Lin said, if you kill Su Wenjiao here, you will leave a huge evidence. Don't forget how the Donghai Count died in the hands of Zhang Chong. Chen Lang said, Father-in-law, this thief deserves to be killed, but we can't kill him now. We can't kill him here. Just now, he personally killed Su Tian, but no one knew. His body was burned to ashes and thrown into the sea. Now, Su Wenjiao was in the Count house. Countless eyes were watching. If Lord Count killed him, it would be a violation of the new government. He was afraid that the reprimand of the monarch would come in a few days. Seeing this scene, Su Wenjiao suddenly became full of confidence and said, Sir Count, you are a person who pays the most attention to the rules, so the only thing you can do is to hand me over to the city lord's mansion or the governor's mansion, then submit the evidence of my corruption and let the governor's mansion judge me. Once he was handed over to Taisho prefecture, it was easy to imagine what would happen. They would find a criminal with a similar face and kill him, and Su Wenjiao would continue to get away with it. Su Wenjiao said loudly, "No one can kill me in Xianwu Mansion. Otherwise, it will be a violation of the law." Shen Lang smiled mysteriously and said, "No, we can kill you, and it will not be a violation of the law. Dream on." Su Wenjiao laughed. "Now, Taisho Prefecture and even the governor's office are watching you, waiting for you to make a mistake. If I die in the count house, the governor's office will send someone to investigate within 2 days." Shen Lang said, "Su Wenjiao, how can you be like this?" "I'm telling the truth. We can really kill you." "In your dreams," Su Wenjiao sneered. Shen Lang said, "Old patriarch, it's time for you to clean up the house." Then, a few figures walked in. Seeing this, Su Wenjiao's face drained of all color, and he almost pissed his pants. Because the people who came in were the Su clan's patriarch, 3 elders, and a few able-bodied men. Shen Lang knelt down and said, "Su Wenjiao, the count house cannot kill you. But the rules of the Su family can beat you to death." The old patriarch of the Su clan bowed to the earl and said, "My Su clan has relied on the earl's mansion for so many years, but unexpectedly, such a heartless and unscrupulous person was born. It's all our fault for not disciplining him properly. We apologize to Earl." Then, the patriarch knelt down. "Absolutely not. Absolutely not." The count quickly helped the Su clan patriarch up. The patriarch's voice was cold. "Guards, bring this bastard Su Wenjiao back to the Su clan's ancestral hall and beat him to death." Su Wenjiao struggled with all his might and hissed, "Why? Even if I was corrupt in the count house, I didn't break any rules. The ancestral hall doesn't have the right to kill me." Shen Lang walked over and said, "Su Wenjiao, the crime of killing you isn't corruption, but the crime of seducing an aunt, adultery." Su Wenjiao was completely dumbfounded. This matter was very secretive. How did Shen Lang know about it? Although this woman was Su Wenjiao's aunt, she was only in her 30s. "Su Wenjiao, not only do you have financial problems, but your lifestyle is also problematic. You've disappointed the Su clan and the people who raised you." Shen Lang said, "But I've really underestimated you. Mathematicians like you can't get hard at this age, but you can still hook up with young and beautiful women." What couldn't he hook up with? Money makes the world go round. Money can make a woman make soy milk on a jade plate. Money can make a woman open her mouth, and of course, it can make her open her mouth and sell Su Wenjiao. The key was to see who was willing to pay more. Of course, only a small portion of women were like this. Most of the women were still pure and noble. Su Wenjiao was heartbroken and shouted, "That bitch dared to sell me out. Isn't she afraid of being paraded on the street and beaten to death?" Shen Lang said, "Give her a sum of money to divorce her useless husband and run away. Of course she would be willing. Drag this bastard away." The Su clan's leader said. Su Wenjiao screamed, "Lord Count, spare me, spare me, I'm willing to confess, I bribed the mayor's office, I bribed the Taisho Prefecture, and I've also bribed the people close to the governor." Lord Count's expression changed. Shen Lang shook his head and said, "It's useless. The city lord won't take his money personally. Zhang Jin will also let the Su clan collect the gold coins on his behalf. After that, the Su clan will wash the gold coins clean and send them to the Zhang clan as dowry. Also, if we get Su Wenjiao's confession, who will we complain to? The prefect? The governor? At that time, this scene would appear. Who are you? Why are you accusing me? Are you going to give this confession to the monarch? The monarch will immediately think, what is Su Anwu trying to do? Why are you so eager to overthrow the governor of your fief? Are you going against the government? Are you dissatisfied with me? In the current environment, financial problems won't be able to bring down a prefect, or even a mayor. Su Wenjiao, the manager of the count house, is obviously guilty of corruption, but he wants to kill him with the accusation of sexual misconduct. What a great irony. Lord Count sighed and gave up on the idea. Su Wenjiao's body was dragged out, almost pissing his pants. Lord Count, I have a big secret to tell you. Son-in-law Shen Lang, Grandpa Shen Lang, I still have money, Lord Shen Lang, someone wants to harm you. Tianheng wants to harm you. A few hours later. The Su family's ancestral hall. Su Wenjiao was stripped clean, his thin and drooping body drifting in the wind. And then, in front of hundreds of people, he was beaten to death. Su Wenjiao died, and his death was not peaceful. It was said that he was beaten to death. Lang you have made a great contribution this time. Lord Count said, not only did you recover more than 10,000 gold coins for the family, but you also dug out Su Wenjiao, the giant worm. What reward do you want? Lord Count was not in a good mood, but he was kind to Shen Lang. I want to sleep with my wife. Shen Lang said in his heart, Father-in-law, can you give an order to Mulan to take off her clothes and wait for me on the bed? Or you can send a few female masters to strip Mulan and tie her to the bed. That will make it easier for me to do things. Of course, he only dared to say it in his heart. If he really said it out loud, it would kill him. This is what a son-in-law should do. I don't dare to ask for any reward. Shen Lang said. Lord Count said, I will entrust the entire accounting house to you. From now on, you will be in charge of the accounts of our count house. What do you think? No. Shen Lang quickly refused. I came to the count house to live off a woman. I came here to enjoy wealth and glory. You can leave the hard work of managing the accounting house to someone else. Also, people who do this kind of work often work overtime. Not only will they age quickly, but they will also easily lose their strength. How can a handsome man like me do such a tiring and exhausting job? I think Master Lin is loyal, upright, and proficient in arithmetic. He is the most suitable person to be in charge of the accounting house. Chen Lang said, son-in-law can pass down the brand new method of accounting to the fellows in the accounting room. In this way, all the accounts will be clear in the future. Not only will it yield twice the results with half the effort, it'll also be able to put an end to those vermin stuffing their own pockets. Lord Count was speechless. Su Wenjiao also said that Shen Lang was ambitious. But looking at him now, did he even have the slightest ambition? This kind of ruffian was really annoying. Count did not know why, but he liked this son-in-law very much, but he always wanted to beat him up. Of course, he didn't like his son, Jin Muzong, but he also wanted to beat him up. There was a fundamental difference between the two. I have to reward you. Tell me, what do you want? Lord Count asked. Shen Lang thought for a while, but he really couldn't find anything he wanted. He just wanted to sleep with his wife. However, this matter was beyond his father-in-law's control. It all depended on his own ability to pick up girls. Of course, it didn't matter if he couldn't sleep with his wife for a while. He could sleep with Xiaobing first. Shen Lang decided that after he was done with this period of work, he would put the great cause of saying goodbye to being a virgin on the agenda. However, Shen Lang quickly thought of what he wanted. Father-in-law, if you really want to reward me, just remove my house arrest order, said Shen Lang. The father-in-law was immediately filled with wariness. What do you want to do now? Shen Lang said, I don't want to do anything. I just want to go home and see my parents. I've been dreaming about them these past few nights. I don't know if my father's cough is better. I don't know how my brother's broken leg is recovering. I don't know if my mother is still sewing close at night. Every time I think about these things, I feel really worried. Listening to Shen Lang's emotional voice, Lord Count was very touched. But soon, he said to you, Shen Lang, you just came home 4 days ago. Shen Lang suddenly said awkwardly, oh, really? I almost forgot. Too many things have happened these days. It feels like a long time ago. Lord Count said, living in my count house is like a year for you? No, no. Shen Lang said, father-in-law is magnanimous, mother-in-law is kind and loving, the prince is also. In short, I feel like I am in a honey pot. I am very happy. Lord Count said, since you are so happy, stay in the house. Don't go out and cause trouble. Ah? Did I flatter him too much just now? Lord Count said, Su Wenjiao's son, Tianheng, and even the mayor's palace hate you. It is very dangerous for you to leave the count house. I can't let you do whatever you want. Shen Lang said, but, father-in-law promised to reward me. Lord Count said, you have made a great contribution. I will reward your father with 300 acres of land. That's settled. As for the lifting of the house arrest, don't mention it again. After that, Lord Count walked away. Shen Lang was left behind, muttering to himself. I don't want 300 acres of land. I just want to be free. Jean Mulan came back. She had been outside for 2 days and 2 nights. She led the cavalry to patrol the entire territory and expelled dozens of trespassers. While taking a bath, Xiaobing couldn't wait to tell Mulan everything that happened that day and night. Young master is amazing. He brought down a big shot like Su Wenjiao in one night. Now the servants are afraid of young master. Su Wenjiao only scolded young master in class, and he was killed by young master. Also, young master made a great contribution to the count house. He recovered more than 10,000 gold coins. Mulan's face turned red, and her eyes shined. She thought that she married an idiot, but for the sake of her family, she accepted her fate. However, no woman would want her husband to be an idiot. She didn't expect that her husband was not only not an idiot, but he was also smart and powerful. Most importantly, it was so interesting. Most importantly, he was so handsome. The more she looked at him, the more handsome he became. At that moment, Mulan's heart couldn't help but ripple. Her skin felt a little numb and itchy. Liu Bing said, right now, the servants in the Fu are spreading the news. Son-in-law has made such a great contribution. How should the master reward him? Hearing this, Mulan suddenly frowned. Xiaobing, no one is allowed to talk about young master killing Su Wenjiao in the residence. Also, no one is allowed to talk about young master's great contribution. Xiaobing was stunned. Why? Mulan said, Su Wenjiao died because he deserved to die. He wasn't killed by the son-in-law. This would make the son-in-law seem narrow-minded and vengeful. It would make the people in the residence think that he's not amiable. Oh. Xiaobing said, then why can't we talk about young master's contribution? Son-in-law and I are one family. The count's mansion is his home. Only officials can make contributions. How can a master make contributions himself? Mulan said, if he keeps saying that the son-in-law has made great contributions, he will seem like an outsider. He won't be happy either. Xiaobing said, Miss, you think too much. But it makes sense. Then, Xiaobing remembered something and said excitedly, oh yes, young master asked me a question yesterday. Mulan said, what question? Xiaobing said, he asked why white tigers are the most precious. Mulan was stunned. How did you answer? Xiaobing said, I said because white tigers are all yellow. White tigers are very rare. Mulan said, that's right. Xiaobing said, young master said the reason why white tigers are rare is because an inch of time is an inch of gold. An inch of gold can't buy an inch of time. Young master is talking nonsense. What does white tigers have to do with time? Miss, tell me. Suddenly, Liu Bing stopped talking because she was looking at the area between Jean Mulan's legs in the water. Her face instantly turned red. She finally understood what white tigers had to do with time. Mulan's face was even redder. Her whole body was red. She instinctively covered her abdomen with her hands. At this moment, she was truly soul-stirring and exceptionally beautiful. This bastard, how dare he tease me? Also, how did he know the secret? Could it be that he peeped at me bathing? Impossible, of course, this husband of hers was capable of doing anything. He had no integrity at all. The key is that I, Jean Mulan, have such high martial arts. If he peeped, I would definitely find out. Maybe it was this stinking hooligan who wanted to pry into my privacy. Where is young master? Mulan asked. Xiaobing said, master is looking for him. He should be coming back soon. Mulan stood up. Her proud figure made people unable to open their eyes. Even Xiaobing's liver trembled when she saw her devilish curves. Help me change, Mulan said. Xiaobing said timidly, Miss W, what are you doing? Punishing evil and promoting good. Mulan said righteously, Xiaobing, remember this. You must discipline men. If you don't discipline them for 3 days, they will go to the roof and tear the tiles. Xiaobing said, why you want to hit young master? Mulan said, the women of our Kim clan never hit their husbands. Knowing that his wife was back, Xianlang quickly ran back to the courtyard. 1 day apart felt like 3 years. Although this wife had only gone through the ceremony and had not slept, Xianlang already had an unforgettable memory of her. He had been dreaming of her for the past few nights. His mind kept thinking of her, a certain round part below her waist. In the middle of the night the day before yesterday, Xianlang had gotten up to change his underwear. Of course, in order to destroy the evidence of his crime, he had directly burned the pants. However, just as Xianlang entered the courtyard, his footsteps instinctively stopped. Something's wrong, there's a murderous aura. Then, Mulan's beautiful face appeared in front of Xianlang. Lang Jun, you're back. I just happened to have something to talk to you about. This little girl's voice was actually so delicate. It was unprecedented. Very unusual. There must be something. F***ck. Oh, it's a conspiracy. Wife, you're back? It's been hard on you these past 2 days. I'm so sorry for you. Xianlang's face was full of sincerity. Then, he cupped his hands and said, Wife, have a good rest. I still have a few books to read. Goodbye. Then, Xianlang quickly walked towards the study. Whoosh, a fragrant wind blew. Mulan's hot body bounced lightly and appeared directly in front of Xianlang. God, with such elasticity, Xianlang was really worried that he wouldn't be able to withstand it in the future. Then, he looked at Mulan's 2 super long legs. If she was caught, not only would her soul fly away, but she might also break. If I start working out now, is it too late? Mulan said softly. Husband, walk slowly. There's still some time before dinner. I have a game that I want to play with husband. Game? Many images appeared in Xianlang's mind. For example, he was tied up with ropes, or candle oil, or whipped. Then, he looked at what Mulan was wearing. The snakeskin tight-fitting suit was really suitable. What game? Wife. Xianlang asked excitedly. Mulan said, it's similar to a primitive animal, a game where the body collides violently. Xianlang's heart was beating like a drum, and his breathing was rapid. However, a strong desire to survive made him feel that he had to leave immediately. Xianlang said innocently, Wife, it's better not. It's going to be dinner soon. It's not suitable for such intense exercise. Then, he lowered his head and was about to leave. In the next second, he couldn't walk anymore, and his nose was about to bleed. Because, Mulan's hot body made a movement in front of him. Leaning back on the arch bridge. Her devilish figure, still wearing a tight-fitting suit, made such a movement. For any normal man, a glance would make his heart explode. To be honest, this scene alone was enough for Xianlang to do it for a year. Even if it was a fire pit, he would jump into it. Xianlang shouted in his heart, hurry up, or else I won't even know how I died. However, he said, since my wife has invited me with such hospitality, it would be impolite for your husband to refuse. 3 minutes later. Oh. Oh, wife, be gentler. This is my first time. It's going to break, it's really going to break. At this moment, Xianlang really knew what hell was. He had never done a split before. His legs were forced to a 180-degree angle and his balls were stuck to the ground. That kind of pain was 100 times more painful than the first time a girl lost her virginity. He was a person who had never done any exercise. His body was folded in half while he was still alive, and his head had to poke out from between his legs. At this moment, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He wanted to escape, but there was a pair of beautiful and fragrant devil claws grabbing onto his shoulders. He couldn't escape at all. He really regretted it. I regret it so much. If I hadn't married into the Count house, I wouldn't have suffered today. If I hadn't transmigrated, I wouldn't have married into the Count house. If I hadn't gone to Africa, I wouldn't have been blown up by a bomb. If I hadn't gone to the laboratory that night, I wouldn't have been disfigured by sulfuric acid, and I wouldn't have gone to Africa. If the fatty from my dormitory hadn't borrowed the Tokyo Hot that I had just bought, I wouldn't have gone to the laboratory. Damn fatty, this is all your fault. Why did you borrow my Tokyo Hot? No wonder when I saw Jean Mutsong, I felt like I saw my enemy. Wife, didn't you say that we're going to play a collision game between primitive animals? Xianxia said with a trembling voice. Mulan said, that's right. This game is called Six Animals Frolics. It imitates primitive animals. Husband, your body is too weak. You need to exercise more. It just so happens that I'm free, so I'll help husband exercise. Thank you so much, wife. Xianxia was sweating profusely. Mulan said, you and I are husband and wife. There's no need to be so polite. Husband, let's do it 10 more times. 10 times, Xianxia wailed in his heart. Wife, you're really cruel and merciless. Can you bear to see a handsome man like me being trampled on? Wife, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong, Mulan said seriously. Husband, what did you do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. I was just helping you exercise. Xianxia said, no matter what happened, it's all my fault. Wife is always right, just, and great. If there's any ambiguity, please refer to the previous point. Mulan said, you really know that you're wrong? Xianxia said, I'm wrong. I'm a complete mess of mistakes. Of course, he really didn't know where he was wrong. But this wasn't important. He just had to admit that he was wrong. Mulan's face flushed red. Then tell me, how did you know this secret? Know what? Xianxia said, what secret? Then, his mind was spinning quickly. In just 1 second, he knew why his wife was angry. It was because of what he said to Bing Er. An inch of time is an inch of gold. But, you've already betrothed Bing Er to me. How could such a big thing happen just because I teased her? No, there's a hidden story. There's a secret. Wife, why are you reacting so strongly? How did you know this secret when you thought about what Mulan said? What secret? Xianxia understood instantly. No way, is the heavens so kind to me? My wife is pregnant with an ex. He couldn't help but look at Mulan's lower abdomen. Although he couldn't see anything, he could imagine. Then, Xianxia felt that his nose was about to bleed. And when Mulan saw the expression on her husband's face, she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. She also understood. This hooligan husband didn't know this extremely private secret of hers at all. It was completely by accident when he teased Bing Er. Her reaction was so big that it revealed the secret. Xianxia said gently and seriously, wife, don't worry. I will definitely not discriminate against you because of this. After saying this, he regretted it and immediately covered his mouth. He got carried away and became arrogant. Next, it's going to be terrible. Sure enough, Mulan said lightly, husband, 20 more times. Instantly, Xianxia's pig-like voice came from the yard. The fat otaku Jin Mutsong wanted to play with him, but he was scared away from 200 meters away. Half an hour later. Everything was finally over. Xianxia felt that his entire body wasn't his. His 5 limbs seemed like they were going to break apart and leave his body at any time. He was in so much pain that he didn't have the strength to scream. Wife, I'm hungry. Let's eat, okay? When eating, Xianxia's hands and legs were shaking. Husband, you won't blame me, right? Mulan said. Why would I? Xianxia said, it's impossible for me to blame my wife at any time. No matter what problems arise, I have to find the problem within myself. My wife is like the sun in the sky, she's always shining with boundless radiance and is righteous. Mulan affectionately put some food into Xianxia's bowl and said softly, husband's body is a little weak. Eat well. He didn't know why. Maybe it was an illusion. Xianxia saw that Mulan seemed to have a pair of horns on her head. After eating, Mulan prepared a bucket of medicinal soup for Xianxia. Xianxia stripped and went in. When he soaked in the soup, the sour and comfortable feeling almost made him cry out. After soaking in the soup, Xianxia felt that his body was much lighter and more powerful. His hands were no longer shaking, and his legs were no longer trembling. What was the most terrible punishment in the world? I'm punishing you for your own good. That was Xianxia's situation now. After being taught a good lesson by Mulan, he couldn't even blame her in his heart. At night, Xianxia was sleeping on the bed. Instinctively, he curled up his body. This was a habit he had developed in his previous life. It was as if only by curling up would he feel safe, away from loneliness and sorrow. Mulan floated in. She was worried that she would really hurt husband. Looking at Shenlang curled up on the bed, his beautiful face no longer had the playfulness and joy of the day. It couldn't be said that he was lonely or sad. Mulan felt a slight pain in her heart. She gently bent down and kissed Shenlang's hair. Her action was so light that it was completely undetectable. Then, she floated away. Shenlang opened his eyes and stretched his body. A smile appeared on his handsome face. Picking up girls? Understanding the depths of a beauty's heart? Acting skills, who can surpass me, Shenlang? He. In the middle of the night, Mulan was already asleep. Xiaobing was also asleep. They were 100% asleep. Don't ask Shenlang how he knew. In short, he was still awake. At this time, Shenlang was wearing gloves and a mask, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. After spending a few nights and using hundreds of kilograms of moldy rye, he finally extracted a little medicine. Although the conditions in this world were really rough, there was no qualified ethanol or qualified amine water. But Shenlang still successfully extracted a kind of lysergic acid derivative from the ergot fungus, which was lysergic acid/diethylamide. This was the world's most powerful hallucinogen. Its power was comparable to ether and the like. It was simply on the level of killing. It directly affected the central nervous system of the human body, creating an illusion of time and space, directly causing self-distortion and division. Although this thing wasn't very pure and had many impurities. But it was completely enough. This was Shenlang's trump card for his next move. After Su Wenjiao's death, City Lord Tianheng and Lu Wuyan should be very eager to deal with me, right? And the fatal killing move is already prepared. They want to kill me, Shenlang, in one move. I've already prepared it, just waiting for you to come. Even before forcing Tianheng to cut off his own arm, Shenlang had already started planning and doing things. Carefully sealing the thing, then taking off the gloves, Shenlang's handsome face revealed a trace of an evil smile. Tianheng, do you think that after slapping your face, I will let you go, and then wait for you to find a chance to harm me? Don't joke, how is that possible? Once you become my enemy, unless you die, otherwise, this ill-fated relationship between us will not end. Enemy, you can go to hell now. Under the candlelight, Shenlang's smile was really like that of a villain. But still so incomparably handsome. In a secret room in Xuanwu City. Su Wenjiao is dead. Tianheng said, he was killed by that pretty boy. The city lord's confidant said, I know. Tianheng said, our plan must be carried out immediately, any delay will lead to changes. Shenlang, that pretty boy is too vicious, too cunning. The city lord's confidant said, no, the fire hasn't started yet, the time is not right. It doesn't matter whether the fire has started or not, we will definitely kill him in one move. Tianheng said, a long night is fraught with dreams, the sooner that pretty boy Shenlang dies, the sooner we can vent our hatred, the sooner we can be at ease. The city lord's confidant said, the governor's envoy is already on the way, tomorrow he will arrive in Xuanwu City, you can make your move tomorrow night. The next day, Mulan woke up early to practice martial arts. After practicing for an hour, she took a bath and changed her clothes. Xiaobing, I have a blue cotton dress. Have you seen it? Mulan asked. Mulan not only wore silk and satin, but she also wore cotton dresses sometimes. As the eldest daughter of the Count house, she had to symbolically participate in the spring plowing and autumn harvest every year, so it was appropriate for her to wear cotton dresses. No, Xiaobing said, I washed it a few days ago and put it away. Is it missing? Yes, Mulan said, it's strange. It was in the cabinet, but it's gone. Then, Mulan's beautiful face suddenly turned red, and she secretly spat. Xiaobing said, Miss, should I ask around in the yard and look for it? Don't look for it. Mulan said hurriedly, I might have left it in the barracks. After eating breakfast in the morning, Shenlang came to Mulan and said gently and sincerely, my dear, you've been out for 2 days and 2 nights. You must be exhausted. Yes, Mulan replied. Then, she hesitated a little, wondering if she should say something. For example, husband, can you not dirty my dress and underwear? It doesn't matter even if it's dirty. Remember to wash it and put it back. I still need to wear it. Also, husband's health is important. However, she found that she could not say a word. After all, not everyone was as thick-skinned as her husband. So, she chose to continue reading. Of course, she had wronged Xianlang in this matter. He did not take Mulan's dress to do something unspeakable. He did it to do something even more unspeakable. Xianlang said, "My dear, does your waist hurt? Does your neck hurt? I'm so worried. How about I give you a massage to help you strengthen your muscles and bones?" Mulan said, "Husband knows how to do this?" "Of course, your husband knows a lot of things," Xianlang said. Mulan said, "Then I'll have to trouble husband." Mulan sat up straight. Her neck was like a swan, and the curves of her waist and buttocks were like the curves of a master, sexy and enchanting. This figure was simply intoxicating. However, Xianlang's breathing only became chaotic for 3 seconds. Form is emptiness, form is emptiness. There's business, there's business. Xianlang waited until he calmed down before placing his right hand on Mulan's neck and exerting a little force. Mulan let out an extremely comfortable groan. It was really, so comfortable. At that moment, her delicate body really felt like it was trembling. It couldn't be helped. Xianlang's technique was indeed the most professional. Even though he might not be as good as Ling Ran, they were both doctors, and their skills should not be too different. Every acupuncture point on Xianlang's body was extremely precise. The strength was also absolutely perfect. Therefore, Mulan felt extremely comfortable, as if her tendons and veins were pulled apart and relaxed one by one. This was really the best enjoyment. "Wife, you're so tight," Xianlang said. Mulan closed her beautiful eyes and said, "Husband, even though I don't understand, I know you're acting like a hooligan." No, I'm saying that your skin is so tight," Xianlang said. Mulan could not help but clamp her legs together. It would have been better if the hooligan did not explain. Once he did, she understood. "Husband, if you continue to act like a hooligan, I'll come to you to exercise my body again," Mulan said faintly and threatened him. Technician Shen immediately stopped talking and continued to serve her attentively, lest extreme joy turn to sorrow. Under his dedicated service, Mulan felt more comfortable than before. She felt like she was about to fall asleep, but she could not bear to sleep at all. "Wife, don't work so hard in the future, okay? Your husband is really distressed," Xianlang said passionately. As he spoke, he massaged her very seriously, his attitude focused and full of concern. Mulan was touched, but she immediately came to a realization and said, "Husband, you have something to ask of me, right?" No. Xianlang said, "Am I such a person? Do I need a reason to serve my wife and care for my wife?" Mulan said, "You really don't have anything to ask of me?" Xianlang said, "There is, a small matter, a very, very small matter." Mulan said, "Husband, tell me. If I can do it, I will definitely do it. If I can't, there's nothing I can do." Then, she said, "For example, husband, if you want me to go to father to lift your house arrest order, there's nothing I can do. Yesterday, when I just returned to the mansion, father talked to me and said that you must not go out, it will be dangerous." Xianlang's hand stopped. "Wife, study well. Your husband still has some things to do, so I'll take my leave now." Then, halfway through the massage, he directly left. Mulan was speechless, her husband was too practical. If someone didn't want to do something for him, he would so decisively change his attitude. How annoying. He left her hanging in the air and then ran away. Xianlang appeared behind his mother-in-law again. His massage technique was even more skillful. His mother-in-law enjoyed it so much that her hair was about to stand on end. Not only that, but she also had a homemade facial mask made by Xianlang on her face. "Mother-in-law, this facial mask needs to be done every day, and each time, it should not exceed a quarter of an hour. The most important thing for a woman's skin is to hydrate and protect her from the sun. Even though you look very young, I have the responsibility to make sure that you look the same 10 or 20 years from now. I made a total of 10 facial masks, and 6 of them were given to you." His mother-in-law asked, "Then the remaining 4 were given to Mulan?" "No, I kept them for myself." Xianlang. The more handsome a man was, the more he needed to take care of himself. At this moment, even with his mother-in-law's intelligence, she didn't know how to respond to this question. Xianlang worked hard on the massage while sincerely praising his mother-in-law's youth and beauty. You look like Mulan's sister now, but it may not be the case in 10 years. His mother-in-law said, oh, could it be that I will age faster in 10 years? No, maybe you will look like her younger sister by then. Xianlang said, there is a saying called reverse aging. Although it is a miracle, it is not impossible. A full quarter of an hour later. After the massage, Xianlang asked, Mother-in-law, how do you feel? It's so comfortable. My muscles and bones are all clear. Among my children, you are the most considerate. His mother-in-law said, Mulan is fine, but Mutsong annoys me just by looking at her. Xianlang said, when I first saw mother-in-law, I also felt that it was fate. It was as if I had seen my own mother. His mother-in-law said, you married Mulan, so aren't I your mother? Xianlang immediately said, Mother. Good boy. His mother-in-law said, Langer, you have something to talk to me about, right? Xianlang said, Mother-in-law, you really have a keen eye. His mother-in-law said, Speak. Xianlang said, I want father-in-law to lift my house arrest order. I have something to do outside. His mother-in-law's expression became serious and said, Langer, do you really have to go out? Your father-in-law grounded you for your own safety. Xianlang said seriously, yes, I have to go out. His mother-in-law thought for a while and said, okay, I will tell your father-in-law now. A quarter of an hour later. Xianlang's house arrest order was lifted. Therefore, there was nothing that couldn't be done in this world. The key was whether you found the right person or not. Now, the entire ecosystem of the Count house was very familiar. Xianlang listened to Mulan, Mulan listened to Lord Count listened to Madame, and Madame listened to Xianlang. Look, what a perfect closed loop. What? You asked where Jean Mutsong was. Sorry, how could there be a fat otaku in such a high-level ecosystem? What was the famous saying that had been passed down for a long time? Eat, sleep, and beat do. That was the position of fat otaku Jean Mutsong. Xuanwu City Lord Mansion. Lu Wuyan's confidant rushed into the study. Master, the governor's messenger has left Nujiang City. He will arrive at Xianwu Mansion tonight. The governor will personally accompany him. Lu Wuyan was overjoyed. Everything was ready except for the east wind. Now, the east wind had arrived. Inform Tianheng to prepare immediately. We will act tonight. Lu Wuyan said. Yes. His confidant rushed out. Lu Wuyan spoke in an indifferent tone, Xianlang, I've never targeted you. My target is the Black Tortoise Count Manor. But you rushed too far ahead. This time, you will naturally become cannon fodder. Count Xuanwu, I want to see how you get through this. Before leaving the Count house, Xianlang found Jin Hui and asked a few questions. Then, he secretly left. After leaving the Count house, Xianlang did not go home. Instead, it was in a dense forest. Sai, what is the most important thing in life? Overcome your sense of shame. In order to win against Tianheng and Lu Wuyan, I must sacrifice my moral integrity. Xianlang comforted himself over and over again. Isn't it just women's clothes? In order to kill Tianheng, this small price still has to be paid. In order to kill Tianheng, this small price has to be paid. Some taboos have to be broken. Some doors to a new world have to be opened a little. Xianlang changed into Mulan's blue cotton dress and became a slim and beautiful crossdresser. Then, he walked toward a place. The big fool's father, Song Yi, was not an ordinary person. He was a famous hunter and the leader of the militia in Maple Village. He had dozens of brothers under his command. At least in Maple Leaf Village, he was a powerful man with a reputation. When he returned home, he found that his son's eggs had been kicked to pieces by Xianlang. Of course, he was furious. The first thing he wanted to do was to kick Xianlang to death. But he could only think about it. Xianlang was in Xianwu Mansion. If he rushed over there, he would definitely die. His second thought was to take revenge on Xianlang's parents and brother. But before the idea came up, it was immediately rejected by the village head. No matter what, Xianlang was the son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion. His parents were the relatives of Count. If he wanted to hurt them, he would definitely die. Therefore, at this moment, Xianxia had no one to answer his prayers. The world was unfair. Of course, he didn't feel guilty about abandoning the big fool. That was what people in the countryside did. When they got seriously ill and had no money to treat them, they would throw them into the mountains to die. Besides, his eldest son had a mental problem. But his youngest son was different. He had been shrewd and ruthless since he was a child. He could definitely inherit his father's mantle. He was his lifeblood. But now, his lifeblood had been kicked to pieces by Xianxia. 2 eggs. This completely ruined his hope. Xianxia, even if I'm the son-in-law of Count House, I must take revenge. Xianxia immediately took his son to Xuanwu City for treatment. No matter how much it would cost, he had to save his son's lifeblood. But, the doctor in the clinic made it clear that his son's lifeblood should be cut off immediately. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. The younger brother of the big fool hadn't awakened yet. After knowing that his eggs were going to be cut off, he didn't feel too sad. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, "Father, I want to go to the palace. I want to become a eunuch and kill Xianxia. I want to kill his whole family." Xianxia agreed with tears in his eyes. This was also a way to go. Then, he went to look for Tianheng. Tianheng was a Qianhu of Xuanwu City's civilian army, and could be considered Xianxia's boss. The two of them had a common enemy, Xianxia, so they hit it off well. Tianheng said, "Did your wife really see Xianxia kick your son Songchong away?" Xianxia said, "Yes." Tianheng said, "Are you sure how many villagers saw Xianxia rush into your house and then heard angry shouts?" Xianxia said, "Yes, they can testify. But that animal Xianxia is the son-in-law of the Count House, I'm afraid I can't bring him down." Tianheng sneered. "Can't sue? Normally, that would be the case. But tonight, 2 big shots would come to Xianwu Mansion. At that time, it would not be up to Count Xuanwu to make the decision. It was not as simple as bringing Xianxia down, but to drag the whole Count House into trouble." Tianheng said lightly, "A life for a life. Even a prince who breaks the law will be punished with the same crime as the people, let alone a son-in-law of the Count House. If you find a good witness, someone will definitely stand up for you. If the Count dares to protect Xianxia, I'm afraid it will cause a riot." Xianxia was stunned. Xianxia did not kill anyone. He just kicked his son and destroyed the root of his offspring. Tianheng smiled without saying anything. Just a kick? How could this crime be enough? It must be a life. After all, only by killing people could Xianxia pay with his life. The stepmother of the big fool, Xianxia's wife, had been taking care of her son in the clinic in Xuanwu City. But she was sent back last night for no reason. It seemed that someone wanted to send her away on purpose. At this time, the Song Enterprise was lying in bed and had no appetite. If her son's balls were cut off, the family would have no descendants. What should she do? However, life still had to go on. After her son entered the palace and became a eunuch, maybe he could have a meteoric rise. Maybe she could live a prosperous life in the future. As for carrying on the family line, she was still young. At worst, she could have another child with her husband. After thinking it through, the Song Enterprise picked up the honey water beside the bed and drank half of it. She didn't know why this honey water was a little strange. But the Song Enterprise still drank it in one breath. Then, the door of a new world opened. She felt empty, lonely, and excited like never before. Her whole brain seemed to split in two. She became more acute than ever. She could hear the crawling of ants and the flapping of dragonflies outside clearly. Moreover, the whole world around her changed and became a light and shadow. She seemed to become an immortal. No wonder it was the world's first hallucinogen. The effect was so strong. Even if the one refined by Xianxia was not pure, its power was really amazing. Fortunately, Xianxia only put a little bit in her honey water. Otherwise, the Song Enterprise might not be able to keep her life. She only felt that she was floating, and then she fainted. This was because Xianxia had added something else to his honey water. After a long time, the Song Enterprise woke up, but the strange feeling was still there. However, everything around her suddenly became extremely horrible. It was still her home, but there were ghost fires floating everywhere. There was also the sound of ghosts singing, which scared her. Everything was like in a ghost town. The next second, a beautiful female ghost in a blue dress floated out. The Song Enterprise's hair was about to stand up. It was really a female ghost. Because she didn't need to walk, she directly floated over. Who are you? The Song Enterprise trembled, but found that she couldn't make any sound. This was really a ghost. She couldn't make any sound at all. The female ghost said, "Vicious woman, you even hurt my big fool. Go to hell." The Song Enterprise knew who it was. It turned out to be the mother of the big fool, the woman who had been dead for 20 years. She encouraged her husband to throw the big fool into the ravine to wait for death. She didn't expect that the mother of the big fool came from hell to take revenge. Xianxia really felt sorry for himself for 3 seconds. He not only had to dress up as a woman, but also a female ghost. Go to hell. A ghost fire appeared in the palm of the female ghost out of thin air, and suddenly flew to the Song Enterprise. The ghost fire fell on her body and directly burned a large part of her white and tender body. It was extremely painful, but she couldn't make any scream at all. She picked up a bowl of water beside the bed and poured the ghost fire on her body. But the terrible thing was that the ghost fire didn't go out, but still burned. It was too terrible. It was really a ghost fire. Even water couldn't extinguish it. It was really a ghost. Sister, don't kill me, don't kill me. The Song Enterprise cried desperately, but her throat was so hoarse that she couldn't make a sound. The person who abandoned your son was Song-yi, not me. The Song Enterprise didn't hesitate to betray her husband. The female ghost stepped forward and gently patted the ghost fire with her cold hand. The ghost fire was immediately extinguished. Then, the female ghost's pale and slender fingers touched the Song Enterprise's chest, but she couldn't help rubbing it. Suddenly, the Song Enterprise found that she couldn't move. She could see, hear, and feel everything. But she couldn't move her limbs, as if the whole body wasn't her. This feeling was so familiar. It was the ghost pressing on the bed. God has mercy. My son didn't die. He was saved by God. The female ghost said, but, your son Song Chong is dead. The Song Enterprise was shocked and shook her head desperately. My son is not dead, but he is about to be castrated. I will go home to pack some things, and then I will go to the city to take care of him. No, he is dead. He died at this time, and he died very miserably. The female ghost said, guess who killed your son? Then, her voice changed from a woman's voice to a young man's voice. Mother, I died so miserably. I really died so miserably. The voice didn't sound like her son Song Chong's, but the Song Enterprise had instinctively thought that it was her son's voice. No, my son is not dead. The Song Enterprise tried her best, but still couldn't make a sound. The female ghost said, you will know soon whether your son is dead or not. Song-yi will tell you when he comes back. He will say that he was beaten by Xianxia and died after being kicked in the groin. Then the government will bring you to the count house to testify that Xianxia killed your son, but the real people who killed your son are Tianheng and your husband. No. The Song Enterprise cried, my son is not dead, and I want Xianxia to die. I will definitely testify against him. How dare you? The female ghost said sternly, do you want to die? Then, the female ghost's long nails scratched the wall. A ghost fire came out directly from her nails. The ghost fire was burning on her nails, close to the Song Enterprise's eyes. Do you want to die? The female ghost said sternly, Xianxia is the lucky star who came back from the dead. He is the protector of my son, the big fool. How dare you want to kill him? You are courting death. The female ghost screamed. A ghost fire suddenly appeared behind her, and then disappeared instantly. The Song Enterprise was scared to pee. She was scared out of her wits and shook her head desperately. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Sister, please let me go. The Song Enterprise couldn't speak, but she still said desperately. The female ghost said, my son can live because of his protection. If you want to kill Xianxia, you will hurt my son. In that case, I will drag you to the hell, cut you into pieces, and fry you alive. The Song Enterprise, who had just peed again. I dare not, the female ghost said. Tonight, Tianheng will take you to Xianwu Mansion. In front of several high-ranking officials, he will ask you to testify that Shenlang killed your son. Do you know what you will say at that time? The Song Enterprise nodded desperately, and then shook her head desperately. Because she really didn't know what to say to satisfy the female ghost. The female ghost said, in the beginning, no matter what Tianheng said, you agreed with him. But when you arrived at the Count house, in front of all the big shots, you immediately said that your son was kicked by your husband, Song Yi, because he peeped at you bathing. Ah. The Song Enterprise was shocked. The female ghost continued, then in front of everyone, you testified that Tianheng forced you to falsely accuse Shenlang, saying that he killed your son, and let the highest official decide for you. The Song Enterprise was scared. Tianheng was a fierce man. If she dared to testify against Tianheng, she would be beaten to death. The female ghost said, don't worry. After you testify against Tianheng, the Count house will protect you. When Tianheng dies, you can go home, and I will reward you with 300 gold coins. You can remarry with the money, and you can live a much richer life than now. Really? The Song Enterprise was surprised. The female ghost suddenly showed a golden flame in her hand, and then threw it under the bed, saying, I have buried 30 gold coins under your bed. After you testify against Tianheng, you will dig out another 300 gold coins under the bed. Do you want to live or die? Glory, splendor, or go to the hell, it's your choice. Then, a burst of smoke rose. End of chapter 61. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.